a 200-unit estate with some of my friends. I started a cooperative in England, and I told them I'm integrating power into it, and they were initially surprised. And I said, you know what? Ironically, look at Akute, the first major body of water that allowed the white people to enter southwest Nigeria, Ogun River, from the Lagos Lagoon here to Ogun. And that water is still there now, literally being polluted at Kara by cow dung. That is what we do now for even some of the assets with historic value to us. And ironically, Doc, look at the role of Kanji and River Niger, even in the extant power configuration that we have. And yet we have bodies of water littering our neighborhoods, and we just live as though only NEPA, only PHCN, only DISCO, only GENCO. Thank you very much, sir. We look forward to having you on some other time. Thank you for the enlightenment opportunity. I've also learned a lot from you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Wisdom, you need to wrap it up in a way that engages the people you are here for. You are not here for me, the viewers.
I would just thank you so much. I would just
and this is your camera, I guess.
I would just add to say, I know the recent hike in tariff is tough, but I want to say I think the Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission has shown some way of support by providing required information. I read just this evening, I saw an FAQ that they've published, for more information on everything we need to know about the tariff. I want to urge everyone to go and read those FAQs and imbibe them. And also, they just placed a fine on one of the discos of 200 billion for placing the tariff on all bands instead of just band A. So I see some monitoring happening, which will give us some confidence, which is actually what we need. Equip yourself with more information about this. Also, some numbers have been shared. Let's be able to engage them. So use social media also, and make sure that if we are paying for this, we are getting it. If we are not getting it, we want some sanctions on those discos who may be in any way shortchanging us by not doing the needful. So the citizens need to engage more, and that's what I want to say, because I know everywhere now there's so much concern on this increase in tariff, but let's see how that goes. But let's continue to engage NEC. It's just a message I want to pass to everybody.
Without wanting to sound patronizing, if anybody was in doubt that your name happens to be Wisdom, thank you very much
Thank you so much, Bala.
Really appreciate you.
Thank you.
This is where we call it a wrap. We may soon be doing the historical epilogue segment that we used to do on this program, giving historical perspective to some of the topics that we engage with. I am Bola Oba. Have a good evening.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Hey, what's up? What's going on? It's Dice Ills, aka Mr. Miyagi, and we're just gonna give a few words to every up-and-coming artist or every dream chaser out there trying to be successful. I started off with just a dream and an undying passion to become Dice. Back in the day, a lot of people told me it wouldn't happen. A lot of people told me my dreams were too big. But one thing that I never stopped doing is I never stopped believing, and I never stopped having passion. And that's what you need to do as well. And when you ever hit success, never forget where you're coming from, because that's the only way that you can stay grounded. So believe in yourself, stay prayerful, and be passionate. One love. Bless.
Truth is, I've always wanted to be an actor in a terrain where people thought, oh, you may not fit in, this may not be the thing for you. I've always been desirous of being an actor, and one of my biggest people mentors, or who I look up to, or the character I want to play, is even playing James Bond sometimes. But it's been a long journey for me. I didn't get here last year, 2019. I won Best Actor 2019 for Maya Awards, and I didn't get there all in one day. I've done a lot of things. I've worked in the bank. I worked in the bank for 9 years. I've done real estate. I've sold cars. I've sold lands. I've gone through the highs and lows. And initially, when I told people that I was leaving, I've been doing acting all my life. But when I told people I was going to leave and go full stream and full line into acting, people told me, don't go for this. I don't think that's what you should do. Maybe this is not for you. And it was a tough call to make. It was a tough decision to make, but I eventually decided that I was going to go for it. And I went from audition to audition to audition to audition to audition to audition till I got my first major job, and that led to my second, third, fourth, fifth. And I decided to go and upskill myself and go to film school, in the US. And I came back and I got a fantastic opening, a cinema movie where I played leading man with Omotola Jolade called The Tribunal. So it's been a very, very long journey. But one thing I can say is that whatever path you choose in life, as long as your heart is there, stick with it.
18 years down the lane, I'm still doing my thing as a stand-up comedian and also a master of ceremony. I've been through the vicissitudes of life. It was not like this before. I remember those years when when I was still in Warri, when I would go from show to show, looking for a platform to express myself. Thank God for helps around me, but it wasn't easy. Because I had to convince people that, oh, hey, try me out, I'm funny and all that. I had to trek many times. Even when I moved to Lagos, oh God, I trekked all kinds of distance just to attend shows, just to maximize the opportunities I had. It wasn't funny. I had to squat with squatters. I lived with people that were living with people. It was that bad, but hey, all our stories now. I'm here, and I'm not where I want to be, but I'm not where I used to be. So don't give up on yourself. Don't give up on your dreams. As long as you believe you can do it, yeah, in spite of the pitfalls, the shortcomings, still move on. Stand up, dust yourself off the feet, off the ground, and move on, all right? There are more to conquer than you have conquered.
There was once upon a time in my life when I was doing this MC work and all these things, hosting gigs, and I did an event. I won't say the name of the organization, but when they say, oh, we'll give you honorarium, I'm like, yeah, okay, great. And it's not a small organization. And when they finished, I got 25K. So I used the money with the love of God, fueled the car, and then kept the change to buy granules, sauce, and got the egg on the road. When it's your time, it's your time. Don't rush it, don't force it. What's yours is yours. What's meant to be yours will be yours. Nobody can take it away from you because you are you in yourself. Know your creator. And that way, you know that your creator did not create a joke. So therefore, just believe in yourself and your time will come. I love you guys. Thank you.
When I was younger, I had just lost my father. And it was at the time when, we had that television that you open and close like cupboard. Okay, I know that a very high number of people may not understand this. And I came back. Our TV was not there, but our neighbor had bought a new kind of TV. It was colored, and all the kids in the neighborhood were sitting on the floor watching this TV. And then I came back from lesson, saw everyone sitting down there. It looked a bit different from us, and the pictures looked finer because it was colored. And I stood by the curtain, and this lady just pulled the curtains together and shut me out. I felt bad. But I was also a big-mouthed young child. So I went to her and I said, because of me, you pulled the curtains together, right? The next time you look at your TV, you will see me there. It was a joke. Okay, it wasn't a joke, but I didn't know how it was going to happen. But I just wanted to tell her that she had no right to shut me out. And I went to school and I got this, the principal came in and said, Komisheke is looking for you. You're going to open up ROS TV. And guess what? When she put on her TV at 4 p.m., 2 months after, I was a continuity announcer who opened up that station. So don't be afraid and don't worry about how anyone looks at you right now. Worry more about how you see you. Worry more about what you intend to do with you. Worry more about how convinced you are about anything that you want to do. It doesn't matter. People can close their windows, close their doors, tell you to get out, tell you to sit down, tell you to go to bed. It's okay. They are not God. He has a final say. But guess what? You have the final work. Because if you don't work and work towards it, God is just going to stand there waiting. It is what you give to him that he will enhance. I hope this does somebody some good. We're all stars, I tell you. When you look up, you see a lot of them. I'm sure you're up there and shining, okay? So please, put some glow to your own star. Love ya!
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Being online has become a part of our every waking moment. From the moment we wake up in the morning till we hit the pillow at night, we are browsing, scrolling through social media, responding to messages. We live our lives online almost as much as we live it in reality. These anonymous interactions, like any other human interaction, comes with complexity and challenges. People get into civil discussions, debates, banter, and share with one another. With these interactions come disagreements, arguments, conflicts that can soon degenerate into trolling, bullying, and general unpleasantness. The discretion we employ in face-to-face interaction is further decreased online. In fact, according to psychologist Robert Sutton, disrespectful, demeaning, and downright mean-spirited behavior is worse than ever. This behavior is especially true of online discourse, which researchers describe as the online disinhibition effect. Stanford psychology professor John Sula in 2004 said, "The online disinhibition effect can cause people to act out in either a benign manner, wherein they overshare their personal information, or in a toxic manner, wherein they become abusive or threatening." "I am in my house, come and beat me," is a common saying online that alludes to the inaccessibility that emboldens even regular people to behave in less than civil ways online. Another factor responsible for this behavior, apart from anonymity and availability, is solipsistic introduction. A situation, according to Dr. Sula, where you don't have any physical cues associated with the person you're communicating with, and other person becomes just a voice in your head. As such, the people in your online conversations merely become characters in your imagination, formed by your own personal history and expectations. You might also hear his or her voice as your own, which makes you feel more comfortable with the other person and further lowers your inhibitions. As we have rules that guide our interactions in real life, unspoken rules need to be developed for our online interactions. Social media etiquette, or social mannerism simply put, means do's and don'ts for social media interactions. These etiquettes are also referred to as netiquettes. The term netiquette refers to all aspects of online communication, including email, instant messaging, social media, multiplayer gaming, and other forms of online communication. The main goal behind netiquette or mannerisms on social media is to treat others with respect and take care of intellectual property rights and associated implications. Personal information, images, or videos of anyone should not be shared without consent or mentioning credits where due. Except we seek to change such behaviors, it will pervade. Here are some social media netiquettes. When sending a DM, be polite and go straight to the point. When responding to posts, even if you disagree, be careful not to use condescending and insultive words. Take a 5-minute pause before you post any comment. Don't comment on topics that people tend to be passionate about. Don't respond to insults or hateful language. Don't say to people online what you won't have the audacity to say to them in person. Avoid excessive tagging of people. Ask before tagging people. Although it may seem inoffensive, tagging a friend or acquaintance on social media without their permission could in many ways cause problems for that person. Good social media etiquette means you should always request for permission before tagging anyone. Post only flattering pictures of other people. Apply the billboard test. Assume that everyone in the world can and will see everything you post. So if it's not billboard worthy, don't post it. Give credit where it's due. Don't post other people's photos or quotes without clear attribution. This means no screen grabs even if you have the best intentions. Instead, use a repost app to properly credit others for their own content. Think of the future you. Your taste will change as will your sense of humor, but your photos will live on forever. Use caution when posting. Don't take screenshots of other people's private moments that they shared with you in confidence. Censor yourself. You might treat your Facebook or Twitter accounts as diaries. Don't share everything with your readers. Some things are meant to be kept private.
Good day, viewers. Welcome to another edition of Cancer with Dr. Denise Ejo, the CEO of Common Cancer Foundation, in partnership with Plus TV Africa. Today, what are we going to be talking about? We're going to be talking with advocates, and it's advocates take the lead in changing the story. So thank you, and you all know who I am. I am a cancer survivor. 6.5 years, still taking chemo, still smiling, still trusting God. So together we fight, together we win. With a wide uptake in creating awareness, especially during this month of World Cancer Day, the February orange and white colors, celebrations in Nigeria have also been going on. And I would like to say, I take this opportunity to thank the public for supporting this global drive in Nigeria. On behalf of all of us cancer survivors, we say thank you to you all, and we say thank you for all that you are doing. We know you are trying, and we appreciate you. In the house today, I have two lovely ladies. They are both, in one way or the other, connected with the cancer journey. So I'm going to start with our cancer survivor. Her name is Gloria Oji. She's a patient survivor. Gloria is a 12-year cancer survivor. She's also a patient advocate for better cancer in Nigeria. She believes she can do better if we can do better if we all join hands together and push for policies that will be favorable to the Nigerian cancer patient. As a patient, we believe we can have a good life within and after cancer if you all will support us and drive and change so that we can have access to care. Gloria, welcome to this program.
Hello, everyone. And Doctor, thanks for having me on this laudable program.
Thank you. Thank you. And who else have I got in the house? I have got Tolulope Yola Oladipupo. Did I get it?
Yes,
you may all not realize why it's important to me, but because of the amount of brain scans, brain surgeries I have had, vision can be challenged and coordinating the words can be a challenge. So I sometimes want to celebrate little achievements. You know, they're very important to people like me. Tolu is a public health professional with over 7 years experience in programs management within the non-cancer health space. She is currently the programs coordinator at the Foundation for Cancer Care. Welcome to the program, Tolu, and thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me, Ma. It's good to be here.
Good. Now, here we go. Let's start going with our questions, yeah? This time we have a bit more time. We're going to play around with this. So patient advocates are a part of the stakeholders as opposed to having to force ourselves onto the table. And I actually asked this question because I am actually concerned or not happy that on the World Cancer Day event organized by the federal government, I didn't see patient advocates in the center of the whole event. And if patients are the ones that have the disease, why are we not driving? Why are we not in the seat? We're not even driving the seat. At least give us a seat. It was an important day and we were not represented. So that is one thing. And the World Cancer Day was celebrated in Nigeria on the 6th of February this month. So what are your thoughts about the event as it focused on the medical community, Gloria? Because you and I have sat in this chair and you and I know the challenges and you and I know where the pain is. And then to have to sit down and have to watch this, how did you feel?
Well, I felt disappointed, but I have learned to accept whatever the government wants to present in terms of cancer care or in terms of bringing cancer patients along when they are making their policies. So I was disappointed completely, but I have also, what I do in such situations is that when I discover that you don't want to take me along, I go along the way that is open to me. You know, I've attended so many fora and we have been hammering on this. How do you sit down and make policies concerning cancer patients without the patients being there? We said this in 2021 International Cancer Week. We said it in 2022 International Cancer Week, all organized by the Federal Ministry of Health. But even after you have mentioned it, the same story keeps repeating itself. So now I sit back and I want them to surprise me because I don't really expect much from them anymore. So you can begin to imagine that we are talking about World Cancer Day and the ministries sat in their conference room. They didn't even move out, sat in their conference room and commemorated it. And I believe that if it is a ministry that really knows what they are doing, they wouldn't have done that. It wouldn't have been as if it is a normal thing. There would have been serious preparations towards that, but nothing was done. The information was just out there, and it's not as if it is particular to a person. If they wanted the patients to come, they know where to find us. So they cannot say they don't know where the patients are. They know where to find us. So nothing was done in that aspect, and we sat back and watched them do their World Cancer Day. I think in Nigeria, we plan to fail. That's how I'll put it. We plan to fail because you know that this is a problem you have been having. You know that this is how you have been doing it and failing it, and you continue that way. Then, what else can I say? You're planning to fail, but the patient voices will not fail. So we'll continue shouting, we'll continue talking, we'll continue pushing until we get where we want to.
Thank you very much. You know, you've just made me highlight. I think it's important that we highlight at this point the facts of what's going on, because according to the Union for International Cancer Control, who we interviewed last 2 weeks ago, I think, in January, actually on World Cancer Day, we interviewed the UICC. We interviewed ourselves, and we interviewed UICC, the president. And there was a comment there was a statement that I realized in January that really hurt. And he said, in January 2023, there are an additional 1.8 million people diagnosed with cancer globally. And sadly, in the same month, that is 2023, 900 had already died. 900,000 had already died as of that January. And we have commonized it. Thank you for your comment. But you see, there's sometimes you have to bring things to the forefront so that people understand why we're having the conversation. Tolu, you are an advocate. You're not a patient advocate. So community engagement is very key for us. This is community engagement because we're three different people. We've never met. We don't know what we look like, but we know ourselves on this community. And the role of patient advocates and your role is very pivotal because we have to combine them together, right? Training and involvement in community engagement as is driving force behind awareness and education. Do we agree? Training and involvement in the community, we will make a difference with education. We have to educate people. We have to train the people that are working with us to get there. How or what strategies? Now, these are very specific because we like to make sure people get the exact points that we want them to get on this one. Strategies where we can use to internalize our issues. Because you heard what Gloria said. I've just given the statistics that is going on for 2023. We've got to educate and create this awareness. So can you give us, even if it's three, just some of the things that we can work with realistically and say that, okay, federal government doesn't want to answer us. Okay, well, can we answer ourselves? The community are at least helping us in some way or the other. Cancer communities. What can you say about that, please?
Very much, Dr. Dennis and Ms. Gloria, for some very important points that you raised. So as cancer advocates, first of all, I think it's very, very important, that we continue to stay abreast of, information, in the part of training, because when we have the right kind of information, we know what to tell people. And I would make reference to the statistics that Dr. Dennis shared. We were writing a report in the foundation, and the statistics that we had were 2020. But I remembered listening to the show, one of the shows in the past few weeks, and where these statistics were actually mentioned. So, I was able to push for my team member to actually go and do research to find out what are the current statistics as it relates with cancer care and, cancer deaths as well. So I believe that, training is very important because it helps us to even have the right kind of information. And one of the ways or the strategies is to, number one, always, be engaged in such forums where you can get this information. I think an example would be the NCS, the Nigerian Cancer Society, which, we're part of, and it's actually a hub of lots of information because we have advocates on that platform. There's a lot of discussion, there's a lot of discussion about the pain points, and this actually helps to guide the kinds of programs that we do. It helps us able to identify the needs of people out there. So we're not just doing programs just for the sake of records or photos. No, we're actually creating impactful programs. And there was something that Ms. Gloria actually said. She talked about creating policies without even hearing the voices of the people that are involved, which is very key, because how do you address issues when you don't even know the pain points of patients, of the people themselves, when you don't even know what they know and what they don't know, what are their peculiar needs? And, I always give the example of our survivors group, which the foundation actually coordinates. Before it was just about, let's just have programs, let's bring people together. But we found that the survivors were not it wasn't producing the kind of results and the kind of emotional support that they should be having. So we realized this and decided that we were going to involve the patients themselves in curating programs, in organizing programs. What do you want us to do? We facilitate, but you let us know what it is, what are the pain points. There are some of them that will tell you, we actually did a survey and found out that one of the issues they had was nutrition. They want to know what are the kinds of foods we should have, what are the kinds of foods we should stay away from. So we bring in experts who talk to them about this, and they are able to, they get a lot of value. So we saw the feedback was better. For some of them, it was mental health issues. For some of them, it was issues with their finances, because cancer is a very expensive disease. So we were able to create targeted programs that were beneficial to the people. So I think that as cancer advocates, this is really, really critical, listening to the people. What are the things that they really need? And then creating targeted programs. And, it also goes for the government, coming up with policies that really address the core needs of patients who are the focus of, this whole cancer space, as well as preventive programs. If we go to a community, what have they had before? What do they need right now? So I think that, these are very simple things that we can incorporate in our planning that will help us actually curate more effective programs and build better community engagement amongst people.
Thank you, Tolu. You actually hit quite a broad place. And you see, it's very nice for me because I intentionally always do this with Gloria. Gloria actually runs also a patient advocate group, where not advocate, a patient group where patients come together to talk about how they are going through the journey. I was thinking about doing it, but I really don't know if I have the time, more because Jack of all trades, master of none. It's not for all of us. Some of us, all of us have to learn to support each other and take each other, direct people to the right places so they get the support they need. One key thing that has always bothered me is the finances of a cancer patient, but let's move on. What is the best way for advocates to reach a majority of the population, especially those with limited access to information and modern health care facilities? Now, this question is key, and although I want to not go far into technicalities, I want us to look at people that can't afford or have to manage to afford in light of this. So do you get the question? What is the best way for advocates to reach them? People that can't, and they need access. Everybody is entitled to access.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dennis, for that question. And I think it's really, really critical for us to be able to address this particular issue, because it appears that access is restricted to, the urban areas where people can easily find healthcare facilities, maybe the income level is higher and all of that. So what happens to people in low resource communities? How do they get access to information? How do they get access to screening? How do they get even access to treatment? So I feel like we can take advantage of low-hanging fruit, starting first with education and awareness, because a lot of these people don't even know about cancer, not to talk of seeking preventive measures such as screening and eventually treatment. But there are really some low-hanging fruits that can be taken advantage of. For example, the radio. I think that's one for me, because I find that a lot of these people everybody has access to radio. Everybody has access to radio in their local languages. So if we can take these messages, not just take it to the English-speaking radio stations, but taking advantage of radio stations that actually speak in the language that people understand, in Yoruba, in Pidgin. We have these radio stations and they listen to it in the mornings. So I feel like this is one of the things, because media is very strategic. That's one of the ways we can reach people. I think another avenue that I've found, because I know most of us were part of WhatsApp groups where we see a lot of very funny information going around. You hear a lot of things about cancer where people say they use ginger and garlic to cure cancer. And these messages are being resent over and over and over, and most people, as much as technology is limited in some of these low resource communities, many of them have access to WhatsApp. You'll be surprised that even some of these people in the markets, they have access to WhatsApp. So the same way these wrong messages are going around, we can begin to push the right message about cancer prevention, about cancer screening, begin to give them pointers as to where to go. Of course, we still have the public facilities, the public hospitals where they can go to, where the cost of screening treatment is relatively cheaper than private centers. So I think we can take advantage of this. And one more, partnerships and collaboration is really, really key in terms of reaching, these people. Because, for example, there's an organization that has a mobile mammography bus. I know that there's always a limit to funding, but as much as possible, when we can collaborate and partner with other organizations, we can actually take this mammography bus to some of these communities and help them even see that this is something that you need. Another thing that we do is that we have educational pamphlets, which are communicated in very simple, easy to understand language with a lot of pictures, drawings, dialogues, such that, a student, even if their parents don't understand English, they can explain what is there to them. With the pictures, you can ask questions. So these simple, low-hanging fruits are some of the places that we can actually start from in ensuring that we reach these low-resource communities.
Thank you. You're not going to be able to, you won't be answering my last question now because you've already answered it. Gloria, closing the healthcare gap was the World Cancer Day celebration, but it's for the whole month and it's our target for 2023, right? We are concerned, and both of us are in this together, and we are concerned, or we ask, why is the focus always on treatment? Me and you always do that. While multidimensional aftercare is ignored. They forget everything else that is wrong with us is in the dustbin. It's only chemo. Let me continue. An area survivors struggle with because that is where reoccurrence and disease progression can be discussed. They think that they can be discussed in reoccurrence, the disease, but everything else, they forget everything that we are going through. And the treatment is just a small segment of everything else. What are your thoughts?
I really agree with you. One of my members, unfortunately, I lost her last year. May God rest her soul.
Amen.
She made a comment. She said it was better when she was going through treatment because then there were people around her supporting her and so on. Immediately she finished her treatment, she was left on her own. And that was when depression came in. So here, just like you mentioned, rightly so, we focus only on treatment. Nobody thinks about your emotional and psychological well-being. Even after the treatment, nobody goes there. Nobody asks you anything. So just bring your investigation, check the results, is it okay? If it's okay, fine. If it's not okay, nobody goes any further. And personally, I believe that chances of survival is high. It's okay, let me say the treatment, it's like maybe 30-40%. The rest of the 60% is based on your emotional well-being, your psychological well-being, your finances, your family, a lot of other things that comes into play. And another major thing is the trust you have on your medical professionals. Many of the cancer patients don't even trust their medical professionals. And that is one of the great challenges you face. Because I was at a forum yesterday and I told the doctors that doctors have poor communication skills. very poor communication skills, which is what they should go and learn how to do. They don't know that when you communicate and it comes out the wrong way, it makes or mar the patient. Even when the result is bad and you think you're giving up, must you tell that person, let's forget about it, go home and be preparing your burial? Must he? It's not necessary. In as much as you're not supposed to give the person a fake hope or a false hope, as the case may be, you can always calm down, tell the person your result is not okay. But if you wish, we can keep on trying. That is better than telling the person, just forget about it. I had one of my members, she's in Lagos. I lost her October last year. She stopped going to the hospital for a long time because she said her doctors gave up on her. She went for consultation, and then when one of the resident doctors, I think, wanted to do physical exam, the other one, I think that should be the chief or the chief consultant, told that one that, don't worry, it's not necessary. So you're telling a patient right in front of her that it is not necessary to even check her. So already you've given up on her. And she said there and then, she made up her mind to go home and wait for whatever. And the whatever came. So communication is a very big challenge. And these are the areas medical professionals are supposed to start training themselves on. It's not just on the treatment. It's not just the treatment. Other things come into play. We are human beings. Sometimes they see the disease, they don't see you as a person. They don't see you as a patient, they just see the disease. And it is, I think that's why in Western climes, I've been attending some of their meetings online, some few have been there in person, and they are talking about personalized care and humanizing care. So they know the implication of seeing the disease and not the patient. They know the implication. And for them to bring it out, they believe that seeing that patient first as a human being is very necessary, and it will help on the long run with the treatment. You are not seeing the person without the treatment. You are saying the person that this is Gloria. Gloria has cancer. We are going to move with Gloria and the cancer. We are going to treat the cancer that Gloria has, not just one statistics or the other. So I think in closing the care gap, we really need to do a lot other than the treatment.
I want to thank you both ladies for a very heart-to-heart conversation. See, a lot of people don't understand this journey, and a lot of people think that it is just a conversation you have without remembering that the people involved are human. And I say to people, we have a right to live the same way every other Nigerian has a right to live. So you cannot close the doors on us as Nigerians because you don't think you want to, or you have decided to give up on us. I have stage 4 breast cancer, metastasis to the brain. I have lived for 6.5 years, but I can say categorically, without missing my words, that if I didn't have a second nationality, I would be dead. I would have died in 2016. So that is what I'm trying to get at. Nigerians have a right to live. So those who are listening out there, always follow your heart, follow your guts. If you know you're not well, push that doctor to the last, but find somebody who can help you to make sure that your positive mindset is the focus of the conversation. And anybody that is negative around you, get rid of them. I want to thank you all for joining us this day. To be part of this, we have to educate each other. We have to learn from each other. You can follow us. Together we fight, together we win. That's our hashtag. Follow us on Common Cancer Foundation, any of our social media platforms. Our website is down. No, our website is down. They hacked it, but we'll sort it out. And then any of our social media handles, Common Cancer Foundation, and you'll find these ladies there. The videos will be out, and you will see them on your YouTube channel. follow us on our YouTube channel. Like it, share it, because together we will make a difference. Thank you all for joining us. Ladies, thank you for being with me. Thank you for this nice conversation. And thank you because you are awesome. Have a lovely and fantastic day.
You.
Who has the right of way? Nigerian roads come with a lot of chaos. The chaos is caused by a combination of drivers, motorcycle and tricycle riders, pedestrians, and sellers who all claim the right of way. The chain of right of way holders in Nigeria is hierarchical, and car and motor drivers are at the top of the chain with pedestrians at the bottom. Car or motor drivers believe that they always have the right of way regardless, and motorcycle and tricycle riders don't even have any regard for who has the right of way. For fear of accidents and their lives, pedestrians have learned to cower. When a collision occurs, the question of who has the right of way is on the lip of all concerned as they try to figure out who is guilty. The law doesn't grant anyone the right of way, but you yield it to other road users under these circumstances. At a yield sign, to pedestrians in a crosswalk, to persons using a seeing eye guide dog, to persons using a white cane with or without a red tape, at T intersections where you must yield to vehicles on the through road, at uncontrolled intersections where vehicles are already in the intersection, when driving on an unpaved road that intersects with a paved road, when returning to the roadway after a car is parked. Pedestrians must always be yielded the right of way at intersections and crosswalks. Treat bicycles as motor vehicles. Yield to bicyclists in all situations where you would yield to a car. For example, wait for an oncoming bicycle to pass before turning left. Turn right at a red light if it's permitted and no vehicles are approaching. If you see a sign that says no right turn on red, then you must wait for the light to turn green again. Otherwise, you must turn right at a red light after yielding to oncoming traffic. Stop for pedestrians who've begun crossing the road. Once a pedestrian has begun crossing the road, they have the right of way. You should also stop for pedestrians waiting to cross at crosswalks that aren't controlled by a traffic light. Yield to oncoming traffic if you're entering a main road.
Hello, you're welcome to this edition of Timeless Conversations. My guest today is a pioneer of hip-hop music in Nigeria, a gentleman who made such marks that his songs became trademark for entertainment, for fun and enjoyment. He branded himself with a torchlight, and also he included his cultural insignia of having the Benue type, the black and white coloring on his hat.
Nigerian music star, performer, songwriter, music producer, and executive producer Zaki Aze is recognized as one of the pioneers of hip-hop music in Nigeria. He was born in 1975 to the family of Thomas Ateva Fateh in Kaduna, where he was also brought up. He is from Benue State. He shot into the limelight after the release of his first album titled Loaded in 1994. Zaki is also the CEO of True Nigerian TV, a TV program that celebrates Nigerians across the country and people who should be emulated as role models. Zaki Aze is currently the Vice President of Performing Musicians Association of Nigeria, PMAN, a Human Rights Ambassador with the National Human Rights Commission, NHRC, Special Marshal with the Federal Road Safety Commission.
Please welcome with me Zaki Aze. Zaki?
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. One of my legs is already shaking.
Why is it shaking?
When you sit with
veterans
like you.
Look at us. You be man, I be man. No wahala.
Okay.
Now let's look at something. You were born in Kaduna.
Yes.
And you're from Benue State.
Yes.
What impact did that have on your music?
A lot. Not from me, from my great-grandfather,
okay.
Even on both parents' side, both my mother's side and father's side.
Yeah.
We're all born and brought up in Kaduna State.
In Kaduna.
I was now born and brought up also in Kaduna State.
Yeah.
That gave me an advantage of a wider scope, which is the Hausa language.
Yes.
Because growing up, that was the only language we knew. As we speak, I still don't know how to speak my tribe like 100%. I'm careful.
Yep.
That's Tiv.
Yeah, Tiv. Okay.
Yeah, I'm Tiv.
Okay.
I'm careful when I'm speaking amongst our people.
Okay.
So I'll put English, I'll speak a bit, put English because they would criticize me, you understand? But Hausa give me an edge, being the second widest language in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
So it gave me an edge. It gave me a more broader fan base.
Yes.
Starting up as an artist.
Okay, and then
so I think that is the
one of your songs that really struck a very strong chord with someone like me is Namigo Mariam.
Namigo Mariam from the very start.
Yeah.
I wanna marry you.
Exactly.
But then I feel ashamed. Do the chorus now. Namigo Maria. I'm supposed to marry her.
It's very simple, easy to follow, and it's relatable. What inspired you to do it?
Well, years back when I was in Borno State, I fell in love with a Kanuri girl who happens to be the daughter of the Emir of Borno State.
You know even stay near.
Well,
the
it's
daughter
just
of the Emir.
No, I didn't even know she was his daughter before falling. So I really loved her, and if you understand Hausa, the rap in Hausa is saying, your father refused, I will not marry you, but even if they refuse, I will go to any extent to marry you, etc. I think is that love affair that, and it wasn't a love relationship that was, there was no, in those days, relationships don't have sexual until after marriage and all that.
Sure.
So it was that kind of relationship. We cuddle each other, we love, everybody in the area knows, okay, this is my babe, she's for me.
So you people were already an item.
Yes, and we're really looking forward to getting married when we grow up and all that. But I think a lot of issues came in, and then I made that song out of it.
Are you still friends?
Well, yes, but she's
settled down and all that.
She's settled down. She's not even in Nigeria now.
Okay.
She works with a big NGO somewhere abroad and all that. So, well, we're in touch, but we're not in touch. Let me just see. I just see her on Instagram.
Okay, thank God for Instagram.
Thank God for Instagram.
But then, let's talk about love. There's this thing, they say that there's not much love amongst the African people, especially from the male side. Do you think so?
There's not much love, especially from the male side.
That the men are not romantic.
Yeah, I agree.
How?
Yeah, that's true. I think our tradition costs most of. We have some certain, not everything about our tradition as African men is good.
Like
especially, man, the one I hate most. It is after when you die, and your family comes to take over everything from your wife. In some cases, they say one of the brother would marry. So how is the woman supposed to take care of your? What did you work for? How is she now supposed to take care of your kids when you are not there? So some tradition I really don't. That's the one I hate most.
But then we've also heard of very good romantic stories, love stories within the African setting.
Yeah.
Yeah. So and even within the polygamous setting.
That most of the time has to do with personalities. Yeah. Some personalities break even from tradition. Some personalities know tradition. Such personalities in Africa, they call them woman rapper.
Yes.
Yeah, once they see you like that, they call you woman rapper. But it's not really woman, it's just pure love. I believe in love. I've always believed in love, no matter what the trend or the world is saying. Love is...
You see, as much as you believe in love, right, it's been alleged that you don't show that much love at home. Your former wife accused you of not showing that much love.
Well, I'm sure my former wife, I'm not in her mind, but I know she would definitely be regretting now.
No,
I think, well, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I think there were a lot of negative influence, especially for a girl who has not been to Lagos before. Understand? So I think there were a lot of influence, negative influence, and she was carried away by so many things. That's what I think.
That's
and
you
then,
talking.
And then that's me talking. Yeah. I also think that the way it happened, understand, the way she did it, I had no chance.
You are taking yourself out of it.
No. I'm just but it was all in the media.
So
it was in court. Police came to my house. It was in the media. Every channel that I would have used, no matter what. I'm not saying I am guilty of anything.
That you are not guilty.
No, I'm not. I know that I'm innocent of everything.
Everything.
Yeah,
like even when she accused you of beating her.
I'm innocent. We went to court. And in court, I remember one of the main marks. I remember clearly. It's always good to say these things so that people also will learn. One of the main things she was using against me, which was a birthmark she had on her chest and claimed is from the beating.
Yeah.
So I remember in court, they now brought that issue of beating and how she has that on her chest. So I said, okay, there's no way I can prove this because the only people that lived with me is her brother and her mom. And there's no way they will testify against their own daughter. But I thank God for technology now. I would pay any amount, let them go and verify where that mark came from. It's a small swelling. Yeah. So let them go and verify where it came from. If they can prove it, I accept everything she says I'm guilty. And they could not.
Okay, so the court records show that.
Yeah, it's there. It's there. So But you know, such things like divorce is something that I would not advise, because I mean there are children in between.
Yeah,
so divorce is something that I will not. In fact, I did everything to try to stop that. You know, one of the things I did was to chase her around, you know, and beg. Even though I know, I just think that something happened in between. I don't, you know, I travel a lot. I'm not always around. Even now, even in this marriage,
That's
I'm
the
always
new marriage.
traveling.
Your current marriage.
Well, my current marriage is still new. It's almost 10 years now.
Well,
so-
compared to that one, is
yeah, compared to that one.
Yeah.
No, compared to that one, this one is older. That one did not last up till this one.
Yeah, well, that one is first.
That one,
so is the
that
old
one is
marriage.
first. It's the old marriage,
Yeah, so
but this one
is
has,
new.
has lasted longer.
This is a new, longer lasting marriage.
You understand? So, you know, I tried that. I even took it to my pastor then, Odukoya.
Okay, Pastor Odukoya, yeah.
And you know, the truth is that one lesson I learned from all that is that I'm going to. This is hard, but one major lesson I learned is that not every tears is real tears. Don't ever fall for a woman's tears. Some women can easily shed tears, you know, to prove their innocence.
Can we say some people,
And
not just women?
okay, some people.
So we're not sexist.
Women don't share. Men don't shed tears.
Men do.
Men
That's
shed tears.
Oh yes, men do.
Cry like tears.
Oh yes, sure, they do. Haven't you seen a man cry before?
I don't. Well.
I do.
But I think the way men cry is even more emotional than women. It's just that they don't show it. Understand? You don't have to see a man's tears to know that a man is crying, if you ask me.
That's part of why they say that men are not emotional, and that's wrong. Africa. But complete that statement you were making about the...
No, yeah, because most of the places we go, you know, the woman talks faster. You know, she would talk, she would shed tears, and then she would... The shocking one is she would swear. Do you understand? For me, that's strange. I can never swear for something that is not true. And then, so if you are the one trying to judge, what would you do? So everybody just looked at me as a monster. But also, one thing I also would say from my experience is that no matter what you do in life, the truth will always come out.
Very true.
And this is very important for everybody out there in that situation. It's one situation I wish I can reverse. It's something I never want to happen to even my enemy.
Yeah.
If you remember, go and read my articles before that scandal.
Yes.
I have always been saying marriage is the most important thing in the world. If you get it wrong, it's better for you to die than marry a wrong woman. I've been saying that before, even my first marriage. Now, what is most important in all this is there is no remedy. Do not ever think that you have dated 1 million women, so you know women.
Yeah.
The only way you can assess a good woman and a good wife is by prayer, period.
Prayer.
It's by prayer. If you pray and God's approve for you to
proceed.
Proceed. But if you think that with your expertise, you are an expert, you are a big joker. That's one of the things I've learned from this.
So now, that's in the past now. Right, but what about the children? How are they doing?
They're fine. They're fine. 2 of them are in the university now.
That's
and,
good.
In fact, I just spoke to one while I was waiting for you. Understand? One is still in the secondary school, but you know, we are not salary earners. So
I know.
I try to do things in long term.
That's
you know,
true.
So I try not to, pay school fees small. You just pay for 1 year or pay for 2 years.
Yes, that's wisdom.
That's wisdom.
That's
Even house rent, I try to do like 3 years, 5 years.
Yes. So you have some peace of mind.
So you have some peace of mind.
Yeah. Okay, so now the home base, that's your home base now. Everything is settled. Your current marriage is...
Yeah, I'm happy. I thank God. I learnt my lessons the bitter way. When this happened, I didn't see it coming. I never expected for someone. But I'm not trying to play Mr. Good, but I always ask God, particularly one question. That's, I'm married now, so don't think I'm campaigning for myself. I've always been, as a young man, that guy who believes in one woman at a time, love one woman. And then I have friends who, they have 3, they have 6, they just treat them anyhow. And these people eventually got married and are living peacefully and happily with their wives.
Yeah.
No consequences of their past. I, who is an innocent boy who didn't do all that, why do I have to face this? That's my question, that maybe when I get in heaven...
Well, life happens to all of us. That's just the truth.
No, but I think
Life
that kind of
us.
thing should happen to people as consequences of the life that they live. Don't you think?
No, I don't think so. I think life happens. Many things in life happen without us being able to determine how they should flow. That's just the truth. Like you get out of your house and then somebody hits your car.
That's material. You can't compare that to
No,
marriage.
no. I'm talking about things happening that you don't have control over.
Okay, that's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
It's you're a very careful driver, but somebody hits your car. What are you going to do? You can't stop driving,
especially Kobe.
so it happens. Now let's move away from that and get a little bit back to that thing about romance. Of the African. And I'm asking you because many of your songs tend to look towards love, romance, and all that. And what's going on? Why is it alleged that the African man is unromantic or non-romantic or not romantic?
Yeah, the African man always feel he's a macho man, and then tradition. The African man always thinks of what family or society or friends will say. Like I was trying to, instead of being yourself, especially if the woman is someone who loves you and is honest to you. What I can't stand is dishonesty. Once you're honest to me, I'm fine. Understand? So I think that the reason why, and then there's also the, I don't want to use monetary, but these days now, especially around here, I don't know whether it's because of culture or tradition, I think it all starts from parents celebrating their children that are more successful against the ones that are not too successful.
That happens everywhere in the world.
Yeah, but I think that is where the materialism or the quest for everybody wanting somebody who can, what can you do for me? Can you take care of me? I think that's most of the basis now for love or romantic,
But I think that most times these things go back in history. Traditionally, historically, men have been burdened with the responsibility of taking care of their women.
Yes.
Right, and by inference, their households.
I agree, but it's just the way the African man takes care of his woman. It's not even romantic. Everything is like, look at, I'm not saying we should be like the white man, but women are emotional, I can bet you there are some marriages and some husbands who have not said, I love you in the last 7 years.
That's deep.
Understand? I can bet you, especially around here. After all, I give her everything she wants. She has a good car. She has a good house. I give her all the money she needs. that's not the end of it. There should be some.
So you believe that we should be as expressive as possible?
You should be friendly. You should never ever see your wife as your wife.
How do you want to see her?
As your girlfriend. You know how you treat your girlfriend when you are dating,
You're going to have to explain that to me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do the things you used to do before the kids. The same, take her out, you play, you do things like, let me make a confession. I think it rained like 3 or 4 days ago. But all of us were in the rain. The kids, my wife, and I were running around the house and playing in the rain. Those are things I used to do when I was a kid. And we're still doing it. Okay. Or get pipe water and start chasing each other.
You're just saying, like, creating a quality time.
You have to,
for yourself and your wife as against just for the children alone.
Yes.
But that
apart from children, you are not getting. What I'm trying to say here is that the African man believes that once he can provide money for you, that's it. That's love. That's romance.
All men. It's not all Africans. So it's just that there is some classification that says that's the way they all behave.
Sometimes some women, or let me not say what women, don't help it. They are also money. So the man feels okay. She doesn't even care about me. It's money. Okay, take money. Let me just be my own.
Okay,
you understand?
Okay, now I'll challenge you about something. You said the men don't cry, right? Or you said they don't cry. And I said, oh, men cry. I've seen men cry. I cry when it's necessary, you understand? And it doesn't stop me from being a man. Now, would you say that concept of the man in Africa not crying is not also part of the culture that forbids us from expressing how we truly feel, and it is reflecting on our romance and romantic life?
You see, we when we were talking about cry, we spoke about tears. Have you ever heard when an African man is wailing in pain?
Yeah, still crying.
But there's no tears.
He doesn't shed.
But you feel his pain.
He may not be shedding some tears.
That's what I mean. Okay, a man is supposed to be a shoulder that you can cry to or lean on. So you as a man, you are crying. What would the woman do? Where will she lean to? Where will she fall to? Who is going to console the children or the woman or the other people? You are the man. That's what it takes to be a man. So be a man. You can't be
That is something that I think I will look for a day that I bring you back in the studio and get other people who would express their own positions too. Because really, I believe that it is easier.
Even if you have to cry, nobody should see you crying.
Why can't you be seen?
Because you are what they look up to.
Yeah.
It is you that should stop them from crying.
But you also have needs.
Then you go and take it with God.
And
with God.
And the people in your house.
Go to your room and cry. And then tell God what you want to do. Then wipe your tears and come and be strong for them.
And the people in your house don't know how you truly feel. And they will keep thinking that you are a very strong man.
But you tell them by crying.
No, I mean, if your emotions break out, let it be free. You have to explain what the overlife Idama means now.
I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with me. All right. I think we should take a break now. When we come back, we'll continue our conversations with Zaki Aze. Please stay tuned.
Maybe you cry for me a bit.
Yes, you're welcome back to Timeless Conversations. And I still have Zaki Aze in the studio with me. Zaki, it's really nice to have you here. Now, let's go back to the things we have said so we can move on to the things we're about to say. Okay. And that's specifically the fact that a man cannot cry or should not cry or should cry. But, well, in the interceding period, you've had a little bit of a change of mind.
Well,
or a little bit of a rethink.
Yes. You know, you can't know it all sometimes. So at the angle that you are coming from or the way you are looking at it, I think there may be some sense in it, because sometimes it's I just feel, that if you want to express yourself, you should, you can do that, quietly on your own where nobody is seeing, because you represent the head of the family and all that. But it's also good sometimes for people to know that even the head can break down, so that people are also, so that you get some attention that could probably save your life or.
Oh, exactly. Somebody within
But
your...
I'm giving you only 20%. Not as if I agree totally. I'm
it
just
doesn't matter.
considering.
It's not the percentage, it's the fact that there's space for growth.
Yeah,
All right.
there's space for growth.
There's space for growth.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
now let's look at something. About in 1993, you came on the scene, right? And you were pivotal in the change of the music types and the listening choices of the Nigerian audience. It's almost 30 years now. Are you feeling old?
Not really. I'm not feeling anything yet. But it's the grace of God.
Yeah.
I'm not feeling anything yet, both physically, musically, spiritually.
Okay. Now, spiritually, you've had a very interesting encounter
with God.
With God,
Oh,
yes.
man. Sometimes I feel as if I'm the only one that exists.
That exists.
Because he's mindful of even things that I did not expect him to put his mouth. He will put his mouth.
Okay, tell me about that one where you were planning on acquiring some vehicle and then...
Oh, yes. We were Glo ambassadors at that time. And Glo took me, Lagbaja, Dibanj, I think even Paul Play at that time, to South Africa to do some stuffs. And we came back. I was still single. You understand? Then
Pikin never enter.
Pikin never enter. I was just there. So when we came back, they paid us some good money.
Yeah.
At that time, you could buy anything.
Yes.
So my colleagues already bought some Jeeps. I remember Paul Play bought X5 then. A BMW Jeep.
X5. Yeah.
So I was now swearing, okay, me too, I'll go and buy. But the kind of relationship I've had with God before that time, even up till now that I'm still enjoying, is that I get directions and he speaks to me, he guides me. So whatever he says, I dare not disobey, although I've always been the type that sees God as he's with me, he's not in heaven. I can talk to him like father to son. So when 2 days before the time when I was supposed to go and buy a car, he came and he directed me. I don't want to go into how he came and everything, but he directed me to go and buy properties, like plots of land somewhere in the island. He even mentioned the area, in the island. Then I was in the mainland. So when I woke up in the morning, because there are several issues where every time I get some money, he will intervene and tell me how to spend it. And it's becoming I want to flex, as a young man. I was even a teenager.
Yes.
Understand? I wanted to flex. I wanted to do things that other people are doing. Let me enjoy life. But, So he came this time and said that So I was angry. I now took a chair. I remember. I was very angry. I was sweating. Carried chair and kept it like this. I said,
So
look,
one
Jesus,
chair for him, one for you.
chair for me and him. I
Yes.
said, look, Jesus, sit down. If not because you are God, I will blow you. I will not only blow you, I will tell you. So I started talking. I was quarreling. Look at all these people. They are buying things. They are doing you brought me to show business. You are the one who put me in show business. And show business is all about show.
Show, go.
So if I don't show, how would I do the business? I was very angry. I ranted for like 3 hours until I got tired.
Oh, you got tired?
Yeah, I got tired. And he didn't even say, he didn't answer me, you understand? So, the next day I called my lawyer and said, look, go and help me look. He's Barrister Issa. Yes, Victor Issa.
Yes.
He was also a member of Fountain of Life Church then. He's now abroad. And I called him and said, go to the island. Please help me look for properties. I want
You
to
followed
buy
the
plots."
instruction.
I followed the instructions.
Any
He
regrets?
went. No regrets. No regrets.
So he went.
So he went. To cut the long story short, he came back, he said nothing. I said, no, I know what I had, go back.
Yes.
He went the third time and said, Kai, there must be something I'm doing. I said, no, I'm sure of what I'm saying. He now told me that they are asking for 1.4 million naira or so at that time.
Yeah.
And then I will do something, everything 1.6 million for about 6 plots of land, you know. So I was like, wow, okay, take the money. He said, he's a lawyer. I said, no, now, wait, now, let me go and do. I said, look, God has shown me this thing, just take. He said, no, I said, take. So I wrote the check and gave him, and he bought it eventually. And
it's your gold mine today.
I'm sure you know how much a lot of land
That's what I'm
costs.
saying. It's your gold mine today. It pays to listen.
It pays to listen. It's
And
good
to
to be
obey.
obedient, yes.
Yes.
But you see, it's more important to first have that relationship.
That's true.
That's the key thing.
That's
Once you
that's
have
the
that
truth.
relationship, for you to even get that relationship, you will know that you must obey.
Yes.
You must have gotten to a level where he knows that you will obey.
Yes.
So you are like, so now, anything I'm doing, I just ask. If he says cool, I cool. If he say go, I go. I'm not worried about anything. I'm not saying it's all rosy for me. There are
I
hard
know,
times,
I
but
know.
at the end, we all know that I will always win because it's not me. It's by his grace.
Very good. We'll take a break now. And when we're back, we'll talk more about Zacky's.
And then I'll collect some offering money.
We'll talk about your music career these days.
Okay.
Stay tuned, please. Welcome back. We're still with Zacky in the studio. So Zacky, your music career started about 30 years ago, and in those 30 years, you've dropped different hits and albums and all that. How do you fit into today's music types in
First of
Nigeria?
all, before I answer that question, you can see that I'm smiling. I'm just so happy.
Yeah.
I'm so happy with what is going on now. I least expect that I will still be alive. Everything happened so fast.
Yeah.
Understand? I think the point where the foundation and what gave us that strong edge, it's, I don't know, eventually. I can explain this thing, but it's a long story. But I think it's the fact that Nigerians eventually embrace Nigerian music.
That's very true.
That's the major thing that caused all this boom that because when we started, we were struggling. The airwaves, we played 95% Western music. The Nigerian music is like you have to, they just put you once because the in thing for everybody then, even our dressing, everything is American music, foreign music and all that. But somehow we kept trying, and plus the contribution of, we must not forget, the Nigerians in diaspora. While we were like 60% going with the struggle, they came in with their knowledge and expertise, what they have learned abroad. I can mention names, the No Hits group that came in. They boosted all these things. They increased the love for Nigerian music. Tiwa Savage, Banky W, a lot of, Nigerians who were abroad, when they now saw that, okay, the Nigerian music industry is growing, they came in and they did it in a different way that even we that are in Nigeria learned and changed our game too. So Nigerians quickly now 100% accepted Nigerian music. That is the boom. That is the turning point for Nigerian music. So for me, I am first very happy, and I am also enjoying one fact that my kind of music is different. So I'm still enjoying it. There's no competition for me. And what I have always said before is Mercedes-Benz is still Mercedes-Benz. Coca-Cola is still Coca-Cola. They rebrand.
Yes.
What is in their rebrand? They just change the shape of the bottle. But it's the same content.
Yeah.
So that is how you need to upgrade yourself.
Yes.
I was listening to, I can't remember who I was listening to. He said that the difference between old and young is when you refuse to evolve with time, develop yourself. You are still in the analog age. Understand? It has to do with your brain.
Yes.
If you decide to follow the trend and follow at your age, maybe you are age 90, you are age 80, you can still do Twitter, you can do Instagram, you are on TikTok, you know everything that is going, you are following the technology, you read a book every month or two, you keep learning, you just remain young.
Young, yes.
And relevant.
Yeah.
For me, that's what I've been doing, just to keep upgrading myself. And I also try to, I owned a studio for a long time.
Yes.
Most of my colleagues used to come and record in my studio, music studio. I produced some of my songs. But one of the key things I also did immediately I saw that change was to stop producing.
Okay.
And start using other producers. So I now go to different producers, different fields, but maintained my style of traditional hip-hop and Gida music.
Okay.
Which has a lot to do with Hausa, mixed up,
and northern
and all that.
Nigerian influence.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So you see, most of these producers, and I don't work with producers that are my set.
Yeah.
I always make sure I work with producers that are of the Gen Zs.
Oh, the younger
producers.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
No.
What
So-
informed that?
Yeah. So you are. There's always a clash between me and them.
Okay.
So that clash is what now produces something very unique.
Okay.
I know a lot of things they don't know. They know a lot of things I don't know.
Yes.
So by the time we work together, it brings out a unique sound.
Okay.
Understand? I always contribute a lot. I'm also a producer and a singer. But I don't influence what they say. I give them free hand to do whatever they want. When they have finished with doing whatever they want, I now put in one or two things, that is different from what they know.
Okay.
So they learn from me, I learn from them, and we produce something
And the
very
sound is
unique.
different.
And then I continue to evolve with time, using them.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
All right.
how
So
I've done it.
now, do you write all of your songs, or you have songs written by other people?
Well, I would say that I write all my songs. Yeah,
Okay.
There's only one song that was not written by me.
Which one was that?
Mata.
Oh, that one.
Yeah, that. Mata. Yes. One of my friends, I can't even remember his name now.
Wow.
Years
The
back.
guy will fight you if you can't remember his name.
Jesus, I can't remember his name now. It's long.
Okay.
And he just came to me like a joke that I should do this song now. I said, leave me alone.
I love that song
Understand?
too.
Yeah,
love
today
it
is
too.
an evergreen. In fact, to shock you, I just did a remix of that song that is featuring Dija. You remember Dija from Marvin?
You should put it on YouTube then.
Yeah,
I listen to Mata on YouTube.
Ah.
Yeah. I watch it on.
I just
there's a
collected
video.
it from Chucky, the producer.
Okay.
So those are the kind of producers I'm talking about.
Okay.
Chucky is not. Chucky should be like 25.
But then he's got the talent.
Yeah, he's good.
Yes.
In fact, the other song, Notice, the guy is 22, Trent.
Wow.
He's 22 years old. As of the time we did Notice. Maybe now he's 23 or so.
Okay. So it's like you don't have any problem mingling with the sound and music of the Gen Z generation.
If you have any problem with that sound, something must be wrong with you. That's what I think.
That's heavy.
Yeah, that's heavy, yeah. You know why you cannot have anything wrong with the sound? It's because it's so versatile. It's so much. It's so different. They have different feels. If you say, okay, you don't want Afrobeat, what would you say about Chike?
Yeah,
it's sentimental.
That's something
so,
different.
But you must not. I don't think anybody in his right senses will say he has problem with the sounds of now because there are too many. They are different. If you don't like Burna Boy, You will like Wizkid or Wande Cole.
Yes.
Or there are just too many for you to choose from.
Wande Cole is also very strong.
Yeah.
Very, very
Very
strong.
talented and
Yes,
strong.
yes. And he's
You
also
know?
very proud of his background.
Yes.
Just like
Mushin
you.
boy.
Yes, now. The last time we were talking, you said something about the influence of Kaduna on your music.
Yeah.
And so to
Kaduna
you,
is
Kaduna
home.
is really home.
Yeah, that's home. That's home for me. That's home. I started going to Benue State at
an older age.
Older age, yeah. But Kaduna, sometimes I feel very bad with what's going on there.
Yeah.
Even now with the several kidnappings, the original indigenes of the Kaduna state are being dominated and flushed out systematically. It's painful. But that is one of the most peaceful.
One of the most peaceful places that you grew
Before.
up in.
Yeah. Everybody was like sister and brother. Different tribes, Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa. There's no segregation, Muslim, Christian. There's nothing like that. It was really a good place. That's why I did this song, Wayo Kaduna, Wayo Kaduna, but you may not know it because...
No, I may not understand the language, but I can flow with the music.
Yeah, that's true.
I flow with the passion that's coming from you in the
true.
song, and I wish there could be something that could be done. What would you like done to Kaduna?
I want them to live in peace and unity. And to also try and also give the position of leadership to the original indigenes of Kaduna State.
Who are the original?
The Gwaris.
Yes.
They are the Gwari people, understand? The majority of the Kaduna indigenes are Gwari people.
Okay.
They are the original owners of Kaduna, understand? I'm not saying the other minority tribes should not be in position of power, but it's good to always balance it. When you have a lot of the leadership position coming from one side, it's also good for the other side to
be included.
Have a fair share, so that there would be peace, there will be balance, and everybody will feel not cheated. And sometimes when you are from a certain area, you feel their pain, you know their needs more. Because one of the major problems we have in leadership is that there's always a bridge in communication between the people that are being led and the leaders.
And those leading them.
The people leading them just think that, okay, they need this. You just come and do it, not knowing and finding out from the people what is your pain, what is your actual need, what is your wish, how can we improve your lives, how can we lead you and and make progress.
Okay, let's talk about your role as second vice president of PMAN. What do you think PMAN ought to be doing or should be doing or is doing in the Nigerian entertainment sector?
Well, one of the main thing I think PMAN should be doing, which we are doing, is try to unite us. That is why us, I mean everybody in the entertainment industry, including you, sir. I think one of the major issues that we've always had in PMAN for years is the fact that most entertainers don't believe in PMAN because of the differences, different fractions in the past that we've been having, fighting each other, and not doing much for the entertainers themselves. So people don't have faith. Just like the way Nigerian politics used to be. It's now that everybody's attention is in leadership and Nigerian politics. Before, these politicians are liars. Nobody cares about politicians, but now. So it's the same thing with PMAN. It was just ups and downs. If you remember, I've been vice president of PMAN longer. I've been with PMAN longer than even the president now because I was the vice president for Femi Lasode, if you remember,
Yeah,
years
I
back.
remember Femi Lasode, yes.
Okay, so there's a reason why I have always been particular and voluntary, because there's a lot of P-Man takes a lot of your time and your money. We've worked so hard to bring P-Man where it is. 9 years, putting our own money. Sometimes we fight over money. Why every time I'm the one bringing 100, 200,000, what about, there's always that. But we're putting in our money just because we also have children now that are growing up. We don't want it to be continuous. Most of them want to come into music. They will now come and suffer what we suffered.
Yeah.
And then if you travel, whilst I told you how we went to record for Glow, is it the keyboardist or the producer came with a 7 Series BMW?
In South Africa.
In South Africa. In Nigeria, is the A-list star that will call a producer or not. You see, but now producers drive those kind of cars.
Yes.
You can see that we're growing now. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I meant, that if anybody in his right senses, we know that we have arrived now. So you see, the major, what we are trying to do now is to clean the image of P-Man.
Okay.
Now we're having A-list artists coming to P-Man. The Gen Zs are now coming. The new generation artists. Before, P-Man is where you go and see both smoking, retired people who are just, there going from one governor to source for funds. We have members of P-Man, they collect, all that. They are not really doing what P-Man stands for.
So you're saying that P-Man now, right, is all about making the music pay for the musician.
Yeah, it's the major aim of P-Man is the welfare of the entertainers. Understand? So, like now we've created what is called biometric cards.
Yeah.
Where, as a member of P-Man, you just register with 6,000 naira. You have health insurance. Your intellectual properties are protected. We even give loans, some soft loans, you understand? You have health insurance. No more like, okay, contribute money, and this person is sick. All that is history. If you are a member of P-Man.
If you are a registered.
If you are a registered member of P-Man. That's why we have a lot of people coming to register now.
Okay.
So we're trying to clean our house first, and then put the right structures in the. We just. The bill that was just passed with the presidency, that was our work. That was our effort.
Okay.
Understand? So a lot of things are changing, and the NCC is really working with us hand to hand. We've been able to achieve a lot already. But before, nobody's gonna give the government in the center will not give that kind of attention to P-Man. But now they are giving us attention. Plus, look at the P-Man has never ever had an office of his own before.
Okay.
Now we bought a building in Chevy View, which is P-Man headquarters. So we are making progress out of just this little.
So it's like P-Man has also been able to leverage on the improvement in the boom, as you called it, in the Nigerian music industry.
No. I wouldn't say that, because all these things were already in place. We had already, well, I don't know how to put it. Maybe.
Okay,
I'm trying to
say you said those things were in place.
Yeah.
Right. So it's like preparation meeting opportunity.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say. They were already in place. Understand? So we are just opportuned that the boom is coming now that we are ready.
Yes.
We are putting our house in order. And the key factor, that is why the major problem of Nigeria has always been leadership. We will never make any progress in this country if we don't sort our leadership issues. We must get good leaders to achieve anything. It's the same thing that has happened to P-Man. This progress we are making is because we have a leader who has a vision, who is not a corner person.
Pranking.
Yes. who have seen his passion on the entertainment industry and how to provide good welfare for the entertainers themselves, especially musicians.
Yes.
You know, so seeing that, I keyed in. I will not work with. I will not. I'm a very busy person. I can't be wasting my time in P-Man if the leadership is not right. It's because I saw that the leadership was right that I went in. That is why I worked with Femi Lasode. He also was a good leader, but the people around him, you know. But this particular leader is wise to surround himself with people like us.
Yeah.
Understand, who will not mislead him or will not go and betray him or do something wrong that we spoil his works.
So on a larger plane now, where do you see P-Man going?
P-Man would eventually arrive as the biggest union, in the entertainment industry eventually, in the whole of Africa, because only Nigeria is leading. Nigeria is leading the world now, musically, anywhere you go to in the world. The fact that we have this population and we are leading, we are on top musically, it also means that eventually P-Man will be recognized and accepted. There's no way you would want to attract what is going on now, because music has changed. The musicians themselves have changed. Before, producers are not superstars. Today, producers are superstars. Models are superstars. Keyboardists are celebrities. Everybody is being celebrated now. The industry has fully blown now. So this is even the best time for what is happening to happen. So I think, like you said, it's an opportunity meet
Preparation meeting opportunity.
Preparation meet opportunity. That's exactly what's happening in P-Man.
Okay. So it's been nice having you, Zaki. I have enjoyed my chat with you.
Yes, thank you for having me.
Believe that soon we will get together again.
Okay.
Maybe we'll just allow some months to go by.
Yes.
And we'll come back. Thank you so much, Zaki.
I'm looking forward to the tears.
Yeah, to the tears.
You promise me.
No, if
you promise me to cry me a tear, cry me a river.
Even you said you tear up when you watch movies.
Yeah.
So if you can cry then, so please, there's nothing wrong in crying.
That means
nice
I cried
having
before.
you here, man. Nice having you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yes,
thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
It's been Timeless Conversations with Zaki Aze as my guest. Next time, we'll bring you another guest and some more conversation. Thank you for watching. Take care.
Mata iyayen mu ne su, dole ne mu zange mama su. Dole. Wata guda so dole daidai, ku dubi yunkurin haifa ‘ya'ya. Kun ga su suke haifa ‘ya'ya, suke wanke ‘ya'ya, suke runguma ‘ya'ya, suke goya ‘ya'ya, har yara su girma. Ba shakka. ‘Yan uwa ku bar rena mata, ‘yan uwa ku bar rena mata. Mata iyayenmu ne su, mata iyayenmu ne su. ‘Yan uwa ku bar rena mata, ‘yan uwa ku bar rena mata. Mata iyayenmu ne su, mata iyayenmu ne su. Ko a ko ina sai da mata, aiki daban-daban gare su mata. Mata suna nan da aure, su je dawa.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
And a warm good evening and welcome. I'm Emmanuel Uluboboko and this is News Now. Local government elections in Rivers State have been disrupted due to an alleged police shootings and tear gas used at Ward 19, Elikaya, Port Harcourt City. The Rivers State Police Command has promised to release an official statement on the incident, as despite controversies and court orders directing police not to participate, the election went ahead on Saturday. The Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission, RESEC, stated that the 5th October 2024 Local Government Council elections will proceed as scheduled. The explosion hit the secretariat of the Rivers State All Progressive Congress led by Tony Okocha, who alleged it was politically motivated and blamed the governors in Life Bara for declaring war over the election. A group of youths protested against Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission's electoral process in Rivers State, following a pro-election demonstration in support of local government elections. The protest, primarily organized by youths, gathered at the Polo Club area of GRA in Port Harcourt and marched towards the broader GRA vicinity. They insisted that there is no local government election in the state and relied on the Abuja Federal High Court judgment ordering the police and Independent National Electoral Commission not to participate. Now, the Action People's Party, APP, won 22 out of 23 chairmanship positions in the recent Rivers State local government elections, according to retired Justice Adolphus Nebeli, Chief Election Officer of Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission. However, the announcement for Eche local government area has been delayed due to ongoing results collations. Moving on, despite threats and opposition from some political parties, some voters in Rivers State are exercising their civic responsibility. In our sampling unit, as caretaker chairman, Chijake Eowan cast his vote earlier at Obia Akwo Ward 1 Unit 40, present electioneering process, and urging Rivers people to defend their votes.
The election is going on very, you can see the atmosphere is very calm and peaceful. Nobody is doing anything, no security agent, but the election is really calm because this election that will decide the people of the grassroots in the locality, you understand? We have 3 tiers of government, and these are the most important election that will touch the life and the people of the local government.
Chief Emeka Becker, the chairman of the APC in Moa local government area, praised the well-coordinated election held at Rumakmasi, Ola, Ward 3, Unit 4, Elibrada community.
Describe it as a very peaceful one, despite that the enemies of our state are trying to disrupt the activities of RISEC. By the grace of God, we're here, and you can see that people are here. Election is moving on smoothly. I've just casted my vote, so other people also cast their vote for the candidate they want to be voted for. So I want to employ our people to remain calm and let us do the right thing, because what we're doing is the right thing. We're not doing what is not right. So I want to assure people that they should go about and vote for the candidate of their choice and ensure that they do the right thing. Describe it as a very peaceful one, despite that.
Becker condemned Chief Tony Okuchal's fractional office burning and also distanced APC members from the act, as he also urged people to disregard opposition parties' call for no election in the state.
I just saw something that is trying to system. If there's anybody who knows me that I'm not that kind of character. The 2 parties secretary has been on, and nobody has been able to destroy anyone. I don't think anybody who has done that, I totally condemn that. Is not in my character, and I would never get involved in such thing because I don't believe in that. That is not the best way to go about something. If you have an issue, the court is the place that you go to sort out your problem.
So those who are busy doing protests and all that, I think what they are doing is wrong. Let me also say that it is quite unfortunate that the Nigerian Police Force, led by the Inspector General of Police, have reduced itself to be used by Chief Banisaye Sobese-Wiki, the FCT minister. Is quite unfortunate, and Rivers people are watching that Wiki has reduced himself to want to even be the president of this country. We have a president, for God's sake. Wiki cannot be in Abuja and govern. We can't have 2 governors in our state. We already have the governor, Sasmila Fubara. We voted. Wiki has done his tenure for 8 years. He has allowed Fubara to do his tenure. What he's doing is just because this is the structure. He's coming for the structure. We apologize the structure from him. This is the structure of Rivers, this is the grassroots. People, Rivers have rejected Wiki. What they are doing is just protest. Also remember when Atiku and others did protest. If you are calling them SUG president, today Wiki has led men of integrity on the street of Port Harcourt to start protesting. So let me say that what goes around comes around. So whatever you do will come back for you. What Wiki did to Rotimi Amechi is what is happening to him now.
As at the time following the report, election has ended in some units, while some places had no voting at all. Now, on October the 5th, 2025, an explosion destroyed the All Progressives Congress Secretariat in Rivers State, led by Tony Okucha. As the explosion occurred during the local government election, and Okucha accused the governor of declaring war over the election. Police authorities in the state have stated that they won't provide security for the election, citing a court order. However, the RESEC confirmed that the 5th October local government council election in Rivers State will proceed as scheduled, citing the RESEC Law of 2018 and the 1999 Constitution.
About 3:20 a.m., some gun-trotting young men with their explosive and all that came here and dropped the first explosive. Maybe because the second one they dropped around that side did not detonate. They came back the second time where you see to burn the structure. Look at the security house is gone. Behind me, you will see too that there was also an attempt. It was just our boys, not an attempt, they did. Our boys now came, our people came, and they were able to put out the fire. We had made entry to police, police station. The DPO came himself to ascertain the level and extent damage. When the governor said that he's ready for war, that it is his last fight, even against a judgment of court that has been served on him, that he had made references to over and over again. So what else? Is APC Secretariat here any voting unit? There's no voting unit here. So it was deliberate to see how they can annihilate us. It is deliberate to see how they can embarrass us. It is a deliberate attempt to see how they can decimate us.
Moving on news, Ulums have set the Akwa Ibom State Independent Electoral Commission office in Ibiona Ibom on fire, according to the State Police Public Relations Officer ASP Temfon John. Though some Ulums are partially set the fire ablaze, electoral materials remain intact and the election continued as scheduled. Security has now been increased at all ACSEC offices and strategic locations across the state to prevent further sabotage. John emphasized the police's tireless effort to ensure the elections proceed without a hitch. Non-voting took place in 31 local government areas of Akwa Ibom State to elect chairman and councillors for the next 3 years. Early morning rains caused delays in polling units, affecting human and vehicular movement. Despite a large turnout in the EU, accreditation and voting did not commence until 9 a.m. Senate President Godswill Akpabio commended the election process but called for Nigerians to be more cautious as the Akwa Ibom State Independent Electoral Commission office in Ibiona Ibom local government area was set ablaze by Ulums. Security has now been increased at all ACSEC offices and strategic locations to prevent further sabotage.
There's been no election as far as Oburoka is concerned. I don't know what has happened in the rest of Akwa Ibom states, but in the morning we mobilized our voters to the polling units and we've waited till this time and we've not seen any material coming to the center. No policeman, no security agency, nobody is here. We've gone to INEC or ACSEC to ask them where they have sent materials to, and they have no answers to us.
We are angry that in a democratic dispensation, citizens of Oburoka cannot vote. They have been disenfranchised. And this is worst for it that we are practicing a democracy. We are calling on government at all levels to condemn what is happening in Oburoka local government area. This is a display of cowardice by the PDP. If they wanted election to test popularity, they should allow the citizens of government of Oburoka, the local government entirely, to participate in elections, and whoever wins will win, whoever loses will lose, and then we'll enjoy the spirit of sportsmanship.
And the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, also participated in the Akwa Ibom local government election. Speaking after voting at Tukana Ward 1, Estianudim local government area, Senator Akpabio says
I believe strongly in the autonomy of local governments, and the Supreme Court had recently given a verdict that there is need for funds of local governments to go directly to local governments. But it will still need a bit of parliamentary tinkering for that to become a reality as a result of various provisions in the Constitution and in the various acts, like the Joint Local Government Accounts Committee, and of course the provision of what we call SIEC, which in Akwa Ibom is called ACSEC, Akwa Ibom State Independent Electoral Commission. So my coming here today is to, one, participate in the local government polls, and secondly, to observe the conduct of the local government elections by the state governments. If elections are allowed to be free and fair, that a lot of political parties will choose people on the basis of their competence and not on the basis of the ruling party in that state. It calls to question the conscience of Nigerians, the need for us to examine our conscience.
Now, the Benue State local government election has been delayed due to poor logistics, potentially impacting voter turnout. When people return to their business premises to eat while young people watch the English Premier League game. The Benue State Independent Electoral Commission board supervisor stated that the delay will not affect the election outcome, as Makurdi streets were also busy with voters concerned about the election's credibility. No voting materials were received across the township ward of Wayomali ward, and youth gathered at a betting counter to complain about unopened polling units. Moving on, Anambra State Governor Professor Chukwuma Soludo has sworn in 21 newly elected local government chairmen from the All Progressives Grand Alliance, APGA, during the council elections. He emphasized the need for collaboration between the state government and local government to ensure the state's growth and progress. Soludo also emphasized the importance of providing basic amenities and improving citizens' lives in their constituencies. He advised against corrupt practices and judiciously use public funds for the benefit of the people. The deputy chairman of the 21 local government areas were also inaugurated. Akwa Ibom State Governor Umar Eno has announced that the office of the First Lady of the state will continue to function with Ellen Eno of Baraki as the coordinator to immortalize his deceased wife, Patience Eno. Eno assured his administration that the office would continue to sustain and broaden visions and programs initiated through it. Eno praised the departed First Lady as a biblical virtuous woman, as his closest prayer partner and cheerleader. Nigeria's First Lady Senator Oluremi Tinubu expressed regret over Patience Eno's death and commended Eno's resolve to maintain the office. Moving on, the Lagos State government has announced plans to ban the use and sale of styrofoam and also single-use plastics in the state. The ban began on February 12, 2024 and was extended until the end of 2024. Tokunbo Wahab, Commissioner for Environment and Water Resources, emphasized the ban's benefits for future generations, climate action, sustainable waste management, and community quality of life. The government is also committed to engaging stakeholders and considering economic issues to provide adequate notice and awareness.
The state government is very much interested in the progress and well-being of business organizations within this sector, and will not take any action to jeopardize their interests, as this will be counterproductive to the progress and financial stability of the state. But at the same time, it must be clearly noted that the state government will not shy away from its responsibility of having a clean and sustainable environment.
I want to say on behalf of the Director General of the Association that man is wholly in support of having a clean environment, not just in Lagos State, but the entirety of Nigeria.
As a key player in the retail sector, we fully understand the impact of, plastic pollution to eco-friendly alternatives. So we are committed to collaborating with, the government and stakeholders to ensure smooth transition to eco-friendly alternatives.
We've been holding various stakeholders meeting among ourselves to make sure that our product, which is commonly called pure water, does not pose hazard to the environment.
As a responsible government, no government is interested in sending people out of business. But government is also mindful that they need to do their core responsibility towards the populace by keeping the nation safe and free from threats.
Statistics have showed that Lagos generates over 30,000 tons of waste daily, with a significant percentage being single-use plastics and styrofoam, which was later magnanimously extended till the end of year 2024 upon stakeholders' appeal to give room for more consultation and that the ban, although I use the word, I change that ban to phase out, it's a process, and that the phase out of SUPs be effective by year 2025. The future of Lagos, our health, environment, and economy rest on the action we take today.
Now, police in Ogun State have arrested a 29-year-old serial killer armed robber who specializes in raping and killing young girls. Philip Ogunaike, a 29-year-old man from Abeokuta, has been arrested after killing 3 girls in similar circumstances. The suspect is responsible for missing persons cases in Abeokuta metropolis, as he usually lures girls to isolated areas, kidnaps them, demands ransom from their family, rapes them, and kills them.
In an environment where we include all stakeholders, particularly the mosque, the churches, our religious leaders, our traditional leaders, to do more of sensitization. Because if a 29-year-old person can be so heartless to carry out such killings, it is actually a disturbing trend. And unfortunately, these victims are all innocent kids.
The Commissioner urged parents to be security cautious and also train their children to be alert and avoid strangers, as the suspect confessed to being a member of a secret cult and his accomplice is currently at large.
Because of the bad gang that we used to join, that is what used to lead us to. That's what led us to those things. Because I know if I had not joined by gang and I had not used to follow those people that used to do bad things, I know that I may not be able to do all these things. If they want to give us judgment, they should just give us, they should go and kill us, because they are the one that lead me to that stupid thing.
Police said the suspects will be arraigned in court after they have concluded their investigations. Over 6 inmates at Nigeria Correctional Facility in Makurdi Ranger has now been granted pardons by Governor Aysent Aliye, following recommendations from the Advisory Council on the prerogative of mercy. One of the freed inmates, Mr. Omar Dansabe, was sentenced to death by hanging in an armed robbery operation. The freed inmates have been empowered with skills to become self-reliant and useful to society. The Attorney General and the Commissioner for Justice and Public Order urged inmates to improve their lives.
The Governor of Benue State has released 6 inmates from our custodial center. He was committed to death, but now the Governor has graciously granted him pardon so that he can go out. It has said that he will not go back to that kind of practice again. Even as you have seen him, he's sick, he cannot do those things he's doing again. So he has launched a trade here in the yard, and he will continue with that trade when he gets out, so that he can use that to take care of himself.
His Excellency, we granted brought independence to some of the inmates that are this Royal Correctional Center, releasing them depending on the gravity of the offense and how he considered them. So he recognized the fact that somebody's story is not stagnant. The person can change from bad to good behavior. So today they are released, and the message is go and be good citizens of Benue and Nigeria at large.
It's armed robbery. You collected phone from a woman. I saw the 16,000 naira. I was called and charged to the court, and they were sentencing me to death by hanging. I appreciate the governor very well for him to look into my matter, to change me today to free the man. And I promise, by him doing so to me, I will be as an example to other people that are here.
The Benue State government has declared a cholera outbreak due to flood damage in Maiduguri and other local government areas. Out of 451 suspected cases, 17 turned positive, indicating an increase in the affected communities. The State Commissioner of Health, Professor Baba Malam Ghana, called for urgent action to sensitize and vaccinate the population. Over 270,000 people have now been vaccinated, and Ghana urged residents to adopt good hygiene to control the spread of the disease.
By this declaration and the One Borno Health Team, we are appealing to all the line ministries and agencies and departments and partners to join hands and provide optimal responses in order to control the current cholera outbreak. The state is still expecting more supplies of the cholera vaccines from the Federal Ministry of Health. However, we are recording increasing number of acute watery diarrhea, which is suspicious of cholera, which is not unconnected with the flood devastation.
Now, health experts have advised Nigerians and doctors to conduct comprehensive tests on fever-related cases to ensure they are malaria before treatment. The National Malaria Elimination Program advises this as malaria cases continue to rise globally, with Nigeria accounting for 27% of recorded cases and death, or 31% as NMR 2023. Woditaco recommends prompt diagnosis and treatment with recommended anti-malaria drugs.
One of our major interventions is for us to be able to diagnose adequately. And when we diagnose adequately, we do not want presumptive diagnosis. Just because you have a fever, you have the normal symptoms that you think you experience when you have malaria, then you go ahead and start taking medicines. That's not what we want.
The group advocates for media collaboration with the government to raise awareness and educate citizens about the significance of malaria testing before treatment.
By environmental sanitation through advocacy, communication, and social mobilization. And I tell you this morning that this advocacy, communication, and social mobilization activities cannot be achieved without the media.
Poor drainages. Reinforce your drainages, they remain, they collect water. Go there in 3-4 days. Mosquitoes, everything that will promote the breeding of mosquitoes in our environment is there. The temperature, the humidity, the altitude. Then you now help them by providing a habitat, that is water. So if we're able to work on this, honestly, we are going to crash down, because if the larva does not grow to mosquito will not come to our neighborhood.
We test every fever case that comes to the hospital. Okay? It's very, very important we test, just so that we're able to accurately or treat the disease, confirm it, and then treat it appropriately. By doing that, you will save the person the economic implications or the economic burden of the disease. You will prevent the risk of drug resistance, because these organisms too are also trying to survive.
Medical experts advise not all fevers, malaria, taking prescribed drugs, maintaining cleanliness, and conducting a proper test before malaria treatment. Professor Epiphany Azinge, the new Asaba of Asaba, has now pledged to significantly impact the town's well-being by preserving its traditions and culture. He plans to leverage its traditional status to attract infrastructural development, including a federal university. Azinge assures no one in his domain will be marginalized and urges other contenders to work with him for unity and development. This coronation ceremony was attended by Kingmaker Chief Ubaka Ato. Now, the Nigerian Conservation Foundation, NCF, has restated its commitment to environmental conservation and sustainability. At the Foundation's 35th Annual General Meeting in Lagos, the President of the Board of Trustees, Izoma Philip Asiodu, urged the National Executive Council to work towards establishing NCF offices in all states of the Federation. Asiodu noted that the stronger NCF presence at the sub-national level would promote grassroots advocacy for nature conservation and sustainability, as he emphasized that solving environmental problems requires robust action and response at both local and global levels, as conservation issues transcend borders. The BOT president also reported that NCF's flagship Green Recovery Nigeria program had successfully planted 285,000 trees in the past year, as the GRN seeks to increase Nigeria's forest cover from current 7% to 25% by the year 2047.
We got the Endangered Species Act passed, trying to prevent Nigerians destroying the habitat of animals. And with the Duke of Edinburgh, we commissioned the project to protect gorillas, which were being attacked and consumed by the villagers there. The African gorilla. It's only between Cameroons and Nigeria that they are left.
Also speaking, the chairman and say of NCF, Justice Bukola Adibi, said that the efforts of the foundation in protecting endangered species showed promising results in the year under review 2023. Adibi said that beyond the amazing feat achieved by the foundation in 2023, NCF continued to face threats from illegal logging, poaching, and also climate change. In his report, the Director General of NCF, Dr. Joseph Onoja, said that 2023 marked the foundation's third year of implementation of the Strategic Action Plan, SAP 2021 to 2025.
Despite the challenges posed by global economic downturn, we have remained steadfast in our mission to preserve Nigeria's rich biodiversity and promote sustainable development. The year under review has been marked by significant milestones and achievements that have further solidified our position as the leading conservation organization in Nigeria. Allow me to highlight a few. I won't read through everything because it's in the annual report. Habitat restoration. Through our various reforestation and habitat restoration projects under our flagship program, the Green Recovery Nigeria, GRN. As stated earlier by the President, we have successfully planted 285,000 trees, which is like a dot and a drop in the ocean. And we have a lot more to do, and we have to do it collectively.
In terms of our research and monitoring, we have strengthened our research and monitoring programs, utilizing advanced technologies such as drone surveillance and camera traps to gather critical data on wildlife population and their habitats. The Foundation's M&E unit was strengthened in the year under review through capacity building and continued engagement with the M&E consultants to make our activities data-driven, to make it very strong. We had community engagement and education, and also community-based conservation, where we partner with the German government through our German partners, the BirdLife German partner called NABU, where we're able to get some funding to work with some communities in Cross River State as we continue with our work, community-based conservation. In terms of policy and advocacy, we continue to engage government at different levels, both at the national and the sub-national level with different states.
And now, going a quick commercial break, and when we return, the news continues. To stay with us.
Welcome to Bayes University, Abuja, Nigeria, with a legacy of excellence and a vision for nurturing future leaders. Bayes University is in a league of its own. We're all about our people, processes, and technology.
Bayes is one of the highly rated universities in Nigeria in terms of product quality standards.
We don't just produce graduates, but groom people into employers of labor.
And it has made us understand that learning is all about three things:
We learn, we unlearn, and we relearn.
Bayes University Hospital offers a range of specialized services equipped with the latest technology manned by a team of trusted professionals. And now, our vision extends beyond our walls with the Baba Ahmed University in Kano following our lead. Join us at Bayes University and invest in your future today.
Bayes University is the institution that you will get the best value for money education in Nigeria.
Bayes University. Learn to live.
I will take you through this amazing lesson today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
I'm glad to have back now. Move on straight to other parts of Africa. Tunisians have now protested against President Kais Saied, accusing him of limiting the number of opponents for the upcoming presidential election. Protesters, including young people, are refusing to vote due to the lack of candidates and the lack of guarantees for a transparent and free election. Tunisia's Electoral Commission has only approved 2 other candidates to run against Saied, and several other potential candidates have now been ruled out through prosecution and imprisonment. Since 2019, Saied has suspended parliament and pushed through a new constitution to reinforce his power. His administration has also clamped down on perceived opponents, arresting lawyers, journalists, and activists. Also, the International Criminal Court, ICC, has unsealed arrest warrant for 6 men linked to a Libyan military and responsible for multiple killings and crimes in Tahuna, Libya. The warrants were issued in April 2023 and 2 more in July 2023, but were kept on the seal. The mass graves were discovered after the military's withdrawal following a 14-month campaign by military commander Khalifa Haftar to wrest control of Tripoli from militaries allied with the former United Nations recognized government. The ICC relies on cooperation from its 124 member states to enforce arrest warrants. The investigation began in 2011 at the request of the United Nations Security Council. Now, the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, has launched a vaccination campaign against the Mpox virus, which has caused widespread health issues in the country. The first vaccines were administered to hospital staff, and the program is set to target the general population. The DRC has now received 265,000 vaccine doses, including donations from the US and the European Union, but is still waiting for millions more from France, Japan, and the US. Now, the strategy focuses on priority groups such as those with existing health conditions and medical workers. President Joe Biden plans to donate 1 million doses to African nations. Now, Rwanda has confirmed its fourth outbreak of the Marburg virus, causing 8 fatalities. The deadly virus, which can spread to humans from fruit bats and also infected bodily fluids, has a fatality rate of up to 88%. The Health Ministry advises the public to avoid close contact with symptomatic individuals and maintain good hygiene practices. The government is also increasing contact tracing, surveillance and testing, and urging citizens to maintain good hygiene. The Health Ministry has released guidelines stating patients will not receive visitors in the next 14 days.
If this virus increases, it will affect we as people. It will kill us the way it did in COVID, and we can even go back to the lockdown.
Within the country, the first case tested was from one of the university teaching hospitals within Kigali. Was a patient followed in emergency care, ICU, which were not responding to other treatments. And many tests were conducted, including these viral diseases. There are many, and this happened to be positive. From there, contacts and tracing other contacts, and that's where also healthcare providers, some of them already developing symptoms.
Now, South Africa, French President Emmanuel Macron has emphasized the shared values of the French-speaking world in dealing with the global conflicts, including the wars in Ukraine and Gaza. He called for Ukraine's sovereignty to be protected and a two-state solution to the Israel-Gaza war. Now, Macron also emphasized the importance of protecting civilians in the French-speaking world and beyond as he kicked off the 19th Francophone Summit at Château de Villers-Cotterêts, where heads of state and members of the International Francophone Organization met to discuss the future of the French language and international crisis. Now, Palestinian ambassador to Nigeria, Abdullah Sawish, has now accused Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of prolonging the ongoing war in Gaza, the West Bank and Lebanon to remain in office. Shawish claims that without the ongoing war, Netanyahu would have been removed from power or jailed with his family for war crimes. The ongoing conflict between Israel, Hamas and Hezbollah continues.
Current Israeli Prime Minister, without a war, he cannot be survived. Without, this is a personal war for him and the Israeli side, of course, with the other messianic fanatic ministers or his government right now. If this war come to its end, the current Prime Minister, most probably he will be jailed. There will be an investigation committee even in Israel, and they will treat him with the right issue that he deserves. Most probably he and his family will be jailed. This is his intention right now to make sure that the war is escalating and to cover all the general, in general, the Middle East.
Palestine is open to discussion ending the war based on the two-state solution and is ready to appear on any local Nigerian television station to discuss this.
This is the time for the media to play this crucial role, to gather us, to invite us, me and the others. I'm ready, of course, me and the others in your screens to discuss this issue, but negotiate. We have our leaders, of course, President Abbas, the PLO and the others, and they, of course, have their leaders to discuss this issue, to negotiate it. But to discuss it, feel free, of course, to invite me anytime, any one of you, of course, with my partner or the other counterpart to me, the Israeli or the American, to discuss this issue and to shed light for this subject.
Now, calling the United Nations to prevail on Israel to end the hostility in Gaza and the West Bank through any legal means possible. Now, I'll take a quick commercial break, and when we return, the news continues. Stay with us.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2020. 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
And straight away, move on to business. The federal government has officially started selling crude oil and refined products in the country on October 1st, 2024, in accordance with a directive from the Federal Executive Council. The Nigeria National Petroleum Corporation (NNPC) will supply 385 kbpd of crude oil to the Dangote refinery to be paid for in Nigeria. The Naira for Crude initiative aims to reduce Naira pressure, eliminate transaction costs, and improve petroleum product availability, which the Dangote refinery will also supply petrol and diesel equivalent to the domestic market with diesel sold in Naira. The government is also establishing a one-stop shop to coordinate service provision from regulatory agencies and other stakeholders. And on to entertainment news, the much anticipated the Sketch 2 Finish fashion show and talent hunt has kicked off with our bang as aspiring models flooded the venue at Surulere, Lagos for the craftsmanship model auditions. The event, which is set to showcase the best of Nigerian fashion talent, saw an overwhelming turnout of young and talented individuals vying for their chance to shine on the runway. Plus, the news correspondent Love Oyedekun tells us more in this report.
The audition was marked by a high level of energy and passion. Participants gave it their all to impress the judges with unique style and charisma. In addition to the model auditions, a press conference was held where organizers unveiled plans for this year's Sketch to Finish fashion show. The event, according to the organizers, promises to be a celebration of craftsmanship in fashion design with a focus on promoting local talents and creativity. Mary Jane Ejiofor is the brain behind the show.
This reality show is a 14 days event, which means they are going to be in-house for 14 days. And then after the 14 days, they will have the grand finale where we'll announce the first, the second, and the third winners. Now, for this great event, we're going to have 3 categories of prizes. The first prize is 5 million naira, the second prize is 3 million naira, and then the third prize is 2 million naira. Now, Sketch to Finish fashion reality show we started organizing the show since last year to make sure that we'll bring in something that will be not just normal that you've been seeing, but something that is extraordinary.
Speaking at the press conference, event coordinator explained that the event aims to foster collaboration within the industry while also creating opportunities for emerging talents.
The message is simply in our tag, craftsmanship at its peak. So we're going to bring you craftsmanship at its peak, whereby the craft people who are known as the fashion designers are going to display to the audience, they are going to tell us what they had to go through, the suffering behind the sewing machines, the suffering behind their dashboards when they make their designs on their dashboards, whatever it is they had to go through to bring out whatever great design. We're going to be seeing the quarrels among the designers, we're going to see the fights among the designers, and then we're going to see the joy of making these dresses.
Adebayo Adegbe is a Chief Executive Officer of Modela Culture. He is worried that despite the huge potentials the modeling industry holds, little or no attention is paid to it by the federal government.
We have a big number of talented designers, very creative, highly creative Nigerians, but there are not much enabling platforms for them to be able to do so well, because the industry needs funding. Needs government funding, need grants to help upcoming designers, need grants to help emerging designers, need funds to help even the established designers who don't have much funds to be able to put up the kind of dream they want.
The idea of the creator is to make sure that we place Nigeria in a way that they see our brand, they see our fashion, We also want to have a situation where people go to work and wear a suit that is Atire or Ankara. We need to sell ourselves. And this show, that is one of the major things it intends to do, sell our designers.
With such promising prospects on display at the auditions, it is clear that this year's Sketch to Finish fashion show is set to be a must-see event. All eyes are now eagerly awaiting what promises to be an unforgettable showcase of Nigeria's fashion talent. Love Oyedoku, Plus TV News.
Now, in celebration of creativity and entrepreneurship, the 77% Generation Influencers event vetted in Lagos, bringing together a diverse group of social media influencers, content creators, and industry experts. Plus, the correspondent Love Oyedoku also reports that the event highlighted the significant impact of digital platforms on today's youth.
It was an evening of fun, exchange and networking among social media influencers, bloggers and other online users. Themed Generation Influencer, Big Business or Social Responsibility saw top Nigerian influencers collaborating with 77% DW's Channel for Africa as a game changer in promoting national cohesion in the country. Edith Kimani is the host of the 77%.
Influencers these days become our travel guides. They sometimes tell us how and what to do with our money. They even sometimes tell us how to parent our children. So they're obviously very important in society today. But the question becomes, when they're relying on money in order to stay in business, do they have a responsibility towards us? The things that they produce, the things that they're promoting, should they be asking themselves the secondary question? And when it comes to issues of politics, should they be involved?
If you are selling products or you're advertising products, but the products are somehow, maybe deemed bad at the end. There are testings for, something, and then it turns out, oh, the products you actually advertised for are bad. Do you carry some responsibility for that?
The voice we want to amplify is the fact that, influencers like them should be able to use their platform for good. Because if you have a lot of young people following you with millions of followers, it means that you are a strong voice to reckon with. But what you do with that platform is very important.
The event was a platform for these emerging leaders to discuss pressing issues and share their visions for the future. It was also an inspiring display of unity and ambition within this influential generation.
Social media has given most people the platform that on a normal day they wouldn't have or even create for themselves. Social media has been that backbone to making a nobody a somebody if you're actually looking at putting in the work, especially with creating content and just getting involved with trendy videos and all of that kind of stuff.
The energy at the event was truly electrifying as attendees were committed to driving positive change and collaborating on innovative solutions for society. It highlights the significant impact of digital platforms, but the question remains if the drive is predicated on business.
I think it's not their responsibility. They're here to make money. They are striving every day to see how to make those content. You always cry because they sweat on the sun, on the rain. So now.
Organizers believe influencers owe it a duty to be socially responsible to society.
What's happening on the continent of Africa? There have been protests in every corner. Should it then be Uzo Emeka's job to stand there on TikTok and say, hey guys, this and this and this is what we need to do?
The event concluded with a call to action for influencers to embrace their unique voices and leverage their platforms for positive impact. Love Oyeduku, Plus TV News.
And in sports news, United Women's Cricket National Team has moved up 4 places in the latest International Cricket Council T20 rankings, jumping from 28th to 24th position in the world and 6th in Africa. The United Women's Senior Team's last engagement was in June, but this rating was enhanced by the achievement of the Under-90 women's team at the just concluded ICC T20 Women's World Cup Africa qualifier in Kigali, Rwanda, where Nigeria picked Africa's tickets to 2025 World Cup. According to Nigeria Cricket Federation, the ICC ranks the performance of countries within a stipulated time for the rankings, and not just the senior national team. South Africa are still top of the chart in Africa, despite dropping from 5th to 6th in the world, while Zimbabwe are ranked 14th, Namibia 17th, Uganda 18th, Tanzania 19th, and Rwanda the 26th. We also have Kenya standing at 28th, Botswana 44th, and Sierra Leone 45th, and Malawi standing at position 54th. Former Nigerian goalkeeper Adosu Joseph is full of thanks to God after he miraculously survived an life-threatening automobile accident on Wednesday at Kara, along the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, where a heavy-duty truck ran into his SUV. Narrating is a deal, the 51-year-old who guided Nigeria to gold in the men's football tournament of the 1996 Olympics in Atlanta, broke the news in a statement on his social media handles on Friday. The former Nigeria international, who also kept goal for Julius Berger FC, said the case has been reported to Cherry Police Station in the state, where the driver is currently detained and the truck also seized. And that's the news now. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa, and Plus Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us on Limex, Limex.tv, and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Emmanuel Ulububukum, and thanks for watching.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's Tea Time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Our growing-up memories are often fragments, brief moments, or a canter, which together form the scrapbook of our life. There we derive the wisdom and knowledge, so deep that they cannot be wished away. My name is Professor Deji Fashui, and here are my good old days reminiscence. Although I was born in Akure, Ondo State, my dad, Chief Gabriel Oluwadare Fashui, hailed from Ilogbo Ekiti, Ido-Osi local government area of Ekiti State, and mom, Florence Idowu Fashui near Afolabi from Ado Ekiti. Dad retired as the program manager of Ondo State Agri Development Program, while mom retired as a senior matron in various government hospitals in Ondo State and later Ekiti State. As the second child of 6, growing up was beautiful as we were categorized among children of the elites in a completely egalitarian society where civil service was a leveler and devoid of the present commonplace of bribery and corruption. In those days, anyone living beyond his means was immediately ostracized and seen as a leper by the community. Only permanent secretaries could ride Mercedes and Volvo cars. The saving grace for a lot of public civil servants then was the Udoji Lajes. My mom was one of the beneficiaries. As a nurse, she was able to buy her first car, a Datsun 180K, sometimes in 1975. Prior to that period, the whole family had to make do with my father's Peugeot 504, and of course a manually driven car. Don't just start imagining how the whole family will cramp themselves up in that car for a family outing. Yet we were generally contented and there was dignity in labor. In those good old days, education was compulsory and largely free at primary school level for everyone in the southwestern part of Nigeria, including Akure, where I grew up. There was no class discrimination or distinction in schooling, as virtually all schools were government-owned. I remember with nostalgia that my parents decided to allow us go to St. James's Primary School barefooted like other children, not because they couldn't afford the shoes, but because we must not be different from other pupils. I ended up becoming the senior prefect of the primary school, representing the school in various debates and quiz competitions frequently organized by government at the time. I left St. James's Primary School for the prestigious Christ School Ado-Ekiti, where I had the greatest foundation and molding, like many other peers at that time. Those days in Christ School Ado-Ekiti afforded us the opportunity of meeting colleagues from different ethnic groups in Nigeria, especially those from the eastern and midwestern part of Nigeria. We cultivated their cultures and found a blended midpoint of interaction devoid of animosities. We were simply members of the same family. Till date, most of us set mates as of that time still find it funny reliving our lives and times at Christ School. Still, no class segregation in spite of our individual achievements. Nobody cared if you are a high court judge, captain of industry, governor, or a big name somewhere. Everybody goes by his first name, and your name is your name. God save those of us with bad aliases in those days. Mine shouldn't be called in public. Please don't come on this thread and spill it out. Oh, don't just come and spill it out. Exciting good old days. My undergraduate days at the University of Ibadan were also relished with nostalgia. Life was simply good and a lot tolerable. It was survival of the fittest, as nobody tells you when to wake up, eat breakfast, or go to class. It was my first total freedom from home, and I did not bungle the opportunity as some of our friends were christened NFA, no future ambition. Life was not as riotous as it is today, although there were few cases of spoiled brats who will do anything to lure us to exotic life on campus. But I was already fully formed in the secondary school, and the Christian ethos were never compromised. I must confess, we had our own fair share of pranks in those days too. Dad and Mom, if you are listening, let me apologize in advance for this disclosure. I remember we would steal Dad's car key for some midnight parties without his knowledge, even while living under the same roof. We would push out the car outside the compound before starting the engine, travel occasionally with the car, arrive back home safely before the family morning prayers, wash the car, and we would pour a lot of cold water on the bonnet to cool the hot engine, to forestall suspicion of a hot engine, particularly from our FBI trained investigator mom, who was sure to spot any infraction. Anyway, it is what it is. Guys must be guys. In all of this, we did not lose sight of the lessons. We were taught and we imbibed the ideals of hard work, which we were told to be the prelude to a successful life. We were taught that nothing good comes cheap, and that there is no shortcut to success in life than hard work and commitment to your chosen career. Those lessons paid off and helped a great deal in my rise through the ranks to become a professor and the dean of the Faculty of Agricultural Sciences in Ekiti State University. I must not fail to mention that my journey in life took me at some point to the eastern part of Nigeria, where I had my youth service and my master's program. In those days, the East welcomed me with open arms. It gave me the best opportunity of appreciating the culture, mentalities, norms, and idiosyncrasies of others, and the need for a harmonious relationship. This taught me a lot of tolerance with the understanding of different cultural backgrounds. I was fully accepted into their fold. I had cordial and almost filial relationship with my supervisor, Professor F.C. Obioa, who took me as a son. And on a lighter note, I almost brought home an Igbo lady as a wife. Those were days when we saw each other as one, unlike today when the apparent divide is very disturbing. Talking about passion, my experience in the computer world woke up my latent talent in ICT, and this motivated me to later establish a computer outfit in Akure, Ondo State called Workman Computers. This company was an instant success, even though with a lot of rough takeoff. Workman is still flourishing under the management of my wife while I've taken to academics. Another big lesson in entrepreneurship. My worry is the continual slide in our social values with a concomitant depreciation.
This week on the program, we focus our attention on the family's health and well-being as well as safety. This is Today with John and Helen live on Plus TV Africa, and I am your host, Onwa Helen Odeleye. You're welcome to the most engaging and impactful conversation on television as of today.
Yeah, and in these perilous times, we are committed to ensuring that you have all the information needed to enrich your life and those of your loved ones. Prevention is not only better than cure, it is cheaper and a wise route to go. I am John Senaya, and I'm excited that together we shall add value to lives today. Thanks for joining us.
Now, believe it or not, good health is at the center of everything. The absence of it robs us all of the goodies that life has in stock for us. And so on the show today, two medical doctors and a seasoned fire security practitioner are on hand to show us how to put our safety first above everything else.
Yes, well, and before we get into all of that, let's take a quick break. We'll get comfortable and ready for an exciting, educational and informative session. We'll see you after the break.
All right, thank you so much for being there. Honestly, this is the best decision that you've made this weekend, believe me. And first up, we have Dr. Akinyemi Olaleye, who will be discussing the topic many men shy away from, but one that affects women everywhere: menopause. What men should know.
Yeah, Dr. Akinyemi Olaleye is an obstetrician, gynecologist, and gynae endoscopy surgeon, currently serving as the chairman and executive director of Samida Clinic Limited, a women-centered gynecological and endoscopy center. Quite a mouthful, unexpected. Dr. Olaleye, we are thrilled to have you with us today on the show. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Olaleye, I can't wait to take in all of the very important perspective that you have, to share with us on this matter. Previously, I didn't think that it was any business, of the men.
I'll tell you that it has a lot to do with the men.
Yes.
And I believe we will delve into all that.
Yes. So Doctor, before we start the question, and I just want to clear a few things. Can we talk man to man?
Of course.
At this point.
Of course we can.
I noticed that these days a lot of our women carry, this device, this fan.
Yes, rechargeable fans.
Rechargeable fans in their bags.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is it as a result of climate change, or is it just the wiring?
Well, I'll tell you that a lot has to do with the wiring.
With the wiring.
The makeup, quote and unquote.
Okay.
If you go to an outdoor event and there's a lot of
and we see they all fly, but our mothers never used those fans.
Yes, well, I think it's advancements. I went to a party recently.
Okay, so we'll go into the question.
We'll go to that.
Helen, you want to go first? Yes.
Okay, so well, that's a topic for another day, because it's not only the older women who are close to menopause, or there already.
We're not talking about menopause yet.
Yes.
We're just talking about those fans.
Okay, all right, okay.
I'd like to say this. Someone says by the time you spend hundreds of thousands to do makeup for a makeup artist to do makeup.
Yeah,
you don't want it to wash down too quickly. So you need to keep it
you
there.
have to get on. Yes. So carry 2 of those things.
Okay.
Right.
So Dr. Olaleye, let's get into the issue of menopause and the aspect of men. Can you briefly explain what menopause is and at what stage in life, should women typically begin to expect or experience it?
All right, thank you very much. Menopause itself, just like the word actually says, they say menopause, meaning menses stops.
Oh, it's not that men stop.
Yes, no, it's menses actually stops, right?
Okay.
So it's a retrospective diagnosis, really, meaning that you can't say today that I'm menopausal today, right? The woman's period would have stopped, menstrual period would have stopped for at least 6 months before you say this is actually menopause, right? And it is when you now have a woman who has been menstruating naturally before and getting to that age where menstruation stops. Average age ranges between about 45 to 55 years around this area, especially with a mean of around 48 now. But there are a few other factors that can now make it come earlier or later. Some could be genetics, maybe family line, that's how it has been. Then for those who smoke as well, it can come earlier because the eggs in the ovary, as they finish, they actually determine a lot of what happens during the woman's reproductive life. So as the eggs are finishing, the tendency to keep on menstruating also goes down the line. So that's what it is.
Before we look at the egg tray, the eggs finishing in the tray,
yes.
What are the common symptoms of menopause that men like me should be aware of in their partners? Because sometimes, they get weird sometimes.
Yes, you're right, And I like where we started the program because that's where it actually starts. Men like you and I,
yes.
By the time we have our women needing to carry fans from point A to point B, even without the makeup on and all that, then we need to start asking questions. Why do you need the fan, Because one of the first things you notice about menopause, which starts in the period we call the climacterics. Climacteric period is a period before menopause itself, where the hormone levels start to dwindle, especially estrogen. So during that time, women will start developing, one of the first few things that we start noticing is what we call hot flushes, which is a sudden sensation of heat, which comes from the face down to the neck and the chest, and they can be actually sweating as well.
At all time, in the morning, in the
Not at all
night?
times. It comes on and off, lasting maybe about 30 seconds to a minute thereabout. So it's usually sudden, and where everybody is feeling cold and all that, that feeling comes.
That's when some genders, when they come into the studio, it's freezing and they tell us to put on the AC.
You're right.
And then sometimes they come into this studio and it's hot and they say, no, you should put the... No, some genders are not...
Okay.
Well, by the time you are looking at that one, we may be looking at a totally different ailment entirely. But for menopause, it's actually that feeling of heat, right?
Heat, okay.
In medical terms, we call them vasomotor symptoms because it's not actually really what it is, but because of the fact that estrogen is no longer there, so some of those nerves and the firing and all those things become different, and then that comes once in a while. They will also have some effects on the genitourinary system, meaning the genital area and the urinary system as well. All right?
What happens?
Yes, because of that estrogen withdrawal, which is one of the shortcomings and what happens with menopause, because the eggs, you said we should not talk about the egg tray. We have to keep making reference to the egg tray. Because those egg trays are the ones that actually produce those estrogens as they are developing.
Okay.
So once they are not there, then a lot of tissues in the body are starved of estrogen. The woman's hormonal milieu is directed by estrogen, and her body is also directed by estrogen. So when there is estrogen withdrawal with menopause, a lot of those tissues will sort of protest, quote and unquote, right? So the vagina may start becoming dry. The woman may be susceptible to recurrent urinary infections because the urethra as well, that allows urine to come out, becomes devoid of estrogen, so their functions also reduces. Some people, it could be so bad that the uterus and the vagina and the cervix starts to descend and come out as well. It could be part of that. We call it prolapse.
Jaw femile, Jerry.
Jaw femile is actually...
This is a great SGS.
So it's part of it, because if you have a wife or a partner who is going menopausal and she's making some certain complaints, then you need to find out why she's making this complaint. Before I touch her for just 2 minutes before she becomes wet enough for us to continue our romance as husband and wife. But now it doesn't come like that. Why is it happening like that? Then also, when you have a partner who starts complaining of bone pains, I'm having pains here and there, which were not there before, which is also part of what menopause causes, because bone loss is a major factor in menopause as well.
Tell me more. Okay. Bone loss?
Yes, because estrogen, like I said earlier, directs everything. Estrogen encourages absorption of calcium from the intestinal tract as well. It works like calcitonin and all that, which are just some of the hormones that help calcium homeostasis in the body, meaning calcium metabolism and how the body uses it. And basic science says calcium is what forms our bones, right? There's always a lot of adverts that say give your children so-so milk that has a lot of calcium. So calcium is important for our bone formation. So when the body cannot absorb those calcium again from the intestinal tract because of estrogen withdrawal, then what happens is that there's some hormones called parathyroid hormone, which has to make your body produce those calcium. So it goes to the bone to take calcium from there, to take to other places for work.
And of course, there's a linkage between this and emotional state.
That's the next one.
That's the next one.
So that's the reason why they get all
yes, because
irritable.
Psychological concerns of issues about menopause are also major. They're actually major. And when we're talking about the role of men, which is what we're discussing this morning, the men need to understand that she wasn't acting like this before. Why is she acting like that now? Because that's the first thing. What can I do? Darling, do we see a doctor? Because there are a few things you may not understand yourself. Oh, she's now getting irritable, she feels depressed, etc. So when we start having those kind of concerns, then it could be related to the act of menopause itself, because the psychiatric concerns of menopause could range from just mild depression all the way to dementia as well. So
from the regular depression to dementia.
Yes, menopause, because the estrogen withdrawal can be that severe in some people. So that's why you don't need to ignore. And part of what maybe we'll discuss later, but there's a lot of myth around, about these things, and perhaps when we get to that.
Well, sometimes dementia has to do with forgetfulness. A minute ago, Helen was looking for her pen.
Consequences.
Where's my Bible? Where's my pen?
I'm sure Helen is
this is beyond just getting.
I hope John was not the one that's
getting information. I'm sure, John, you chose this topic for
deliberately.
And now I know. Interesting. Okay, I will get you.
You will.
I will.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So what are some lifestyle changes? These things. A lot of the times, I just say this body is like an engine. We just keep moving. We have no idea what's happening. And in this part of the world, not a lot of people, men or women, will experience something immediately and see the need to go see a doctor to begin to explain, what's happening within and, coming to the fore, as a result of what's happening inside. So what are some of the lifestyle changes that women can begin to look at so they can manage the symptoms of menopause better, and how can the men in their lives also, what supportive role can they play?
Yes, thank you so much. That word support is very key to management of menopause. The physician also has to support. Husband needs to support. And I'm going to extend this a little bit as well to the rest of the family. The children also have to support when it comes to this, right? And one thing that is for sure is that if you are a partner to somebody who is going through menopause, you need to watch your partner and see what help you can give. Now, lifestyle changes. A few things that could start to develop with a woman who is going through menopause would include things like her tendency for increased heart diseases, her tendency to increase bone loss, like we said, which we call osteoporosis in medicine. All right, and we talked about the psychological aspects of that as well. You know, so for the men, what is important is that first thing we talk about is diet. Diet has a lot of role to play in a lot of disease pathologies, right? So if we could have a situation where there's less tendency towards high cholesterol containing diet, you know, increase your fiber diet, minerals, water minerals and things like that, less of things that could increase cholesterol levels. So things like that. Good diet also helps to manage the side effects of menopause a lot.
But
right?
the pocket has to be able to afford this good diet.
You have to balance everything. I guess that's what the way life is now.
Yes.
You have to do that. So the other thing is also, you know, to try to, when we're talking about lifestyle changes, a number of people don't understand the need to have annual medical assessment tests. You know, of course, we don't expect you to wait till when you're menopausal before you start that. But menopause might also be a sign that you need to encourage your partner, who is the woman who has just become menopausal, to go to the hospital to do an annual assessment. You know, what's your heart saying? You do an ECG, check the heart. What's the hormones saying? Check all those things. What's your calcium level? Is it normal? What are your risk of developing ischemic heart disease and things like that? You know, so those values could be checked. What are your clotting profiles? So when there's a comprehensive assessment, some of the concerns that menopause may put in the body could be detected, and the doctors will take steps to manage them. Exercise is also very important as well, all right? Because now we all understand that the need to keep your body in a fit state also helps to reduce those effects of menopause. And, you know, these exercises are not just about physical exercise. We also talk about brain exercises as well. It helps to reduce the memory loss that you're talking about. You know, you read more, get your brain some tasks. All those things help the brain to also keep working and keep doing well, all right? And with a partner that is supportive, you could also look at the things that the woman herself is not actually keen on, or she's not noticing. Oh, yesterday evening, I noticed your skin was so dry. Didn't you use a lotion or something? Oh, I used lotion, but it's still dry. Because some of those, because menopause has manifestations from the head to the toe. So you, as a husband, as a partner, will see some changes in your wife that were not there before. So don't ignore these changes. That's why, you know, I'm going to bring in the issue of the myth now. We're back when men realize that, oh, my wife is no longer cooperating. When I go to meet her in the evening, I touch her, it takes 1 hour, she's not ready for me to go on and for us to do what husband and wife should do. Then you want to look for a younger wife who can subserve that function, perhaps.
It's the easy way out.
But no, easy way out doesn't solve the problem. Yes, because you're going to turn the other person into a wreck. And I believe we don't want that. So I believe for the men, encouraging them to watch out for all these things we've talked about, and also following them. Then if you have a partner who seems to be having some symptoms, who is going to the clinic to see a doctor, go along with them.
Yeah.
Because there's a few things the doctor might say that even you as a man will catch up on, and you can help to remind them. Because we talked about forgetfulness earlier on this.
No, please don't point at Helen.
No, I didn't. I was just gesticulating.
I don't mind. He's a medical practitioner, not you.
So we talked about forgetfulness, and I feel, you know, when you get back, you can always help remind, they told you that you needed to check this, you need to eat better, you need to exercise, you need to watch out for this. Then, they gave you some drugs, because there are still some medications that we could still give to help the women to have a lot of relief of these symptoms, especially hot flushes and all these genitourinary problems and all that. So if the medications are given, you could also help to ensure she takes it on time.
Okay, so real quick, doctor, because I see that we're running out of time. And before the show started, we talked about this transition from being
having periods
normal, to menopause.
Did you say being normal?
A period called climaterics.
You heard him. He said be normal.
Well, it's all nature. Right?
Normal from beginning to end.
Of course it is.
In a good way, Harry.
Yes.
Okay.
So now that managing that transition, you talked about some ways by which you help women, you know, to be able to have that transition well managed, so that, they don't have that trauma in quotes.
Yes, it's important. First of all, information is key, and I believe every woman out there should know that there's a period that is going to come when there's going to be
the egg
yes. So when the period of climacteric starts and you start having all those feelings of some little bit of hot flushes, more dryness than usual when you want to meet your husband sexually, and it comes gradually, then it's good to understand that, okay, this is happening. Then menstrual period starts becoming irregular. Maybe it starts coming once in 3 months, something that's been coming every month before. Then you understand that, oh, this is actually happening, all right? And during that transitionary phase, that's when to actually start making sure that if you smoke, you stop smoking. If you're using some kind of stimulants, you stop that. A few studies have suggested excessive consumption of alcohol, stimulants, alcohol. Coffee has not been extensively discussed with regards to that, but one or two studies have mentioned that as well. So those things need to be cut down in order to reduce the tendency for the effect of menopause to be severe as well. And then, we have some people who we do surgery for that require us to take out their ovaries. So when we have those kind of people, after doing that kind of procedure, we could put estrogen implants under their skin. So that allows an overlap between having a lot of estrogen and not having it at all. Because it could be crazy. You have estrogen in your ovaries today, and you get a surgery that takes out the uterus and the ovaries, and tomorrow is zero. So it could actually drive somebody crazy. It makes the effect of menopause severe. So one way to overlap those things, and we have tablets as well of those things. I held one copy, a sample here, which we have and we give to our patients who do surgery with us and who might have those kind of things. So they take it over a period of time. It has like a dial-up, and all these things are things that also, in order to reduce the tendency for forgetfulness, like we were talking about earlier, they made them easy so you can dial the days of the week and start the next one, so it's not easy to forget some of this kind of things. So when you have those things, it also helps to reduce all these side effects that we're talking about, and ease from a life of not menopause to a life of now menopause.
Wow.
Yes.
You see, we're going to have to regard this as a part one of this discussion, because as we moved along, the thing is, is growing a lot.
It's a wide topic,
but,
actually.
Thanks for saving us.
Thank you.
Us men, because now we understand a lot better why the AC has to be a full blast or the fan has to be turned off.
Or when they are looking for their glasses, they don't know where
their
glasses are.
pen is.
As if the men too don't look for their glasses at some point. They look for the pen. They're wearing. They're carrying the car keys and they're looking for the keys. Can you help me find where my car keys are?
I agree.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Really, this has been more than a conversation for me, because I never thought that menopause had all of these hang-ons, and it could be as serious as you have mentioned. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Dr. Lale, for such a thorough and enlightening conversation you've had with us today. And we hope that you come back for part 2.
Oh, sure.
Yes.
I'll be glad to do that.
All right, so the men there should remember that both in good times and bad times, whatever that means, love is about sharing. We appreciate your time once again, Doctor.
Yes.
And we'll come calling very soon.
Thank you.
So coming up after the break, Dr. Oyai Usoro will dive into the topic erectile dysfunction. What women should know. You won't want to miss it, I promise you. Stay with us. Thanks for staying with us. The program is still Today with John and Helen, live on Plus TV Africa. And now we have Dr. Oyai Usoro, medical doctor and a general health practitioner. We'll be exploring a topic that concerns many couples, but is often not openly discussed: erectile dysfunction. Hello and welcome, Dr. Usoro.
Thank you so much for having me.
Okay, and I thought this was only for men, but clearly I was wrong again. I look forward to learning so much from you, young lady doctor. Good to have you. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
So I start.
Okay, you start.
I start. Lady to lady. Let's start from the basic. Kindly explain briefly to us what erectile dysfunction is in simple terms.
Okay. Basically, erectile dysfunction is the consistent inability to either achieve erection, or sometimes you're able to achieve it, but you can't maintain said erection.
Sustain it.
Yeah, you can't sustain it throughout the duration of your sexual performance. And this is much more common than we think, but there are many undocumented cases due to the stigma that is associated with it. But let me dabble a little bit into the physiology of how erection comes about. So when you're stimulated as a man, the penis is a highly vascularized organ. So with neural stimulation, this causes increased blood flow into the penis. So it makes it hard, makes it rigid, makes it erect. And then this should last throughout the duration of sexual intercourse. But when there's a disruption in any of the mechanisms responsible for this usually results to erectile dysfunction.
You're making it sound like it's a machine of some sort. Yes, I agree, it may be a machine, for many. Yeah? But how common is erectile dysfunction? If you ask anybody on the road, men are always in self-denial.
They are, that is true.
No. Meanwhile, they can't get it.
That is true. It's much more common, and there are so many undocumented cases because men, they hardly
undocumented.
Yes, they hardly share it. They hardly report to their physicians, even to their spouses. It's something they do not like to talk about, but it's much more common than we know. And like recent studies have shown that over 50% of males over the age of 40 to 45 years are experiencing or will likely experience erectile dysfunction. Okay. But this does not negate the fact that it also occurs in the younger population. Okay. So some studies show that about 8% of males between 20 to 29 experience erectile dysfunction.
20?
Yes. As young as 20 years old.
That is
wow.
That one is home trouble.
Okay, so if a young boy of 20 years can experience this, then it's time for us to find out what the common causes are.
Yes.
So what are the causes of erectile dysfunction that women and men should be aware of?
Yeah, for that, I would say the most common cause we are aware of is aging.
Aging?
Yes. It's expected over 40 years of age, some men may start to experience erectile dysfunction. It's kind of normal with the physiology of the body. As you grow older, there's certain decline in function. But it doesn't mean it cannot be managed, but it's something that you may likely experience. So aging is one of the commonest causes of erectile dysfunction.
Now the causes, and you said first was aging. Okay, you were going to the other causes.
Yes, after aging, we'll think of some pathologic medical conditions. When a man develops erectile dysfunction and he's able and willing to come to the hospital, it's vital that we assess for systemic conditions that could affect that. Number one, hypertension. Okay. Yes, this is a condition that can affect your vessels and impede blood flow into the penis, thereby resulting in erectile dysfunction. We have diabetes, we have cholesterol derangement, depression, which could affect your libido, has also been implicated in erectile dysfunction. There are also psychological causes, such as stress.
Stress.
Yes, stress from work, stress from marital conflicts, stress from interpersonal relationships,
trauma.
It could affect your libido, affect your performance. So you will experience some form of, it could be so severe that you cannot even achieve anything. So that could affect people. There is also performance anxiety. I'd like to speak on that, especially when this has happened before. Maybe it happened once. So you're anxious the next time. Is this going to happen again? So that is going to affect your psyche, obviously. So it may happen, you have erectile dysfunction again. Then trying to meet some unrealistic sexual expectations. Yeah, there are some things maybe we see in movies, adult movies. I'm going to say those are acting. You shouldn't set this as a standard for yourself. So you should try to do what works for you. Then some causes could just be purely psychogenic. There's no specific cause.
Okay.
There's no specific underlying cause to it. It just happens. Some medications, like medications for hypertension, medications for depression, some medications for ulcer can also cause erectile dysfunction. So it's vital that you speak with your physician, your prescribing physician, so they could be able to manage it, to know, yes, and to switch if necessary. So that's
so doctor, it's blue pills to the rescue. We hear about blue pills.
It's a
just tell us a bit about
it's not the only form of management. I think that's a common misconception that erectile dysfunction, you use drugs like Viagra and so on, but it could help, but there are other, it's tailored according to your specific needs. For instance, if there's an underlying condition like hypertension or diabetes, you have to treat that before the pills. If you don't manage that, then it won't go. Even with the pills, may just at that time work and then stop. But as the underlying disease progresses, it's going to worsen the situation. So you may have very severe cases of erectile dysfunction at that point. Smoking, excessive alcohol consumption, they've all been implicated in the causation of erectile dysfunction.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's a good thing we're talking about this openly.
Yeah, it's important.
And there's usually a problem, discussing this. So how can women support their partners who maybe, how do we get to talk about it with our spouses? What's the lingo? Or what do we do?
Because you said earlier on that sometimes the men hide it from their wives. And
what's the communication like?
Open and honest communication.
Open and honest.
Honest communication. As a woman, I understand primarily it affects the men.
Yes.
But if you look at it on a deeper level, it spreads both amongst both sexes. As much as it affects the man, it affects the woman.
But our ego is there.
Well, when it comes to long-term relationships especially, sometimes you have to put ego aside and be able to speak up with your partner, discuss with your partner. The woman should be respectful about it, shouldn't be defensive, should not be aggressive, should not be obsessive. It's not something you should bring up every time, every issue. You could bring it up, address him, reassure him that you are here for him, that you understand that there's a problem and that you're always going to be here. You could encourage him on counseling, marriage counseling, sex therapy, and also seeking medical attention. Yeah, so it's, as a woman, it's also important at that point to also try to educate ourselves, because in knowing what it is, you're also able to care for your spouse, for your partner.
All right, so we're talking about this, and I'm thinking about where we are now.
Okay.
The things are really beautiful in this part of the world, and a lot of men are finding it difficult to play their normal role, being the head of their house and head of the family and the provider for the family. Could this also be a factor in this regard?
Yes, it could be, because at that point your stress levels are elevated, so you're trying to manage your immediate family, you're trying to manage your extended family, you're trying to manage your work life, manage your relationship with your friends, your colleagues. So these are all stressors, especially when the person doesn't find it so easy. The circumstances the person could be going through, relationship conflicts, divorce, whatever it is, it could elevate your stress levels, and this could affect libido, thereby predisposing to erectile dysfunction. Now, when a man or anyone is stressed, really, they could tend to deviate to certain lifestyle choices. Excessive alcohol consumption, smoking cigarettes. This, in turn, will affect your sexual performance, create anxiety. So it's like a vicious cycle. It's just reoccurring. It's like a vicious cycle. So at that point, it's important for the spouse to try to, mitigate it. Your stress, try to de-stress. Try to de-escalate whatever situation you're in. I understand it's not easy, really, with the whole...
I was going to say that.
No, I understand it's not easy, but yes. I think there are some measures you can take personally. Identifying that there's a problem is the first step to it. And then working towards trying to, recover from whatever the issue is. If you want to go for counseling, you want to go for marriage counseling, you want to go for sex therapy, if you need to see a physician, you could exercises, meditate, yoga, whatever works for you and your spouse.
Those are regular things, Doctor. And I can talk to you, yes?
Yeah, you can.
We can talk.
Yes, you can.
Okay, so those are regular things. Now there are certain myths.
Okay.
Can I call them myths that affect the man, or is it like just putting the blame on some? Sometimes they say, the kind of clothing, underwear you use or whatever, if you walk on the left side of the road, by the time you get home, you won't be able to. There are so many. Do you know of any other myths that we need to cancel from our
Yes,
from our mindset?
There are several myths that we need to address. The first one is age. It's not just a condition for older men.
Okay.
It could have, like I said, it could affect anyone.
So you can still be in the army at age 65, 70. You're still firing at all.
Yes, why not?
Okay.
Yes, why not?
That's good to hear.
Yes, why
it's
not?
Encouraging.
Then some people think that it's just pills, like you said, but there are various forms of management, and it's always tailored to each person's specific needs. Yeah, so I talked about managing the underlying condition, talking about counseling. Sometimes all you need is counseling and sexual therapy, especially when it's psychological, when there's no underlying cause. Then there are newer therapies, like a shockwave therapy.
Shockwave?
Yes. It's a non-invasive procedure where you use pulse waves to generate energy. So this kind of, it's a restorative...
Is it a misconception?
No, I'm trying to address the misconception.
Okay.
Where people say it's only pills that you can use. So there are different ways to manage erectile dysfunction, such as the shockwave therapy. So this kind of is a restorative therapy. So you're regenerating your vessels in the penis, making blood flow there, adequate, making it erect and rigid. That's basically what we're trying to achieve when we're talking about erectile dysfunction.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. So basically, the first doctor and you, we've been looking at reproductive health, if I can use that word, because if the woman is menopausal and she's no longer, in her period, the babies won't come, obviously. And if they're not aware of it and all that happens before and during, and then the man also has this issue and the woman does not know how to deal with it, one of the reasons people come together is to have babies, to have children, would have been a problem. So we're talking about cordial relationships. We're talking about the spouses, the husband and wife to become one.
Yeah.
You know, what happens to what affects one affects the other,
other.
and affects the entire well-being of the family. And so there's need for a lot of communication, openness, and trust, you know, and love, and all of it. As we get ready to round up.
You're sounding like a medical doctor.
So tell us, what are the ways that couples can maintain intimacy and connection during this season where the man is experiencing erectile dysfunction?
Yeah, well, I know or understand that sex is an integral part of any long-term relationship, but it is not the most important, especially when you're talking about long-term relationship. It's not the most important. There are other ways to connect with your significant other on a much deeper level, and it usually differs for everyone. So we have kisses, cuddles, hugs, leisure walks, acts of service, words of affirmation and encouragement. So these are ways you can connect with your spouse on a much more deeper level, while you know you're trying to mitigate an already existing problem.
Okay. Yeah. And it helps to get this out of the way as quickly as possible.
It does.
Okay, John.
This is, I think this lesson was more for me than for
It's for both.
It's for both. And,
a final advice in like a minute?
Well, I'd say for the women, for any woman going through this, take it easy on yourself.
Spouse.
Take it easy
on yourself
on
first.
Your spouse.
And your spouse.
Yes, it's temporary. There is a solution for that problem. So be able to seek help, and when you seek help, help will come to you.
Okay.
This is
so don't do it alone.
Don't do it alone.
Find, go get help.
Yes.
Talk to the people who should know, so they can guide you through it.
Dr. Sora, are you sure you're not an inspirational speaker?
Try. But the doctors are also meant to be there. Because by the time you walk into the world, you meet a doctor. All you need is
I'm sure that a lot of men out there now feel better having heard you speak. Thank you so much for all the insight, Dr. Soro. A very important conversation, I must say.
And I'm very impressed. Very young doctor, and you have this deep insight about the subject that we have talked about
so
today.
Professional.
We appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Thank you. And on to our next guest, who will bring us back to a topic that could save your life and the lives of members of your families. It's about fire safety. Stay with us, and we'll be right back after the break. we're back and we'd like to find out how often do you really think about fire safety and how much do you know about what to do during a fire emergency and even before it. Shadrach Akan is an experienced fire safety practitioner, and he's here to guide us through this life-saving discussion on domestic fires especially, and what we need to do, how and when.
Yes, Shadrach Akan is Managing Director of Suna Atlantic Fire Safety Company. He's an expert in fire prevention, risk assessment, and emergency response planning. Shadrach, it is great to have you on this show with us.
Yeah,
you're welcome.
All the way from Ikorodu.
Thank you very much.
You got that, yes?
Such a pleasure to have you with us.
Thank you.
All right.
So we're talking fire now, so Helen will allow me to start, yes.
If you don't, I will start right away, John.
Okay, so
it's fire.
Yeah, could you just start by telling us what's some of the most common causes of domestic fires are? Because we all assume we know. Just tell us what are the most common causes of domestic fires?
Yeah, just to mention a few, some of the causes of domestic fire is ignorance. Yeah, we have people who overload their socket a lot.
Okay.
And those can cause domestic fire.
That's your light point.
Yeah, the light point. And you see that these light points, the extension wires are built, they're not superior type. Okay. They have a lot of fake type. Okay. And so when they are overloaded, the cable melts and burn.
Wow.
Yeah, so also the kitchen is where we always have the domestic fire. That's where we have the hazards, you know. So the kitchen, most times, people don't know what to do when they buy their gas cylinder.
Okay.
Yeah, when they buy their gas cylinder, what people do sometimes is they just keep it there and connect them, start cooking immediately. You are supposed to leave this device for a while before you use it. When you purchase it, yeah, just leave it for a while for like 10, 15 minutes.
In the middle of cooking rice, and then
the gas finishes, and you call the gas man and he brings a refill.
That's why I said ignorance sometimes. Ignorance and carelessness. Yeah.
How about the distance between the gas seller and when it gets to you? Isn't that sufficient?
Yeah.
Take care of this. Leave it for a while.
Yeah, it's recommended you just go. You don't travel with gas cylinders, so it's recommended you get your cylinder around and you place them properly on the vehicle, upright properly on the vehicle.
Yeah.
Then you travel with it not that far distance to your home. Place them properly because these are compressed gas inside the cylinder.
Okay.
Yeah, so you place them on the ground, allow it to settle down for a while.
What is a while?
For like 10, 15 minutes, 20 minutes is fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I've never done that.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So you allow it to relax first, then before using.
In fact, the gas guy, the moment he says it's done, I want to be sure that there's gas. So I say, let's
test it.
You understand?
So that's bad.
That is bad. And what some people do too is when after cooking they realize that the gas content is finished. So they make attempt to tilt it. So that they can get some content because maybe perhaps you're cooking your fried rice and you just tilt it and when you joke with the explosion.
Really?
With the explosion, yeah.
So while you're cooking, don't shift your cylinder.
Don't shift the cylinder. Keep it up
just
tightly.
leave it the way
yeah.
it is.
It's not meant to
it has run out.
To be
it has run out.
It has run out around. Just leave it the way it is. Yeah.
These are very salient points that nobody talks about. Why?
Yeah. So and most times kids too play with matchbox. They are supposed to be trained not to play with those equipment. Kids are supposed to know their limits. From the kitchen is not supposed to be a playground.
Yeah.
Most fire break come as a result of children who are playing with candles, playing with matchbox, and all of that.
Wow. Okay, so ignorance and carelessness, and old habits. When all of that happen, and we have fire outbreak, what's the first thing that we should do?
The first thing we should do is we need to know the steps for the safety the procedures to do. Yeah, so you need to be trained by a trained personnel
And so that's what people like us do. We go out there to train people. We go to schools to train children, so that they should be trained from infancy on what to do when there's a fire outbreak. Most times I always tell people that prevention is better than cure. So we train people on prevention technique, on what you can do to prevent this from occurring.
Okay, but
so if fire starts from my kitchen,
what do I do?
What's the first thing that I must do? I don't even know how or where the source of the fire is.
Yeah, if fire starts from your kitchen, what you should do is you don't need to panic. The scene of a fire can be very scary. The scene of a fire can be very scary. That's why it's good for you to undergo fire safety training.
Yes.
So when you undergo this training, you'll be confident enough to know what to do. You know, initially I told you ignorant. Yeah. So if you don't know what to do, can cause a problem. Okay. So there's what we call a fire triangle. Okay. So on that triangle, if you try to dismiss one element from that triangle, then the fire is gone. Yeah. So most times the element you can dismiss, because you can't dismiss the source of fire and the fuel. That's constant. But what you can dismiss easily is air. Yeah, the oxygen. Okay,
so you starve the fire.
You starve the fire of that.
So how do you do that in the kitchen?
That's why I say you need to be very confident enough. Okay, let's take for example, you have your cooking equipment burning. Yes. You're cooking and you just all of a sudden you just see smoke, or you saw fire on your pot. What you can do confidently is to cover the pot. And most times I always encourage people to have the fire blanket.
Okay.
Yeah, in the kitchen, because this fire blanket is made of a fire-resistant material. Okay. Where you can just use to cover.
It's not just any blanket.
So
it's a special blanket.
Yeah, and it's a special blanket, but you can improvise.
Okay.
In the absence of none, you should use a very thick blanket, not a light cloth. If not, the cloth will catch fire too. Yeah.
So the idea is to starve the fire
from oxygen.
Okay. So that is fire in the kitchen. If I have fire from my electrical appliance, maybe in the living room, you know, the socket or whatever starts burning, what do I do?
Air conditioner, for example, the television set, for example.
That's a good question. When you have electrical fire, the first thing you could do is starve the fire too. You need to start the fire by isolating the source. Very, very important. Isolate the source. Because electricity does not burn. If you see a transformer, have you seen a transformer burning before?
Yeah.
When a transformer is burning, what do? You go, the people in charge of that transformer, what they do is just go to the source and put it off. And to go off.
Okay, so what you're saying is that when we have an electrical fire, what we should do is to turn off the source of that electricity.
You turn off the source of the electrical fire.
That you're from your meter.
Exactly.
Or from your whatever it's called.
Yeah, from your junction. From your junction box or from the main source where it's coming from.
Okay.
So, but you know, like your air conditioner, you have the plastic on it, but the body might be burning. That's where you can use your fire safety device extinguisher to extinguish the fire.
Okay, now this is getting interesting. Okay, now you have fire on your clothes, for instance. You know, your clothes catch fire, and So, are there specific steps that you take, you know, in that kind of situation? Because now you are directly affected. You know, in fact, your clothes are burning.
Or you find somebody who is.
Because some people have jumped from upstairs down.
Exactly. Yeah. When you see someone clothes burning, take for example, I want to give a quick question, right? Is it that the person himself?
The person himself
is
or whatever, or somebody's
on fire, or somebody sets the person on fire.
Okay.
We've had incidences of that.
What is just to roll on the ground.
To roll.
Yeah. We're talking about starvation of fire. You need to start fire from burning. You go to the ground, you roll. Then you are dismissing oxygen in that process.
Any kind of ground.
Just roll to the ground. Just roll.
Just keep rolling.
Keep rolling, and you dismiss oxygen from that fire.
This one is not a myth.
This is real. If you see somebody burning on fire, you can equally get a fire blanket or a thick blanket and
wrap around the person. So the central idea really is starvation of the
Very, very
feeding.
important.
And it's not water.
Yeah, water can extinguish fire, but you know, they have classes. We have classes, different classes of fire, and there are some classes of fire that water should not be involved.
Yeah.
Wow. So just like electrical fire, you can't use water to put it off. You know, because
And the person burning?
and the person burning, it can work. Water can work, but the principle is just to start the fire. You know, water the chemical reaction, the chemical formula of water is H2O, and on that chemical reaction we still have oxygen in water.
True.
So you're having more problems with the fire.
Okay.
So preferably, if you want to use water to extinguish a fire, preferably it's better you use your dry chemical powder extinguisher to extinguish a fire.
Okay, the dry
because it's the multi-purpose kind of extinguisher, which we know.
Okay.
Whoa.
Okay.
Whoa.
Okay. So if we're talking to the entire members of the family, for example, in terms of fire safety, what are the simple safety measures that every member of the family can take to prevent fire in the kitchen, in the bedroom, in the living room, or even outside the complex?
The safety measures that every member of the family should is the prevention technique. The prevention technique, you can't have the technique without being trained. So a qualified practitioner should train all families. Invite police practitioners to come and train
Is
families.
that possible?
Yeah, you can get their contact and try to invite them, but this program is going to benefit to all.
Yes,
a program like this one.
Yeah. So it still boils back on training because the kids are involved and.
But you said that you also go to schools.
Yes, we go to schools to train them.
How many schools can you cover?
Yeah, we will soon get there very soon. Because at this part of the world, we see fire safety as something very, very low.
Maybe government should assist.
Focus on that. Yeah, because the government needs to assist these practitioners. They need to see how they can fund them out to see how they can also give them leverage to be able to explore their ways. Yeah, so the kids need to be trained. The family members, the head of family need to know what they need to do. Most importantly, get these safety devices in their home. Yeah, we have the fire extinguisher, which is the fire safety device. We have the smoke detectors, which is also a fire safety device. You know, I said there's no smoke without fire. Yeah. So before a fire comes out, there must be a smoke. So
before the smoke comes out, there must be a fire.
Before the fire comes out,
there must be smoke.
There must be smoke. There's no smoke without fire. Yeah. So the smoke detector detects the smoke.
Okay.
Yeah. Before the fire starts.
Okay. As soon as the smoke emits,
yeah,
the detector catches it.
Detect the smoke. And alert those residents to be able to use their extinguisher to extinguish it. But so sad enough to say that most houses, especially in this part of the world, don't even have a fire extinguisher.
I was hoping you wouldn't ask that question because the last time I saw we met at one of your talks. The first question you asked was, "How many of you have fire extinguishers in your homes?" And we found out that only very few people have fire extinguishers.
And if you have it, and you haven't used it for like 1 year, 2 years, or thereabout, I mean, what's the length of time that the fire extinguisher is still useful?
Yeah, I have so many clients who called me and said, I bought the extinguisher from your hand, and after like 2-3 years, it's no longer working again. Yeah, so these devices are supposed to be maintained. And I'll ask them and said, when did you buy it, or when did you get this extinguisher? It's supposed to be maintained at least once a month, once a year.
Once a year, okay.
Yeah. Okay. So every 6 months you try to inspect these extinguishers. Okay. And still boil back on training again. If you are not trained to know what to do or how to inspect this extinguisher, you will not know.
Does it also apply with the extinguisher we have in our cars?
Yes,
they have to be maintained.
Yeah, it's applicable because the one in your car has a gauge. It has a gauge. So visual inspection every month will tell you that this extinguisher has gone down. Has gone down. You know, the extinguisher is compressed with compressed air, and we have a valve on it. So this valve, sometimes the air escapes.
Okay.
Yeah, gradually. And before you know it,
Yeah, making it sound.
I think we should have a segment on this program to talk about fire safety generally. We will come round to find out how we can do it. 2-3 minutes, just tidbits, just give us tips, general tips on how we can stay.
It's quite interesting.
Yeah, it is.
But you see,
and very important.
Yeah. What has even occurred to me now? Okay, we are sitting here now, calm. In a real fire situation, people get confused.
You see, we have to warn them now.
And all of that.
Time just
I think
runs.
one of
That's
the
why I
things-
say just stay calm first of all.
Some people get to panic. Like I said, just you have to be courageous. Any fire trained personnel needs to be very courageous.
Okay.
Yeah. If scene of a fire can be very scary, as I said.
Yeah.
But you need to be very courageous to be able to extinguish the fire. So
Okay.
when you don't panic, you try to allow everybody to remain calm. Ask everyone to go to the muster point, to the assembly point or muster point, and ensure that no one is in the building. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. We haven't exhausted this at all, and time has flown, just gone so fast. But we will, like I said, we'll see how we can get more of these tips and advice on how we can keep our homes safe and our environment also safe from fire. I've had my office completely razed down.
You don't mean it?
Not one broomstick was taken. Completely studio, completely razed, and it's not an experience that you wish even your enemy. So I know what I'm talking about. Thank you for coming. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Well, Shadrach, I think I even underestimated this whole thing, when we invited you, because I mean, from what you said, there's a lot that we need to do.
Yeah.
Domestic front, office, even generally, towards improving on our knowledge.
Yeah.
And well, I really want to thank you for your time, because fire safety is no joke. And we all have to stay vigilant at all times. Yes.
Thank you. All right, so we have had an incredible show so far. I would like to say that. And as we get ready to wrap things up, let's take John's nuggets. That's the only thing left before we say bye-bye.
That's the only thing left. Yes. Okay.
Quickly now.
So my nuggets, as we always say, for those of us who speak in public, and that's all of us. Okay? Now, Nelson Mandela's quote, "It always seems impossible until it is done," reminds us that leadership is about turning doubt into determination. So through clear and confident communication, leaders inspire action and belief in a shared vision. Executive speech skills are key to this, and they help you build trust, motivate teams, and guide others through challenges. So by speaking with purpose and conviction, you transform the impossible into achievable, and you lead your team to success. So Nelson Mandela has helped us out, that it always seems impossible until
it is done.
It is done. So that's my nugget for today.
Okay.
Ellen?
Yeah, and going spiritual. The Bible says absolutely nothing is impossible with God, if only you believe. So it has to do with you first believing that it can be done. And Nancy Mandela set the pace here this morning. Thank you so much for being a part of our outing today. We will be back same time next week. But in the meantime, if you missed a lot of the goodies that have come from the 3 guests that we showcased today, you would be able to watch a repeat performance of this show later tonight at 10:30 and tomorrow morning at 9.
Tonight being Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday 10:30, Sunday
9:30
yeah.
a.m.
And don't forget, Plus TV Africa, it's streaming 247, Plus TV Lifestyle on YouTube. You can get all of this outing today and even other editions of the program. I am Ongma Helen Odeleye, and I say thank you for always being there. I'll see you next week. Bye now.
And I'm John Senaya. I'm out.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Easy. I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
I was broke, man. It's not funny. Do you know that? Let me tell you something. Most rich people picking no get money. You know why? Because they don't feel the need to work or aspire or want to be something. You understand? You know, my mom died when I was 11. You know, I'm the last one of 5 kids. So from a young age, I knew what I wanted to do. You understand? I fought to do this music. I come from a family where it's school. When you finish school, go and work for Popsy. Do you understand? So this music is something I had to fight for and work hard for. So, you know what I'm saying? To become Davido wasn't anything like, say, Popsy help me or anything. Of course, my dad has played a very key role in my career, for sure, as a mentor, as a supporter and everything. But I feel like if you want to, no matter who you are, no matter the background you come from, you have to work.
2013, 2014, when Show Me Your Rosé was like the biggest song in Nigeria, I had an Achilles tendon injury. I couldn't walk for like about 6 months. You know, I used to go to shows with crutches, and before I go on stage, I drop my crutches and jump in. And after that, I keep bleeding after every performance. And at some point, the doctor told me to stay off stage and stay off performing for the longest time. And at that time, my record label left me. I was totally alone. Big up my manager at the time, Kolo. He was, you know, right beside me at every point in time. At that point, I wanted to give up, you know, just a single artist, nobody supporting me, nothing. It was just, you know, you guys, my fans out there, and the few people that kept telling me, yo, your sound is different, you need to keep going, you know? And I kept going, and prayers and God, that was all it took, you know? So if I can do it, trust me, don't try to be the next me, because you might not get it right. Just try to be the first you, because that is the only way that you will stand out and be a legend in your own world. So saying that, I want you guys to know that life is not as hard as people make it look. Try to live your life like water. No matter how they cut you, they leave no scars, you know? But have no foes, have not too many friends, but believe in those that you believe in, because when you believe and share positive energy to the universe, it comes right back to you.
It's a funny one though. I remember this one vividly. I just started Flatmates. Back then, not the new Flatmates, like some 15, 16 years ago. After I graduated from the University of Lagos, so I wanted to do my own thing, and I started shooting Flatmates. But there was no money to even take tapes sometimes to TV stations, because I'll be the one to shoot sometimes myself, carry the camera, shoot, write on a paper that we use only one paper that you read, okay, but say your line, say my own. So we don't even photocopy scripts because there was no money at the initial stage. So I remember, because I had to deliver a tape to MITV to show their own for the week, deliver another one to LTV to show their own for the week, deliver to NTA Channel 2 because the program became so big after the initial one at STV. So every TV station was asking for it. And I trekked, I remember vividly, trekking from MITV in Ikeja to my parents' house in Abeson, Ipaja. Wow. As in I trekked, because there was no other way I would be able to get home. From University of Lagos, I managed with the little money I had to get to MITV and LTV to give them the tapes I would run, because if I didn't, then there would be nothing to show. So I had to go back home, so I had to trek. I think this will be able to inspire people.
When I was starting off, I remember at some point, when I started working with a radio station, you know, I wouldn't want to mention the radio station. Back in Jos those days, the station used to be situated at a 12-story building, you know, and our office was on the 9th floor, and the office didn't have an elevator. There was no functional elevator, so we used to walk all the way to the 9th floor and then back, and then my salary then was 4,000 naira a month.
Wow.
Yes.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, and that 4,000, I used to have one of my colleagues who used to work with me then, so we split it to 2,000 every month.
And what year was it?
It's 2004.
Years ago, I had just come to Lagos. I'd like to think that I was about 22 years old at the time. I had my break in the industry, but it wasn't. I was still an up-and-coming actress. So I think it was a year where my big film came out. So yeah, I got roles. I was having offers to work, and then I was paid good money. And then I went to see some group of friends that I had on the island, and they were like the big girls. So then they were buying, there was somebody who brought bags for sale. The bags were like 350,000 naira each. And I mean, I couldn't have afforded it at that time, but it didn't make any sense to me to buy a handbag for 350K when I was doing very okay with my 25,000 naira bags and 15,000 naira bags. And so, because they were, they were like, oh, this will look good on you. You need to, now you're a Lagos girl. I'm like, okay. So out of the pressure, I took 2 other bags. So when I got home, I called the girl who sold the bag. I said, look, would it be possible to return these bags? Because I don't think I really need them. And she was like, oh, sure, why not? And that's how I returned the 2 bags. And I didn't take the bag. So I went back to buy my 15,000, 25,000 naira bag at that point in time, because that was what I felt like, that was what made sense to me at that time. Now, what is the story, the lesson of this story that I just told, what I'm trying to say, in essence, is that there is time for everything. Take your life one step at a time. Do what you can afford. Do not be pressured, because that lifestyle you're looking at today, if you build yourself today, you might just be able to afford even much more than that tomorrow. But the thing is this, you have to start from somewhere. And then not just like you start making money today, you want to have the most elaborate or the most flamboyant things. No, you have to save. It's so important to save. And if you don't save, you can't have a financial stable life.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family.
There's no doing all this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
Nigerian jollof is the #1 jollof in the whole wide world.
To be honest, I've not tried Ghana jollof, but I think Nigerian. But no, I don't think Nigerian jollof is the best. It's the baddest. It originated from us. Am I right?
I've actually tried Ghanaian jollof, and I must stick to Nigerian jollof rice. Period.
I'm not biased. Nigerian jollof is the Ghanaian one is too brown and it's too mushy. Our own is, the grains they spread, and they taste nice. I trust our own is on point.
Nigerian is the one. See, say Ghana jollof they go use gas, but if they use arrow with the smell of the effing go enter and it goes sweet. I just don't know what to say. I'm just happy. I just feel like crying.
Well, I haven't had Ghanaian jollof, but just Nigerian jollof. And I'll be honest, I'm not a jollof rice fan. I think jollof rice is overrated. I know you guys will be angry. I know you don't want to hear it, but the truth is, fried rice is the best. So.
You're setting me up, bro.
Nigerian jollof is just name. Nigerian jollof.
Nigerian jollof.
Because you're looking for love, what's going on? Talk your own, she won't go beat you.
Why are you setting me up? No, but real. Nigerian jollof. Nigerian party jollof. Bottom pot. That's almost burnt. Almost burnt.
Burnt, where you scrape it.
But it has to be the rice that hasn't burnt, that hasn't darkened yet. So it's not bottom pot. That flavor.
Any day, Nigerian jollof,
Is it because you're a Nigerian?
because I've tasted both, and I prefer the Nigerian jollof.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family.
You're going to know this sport Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
Minding your mannerisms in public signals civility. Your behavior determines how others perceive you, and if you can leave a good impression, why not?
When it comes to that, it's about really making sure that you don't do something that will make people upset. So let me give you a typical example, public toilet, right? You want to walk into that washroom nice and clean, and at the same time, you want to leave it clean for someone else to use it like that. But what you find is that some people use it haphazardly. They don't care about who's coming in next. And of course, people are disgruntled by the way the place is dirty, not kept well. And of course, we have a problem there, health and hygiene, right? That's a public place. When you think about the airplane, for example, the same thing as well. You are on the plane and you have children, and the children are making a whole lot of noise. You're disturbing the elderly people and other people who are sharing the same space with you. So when you're on the plane, you have to be mindful of other people that are going to be using it. So even when you're sitting down, it's a confined space, right? So you don't want to disturb other people. You want to make sure that you have a smooth ride without upsetting anyone while you're in that public space. What about when you're at the cinema as well? You know, a cinema is a place where, and a library, where you have to keep quiet. You don't want someone to keep telling you, shh, shh. What does that mean? You're not supposed to use your phone when you're in such places, like a library, for instance. Then you're in the supermarket as well. A whole lot of things. And many places where people are, I won't say maybe ignorant of other people, right? They think they're in their home. So you're in a reception in a restaurant, or you're in the reception of a hotel. You're not going to put your feet on the desk, on the table, as if, and you're watching the TV as if you're in your sitting room, right? So people wouldn't like that. I've seen cases where some people are in they're in the not waiting room. There's a public place where you can sit down in a hotel, right? And some people have taken off their shoes, put their feet on the table, and their hand behind them, they're watching the news and like, hey, this is not your sitting room. You don't do things like that. Then when you talk about dining environments, you're in a restaurant. I have literally seen people, and I've done videos on it as well, where they've given you a napkin, it's for your hands. Wipe your hands down because you're about to eat. Then guess what happens? You see them using the same napkin to wipe their face, to wipe their hair. I've seen them do this. I'm like, oh, this is not the bathroom. So it's really about perception and how you want people to see you when you're in a public place.
When in the public, it is important to be courteous and respectful of others. You might not always know the rules, but if you make a genuine effort to be considerate of others with the intent not to disturb them, the conscious effort would show.
For me, I would love to see an environment where when we see something that is not right, we correct. I've done that severally, and I'm brave enough to do that. And most times when I finish speaking to the person says sorry, because maybe at the time they were doing it, they didn't realize how bad it was and the consequences to another person. But most times you find that they are truly sorry because it just didn't come down to that.
The rules of behavior when we're in public vary from culture to culture.
If you've ever been to Singapore and you're in a public train or any public environment, you're not allowed to chew chewing gum. And they made it a law. And so now people are very conscious. Don't chew chewing gum, you get fined, you can be imprisoned. So they've made it part and parcel of their life.
However, culture is an ever-evolving phenomenon that changes as the needs of the people changes. We all have rights, but it has limitations where the exercise of your rights begins to infringe on the rights of others. Behaviors such as playing music or videos loudly on your phone in public, receiving calls loudly in public places, or even blowing horns arbitrarily can be seen as offensive. Here are some common etiquette to take note of in public. Offer up your seat. If you're in perfectly good health, offer your seat to anyone who is either in poor health or pregnant. Make commuting easier for those who need it. Let the waiter come to you. Never yell or wave your hand at a waiter while dining. Make their job easier by being patient or politely get their attention when they pass by. Know your audience. Be aware of who's around before engaging in hot topics. Respecting people's sensibilities is the proper way to behave. Make sure to tip. Tipping is essential for certain employees to make a decent income. Make sure to leave a tip as a token of your gratitude whenever possible, even services you might not think of like a haircut or dog grooming. Say excuse me. It's the polite thing to do when you bump into someone. Even if you're not really the one to blame, why not just avoid conflict and brush off the situation? Use a coaster. Spilling isn't the only way to make a mess with your cold beverage. Say please and thank you, especially to those closest to you. Smile at the cashier, the bank teller, the security man, your co-worker, even if he or she doesn't smile back. Hold the door for the person behind you, and if someone holds the door for you, remember to say thank you. Step outside to answer your phone calls. Sometimes you have to take an important call. It is important to step outside to take your call because it's not fun to hear your conversation when we're trapped behind you in a line. Give people a pass. Cranky salesperson, nasty driver, you have no idea what's going on with that person right now. You don't have to reward ugly behavior with your own nastiness, which only perpetuates the cycle. Look at the person who's speaking to you. It is polite to listen to people who are talking to you and not just type away on your smartphone. Let someone go in front of you in line. Cough or sneeze into your elbow. Put your smartphone away during meals. Be on time. Ask before posting. Not everyone wants to be all over social media and you're not a reporter, so stop spreading the news. Keep the noise down at work. Silence the ringer on your phone. Speak quietly and turn the sound down on your dinging emails so it's not bugging everyone you work with. Wash your hands after using the bathroom. Park your shopping cart on the side of the aisle. Ask permission to use someone's first name. Clean up after yourself, at home, at work, at a friend's house. Ask before bringing a guest. Don't assume they're automatically invited no matter how well you know your host or hostess. Stay at home when you're sick. Reach out to people who are grieving. Don't pretend nothing happened. If you don't know what to do or say, you can simply say you're sorry. Let people get off the elevator first before you get on. The same rules apply to trains and buses. Silence your smartphone at the movies and stop crinkling that candy wrapper so loudly while you're at it. Help someone who's clearly struggling. The next time you see someone straining to reach something on the highest shelf at the grocery store, help him or her out. Skip controversial or nosy topics at parties. Politics, religion, or asking when they're getting pregnant or how much weight they lost. Those topics are sensitive and should be off the table. When you enter a room, greet everyone. Return calls. If someone takes the time to leave you a voicemail, take the time to call him or her back. Use an earphone or headphone in public while scrolling through social media. Welcome to The Advocate on Plus TV Africa. Great panelists with topical issues, no holds barred. We tell it like it is. My name is Inikwi Victoria Amodu, and I am joined by Elijah Felix and Bola Yaya. Permit me to lead the way right after this short break. Ministry partners with NDPC to empower youth amid road safety concerns and celebratory act of youth-led change. The Federal Ministry of Youth has signed a Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, with the Nigeria Data Protection Commission, NDPC, to train 5,000 Nigerian youth in data protection and privacy. Minister of State for Youth Development, Ayodele Olawande, highlighted that this partnership will not only provide technical skills, but also generate job opportunities and contribute to national development. Meanwhile, concerns about law enforcement in Lagos have resurfaced after several arrests, some attempted, were made for alleged traffic violations. Citizens have called for clearer road signs and better communication, pointing out that improper placement of traffic lights and signposts creates confusion for road users. In more positive news, Nigerian youth celebrity Ashakain has built a borehole in Plateau State community that had previously only relied on 3 wells and put children to school. This act of goodwill has provided access to clean water and education, which will greatly impact the community's health and education.
This is great.
I mean, this is great. But before we go into Ashakain's goodwill or change act, I really want us to talk about the NDPC and the ministry's collaboration to train 5,000 Nigerian youth, in data protection.
Okay, so data protection. Training 5,000 youths for data protection is not really the solution to these problems. Giving youth technical skills, it's more like putting the cart before the horse. Why not teach them on data science first? Teach them on data science, you understand? So at least we know that skill is employable. You understand? Make them employable in the job market. So I'd like to know your thoughts.
Anyway, the thing is, I agree with you on one hand, but let me just let me just see how to buttress on what you are saying. It's a good will from the ministry to say, okay, let's train your youths in data. But the issue I have is that, like, it's not just, if they're talking about employability skill, we should expose youth beyond just giving them information about the importance of data protection online and the rest.
I think everybody should actually have.
Everybody should just have as a basic knowledge. But it does not directly connote skills development in that area. What they'll be talking about is skills of the future, tech skills, data science, data analysis, artificial intelligence, AI. These are skills where young persons can tap into. Learn to integrate these skills to their existing profession. Those that have existing professions. If you don't have an existing, let's say you're a student or undergraduate in the university or just a young person, you can actually learn these things and then build up your skills and then get exposed to the right kind of technical trainings and then exams, qualifying exams if there need be, and then look for job opportunities.
Yes, true. Probably they are trying to teach them on better usage of data privacy.
Data privacy.
But it does not necessarily translate into.
Let's first of all applaud them on one hand. At least that consciousness that, okay, we have to do more for the youth. But beyond that, if they really want to do this, they should do it thoroughly. If you are talking about 5,000 young persons, you want to train them, let it be that you are training them on relevant tech skills.
Precisely.
So
that would be able to, that would be sustainable.
That would be sustainable.
So I really want us to talk about the impact of this training, right, on the Nigerian economy. But before we actually go into that, I want to suggest that, you know, there are actually multiple ways to go about this. Yes, there's training, which is very commendable. But I think that, you know, if we're going to talk about unemployment, right, what about job placement for people who already have these skills? I don't know if you understand me. In Nigeria, we have
buttress with cybersecurity, something like that.
Okay. Now, here's the thing. If you look at the finance sector,
or even internship.
Yeah, if you look at the finance sector, the emergence of a lot of fintechs, these things thrive on analytics. There are opportunities there. Then you are talking about other opportunities beyond just the provision of job opportunity within the country. Do you know that these skills can be exported from the confine of your homes? You can actually solve data dependent problem abroad and then in foreign currency. They pay you and you're working in Nigeria. So you can actually, these are ways where Nigerian youths can gain from
and
this.
That's why, because data science cuts across sectors, you can use it.
And that's why your points are actually valid on the fact that beyond data protection, the skills that they
can you protect data that you don't understand the data, the science behind the data?
You need to, that's why I said they were putting the cart before the horse. You understand?
Well,
you need to understand what you're trying to protect.
They are I think the ministry is trying to promote data, the consciousness of the importance of protecting data, because data and your own data, your personal data, and your privacy is important. It could be used against you. So it ought to be protected. It's a good awareness. But beyond that, I think what they need more is, for instance, now you can't learn traffic. I was saying it earlier that you can't learn how to drive without learning your traffic light skill. When you learn traffic light skill, it doesn't end there. Beyond that, do you learn how driving is a survival skill? That's what most people say, which is true. So if you are informed about your data privacy in the cyber world, cyberspace, beyond that, can you navigate the cyberspace using the new technology, AIs, analytics, and then the science behind it, and incorporate it into your profession?
So very quickly, right, what are your thoughts on the impact of this, you know, on the Nigerian economy?
That's what now, as earlier said, the issue of foreign exchange, foreign inflow of so imagine a young person is given this job. Let's say you are working for one company in China or in the US, and then you are earning in foreign currency. The money is coming to Nigeria.
Precisely.
So many other things. And you know, when money, there's enough people are happy, they're employed, people will be willing to pay government tax, do the right things, money will go around, be able to afford things. It's actually going to go around.
It's going to go around. Okay, so
and then we also be a knowledge-based economy. This is another one, because you know there are a lot of there's this mark. I remember this quote. I say, "Earth's great treasure lies in the human personality," or that the greatest wealth in the earth lies in between the ears of the humans, means your brain. So just imagine that we're talking about exporting oil, how many young persons will have access to crude oil? Literally, none. Almost none. Let's except those that are close to the
let's just say
the corridors of power.
Not everyone.
Not everyone. In fact, the vast 99% or more than 99%. Now, but what you can export or what you can gain access to, that human raw material, human natural resources, is your intellect. Now, if the youth can develop their skills in tandem with global standards and new technology, we can be able to tap into global economy.
That's why I believe
and
we
then
as
export
humans,
our skill
we are
and then develop our country.
You understand? We are evolving. So if everyone can key into that mentality of continuous, you get knowledge, learning, and development, and all that. So it's going to translate more into more employability instead of just being stagnant or static in one place and start thinking or waiting for someone to spoon feed you.
All right, thank you very much. So in recent times, we've actually seen the whole harassment, you know, from the police force. And their major reason is that, okay, the road users, you know, use one way, or they go against or have gone against the traffic rules. Do you get? But then when you actually look deeper into this, you get to realize and understand that, first of all, there is no proper communication, you know, as to these rules or traffic signs that they are trying to enforce. You are passing a way and then you say it's one way. Please, where is the signpost?
Okay, you know, let me get down to a point. Okay. Most of these people who learn how to drive, normally if you are learning how to drive, you are supposed, the norm is that you should learn rules, traffic rules and everything about the ways, dual roads, and how to navigate them. Yeah, precisely. But let me ask you a question. How many of these persons navigating or using the roads learn that way? Is a question you should ask.
Okay.
You get, what are the authorities you get governing these things? Are they accountable enough? Are they doing their job? Sometimes some people just learn somewhere and obtain their driver's license without knowing these rules. So that is where, like, we're starting from the from the down level, from the person learning, you understand, before we go to the top.
Okay. Okay, so Elijah, what's your take?
You know, recently, this Nollywood actress, celebrity, Kate Henshaw, she actually narrated her own ordeal with the police while she was driving. You know, they were actually fixing the way. So, you know, when they are fixing the road, especially dual carriage route, they will block one of the lane that is being constructed, and every other one will serve as both directions of the traffic. Now, when they finish it, you need to duly informed the public that this road is completed, and you won't see anything, or maybe you put something that is vague, and then they keep doing it as before. Then the police will just harass them.
Come from nowhere.
Now the issue is that I think the problem, if you watch several times, I've seen how these guys react. I mean, not just the police, even the LASMA. Let me use LASMA for example. LASMA themselves. I've seen some. I'm not saying entirely the whole of LASMA.
Some of them.
Some LASMA official. We have, of course, LASMA is doing a very excellent job. We've seen how they handle traffic. They do very well. But some of their officials, unfortunately, when you watch them at different junctions or bus stops along the road, they are actually waiting for you to just commit an offense, and they will come in with their own zest and zeal
and you know
just to do that and punish you.
Offenses that are not even properly communicated, that's the major issue.
Some of these things could have been avoided. Maybe they see you want to park somewhere you're not supposed to. They can actually inform you, please don't park there. It's not waiting until
I just feel they do it intentionally.
They do it. That's what I feel. So they just want so that they can exploit people, extort money from people and the rest.
So I actually want to orient. Is it orient or orient now? You know, if you're watching this, if you're a police force or if you're a member of the force, or last man or whoever, and also for citizens as well. So number one.
And for context, LASMA is Lagos State Traffic Management Authority. The traffic officials. Precisely. So that's just for context.
Thank you for that. Okay, so now there's a law that actually governs and that binds this act, right? So first of all, the whole issue of harassment, when, just like you talked about the celebrity that had an encounter with this person, we have a right to dignity of human person. So I think that it's very essential that when these armed forces, when these forces are coming out to, in quotes, enforce, enforce whatever laws that they are trying to enforce. They should understand that you should do that respectfully. Every human or every Nigerian citizen has the right to dignity of human person. Now, the Police Force Act actually, not even recommends, mandates that every policeman should carry out their task professionally and respectfully. So it's very unprofessional for you to come and just arrest someone. You don't have a valid reason for arresting the person and harass the person. So it's very essential that we do that. Now, for the signpost, I think it's also very essential that we properly communicate these traffic signs, whatever improvements that we have on our roads. Not the Constitution now. One of the acts, right, also mandates that there is proper communication, a bold and visible signage of all of these traffic
Clearly
signs.
stated,
Yeah,
right?
clearly stated. So please, if you're not doing that, ensure you go back to your drawing book.
But another thing
do
again,
that.
just to extend your conversation, beyond those, can we automate the system? Like a thriving city like Lagos. Lagos is, Lagos is always used as a model state in Nigeria and some part of West Africa. Can we upgrade that? Most of these things can be automated. You don't have to have policemen and traffic officers running around. Do you know they can actually endanger themselves? Just imagine a police officer trying to stop a vehicle,
And
and then another vehicle could just knock him down, or there could be chaos accident. Can we automate the process and have capture cameras that can capture plate numbers?
This is just beyond law enforcement as well. Take for instance, apart from governance, even the people, zebra crossing, you don't try it. You don't try it
Some
here.
people don't understand these things.
You can't even do it
You
here.
can't try it, Bola.
You cannot.
They're
because
telling I want to cross the road and I go and stand on the zebra crossing and you get people walking with me say don't try.
You will
not
smash. Because
stop.
most people don't even understand what the zebra crossing
Even
stands
some
for.
of the road users, you see a pedestrian standing there,
Bike will
something
climb
should
it.
signal to
Traffic
you that we
lights.
want
What about
to
traffic
pass.
lights? How many of them obey traffic lights?
The issue is that they can actually drive massive orientation. At the same time, we can always be where we are always be. If we claim to be a thriving city, Lagos is what they call it, cosmopolitan and what? And what's this word? I'm trying to remember. But it's a developing city. A city that will be like a model city to other parts of the country and West Africa, even the region. In terms of West Africa now, we need to always do better. So if you go to countries like, let's say, if you go to cities like London, go to cities like Dubai, go to cities like New York, mention those cities. You don't see, of course, they have human factor. Police officers will be there to, at times,
But
control. They also, they are the minimal human intervention. They have the structure. So can we grow beyond this level? While we are trying to orientate the police to do the right thing,
You orient the people.
we also orientate the people. We also try to encourage technology in managing these things, and then let us have a thriving, well-developed city.
So we saw Ashakines, right? Ashakine built a
borehole. There's something, yes, I saw it too.
Yeah.
There's something they said about Kind. Kind is doing more for the people than I won't mention.
Yeah.
So he has done
sorry,
that project, I think he collaborated with another celebrity, so I've forgotten her name.
I think with an organization, I don't know.
It's a person, an individual.
Okay.
It's an
You mean
individual.
Ashakine with the other another individual?
Yes, it's actually a state. So they did it, and you see the joy, you saw the joy on their faces. They had like 2 or 3, channels of water. And
it was just 3 wells.
It's 3 wells, you can imagine.
This day and time.
Just
3
imagine,
wells
just 3
for a
for
whole
community to you get.
Wow.
So that came as a relief for them. You understand? So I just see it as people, we have values. Yes, we do have values. We do have empathy, and we see what the day-to-day person struggles. So you cannot tell me that people in the government cannot see that.
True.
You are a person before you are a leader, right? You are a person first before you're a leader or before you attain any position of prominence. So I must commend him. That's commendable.
Well,
not just that, a lot of other things he has done. So we name him the Mr. Beast of Nigeria.
Yes.
So it's commendable.
Okay, well, it's a good one what he has done, but I still beg to differ, in the sense that after he constructs the ball, what next? Who will maintain it?
Yeah, they place solar systems.
I'm trying to say, forget all those ones. Let
me
tell you what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
It's a good thing, don't get me wrong. It's a good thing. The reason why I say forget all those ones is that we have seen this is more like a recurring decimal. We have seen a lot of well-meaning
A recurring
Nigerians
decimal
done good stuff for
a
Nigerians.
citizen, an
But
ordinary person doing
at the
extraordinary
ending,
things.
these things are not being maintained. So who is supposed to do that? It still falls, the bug falls, the lies and the text of the government. Do your job.
Yeah,
you don't have to wait. It's not the job of the citizens to provide
Yeah,
basic infrastructure for other
now that
citizens.
they are not doing
what
it,
we are
you just have to
Because
step
this
in.
is a government that wants to come and tax the citizens. They are always talking about raising funds, tax, and all
That's
this.
just
The
another
government should work
case
for you.
entirely.
But how
Another
about you
discussion.
putting those things, providing basic infrastructures and addressing the
Just
needs?
like
That's what we call
providing the
needs.
basic
I think
needs
if
of
you
the
watch, if you
Nigerian
listen to United Nations, how they solve
Like the
problems.
basic needs for a society
That's what
to
we call
function.
they do needs assessment.
Yes.
They go to a particular community
And they assess.
and they do needs assessment.
Assessment,
What
yes.
does these people? What do they really want? Can we? And why is it? Why are they having this problem? They will keep asking why until they go from the effect to the cause, and then they will solve the
root
problem.
cause and
Kudos to
solution.
the Ashakan. He did well, but the
Yes.
question is, there are many other Nigerians that have done similar things before him, but the problem still persists. So that means it all boils down to the government.
yeah.
Do what you want to do. You don't
the
have to
reason you
allow
have
people
to
suffer
wait.
before other people come to help
Precisely.
for something
And
that
you know,
could be done.
when
Provide
I
the
saw
basic
this
infrastructure.
Ashakain's post, what came to mind was you can just see the humanity in Nigerian or in citizens. So why can't we have this in our
I'm not a
governance?
prophet of Zoom. I'm not a prophet of Zoom. But let me tell you, go back there in 10 years, most of those borehole will not be properly managed.
At least that's more like
You are
let's
looking
say
at a
just
temporary relief. I
relief.
know, but we are not. I'm not saying
It's not going
because
to be there
temporary.
forever.
Yes, but that's why I'm saying that it's not the solution. The solution is a good thing. What he has done, we need.
This
we
is
want
even
more
for the
Nigerians to
government to
help.
step up.
But
It's
can the
like that
government
your
step up,
citizens-
provide sustainable
This is
development?
for the government to step
That's
up.
what we're saying.
So
Provide
so,
sustainable
yeah.
development for your citizens. Don't rely on the goodwill alone of the citizens.
Very
So
true.
that's.
All right. So far, we've discussed about the traffic issues. We've discussed about the 5,000 Nigerian youth training on data protection, and also the goodwill of the Nigerian celebrity Ashakain. Please do stay tuned after the break. Elijah would be next. Thank you.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
World politics, a tale of political tensions in the US and Nigeria's 2024 off-cycle election. The ballot is stronger than the bullets, and that's from Abraham Lincoln, the 16th President of the United States. The chaotic political landscape in the United States, especially following recent assassination attempts on former President Trump, has placed a global spotlight on the country's struggle to maintain a peaceful political atmosphere. This turbulence raises serious questions about the integrity of democratic values. Meanwhile, in Nigeria, all eyes are on Edo State as it gears up for the 2024 gubernatorial elections. The principle of credibility, integrity, accountability, and fairness will play a vital role in determining the outcome. These democratic pillars should guide the electoral processes, ensuring a result that reflects the true will of the people and solidifies trust in the nation's political system. Okay, so before we delve into the U.S. election and the Edo State election, we still have other countries that are having elections this year. But let's talk about our neighbor here, Ghana, for instance. The president of Ghana has just completed his tenure. That is in the person of Akufo-Addo. Nana Addo Akufo-Addo. I think this year will be handing over. But as they prepare to have an election this year, his vice president is one of the persons contesting for
president.
Yeah, and then there are a lot of concern in Ghana. I just want to get so the vice president, his name is from their party. We have New Patriotic Party in Ghana. Okay. So the vice president of Ghana, Mahmoud Bawumia, I think that's the pronunciation, we're correct, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. So now there are concerns. He talked about issues on tax, encouraging technological development in Ghana, enhancing tech skills, just like what we said in Ghana. He wanted young persons to be involved in technology, and also their processes to be automated. He wants to introduce technological processes in their system of managing governmental processes. He also wants to see how to encourage this issue of taxing. There is this issue of maybe too much multiple taxation, high cost of living in Ghana. So these are the concerns. You can see that it's kind of similar to what we have in Nigeria.
Precisely.
So this problem is not just related to Nigeria. So we'll be watching Ghana from now till when they have the election, even post-election. So we are going to be monitoring Ghana. We'll talk more about it subsequently. So back to the US election. About, let's say, last week, a middle of, or let's say at the beginning of last week, there was a second assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump at his Trump International Golf Course. Luckily for him again, this time around the suspect was apprehended. He was arrested. The first attempt, the suspect was actually killed at site. Or killed, he was shot at site. So now the issue is this. The system is so chaotic right now in the US and the rest.
What I have to say is that now there is more like the US elections is more like the center of attention to the world, because United States stands as a bastion of democracy.
Precisely.
The world is more like you say you are a leader in something, you're actually the head of something, and you are not living up to expectations. You understand the violence, just imagine assassins coming so close to a political figure and a person who is running for presidency. It goes to show that it's questionable. It's many things you get, and coming from their campaign lines, the words, the system, like just imagine the
smear politics.
Yes, imagine the last campaign they had. The debates they had with Trump and Kamala. It just goes to show that the world is watching, and people are like, oh, is this not the bastion of democracy? This is what they do. How much more?
Soldiers actually died and fight for democracy.
Installing
democracy
but
in
just see how
regions.
See the direction it's going. Like the trajectory is not so good.
At all.
Like it's not very good, and it's not more like something a leader should do. You understand? Standing as you are always putting the spotlight on people's democracy, that you are not doing this right, but see the country, see everything going on. 3 assassination attempts. Come on, the first one could be a mistake. It's actually the first one.
It's 2 assassinations.
The second one. The first one could be a mistake. What about the second one?
The first one was not actually a mistake.
No, let's just say first attempts could be a mistake or something you could get up. But what about the
first one? You won't excuse the second
one. You won't excuse it. You get. So I guess it's a problem. The world is watching them. The systems, the so-called democracy they stand for, is watching. All majority of these countries that are kind of practicing democracy and all that, this same country kind of like question them that you guys are practicing quasi-democracy. What about you now?
Although the sitting president Biden has committed to beef up personal security for Donald Trump, but beyond that, they should go beyond words. Can we have a rancor?
No, I feel the atmosphere, the political atmosphere in the US now is quite violent and tense. It's just too violent.
Disturbing.
Yes, it's very disturbing. You get shootings, you see word attack. Even the running candidates, you see the words they use on each other. The last debate was not focused on what you are doing for the people, or what you are going to do, or the strategies you put in place. This one is more like a personal vendetta.
Personal scores.
You get, it's just a problem.
So we are appealing to President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris. Please work with yourselves
so beyond
to ensure peace.
vote candidates, right? it might also be that their followers or people who are supporting them also, I don't know.
It all boils down to
stir
both of them
distance.
now. They should try to take charge. Donald Trump should talk to his base.
people,
Kamala, talk to your base.
talk to your
Everybody,
people.
calm
There
down.
is so more like social unrest.
Exactly.
Divide. There is a divide in
So
interest.
what's that thing
definitely.
we always say in Nigeria? Let's tell them, election no be war.
Election
So we're
no be
telling them
war.
that election no be war.
Well, indeed. So I think that it's very essential that caution is being taken, and everybody, we're all stakeholders in this. So please, be responsible and accountable as well.
Yes.
They're moving down to
Edo State
to
election.
Edo State.
Recently the chief of defense staff in the person of General Christopher Musa had to travel all the way from Abuja to meet the governor of Edo State and speak with security stakeholders to discuss and ensure the participation of the military, enhancing or promoting free and fair election and security and safety.
So
the issue is that I have with this is that before you delve into the matter, there have been some concern about police being compromised. The governor was making some allegation that he feels that the police will do more harm than good, and there are some means of calculated ways to maybe favor a certain party over another party. But then the question is, should soldiers be involved in enhancing law and order, especially during elections? Don't they have, although in this part of the world it's so normal that when there's a little unrest, you see soldiers roaming around doing the work of police. It's not this is an abnormal situation. It's not becoming a very normal situation, to the extent that the chief of defense staff had to leave his office to come and there are other important things he could have done in Abuja there.
So what is really happening to the police force or to our police force? So it now feels like people would only listen when they see the military or the militants, which is not
military.
The military, sorry, the military, rather. We need to really revisit this situation. It's something we need to talk about. I'm saying
that's another thing.
Government.
We ought to, because this thing now will open other issues like police funding, police retraining, police redeployment,
orientation,
police orientation, public orientation, police civil relationship, all these things. But that's like topic for another day. But let's focus on the election. Can we tell the political situations too in the Edo State, although has not really become, it's a little bit chaotic.
There's about a peace accord.
Yes, but there's an issue now. They are accusing some members of a certain political party as complicit in the death of a police officer. That's how serious it is now. Wow. So it's like there is violence already. So can we tone down the tense
and focus on residents of Edo State are already scared of the upcoming election, and there's an atmosphere of fear. Right.
Apprehension, fear.
An atmosphere of fear.
Yes. So, and the governor seem to have lost confidence in the police force, which is not supposed to be. There's supposed to be a cordial relationship between the governor and then the chief, what do you call them, the commissioner of police. So they are for the enhance. The military does not necessarily have to get involved.
So does it even mean that the police force not understand their place of ensuring safety?
I think it's a matter of this is a systematic problem, or should I say, I would call it a systemic failure or problem. It's not because we have a lot of, some of these police officers are well trained. Have you seen some of our high ranking police officers, the badges they wear? Like there was a police officer, I saw his badge. I think the current Inspector General of Police, if you look at his badge, he's carrying an FBI badge. He was trained in FBI Academy in the US. So many of them are well trained, they know these things. The problem is a systemic failure, and it happened over the years. So, like I said, we will not talk about that now. Police case is another case. But we are focused on the election now. Maybe another time we will revisit this issue of police case. But the question now is that how would we boost voters' confidence in Edo State and ensure a rancor-free, less tense atmosphere in Edo State? That is the issue on ground now. Whether the military gets involved or not. So that's the question now. So what do you think about this? What do you think?
Well, I still believe in fairness. I still believe in sensibility when treating political topics, because first of all, you are trying to govern. I won't use the word rule. You are trying to govern people like yourself. You understand? You are trying to govern people. You are trying to create policies and strategies to help these people grow, to help your state grow. And you also, you are helping yourself and posterity to come. So why not build on the principle of fairness, credibility and accountability. I think the problem we have is the issue of accountability and credibility as a nation. If we're able to fix our problem with credibility, then to an extent we'll fix many things as a nation and as leaders.
Yeah, so I'll take it up from where Bola talked about accountability, which is very essential. If you remember the debates, there was a call for debates where all the candidates, right, were to, from the 3 political parties, were to come and, debate, and only one, actually honored it. So now, and this raises the issue of accountability. If you cannot come and actually express or debate, to the people that you intend to govern, how are we sure that you would be accountable when you get to office? Do you understand? So before you get to office, you're already not accountable.
Okay.
So when you now get to office, what's the possibility of your accountability?
Okay. So you
so it's more of a thing that what you did before office, you are going to continue.
You're going to continue
after.
doing it. And another thing I want to say is that we should let the people of Edo State freely, and fairly vote who they want in office without fear of violence and tension.
Right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So what we're going to just emphasize is that the various candidates should, especially the 3 musketeers, they have many candidates, but the 3 musketeers, the major the 3 choices, which is the PDP, APC, and the Labour Party, we should focus more on addressing the concerns of Edo State, not just smear politics or personal attacks. That is one. And then let me emphasize Abraham Lincoln again. He said, ballots is greater than the bullets, right? So we don't have to kill ourselves because of the ballot is stronger and greater than the bullets. I'm paraphrasing him, Abraham Lincoln, so that you can actually cause change and positive revolution through the ballots, not the bullets.
True.
And then election, no be war. To those in Ghana, Nigeria, and US, we see election, no be war. Right, thank you very much for your contribution. Bola Yaya is next after the break.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Climate change. Urgent flood warning for 11 Nigerian states amid Lagdo Dam releases. Nigerian authorities have raised alarm for 11 states, warning of imminent flooding as Cameroon initiates controlled releases from its Lagdo Dam. Following heavy rainfall across West and Central Africa, with water levels expected to rise, residents affected in regions must take swift precautionary measures, secure properties, stay updated on alerts, and evacuate if necessary. Immediate action is vital to safeguarding lives, minimizing damage, and preventing potential disaster in vulnerable communities. Wow. You can see that this is more like, because it has been forecasted that it's going to rise, water level is going to rise, you get, in coming days. And also, there are so many measures to be taken before this whole thing happened. So if we are going back in time in history, Cameroon and Nigeria had a pact to create dams, 2 dams, Nigeria on the end and Cameroon. Cameroon created theirs, but I don't know what happened. You get, from our own sector, you understand? So I think that is more like we're paying the price for what was supposed to be prevented some years ago.
And now they are not still managing it well. The next generation too will still suffer it.
Now this is not just the issue of climate change. This is more like an issue of what preemptive measures can you take? Have you taken? You get, how are you going to evacuate people? Like recently, money, billions of naira has been donated, you get, to these flood victims as flood relief. So how can they channel these funds, you understand, to properly tackle the issue on ground? So what are your thoughts?
Okay. All right. So first of all, you mentioned evacuation. I mean, my thoughts on this, right, is that this situation there's a need for urgency, right, in this situation, and there's a need to approach it in multiple, ways. First of all, there's need for immediate action, which number one you've mentioned is evacuation. Moving from where those people were affected, and moving from where they had to probably a higher place or a higher ground, somewhere that the water or the flood would not affect. Now, to also pay attention to the evacuation plans, right? What's the plan? What's the government planning? What is their plan, or what are the plans of the community leaders to evacuate citizens or residents of that place from there to a better location? Another thing is, we are so used to, number one, blaming climate change. Number two, reactive measures, which is not good for us. So lack of inaction, when it is needed, is actually more costly. It costs life, livelihood, and also our stock as well, and the environment. So it's very essential that the governments, because we shouldn't blame climate change for this at this point in time. What needs to be done should be done. There should be proper infrastructure, the drainage system, building of more drainage systems to be able to, pass drains, and also infrastructure. I don't know, I mentioned this, before we came on air, that there's need for us to build proper infrastructure, in order to help with the
channel. This is going to be an issue because hydrological experts are of the opinion that the Garua River is more like a tributary to the River Benue, meaning it empties into the River Benue. You get, and there are people living within this belt, the belt of the River Benue. How do you think, I'll push this question, what do you think can be done? Because this is going to lead to deaths, loss of properties.
From people that are, let's say, people that conducted various survey on these areas years before, I'm sure they may have, one way or the other, written reports or notified the government that there are some areas that are prone to flooding by virtue of their position, height, or geographical position in these areas. There are areas that are more prone to flooding and erosion than some other areas. So the question is, they saw this thing, some of them saw this in 30 years ago. Most times they will tell you this thing will happen in the next so number of years. They used to forecast. Right now, because of that time, the climate and atmospheric condition of the world at that time is different from now. So we are having climate change. Those people in astronomical physics and geography, they will tell you what is happening. That we're actually having climate change. Polar ice is melting. The world is 70% water. According to geography, the world is constituent. It's 70% water, 30% land, terrestrial. So, and the vast amount of this water is stored as ice. They have polar ice region. But due to global warming, effect of global warming and climate change, these ice are already melting, some of them, and then increasing the water level globally. Sea levels are rising. When you see those dimensions, so those things and these things. So now, they are going to be more. Don't you watch what is happening in other countries? In fact, our country, Nigeria, is even milder compared to what is happening in many other countries. Destroying communities, livelihood, changing people's ancestral heritage. That's the word. Like you see that these people are used to living this particular way in this particular area, for the past maybe 100 years or more. All of a sudden, water just came, change it, and then it's not
below water.
Very digital.
So because there are so many civilizations that has gone below water over time. So and it's happening. It's a continuous.
So now the issue now is that the problem we are. Let me tell you something. This is on the lighter note, though. When you have problem in Nigeria, when there is a little outcry or unrest, what does the government do? It's either they're sharing bag of rice in Nigeria or giving you 500 million naira. Like the governor of Borno State, he was magnanimous enough to give each head of households that he saw that were distressed 10,000 naira each. But guess what? It will not solve
That's
the
not the problem.
In fact, they are exploited. Boats were collecting,
charging so
were
much.
charging so much to move them.
To move them from
And
place to
kudos to
place.
the army. The army actually came to their rescue, used their special military vehicles to transport people from
one place to the
those,
other. Yes.
displaced
So
communities.
I saw a clip
Which is a good one.
where they were throwing bread.
Can you imagine?
What is bread
No,
like?
no, those are temporary relief.
I know it's temporary
But-
relief, but it's more like they are seeing it more
But you know
as a
that
solution. Okay,
It's not a solution.
the funds that has been released, how do they channel these funds?
There's a statement
For a
that
sustainable
Remi Tinubu,
solution.
the first lady,
Yes.
or the wife of the president. Some people
first
call her
lady.
wife of the president. Wife of the president, first lady, the same person. She was magnanimous enough through her, by virtue of her being the first lady or wife of the president, donated 500 million naira for relief. Other women in Nigeria, like Atiku, raised 100 million. Peter Obi 50 million. Other people.
The funds
It's a
more
good
like
one.
climbing over.
I like the
10
fact
billion.
that they are raising this money, but the question is, the question they should ask now is emergency relief to help them.
Precisely.
This thing has happened is a recurring decimal. Other communities, they should not wait for these things to happen. There are many other communities that are prone to flood. What have they done to the money that was raised before? How have they used them judiciously
Exactly.
to
Now that boils
channels,
down to
dams?
accountability.
How are they managing it?
It's
What
not
way it
about
happens, you start
accountability
bringing
now.
money.
Particular fund.
Now it's
How
not
sure
across
are we that
sectors.
it is being used to address this
Train money to the
That's
problem.
part
will
of
not solve it. Can
accountability,
they
where
use these things
accountability
very
comes
well?
in.
Can they
About
monitor
it.
them? I think the federal government, this is the time that this is where we call state of emergency, you know.
Yes. Yes.
State of emergency is not only for insecurity,
Oh,
like
rest,
the one
yeah.
that has to do with kinetic insecurity,
Yes,
where
yes,
exchange
yes.
of gunfire. This one now is natural insecurity.
Natural
Should I say natural
disaster.
state of
And
emergency?
there's needs,
The president should use his power as president, the authority as president to
address-
hold or partner with the governor,
state
the
government.
governor of Borno State, and they should work together to call every hands on decks, and they should work towards this thing.
And to
Declare that
actually
state of
face
emergency,
this
so that these
particular
people will
issue.
not be displaced and their daily life. Do you know how many persons lost their goods?
So
A lot of
many, like,
businessmen.
it's, it's going to like
A lot
9
of
billion, 9 billion naira. Loss of property. Yes, loss of property.
So these things will not.
Going
I
to
hope
9
there is
billion. That
insurance
is so
for them.
much.
That's although that's
That's
one
another-
That's another
that's
thing.
another problem
But let's save their
entirely.
life first.
Yes.
So the government have to channel this for. It's not by giving. I appreciate those people that were able to bring out money for this.
And you know,
It's good,
I know
but beyond giving
you
out
know the
money,
resultant.
Can the money do the work?
You know the resultant effect of these things, that it's affecting crops, it's affecting food supply,
security.
as food security is
security.
being
Farmland
affected.
will be washed in
Farmlands are
generations.
being
That
washed
property
away.
Not to talk of
damage-
diseases. Do you know
as
that
well.
graves are a zoom? Let me even tell you what is happening now. Graves where they
Graves are-
bury people, skeletons are actually graves are opening. Corpses that are ready to decompose are coming outside. You know these things are,
You know,
are
toxic,
bacteria.
yeah,
This
very
and that.
toxic.
So
There
is
now
going to be-
you're putting the health of the residents at
The
risk
health-
as well.
Not just you are
risky.
putting health
Plus
at risk.
animals.
It's not just
They said they were
the
shooting.
health.
Are you
Okay,
aware
let's-
that they were shooting animals? It was trending online that some snakes, animals,
reptiles,
dangerous animals from maybe
coming
zoo
out
or
from the
the
zoo
forest
and
or the
forest,
hideout.
yeah,
So
yeah.
they are, you know, when they
are being
when
driven
they feel
out
threatened,
of their natural
when they feel
habitat.
threatened, they came to attack humans. So
attack
they
humans.
said,
They had
from
to
what I
start-
gathered, they said the police or the soldiers when
had
they
to
see they
start
shoot.
shooting.
So that this is already causing ecological imbalance because you are
Yes.
disputing. Imagine when there's extinction, what
It's
will
not
happen
like
to the ecological
disrupting,
balance? So it's a very
natural-
bad something.
So I think really your suggestion about state of emergency really needs to be called, yeah.
And then for other states that are yet to experience this,
They should
Calabar,
start working on
Akwa
Yes,
Ibom,
we have Calabar,
Edo State too is prone
Edo
to-
State, yes.
to- you have got a lot of
Ibom.
gully valleys in Edo State, you know. It's common where water will wash down. You see a deep valley. These things happen, and then even Lagos. We know we are
Lagos
close
too,
to
the coastal.
the coastal areas. So
Coastal
all these
areas.
places. So let's see as
In
much
fact,
as possible to work.
like
state
almost,
government-
let's just say half of Nigeria is just close to coastal. Nigeria is a coastal state, a coastal country.
Don't underestimate where we have both landlocked and coastal.
I know we have landlocked, but
Don't
we are
underestimate the power
coastal in
of water
general.
flood.
Yeah.
If it happens, do you know a very vast? You don't know the extent to which the water can flow.
can
It flows very
flow
fast.
very fast,
Just imagine what happened in Lekki.
Now it has
some
been
couple of years
forecasted
back.
that they are going to be like
high levels in coming days, and we have more rains
so
before
what are
we come
the
into dry season.
They said the rains that are falling, the rains that are supposed to fall for 1 year will fall for 1 day. Because of climate change.
So what are they doing now to address this before it happens?
You see, that's the problem, because as at now, we really do not know the measures. We've not heard. The only thing we've been hearing is just the donations that are happening. So what's our
step by step?
Yes, exactly. Being accountable for this funds, you get channeling it right. You understand, to curb this situation,
and also putting us in the know. Carry all the citizens and residents along with your plans. It's very essential. We're talking about lives here, please.
Exactly. So we discussed about flood and the resultant effects in humanity. It's called on food security, health, and many other things. So we urge the government to put in committees, set up committees that are accountable enough to channel these funds to proper use for these victims, because I mean, this is going to be a very big problem if not properly tackled.
We try to tell it like it is, regardless of whose axe is God. As Inipi stated, do keep your comments coming in on Facebook Plus TV Africa, hashtag TheAdvocateNG, or on X and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, hashtag TheAdvocateNG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, go to plustvafrica.com/TheAdvocate. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. Until next week, we continue working together to accomplish what we do best. Let's continue to push for social change. Bye.
Bye.
My name is Dakpo Ademosu. Here is my good old day story. I am always filled with nostalgia each time I remember those good old days. I look into the past with joy and gaze into the future with hopes of brighter things to come. I have many stories to tell. Was it when I followed my mother to J. Allen at Okebola in Ibadan to buy her brand new Mitsubishi Lancer car at a price of 1,310 naira? Or was it when she decided to change one of the tires of the very same car that she has used regularly for over 3 years at 22 naira? Those were interesting days when you dare not bring home a strange pencil or ruler without getting the beating of your life as if you stole a goat in the marketplace. Days at my former school, United Missionary College, Ibadan, UMC, when you would prefer to run away instead of facing a beating for losing your Cortina shoes, even though it was only one leg you lost, but still the same offense. After a school football 3-a-side set with our monkey posts. Oh, our parents at that time certainly did not spare the rod just to ensure that we are all who we are today. We surely turned out good. Wow, life was good in those days when every naming ceremony must come with puff-puff or pancake for the whole neighborhood. And each time you see those covered dishes arriving, you know that somebody is doing a naming ceremony nearby. We all rejoice because we have to share in the puff-puff. And same thing goes with the Ileya meat. Every neighbor shares the Ileya meat with the neighbors. And later years, we were always excited when school vacation was approaching for possible openings in organizations for a 1-month vacation job, which is supposed to train us on the value of money. And we were trained to develop a sense of responsibility and a culture of savings. How can I forget growing up with Kolo in my possession, which now all the children call piggy banks? That is, if any child has a piggy bank anymore. Every child had one those days. Sadly today, the narratives are different. Wealth acquisition mentally has taken over the drive for relevance. Even those with no visible trackable jobs have become role models of some sort, rolling out stocks of followers on the internet with no visible means of income or revenue that can always be substantiated. And I stop to think, why can't we have a brighter future that will be better than those good old days. Can we change the narrative? Yes, we can. Our children deserve a brighter and a better tomorrow, not a good old days, because that is gone forever. But we can still build on the future with discipline, foresight, and perseverance. Let us make the difference now for the sake of our children's tomorrow. Today, I join Shemore in his collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you.
Minding your mannerisms in public signals civility. Your behavior determines how others perceive you, and if you can leave a good impression, why not?
When it comes to that, it's about really making sure that you don't do something that will make people upset. So let me give you a typical example, public toilet, right? You want to walk into that washroom nice and clean, and at the same time, you want to leave it clean for someone else to use it like that. But what you find is that some people use it haphazardly. They don't care about who's coming in next. And of course, people are disgruntled by the way the place is dirty, not kept well. And of course, we have a problem there, health and hygiene, right? That's a public place. When you think about the airplane, for example, same thing as well. You are on the plane and you have children, and the children are making a whole lot of noise. You're disturbing the elderly people and other people who are sharing the same space with you. So when you're on the plane, you have to be mindful of other people that are going to be using it. So even when you're sitting down, it's a confined space, right? So you don't want to disturb other people. You want to make sure that you have a smooth ride without upsetting anyone while you're in that public space. What about when you're at the cinema as well? You know, a cinema is a place where, and a library, where you have to keep quiet. You don't want someone to keep telling you, shh, shh. What does that mean? You're not supposed to use your phone when you're in such places, like a library, for instance. Then you're in the supermarket as well. A whole lot of things. And many places where people are, I won't say maybe ignorant of other people, right? They think they're in their home. So you're in a reception in a restaurant, or you're in the reception of a hotel. You're not going to put your feet on the desk or on the table as if, and you're watching the TV as if you're in your sitting room, right? So people wouldn't like that. I've seen cases where some people are in they're in the not waiting room. There's a public place where you can sit down in a hotel, right? And some people have taken off their shoes, put their feet on the table, and their hand behind them, they're watching the news and like, hey, this is not your sitting room. You don't do things like that. Then when you talk about dining environments, you're in a restaurant. I have literally seen people, and I've done videos on it as well, where they've given you a napkin, it's for your hands. Wipe your hands down, because you're about to eat. Then guess what happens? You see them using the same napkin to wipe their face, to wipe their hair. I've seen them do this. I'm like, oh, this is not the bathroom. So it's really about perception and how you want people to see you when you're in a public place.
When in the public, it is important to be courteous and respectful of others. You might not always know the rules, but if you make a genuine effort to be considerate of others with the intent not to disturb them, the conscious effort would show.
For me, I would love to see an environment where when we see something that is not right, we correct. I've done that severally, and I'm brave enough to do that. And most times when I finish speaking to the person says sorry, because maybe at the time they were doing it, they didn't realize how bad it was and the consequences to another person. But most times you find that they are truly sorry because it just didn't come down to that.
The rules of behavior when we're in public vary from culture to culture.
If you've ever been to Singapore and you're in a public train or any public environment, you're not allowed to chew chewing gum. And they made it a law. And so now people are very conscious. Don't chew chewing gum, you get fined, you can be imprisoned. So they've made it part and parcel of their life.
However, culture is an ever-evolving phenomenon that changes as the needs of the people changes. We all have rights, but it has limitations where the exercise of your rights begins to infringe on the rights of others. Behaviors such as playing music or videos loudly on your phone in public, receiving calls loudly in public places, or even blowing horns arbitrarily can be seen as offensive. Here are some common etiquette to take note of in public. Offer up your seat. If you're in perfectly good health, offer your seat to anyone who is either in poor health or pregnant. Make commuting easier for those who need it. Let the waiter come to you. Never yell or wave your hand at a waiter while dining. Make their job easier by being patient or politely get their attention when they pass by. Know your audience. Be aware of who's around before engaging in hot topics. Respecting people's sensibilities is the proper way to behave. Make sure to tip. Tipping is essential for certain employees to make a decent income. Make sure to leave a tip as a token of your gratitude whenever possible, even services you might not think of like a haircut or dog grooming. Say excuse me. It's the polite thing to do when you bump into someone. Even if you're not really the one to blame, why not just avoid conflict and brush off the situation? Use a coaster. Spilling isn't the only way to make a mess with your cold beverage. Say please and thank you, especially to those closest to you. Smile at the cashier, the bank teller, the security man, your co-worker, even if he or she doesn't smile back. Hold the door for the person behind you, and if someone holds the door for you, remember to say thank you. Step outside to answer your phone calls. Sometimes you have to take an important call. It is important to step outside to take your call because it's not fun to hear your conversation when we're trapped behind you in a line. Give people a pass. Cranky salesperson, nasty driver, you have no idea what's going on with that person right now. You don't have to reward ugly behavior with your own nastiness, which only perpetuates the cycle. Look at the person who's speaking to you. It is polite to listen to people who are talking to you and not just type away on your smartphone. Let someone go in front of you in line. Cough or sneeze into your elbow. Put your smartphone away during meals. Be on time. Ask before posting. Not everyone wants to be all over social media and you're not a reporter, so stop spreading the news. Keep the noise down at work. Silence the ringer on your phone. Speak quietly and turn the sound down on your dinging emails so it's not bugging everyone you work with. Wash your hands after using the bathroom. Park your shopping cart on the side of the aisle. Ask permission to use someone's first name. Clean up after yourself, at home, at work, at a friend's house. Ask before bringing a guest. Don't assume they're automatically invited no matter how well you know your host or hostess. Stay at home when you're sick. Reach out to people who are grieving. Don't pretend nothing happened. If you don't know what to do or say, you can simply say you're sorry. Let people get off the elevator first before you get on. The same rules apply to trains and buses. Silence your smartphone at the movies and stop crinkling that candy wrapper so loudly while you're at it. Help someone who's clearly struggling. The next time you see someone straining to reach something on the highest shelf at the grocery store, help him or her out. Skip controversial or nosy topics at parties. Politics, religion, or asking when they're getting pregnant or how much weight they lost. Those topics are sensitive and should be off the table. When you enter a room, greet everyone. Return calls. If someone takes the time to leave you a voicemail, take the time to call him or her back. Use an earphone or headphone in public while scrolling through social media.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
This area was really well known to our ancestors. They came through here, they camped, they had sites where they always returned to. The buffalo followed the stars, and we followed the buffalo.
My grandmother told me about the Lakota way of life. The Lakota woman, she has to be really strong. I'm pretty sure she cries, but it's always hidden. Because she has to show that strength to the family so that they can grow that strength too. So that's her role in the Lakota way of life.
My grandfather picked this area because of the creek and the water, the canyons and the trees. My name is Leola One Feather, and I live at Wunditney. And this is where I grew up. Get out of there. My grandmother bought this trailer house. It's been here for 40 years. And we haven't had running water for probably when the trailer house shifted. God, it was so long ago. Like 30 years ago. My mom and dad and I, that was our bed. I finally outgrew them, but it was so cold in the winter, I'd have to sleep between them. Nochba. Nochba means push your foot in, like cave it in, that's what it means.
Mama, not yet.
Yeah, you broke it. That was your birthday present. I just got on Social Security, and since I got these kids, I didn't get any assistance for them. They gave me $308 for food stamps for 3 of them. Their mom is in jail right now. So our kids get in trouble, whether it's drugs or drinking or whatever. Now the burden of the children in our tribe is set on us grandmothers. Take this back in there and go in there and behave. We're talking here, not listening. For all of our tribe, there's only like 2,000 jobs. It's all dependent on the federal contracts that our tribe gets. And we don't have a private sector, so we don't have the money to do startup businesses. We still have good land, you know, and it does bother a lot of people because we're surrounded by racism. We didn't want to be Americans. We wanted to just be our own people. Growing up in a home where the language is predominantly Lakota, I didn't know how to read Lakota, but I learned. We have our stories of creation and how we develop over time. So we have a whole different process that Americans haven't been able to figure out. They can't figure out why we think different. In our culture, the girls are more emotionally protected. We live on a merit system, so a girl might do things that are really brave, or she engaged in battle and saved children and lives, or did something real heroic. She'll have the respect and honor of the same as a man.
You're on that side. Woo! 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 Okay. Woo! Yeah. Move with the foot. Whoa. 3, 2, 1. How can we kick it? Take it to the gate. Take it to the gate. My parents, I love them, but sometimes they're a little strict on me. They kind of fight. They just argue a little times. So that's why I just don't really hang out with them. Oh, yeah, we got puppies. We got puppies. Oh, poor baby. Oh, puppy. I go different places. I mostly go to my grandma's. She took care of me for 2 years. Here you go. You can have the puppy back. She has I forgot what those things were where you take a kid away from your parents. Before my grandma took me, I used to have an uncle that took care of me. He got buried out close to Red Cloud School. Yeah, I only go see him once in a while, but I didn't really see him because it's sad for me. Go inside. Yeah, I think we got that one down now. Oh, I can't reach it. Tippy toe. It won't reach. Cold. Cold. Here you go, patient. Thank you, sissy. Stars. 7 Up. 7 Up, thumbs up. I didn't really go to school because I had a runny nose. So what I did in the morning was just eat oatmeal and then took another nap and played on my phone. AJ, what's 1 plus 2? 1 plus 2. What's 1? Okay. What is 3 plus 2? 9. Nope. Wrong. What's 3 plus 2? The only thing I usually do is clean. I clean, well, not really, but I usually help my grandpa do things. Hello. Thank you, Sandra.
I was in New York years ago. Okay. I heard she's dangerous here too.
Okay. I need a cup before you go. Talk to the girls. Okay. Tickle, tickle. Wait, what you say?
Her and I, that's 4 generations.
I'm the Lakota woman. Right. Say yes.
Say Lakota.
Lakota.
We here are the Oglala Lakota band. We got a mean loss of identity here due to forced assimilation.
The government done a good job on us. they're using some kind of cultural module called self-hate, where they had us ashamed of who we were.
You're listening to the Thunder Valley CDC Radio Hour.
Welcome to the Thunder Valley CDC Radio Hour. We'd just like to know what you're up to here on Pine Ridge today.
We're working with Native American nations in the U.S. to establish what we call girl societies, which are neighborhood-based safe places where girls can go to have fun, but also talk about problems and be able to pursue opportunities. I'm Kelly Hallman. I'm a Cherokee Nation citizen from Oklahoma.
Am I a community member visitor? Is that what I am, or?
I'm the founder and executive director of the Indigenous Adolescent Girls Empowerment Network.
Do I need a key? Is this where we're meeting tomorrow?
Yes, so this is the space that you'll meet tomorrow. It's really a neat facility. There is none like it on the Oglala Coach Nation whatsoever.
We put out a call for tribal organizations to learn the planning tools to set up a girls' society.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All of you probably came here for a reason. There's something in your mind about what's going on with girls in your community. It's more about the general social and emotional supports that girls need.
I speak for our reservation because this is where I've been. We're not supportive of one another, and it's time now to let that all go because we have to support one another, and we have to bring that together for our daughters and our future.
That's why I feel like these programs are so important, to teach our young girls to have pride in themselves and who they are and how to protect and understand their sacredness of being Lakota Gwians and what that means. You don't want to prepare them to be victims, to be those statistics. We have like parents selling their babies, caregivers selling their babies. We have dealers in Parmalee that are saying, here you go, come get high, here you go. Oh, now you owe me $500. So guess what? I'm gonna haul your butt up to Rapid and you're gonna work it off for 4 or 5 days before I bring you home. I've worked with 4 young girls in Parmelee that were victims and the trafficking was in Rapid and they were brought home.
What our people struggle with is addiction. And so they're struggling with the addiction of either alcohol or a drug of meth, marijuana, or opiates. How do we teach them at a young age to know who they are and to be strong? And no matter if your friends are doing it or whatever, you're strong enough to say no.
How many of us adults know the phone numbers for suicide hotline, our DV help support lines? Suicide is such a hard issue and it affects, all of us. How many of us in the room have somebody who's committed or attempted within our family or within our friend circle? What got those babies so far down here to be hopeless, right? And so that's the purpose of the Imagine programming, is to build those baby girls up.
We have a strong belief that the women are sacred, women being the backbone of our society. So I think having a strong girl society and a strong womanhood will help our communities grow and thrive in the conditions that we have. My name is Amy Pond. I'm from Pine Ridge, South Dakota. I born and raised there, which is village, the middle of the reservation.
Wait, hold on.
This is home to me. My family's here. I was a little bit lucky, I guess, in that aspect. When I was young, my dad decided to quit drinking, so I, right off the bat, kind of had an advantage. I wanted to go to school elsewhere. I wanted to get off the reservation for a little while, just to see things, learn as much as I could. So I finished my master's program and then I started looking for jobs here back home. And I want that to be the norm for girls.
Can we help? Yeah, stand in here. That's good bread. She makes good bread. I bet. It's gonna get this by itself so I don't dump it on the sidewalk. A way of planning tools, like kind of a way to start it and keep it running. With the historical oppression that Native American people have experienced here in the U.S., family structures are often broken down. And so sometimes it's the teenage girls in the household that are the real sort of supports of both their mothers and grandmothers as well as the younger children. So girls have a lot more on their plates than boys do in terms of pregnancy risk, in terms of dropping out of school, in terms of having to shoulder the responsibilities of heading a family. Traditionally, in Native communities, there were societies to accomplish different things. There was a war society, there was often an agricultural society, a hunting society, there was a society to do coming-of-age ceremonies. The matrilineal traditions in many Native cultures meant there were women's societies to get things done. When to plant crops, when to make feasts according to moon and sun. Gender is really such a core piece of who we are as Native people. You know, women have particular strengths and men have particular strengths. We have like roles that we play, and that's how we've survived. When I was growing up as a kid, we moved around a lot because my father had a mobile job, and so it was always important to remember where I was from and who I was. Sort of want to be closer to home, looking at what role I might play in Indian country.
My name is Nikan Waywardon, or Thunder Before the Storm. My colonial name is Clyde Belcourt, and I'm one of the founders of the American Indian Movement. I come here every year to celebrate this great victory that took place here. And I was one of the main people to bring the people here to Wounded Knee in 1973. We had a lot of women, and the women were strong.
A lot of us women, when we were young, we were really into the American Indian movement. I'm sure that, you know, I have a pretty thick file with the FBI.
When we came here, it was going to be a peaceful occupation and liberation of this community. The very next morning, when we woke up, they gave me some binoculars, and all the way in this hill, all the way around us, there was armored personnel carriers.
We were surrounded by all the federal agencies, the military. The BIA police are really vicious.
This government has done everything it's can, stripped us of our language, our culture, our tradition, and our land and our water. And they thought that we would surrender. So we put our minds together and said, we're not going anywhere. This is our land. We're going to stand up. And we're going to show our Indian people how to stand up again and be warriors Gichida Kwe women warriors.
Oh, perfect. Lot of fun. Yeah. Having a
We're expecting in all 9 districts for there to be a girls' society. It's open to all girls. There's fun things that girls will do, sewing, beading, playing hand games, other things like that. And so you'll also learn skills too, like how to prepare to get into college, how to get scholarships. I'm happy to answer any questions, but otherwise I'll turn it over to Amy to give you some more details about exactly what they're doing here.
So
there's a question.
Question?
Oh, it depends on where you go.
Depends. We could talk about that at the Girls Society next week. Another really important part of this is we want to make sure girls are able to learn about our culture. They're able to learn about the ceremonies. Maybe we'll be able to take them to a sweat or something, or we'd like to take them on field trips to the sacred sites. But how this really works is through mentoring. So we'll have older girls around my age, women older, younger women that are gonna run these girls groups. They'll be in every community, like Callie said. They'll be at the same place, same time every day of the week so that girls have a place to go where they feel safe and where they feel like they could talk about girl things with other girls and females. I couldn't imagine being anywhere else or doing anything else. As far as feeling like a sacrifice for being here, no, not at all. The opposite. A lot of times our girls and our people in general are overlooked and undercounted, underrepresented, and just need to have a stronger voice. So fill this out, I could take it with me, and then we could start one like at the school or something. And the girls could actually go ahead and fill it out and turn it back into me. I don't want their names or anything. We talk a lot about liberation, about self-determination. We want to start it in Pine Ridge. I'm just looking for more mentors. We talk about sovereignty and being self-reliant. We want people to feel like we're not stuck and that there's hope.
Thing is like having doing activities and stuff.
Yeah, it's kind of like a talking circle, and there'll be some fun activities and hopefully field trips, things like that.
Yeah. Does it happen every week?
Once a week, yeah. Yep.
I want to be a doctor because I like to help people feel better when they're sick and stuff. Never mind. I'm glad with you. I would like to go and live in a big city, like in New York or somewhere.
I want to be in the ER, probably go to college, have a good college, good grades, get my master's, and have a good life. I want to go to high school and finish high school. I want to go to college, and after that, I want to go to the Air Force.
the crab ball. Do you guys ever like where they go? Do the crab.
I want to be like my auntie because she was in the Air Force for like 3 or 5 years, and then she made it sound cool, but then she said it was a little hard to fly because there's a whole bunch of buttons. I'm like, but I could get them in my head because I'm really strong, so I can do it.
16, 17, 18, 19.
And then I also want to have a good house and a good life, and sometimes take care of my grandpa. Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna go see my grandpa real fast, okay?
Sports betting has been around for a long time, even if data of the first bet seems untraceable. We can think of the Greeks, inventors of the Olympic Games, where it was not uncommon for spectators to bet among themselves on the winners. Over the years, pool staking and betting has been the traditional way of gambling in Nigeria. Recently, the emergence of sports betting has increased due to the various betting websites that have become famous. Due to this latest development, sports fanatics now take their interest in sports to a greater level, having realized the financial benefits that could be gained from predicting match scores. Unfortunately, addiction sets in along the line when one has no self-control, and it then leads them to the dark tunnel of gambling. This is Sam, a 35-year-old man who has been through the ups and downs in the virtual world of sports. He loves to forecast games and put his money where his mouth is. Along the line, his love for forecasting and betting led him into the dark side of addiction.
It all started 2015. Okay, I finished service 2013. So between that time, I was job hunting, and I've been a fan of sports growing up right from childhood. But I have a neighbor that walked up to me that he won 140,000 with 100 naira. So as at that time, I knew little about sport betting, but I don't know how it works. So I had to sit him down. I was like, how did you come about this? What did you play? How did it work out? So he held the coupon in his hand. I made a ticket. So he showed me saying, I picked this team, I picked this team, I picked that team. So I was like, oh, I saw some other things there. So what does this one mean? What does two means? What does... So he was the one that put me through the fundamental parts of the sport betting. Like, okay, if you picked one means the home team to win. If you pick two, that means the away team to win. If you pick GG, that means both teams to score. So I took my time to understand that. He only put me through how it works, how you stake. So I had to do further research myself. So I took my time to walk into the shop. So my first few weeks there, I didn't play. All I do was just to make friends, observe how things work. So I was there, I see people placing bets. So I started asking questions. I even asked the cashiers that, okay, if I pick this, if I pick this. But I remember vividly then, there were limited market options then, unlike now that we have vast majority of market options. Like I said, I don't have what I'm doing, so my income is so limited. All I do is when I started playing, I use my pocket money to place bets. So, then to stake, the minimum stake is 100 naira, so I can still feel like, hey, the money I would use to buy recharge cards and call friends, why can't I use it to place bets? So that's how it all started. And then it was fun. Some places I would have just one game that would make it a lost bet. I'll put the game, I'll be like, oh, I'm so close. And that will be like, you can't go further, you can try more. So it goes on and on like that. I could remember vividly my first win was a 5,000 naira with 100 naira.
Oh, wow.
I got motivated, yes. So the 5,000 then was like a gold, like, wow, this is cool business. With 100 naira, the multiple interests that comes or that is accrued to it, I was like, wow, this is good business. So I started going deep. And over time, I started looking into the virtual. When you walk into the shops, you see a lot. So it's like, the place is more like, let me just say, like a theater where you just see all different kind of. You see people that walk in, say this thing has destroyed my life. You see people that say, wow, I don't chop. So you have different kind of things that motivate you. I remember then there was a day a guy walked in and his first game, he placed bet on the virtual, that football virtual, and his first game with 100 naira, he won 35,000.
Oh,
so
wow.
That's really intrigued me. I was like, what exactly did he play? How did he know that all these games would come true? So he said he has been studying it. We became friends, and over time, I started playing the virtual too.
From all the games, he got more interested in a virtual game called Color Color.
It's a game of numbers. So you predict the numbers that will be displayed after some rounds of events. So, yeah. And we have different colors, but my interest is always on the numbers because if I predict two numbers to appear out of 6 possible outcomes, I would, with 100 naira, win 6,005.
Really?
So I always aim higher. Because I just feel if I use 100 naira to win, if I play the color, I will win 300. So I will be like, this 300, they can take it back anytime. But there's this thing that punters always believe in, that if I can win an huge amount of money, even before they will take it back, I can leave. So I always aim high. So if I win such kind of amount, I won't stay. I would go, then still come back the other day. But in the long run, if you come back another day, it's just like you're just delaying when they will get the money back.
Many can attest to the money-draining virtual games.
You see that virtual, I will not tell you the lie. The truth about it is that virtual is a killing machine. If you want to die, go there. You will die easily. If you have 50,000 in your pocket, in the next 5 hours, if you don't take time, you will borrow money out of that place. That one is not game. That one's like, it's dice, like 2 people playing dice or 4 people playing dice. That one is a killing machine. I don't go there. Except you just have money you want to waste. You go there, go and waste it. Money you don't budget for. But if you want to make something in life, I prefer to book game and wait for the results after 90 minutes.
When Sam places bets, he spends about 2,000 naira, but it increased when he started working for a bet company.
In a month, let me just approach it. In a month, I can spend like 2,000, 3,000, but over time, when I started working, I spend more than that. So let me just say, when I started in the year 2015, I do spend 2,000, 3,000 to place bets in a month.
Wow.
When I started working, the mentality of playing bets with 100 naira left, I was like, if I would choose, the idea behind it is, I was like, if I could choose 20 games, and 19 of it I could predict correctly, just one of it got spoiled. So why stress myself with 100 naira? So why not pitch something lesser and stake with a huge amount of money?
Wow.
So I started experimenting that. When I started, it was working fine. I could play a single bet with 5,000, place a single bet with 2,000.
Reality dawns on Sam when he lost 200,000 naira on a single bet, but continues to play.
The highest amount I would say that I've stayed to it is 200,000.
100,000.
200,000 at a go.
At a go?
Yes.
Wow.
And I
Tell
lost.
us about that.
I lost.
You lost it?
Yes.
Wow.
I lost it at the nick of time. Okay? So on that day, I'm a Man U fan though, so I stayed for my team to win.
Wow.
And that day, Man U was winning. I could remember Man U play Newcastle or so. Man U was winning. And at injury time, I think 90 plus, Newcastle equalized and the match ended 1-1. The money wasn't mine. Several things came to my mind. Like, I was like, I wish I didn't do this. Why did I do this? How can I get this money back? What will I tell the owner?
It got so bad he borrowed a lot of money and spent 90% of it on bets.
Borrowing money to place bets.
You borrowed money to?
Yes, I did.
What was the highest amount you borrowed?
450. 450,000, yes. 90% of it was to place bets. Now, for me to have been able to secure 450,000, I never knew what I wanted to do with it. Over time, I have borrowed quite a lot of money, and the day I sat down to, you always be afraid to like put your pen to paper to just write down the figures. But the day I did that, I noticed it's over 1 million, 1 point something million. Yes. Wow. And everything was within 2 years.
2 years?
Yes. Everything was within 2 years. And for all the companies that were able to give me loans, it comes with interest. Then if you default, you have further interest. So the 1 million I mentioned is accrued interest on loans I've defaulted.
Wow.
So I speak with you, I'm still paying back.
Wow.
So it shows the extent, the damage it has caused. So the day I sat down and I put down names of each company I'm owing and the amounts with the interest. So, and individuals that I owe. Then I found out that, hey, this thing has turned to 6 figures. So that's when it comes on me that I realized that this is not fun anymore. It's an issue.
In Nigeria, football betting has a long history that can be traced to colonial times when pool betting was popular, especially among the elderly, retired workers, and the unemployed. Since the 1920s, younger people have taken up betting on the results of football matches, including European football leagues. In the betting shops, you will find different kinds of people in clusters discussing either the Premier League, Champions League, the La Liga, boxing, and all types of sports, with their passion for the game increasing every day, having high hopes of winning the jackpots. There are factors responsible for increased football betting among youths in Nigeria.
It keeps my hope alive. When the government are not trying and I don't have any other way, I don't have any other person to help me. It's only the bet that can help me.
As you can see, the country is very rough, you understand? The government, they're not trying, you understand? So at least helping the youth, So some people cannot steal, like me, I can't steal. So I just do this way to make money for myself.
In the past, people watched sports with keen interest based on loyalty to a particular club. But today, that is no longer the case with many.
Like me now, I'm a driver now. For the past 2 months now, I don't have a car again. I don't have any bus that I'm using to work. But I'm surviving with this because I don't play visual game. I only play the game I will book and bet. Maybe Madrid is playing Osasuna. I bet it Madrid to win. Chelsea is playing Watford. I bet Chelsea to win. I collect like 5 games like that. I put like 500 or 1,000. The game give me something like 13,000 or 8,000. As the game is going, maybe I play 8 games. 6 I've played. They are giving me a crash out like 5,000. I will just collect the 5,000, crash out. I book another one. Out of that one, I send a little money for my family. That was how I've been coping for the past 2 months now, because there is no hope. I'm not an addict. I'm not addicted to betting. It's just like I just sat down and I studied and I said, okay, I can make something out of this. Not that maybe if I have a work that I'm doing now, I will not sit down here and say I want to start betting because I'm a driver. I'm on the road now. Maybe it's when I close. And if I go to work Monday to Saturday, is it that night I will now start? I'm tired now, I'm going to relax. But for now, let me just use this one as another avenue to make money.
There are those ones who have become addicted to this behavior. Sam is one of them, and every addict shows some vital signs.
There's an attribute with someone that is addicted to gambling, and that is you always find your way around things, and that involves lying to people close to you, people you know. If you tell them strange things, they will believe you.
When you say that someone has gambling addiction, there are certain things you see in someone that has gambling addiction. Is this, you see that they have this strong compulsive use to this craving to always bet money. And you see them that they neglect other activities that they used to find pleasurable, spending most of their time gambling. They hide the fact that they are gambling from their family members. They feel guilty. They've lost vast sums of money. Sometimes they have to take loans, and they believe that if they keep gambling, they will be able to recover some of the money that they've lost. So those are some of the features you've seen that it affects their career, affects their family.
Addiction is more like an eye. You have that feeling that you are high on something, so you feel uncomfortable until you place bets.
A report revealed that about 60 million Nigerians between the ages of 18 and 40 are involved in active sports betting. They spend almost 2 billion naira on sports betting daily. And this translates to about 730 billion naira annually. Betting may appear to be a way to make quick money, either as a betting operator or as a gambler, but addiction sets in along the way.
Usually most people, when they start for fun. They start with funds that they can afford to lose. But for some people, it progresses beyond that. And then they start to bet large sums of money. They have, when they can't bet or they are prevented from betting, they start to become very uncomfortable. They spend most of their time engaged in either betting or trying to get money to bet. And they start to suffer harm in terms of their career. They get into debt. They keep having, they find it they're unable to control their betting. When you see those signs, those are signs that the person could possibly have a gambling addiction or sports betting addiction.
Are there consequences for addiction?
Gambling addiction has significant comorbidities with psychiatric conditions. As you might imagine, if you've borrowed a large sum of money and lost it to sports betting, there's a high tendency for you to have clinical depression. It could also progress to having suicidal thoughts and attempted suicide. You could also have post-traumatic stress disorder. You could have sleep problems, sexual dysfunctions. It could predispose to even psychotic breakdowns. So having a gambling addiction predisposes you to having a whole lot of other psychiatric comorbidities.
Sharing my experience now, I am someone that loves sleeping very well. I do have sound sleep, but when this issue become a problem, I couldn't sleep well. Wow. There have been different kinds of thoughts. You'd start thinking that life is not worth it. You know, such kind of things, and you start thinking of, oh, how am I going to pay this person? So shame comes in, reproach. Loan agencies started looking for me, calling my numbers. I had to start changing numbers. I started withdrawing from people because when I had the encounter with my family members, I had to change my numbers. Then loan agencies started calling me. I had to start withdrawing. So at that point of withdrawing, you want to be alone. Like, it's as if these people don't understand you. So you start withdrawing and That's when the suicidal thoughts start coming in and the lights.
Sam's family felt disappointed after they found out about his sports bet addiction.
At a point, my family gets to know about this. I used to be like a favorite child. I used to be like someone they're looking up to just bring the name of the family, to raise the bar for the family, not to put down the name. But the moment they got to know, I felt like an outcast because I had different kind of things that really put me down. So after the session with them, going back, I wasn't myself.
Is there a way out of addiction?
Since we consider gambling addiction to be medical and mental disorders, there are treatment modalities that are available, and it first starts with you having an assessment. When you are assessed, you're now able to understand the severity of the disorder, and the treatment ranges from simple interventions like reading a brochure to short interventions to long-term interventions that involve psychotherapy with a therapist. So there are treatment modalities depending on the severity. You need to talk to a medical professional, and then they'll be able to help you with this disorder.
Since it is difficult to convince many that caution is needed, it is hoped that Sam's experience and many around us are pointers that this craze for quick wealth is at the end of the day counterproductive, including suicide as a result of depression.
My first advice would be to everyone that you should have a high index of suspicion if you are gambling and then you're finding it difficult to control your sports betting. Then you might need to take a step back and stop gambling for a while. You might have difficulty controlling your sports betting. So before it becomes a full-blown disorder, it's better to know that it's possible that you could get addicted and to reduce it. Now, if you do have a problem with sports betting, it's affecting your schooling, your work, your marriage, your relationship with people around you, then it's advisable that you get some treatment. You could come to any neuropsychiatric center and have an assessment done where a treatment modality is available. And lastly, you should tell people around you if you're having this problem. Too often we are too stoic in our culture. We tend to hide things. If you're having difficulty, let your friends and family know, and then they will be able to put in place a support system that will be able to help.
For people that place bets, this would be my advice. It's supposed to be fun, yes. You can stake on what you like, and you can have passion for it. You know, people have different kind of hobbies. So, but the moment you notice you're losing sleep over it, the moment you notice it's affecting your health, the moment you notice it's affecting your relationship, because as an addict, and the effect of most of these things is you withdraw from your loved ones, you hurt them, you hurt yourself, your health status, emotion, your mental state, at a point you realize you're losing it. So if at the moment you notice it's getting to that point, you need to speak up, seek help. It's very, very important. In my case, I didn't do that on time. And if you're seeking help also, I would advise you seek help from the right channel. At a point, I had to go to religious leaders to seek help. The earlier you stop, the better it is.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
I will take you through this amazing lesson today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
"60 Minutes with Angela" starts right now.
So when you serve the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as his special advisor on media and publicity for 8 years, that's 2 unbroken terms, I suppose it makes all the sense to write memoirs. And that's where my guest today comes in. He says, without documentation, revisionism wins because human beings have short memories. He also goes on to say that the reason he's written his memoirs is to help Nigerians know the true and real Muhammadu Buhari, as opposed to the conjuration we have had over decades. His book, Working with Buhari, Reflections of a Special Advisor from 2015 to 2023, was publicly presented on the 16th day of January 2024. And it was the first time the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, would make his way back to the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, since he left office on the 29th of May, 2023. Well, Femi Adesina, the former special advisor to former President Muhammadu Buhari on media and publicity, joins me on the program today. Well, thank you for coming on 60 Minutes with me. It's been like 6-7 years of not really having these conversations.
Oh, not long.
But before your appointment as a special advisor, you wore many caps. You would be termed to have reached the height of your profession. You were the managing director of the Sun newspaper. You were also the president of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. That's top, in the hierarchy of journalism in Nigeria. And in spite of your initial misgiving, when you got that call from President Muhammadu Buhari, you served 2 terms as special advisor. Correct me if I'm wrong, you must be the first special advisor to do 8 years with the president since our return to democracy in 1999.
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay. Now, you've spoken about a certain myth about President Muhammadu Buhari, a narrative that his political enemies had sold and fed to the Nigerian public. What is this myth?
over the years, you know that he first came as a military ruler.
Yes.
That's December 31, 1983 to August 27, 1985. And he ruled with an iron fist. That gave people the excuse to now say he was a dictator. When he came out in 2002 saying he had become a Democrat, they didn't believe him.
Yes.
They felt it could never happen. In fact, they felt he would be a worse dictator than he was as a military leader if he was ever elected. So there began systematic demarketing of the man Buhari. He's a dictator, he's a religious bigot, he's a Muslim zealot, he is a man who doesn't have a wide perspective of the country, he is too clannish, narrow,
Yeah.
and all that. All sorts of perspectives which were not correct. They succeeded in selling that to Nigerians in 2003, 2007, and 2011. So he didn't win the election in those years. But by 2015, Nigerians were not ready to buy those things again. Those arguments had become prosaic, jejune, and Nigerians just said, this is the man we want, and they voted him in. So a lot of people changed their minds about him, voted him, but there were some who remained in their entrenched positions. That was why, having then worked closely with him for 8 years and seen that he is none of those things they paint him to be, I just felt I would write a book to put things in their proper perspectives.
And the book was well received by him. I just wondered, when you showed him the manuscript, because I know after you left office, you disappeared for a few months to finish the book, and then you got back and you went straight to see him in Daura. What was his reaction to the book?
Yeah, when I gave him the manuscript, the first thing he did was to go to the contents page.
Yes.
And when he looked at the titles of each chapter, some he will read and laugh, and then some he will just smile and nod. At the end of the day, he said, Nigerians will love to read this book. Nigerians will love to read this book. He flipped through the pages. There were some areas I asked him, I mentioned this. Should I remove it? He said, leave it. It's part of our history. Leave it there. Now that the book is out, I see them playing up all those in the media and trying to make mischief with it. I just laughed. They didn't know that even the former president had known and approved those parts to be
Okay,
there.
so I was reading one of the comments on Twitter. Someone said in reaction to your book that, it looks like this Mr. Adeshino, he don't plan this book. He knew that he was going to write these memoirs from day one. Your power of recollection is what they couldn't get over. So I suppose my question is, when you get an appointment such as that, is that the first thing that comes to your mind? I've got to start preparing for my memoirs. Or when does the idea come in?
Not exactly. If you asked me along the line, are you going to write? I would say maybe yes, maybe no.
Yes.
I wasn't quite sure whether I would write or not. So it was not as if I went into government planning to write at the end of it all.
Yes.
I could have written and I may not have written. I just, sometime when we finished, decided that, okay, I will write. So it was not as if I went into government planning to write this. Let me tell you an encounter between myself and the then General Buhari on phone. The first time he called me was the build-up towards the 2007 election. I had written an article about him in the Sun newspapers. The following day, my phone just rang, and he said, this is Muhammadu Buhari. I said, which Buhari? He started laughing, and I just started laughing. I said, General! And then we started talking. He said, I read the article. He said, you must have the memory of an elephant. All those things you know there, how did you remember them? That was pre-2007. Okay. So most of the things in this book too, yes, some were jotted in the course of working in government, some were
Retained.
recalled. Yes, I retained and then recalled at the time I was writing.
So one of the more controversial topics that you touch upon in your book is that of Nnamdi Kanu, who is, by the way, still detained, been detained since June 2021. You alluded to the fact that if Nnamdi Kanu was not extradited to Nigeria, he would have been eliminated.
No. That was a twist of what I wrote. I read that twist, which is not correct. What the president said when the high-level delegation from the southeast came to the president, pleading that he released Nnamdi Kanu to them, they pledged that he would be of good behavior. And the president said what they were asking him was very difficult. One, because it was already a judicial matter, and he never likes to interfere with the judiciary. Once something is before the courts, he wants the courts to adjudicate on it. And then secondly, he said to them, you asked me to release him unconditionally. He said, it's like a boy who stood outside and began to throw stones into his own house.
Yes.
Then why should he be released unconditionally? He said, we are a government. If we had wanted to kill Nnamdi Kanu, even abroad, we could have arranged it.
Yeah.
But we decided to bring him back home so that he can have his day in court and justify all the allegations he had leveled against the country. He said the country is a zoo. Let him say it before the court.
Yes.
So the president said, we did him a favor by bringing him home so that he can justify all the allegations he has leveled against Nigeria. There was no plan to assassinate him, and the president said, we could have if we wanted because we're a government. Said, but that didn't come into our thoughts at all. We preferred that he be brought home so that he could justify all the
all what he had been saying.
Yeah.
One of the most interesting recollections for me that is the Emilio Con episode. And the decision, as you put it, by the principal aides of former president to brief him when you were airborne. I think you were on a travel
from
with
Spain.
the president in Spain then. So you all decided that once you were airborne, you as his advisor would approach him so that, according to you guys, you didn't want him to get a varied and distorted version. Now, we all remember that speech of Emilio Con. What could a varied and distorted version look like that would be worse than the perception and implication that those words had already created, on that fateful day in Abeokuta? I'm trying to see why your team thought it was important to brief the president and why you thought it was possible for a varied and distorted version to be given to the president.
Now, when something happens, look at the newspapers and the news media generally. They take it from different perspectives. Some on point, some off point. Look at stories that have been written from this book, for instance. A lot have been distorted.
Yes.
So that was why we felt the president was going to land in Nigeria. He will read the newspapers, and then we didn't want it to be a surprise to him when he saw all the headlines and the papers going in different directions. He will now be wondering what is the truth. That was why we held that meeting, that once we were airborne, I should approach him and brief him on all that had happened, which I did.
What was his reaction?
He's a man of few words, very few words. He listened to me patiently, and that's one of his strong points. He listens. Anybody talking to him, he listens patiently. And after it, he said, Asiwaju said all that?
I'm surprised.
He's surprised. Asiwaju said all that? And then he said, thank you for coming to brief me. That was it. And that was it. But later I learned that when you go to Asiwaju met him, and I think
they iron things out.
Yes, they iron things out.
Because, I'm thinking to many of us observers who were watching the events leading up to the election, that speech would be said to have been targeted at the former president. It looked like a resistance. Of course, some of the current president's supporters have always thought that President Buhari was lukewarm at best to President Tinubu's ambition. And so in saying, Emilokon, it is my turn, no one can stop me. No matter what you all throw at me, this is my turn. Especially if you recall, he used the words Olule. He tried the first time, Olule. Tried the second time, Olule. So everyone thought there's only one person who's tried to be president 3 times, and it's President
It was not
Buhari.
in doubt that he was talking about President Buhari. It was not in doubt. But then you see that immediately after that speech openly in Abeokuta, there was a press statement from Bayo Onanuga, who was a spokesman to the presidential campaign then, putting things in proper perspective. Is also in my book. You said lukewarm. Lukewarm is not the word I'll use. Neutral is the one I prefer to use. If a sitting president is lukewarm towards you,
Nothing will happen.
Nothing will happen. If you know the power that resides in the presidency, you will know that if a sitting president is lukewarm towards you or doesn't want you, nothing will happen in your favor.
Yes.
The president was just neutral, and he allowed things to play out. And
He wanted a level playing field.
Which he ensured.
With all the candidates. Okay,
Yes.
so till today, some of Asiwaju's supporters still have it in their minds that President Buhari didn't want Tinubu as his successor.
They have a right to their opinion. But recall that even against the electoral law, when the president voted in Daura, he displayed his ballot, showing that he voted APC. So, how else will a man prove that he wanted somebody as his successor than that? Yes.
Okay, but there's no doubt that the APC seems to have many blocks, and that's understandable. The 4 parties came together to form that party. Did you, as the head of the Buhari media team, feel at some point that the campaign of Asiwaju was distancing itself from the achievements of the administration that you served? In the run-up to the campaign, when the campaign first started, it looked as if they were going to be campaigning on the achievements of then Governor Bola Ahmed Tinubu as governor of Lagos, rather than riding on the many achievements of Buhari in the last 8 years, which were the pioneer years of the APC at the presidency.
I didn't get that feeling. Maybe if that perception is there, some people try to play it up, but that is not the overriding perception, because President Buhari was with him in many of his campaign stops.
Yes.
If he didn't want him, one, he would not be there. If not that the Buhari achievements could be played up, he would not be there. Remember, I think the campaign flagged off in Jos. Remember that everyone, candidate Tinubu, could not speak. It was just saying, Buhari, 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 when he saw the overwhelming crowd. Without Buhari joining him in that campaign, I was in most of them, it wouldn't have been the same as what we saw.
Yes.
Because Buhari still, even after 8 years, he still had that cult-like following. Even today, when I go to Daura and he goes out, I go out with him, if you see how people still respond, it's simply wonderful. So I don't have that impression that the Tinubu campaign wanted to distance itself from the achievements of President Buhari. And many times, President Tinubu has also said that Buhari was like their precursor. And when they met at this book launch, you heard what he said.
In fact, people were surprised that the president turned up at your book launch. Everyone thought, we will see if Tinubu really turns up.
He gave his word.
And he did?
Yes, because I sent him an invitation, and the feedback I got was that he said, if you spend additional, I'll come. He is a good person. And since President Buhari is in town, I must be there as a sitting president. And he was true to his word.
Well, we'll take a break now. Join us again after the break. All right, welcome back. And I still want to stay on this issue of the alleged friction between the former president and, one of the things that the current president's supporters hold on to is that currency change, the Naira redesign. At the time it happened, the general word on the street was that a lot of politicians had hoarded Naira notes, and President Buhari had been briefed about that hoarding, and that in order to have clean elections, there was a decision taken to change the currency so that it would make it difficult for politicians to buy the votes from the electorate. What would be your reaction to Tinubu supporters who think that that singular policy was directed at them so that it would make it difficult for them to get people to vote for the APC?
Why would it be difficult for the APC and not for other parties? If it affected APC, it must affect PDP. It must affect Labour. It must affect all the other parties. The one thing leaders must know is that they need to be careful of what their supporters say. They need to discern carefully, otherwise they will cause problem between them and other leaders. So, if the Naira redesign policy was to give us cleaner elections, was it only one person that was going to the election? Was it only one party that was going to the election? So if it affected one party, it must affect all the parties. And no doubt, President Buhari still keeps saying that, do you know that in that election, 9 governors who wanted to go to the Senate couldn't win their elections? Do you see governors ever failing elections? The retirement home. Well, one failed during that election. So we had cleaner election. It was not targeted at any single politician or any party, but we had cleaner election. And do you also recall that even during that time, kidnapping stopped? Because if you kidnap anybody and you ask for ransom, there was no cash to bring. I remember that in Kano, was it the APC secretary that was kidnapped? Day 1, day 2, day 3? Nothing. Nobody answered their call. Nobody brought a guy. When the captors were tired, they just slapped the man 3 times and pushed him out. That market. Because there was nobody answering them because there was no money to bring.
Was the president fully briefed? Because there's still this brouhaha in the polity about whether or not the president was properly briefed, whether or not the then CBN governor had the capacity to push forward this policy. Were we prepared for that Naira redesign?
Yes, I was privy to most of the things that happened as build-up to that redesign. How many times Godwin Emefiele came to meet with the president, meetings they held, which I sat in, and I had to issue statements and all that. So I guess the policy was properly enunciated. The actual implementation may not have been as seamless as it should be, but the enunciation was good, and the president was convinced that it was the way to go. If you read this book, he spoke about it.
Are any of you who are the members of the media team of Buhari surprised that sometimes when you read the papers or you listen to current members of this administration, it would seem that the government of Buhari is being vilified by members of the same party? I still remember the current National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, talking about how this administration inherited almost nothing in terms of kind of economy, and some of them saying things like, oh, the country was run aground for the last 8 years by President Muhammadu Buhari. I mean, the shocking thing for many people is that both Buhari and Tinubu are from the same party. And we're surprised that from the same party would come such harsh words about the former president.
Well, I ascribe it to limited knowledge. If you have limited knowledge about something, what should you do? Try to understand it. Try to read up, try to get information. But if you begin to speak without having done that, your shallowness will come out. So it was limited knowledge that made some people say what they said. And do you know the response of President Buhari to us privately? Said, leave them. Everything is documented. That's what he said. So everything is documented.
So he's not worried, he's not fearful if there's a probe?
Not at all. During this launch, he was talking about the importance of documentation. That was what he meant. He said nothing was done under the veil of secrecy under his administration, and everything is on record. So those who said what they said, if they had sought to look at the records, they would have been better educated, and so would not have said what they said.
Did the president have a preferred successor in that last election?
He was neutral. If you had a preferred successor, the power that resides in the office of a president is so enormous, nothing will have stopped that person.
From emerging.
Nothing will have stopped.
So when the former Senate president was pushed forward and it was implied that it was President Buhari's choice, that wasn't true at all.
There was a statement that came saying the president hadn't endorsed anybody. Okay.
He didn't endorse his vice president either?
Not anybody. He just said, please go to the primaries, let the best person win. Whoever emerges.
And he received many visits from everyone who was aspiring.
Oh yes, that's the right thing to do. He was a father of the country. So a good father should create a level playing field and bless anybody aspiring.
But you know that all those who were coming to tell him were obviously coming to tell him because, they thought...
He will endorse them.
Yes.
Well, maybe they didn't know President Buhari enough. Those of us that know him know that he's such a fair-minded person. If he does something and he thinks he has wronged another person in that process, no, he would rather not do it. He's a person who is always mindful of the last day when Allah will ask him questions and judge him. Yeah. This is what he told me. You get to see it in that book later. When there was talk about lopsided appointments in the country, particularly in the area of security, the day he called me to announce Lawal Daura as DGDSS, he had removed Itai Ekpeyong from South-South. So I said, Mr. President, tongues are wagging that you are appointing too many people from the north. You have removed a man from South-South. Why not replace him with another person from the South-South? He now told me that when he's going to fill positions like that, a committee is set up, a search team is set up, and they work. At the end of the day, they come with 3 recommendations. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
With number 1 being the best, number 2 second best, number 3 also appointable. Most times, 90, 95 out of 100 in 8 years, President Buhari will always approve number 1. And what he told me that day was, if somebody has come first in that exercise, and because of his religion, or because of his ethnicity, or because of language, or because of anything, and I bypass him, appoint another person, Allah will judge me on the day of judgment.
So it didn't matter what part of the country you were from, you were the next in line.
If you were the best in the exercise, it didn't matter where you came from. And like I said in the book, that's a bit ahead of its time in Nigeria. Because Nigeria not only will look at everything from the area of where you hail from, they will look at it from religion. So President Buhari didn't countenance all that. He just went for the best in any exercise.
Let me bring you back now to your relationship with the late Chief of Staff, Abba Kyari. I was shocked to read that there was a fractured relationship between yourself and him. Did he perhaps favor someone else for your post?
Fractured will not be my word. Frosty will not be my word. I'll just say not convivial. We didn't have that kind of relationship that you would think a special advisor will. His successor, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, I had a better relationship with him.
Yes.
Because the day he resumed, he said, Femi, just take me as a big uncle. Yeah. And anything I needed to discuss, I went straight to him. The late Abakari didn't have that kind of disposition. He was a bit aloof. And you are the way you are. You can't help it. If that was the way he was made, no problem. What you probably have read about my relationship from him were the excerpts people took from that book, which was not complete. For you to get a complete picture of my relationship with him, read the entire chapter, A Tale of Two Chiefs of Staff. When you read it, everything will fall into place. The video goes to what will sound good, what the readers will like, and what will reverberate, and will latch on. Will latch on to. If you read the entire story of my relationship with him, how I mourned him when he passed on.
I know.
I genuinely felt it when he passed on, because I would have wanted him to finish with the administration and
because it got me thinking that were you an outsider when Buhari brought you in? I think if not the first appointment, the first 2-3 appointments that President Buhari made.
Yes.
And a lot of people were shocked. I wasn't, but we all knew your relationship with then General Buhari.
Yes.
You know, so I thought, okay, was it that he considered you to be an outsider brought in?
I wouldn't think so, because he just needed to know what was the background between me and General Buhari, who later became President Buhari, and then he wouldn't consider me an outsider. As far back as 2013, when my mother died, President Buhari came to attend the commendation service we did for her in Lagos here, a Christian service, and he stayed all through. So I was still active in the media during the campaign, but I was giving support from the outside. And that was what I thought I would give even to the administration, support from outside.
Yeah.
But eventually when I was invited to come, it took me a while to decide to go. You will see that the very day I had to resign my appointment as Sun MD and President Guild of Editors, I began to cry, because I didn't want to leave uncertainty for uncertainty. I had never worked in government before. I didn't know how it would be, and but because it was President Buhari, that was why I went.
You made a point that you never worked in government before. Is it that the opportunity never came, you didn't actively seek it, or you just were not interested?
I was not interested. And I remember that one of my active readers in the media, Jafet is his name, he sought me out one day, came to the Sun, and said, I want to meet the person who writes this thing week after week. So he came and we got talking. And then he asked me, would you ever serve in government? I said, no. Straight, I said, no. Then I thought about it again and I modified my position. I said, well, I can serve in the government headed by Muhammadu Buhari. That was what I told him. That was my conviction then. Any other person apart from Muhammadu Buhari, I wouldn't have taken.
So now, if you're called upon to serve, like in your home state or Osun State, for instance, would you be open to that?
After 8 years, you get tired, don't you? After 8 years, I felt I had done my bit. Out of 200 million Nigerians, I'd served for 8 years, more than my fair share.
And you also call it a thankless job.
Well, they call it so, but me, I wouldn't call it so. You remember, if you read that book, you will see the encounter between me and the Sultan of Sokoto. He had known me before I took on the assignment. He called me Kuli Kuli after my email address. So, the very week I was appointed, he came to the villa, he saw me, he said, Kuli Kuli, this job you have come to do, it's a thankless job. He said, with your predecessors, it has been a thankless job. He said, but with you, it shall not be so. And I said amen to it. So today, I don't see it as a thankless job. It was a tough job, no doubt, but not thankless.
I remember when you were appointed and you coined that phrase, wailing wailers. You know, your strict loyalty to President Muhammadu Buhari. I've always wanted to know your reaction to critics who said that statement, wailing wailers, was unbecoming of a presidential spokesperson.
There's a perspective. Perspectives are free. They have the right to it. But you know the truth about the wailing wailers was that it was directed at the PDP and Olisa Metu, their spokesman.
Yes.
in the first few months in office, you find that President Buhari could not do anything right. Anything he did on Olusegun will issue a statement. If it rained heavily, he will issue a statement. If it didn't rain at all, it was Buhari's fault. If he saw a wall gecko in his house, Buhari turned to that wall gecko. And all that. One day I now said, what is this? I now did a tweet that these people, they are forgetting that they have lost power. And they will be out of power for a long time. Wailing wailers. That was my tweet. Now, it was directed at Olusegun and his party. But anti-Buhari elements online say, oh, he's abusing us, he has called us wailing wailers. So they appropriated that tag to themselves. If they decided to appropriate it, I left them. They were welcome to take it.
Welcome back to my concluding moments now with former special advisor to former President Muhammadu Buhari, Femi Adesina. Alright, so two major issues that made Buhari trend. I mean, very, very major issues. One, Jubril Al-Sudan, and of course his purported wedding to the Humanitarian Affairs Minister, Sifia Omar. I mean, they even printed invitations. We heard Professor Shimbaji when he gave that anecdote at the launch saying, you know, he wanted to sue people who he felt had defamed him, and the president said, at least they didn't print IV for you. People were even calling color. So I want to get a feeling of what happens in the villa when issues like this come up. Give us a real look into how the president reacts to those sort of stories in conversations with you. Because I know you've told me that he reads the papers voraciously and you brief him every morning on, you know, issues that you
At
think
10 a.m. he wants to see.
he wants to know what is going on. So what was his reaction to that Jubril Al-Sudan first?
Well, the Jubril of Sudan was foolishness. It was completely obtuse. He left the country in January on a medical trip. He came back in March, went again in April, and came back finally in August. August 19 to be precise. The day he arrived, I remember that the then Chief of Defense Staff, General Gabriel Olonishaki, was giving out his daughter in wedding. So I went to attend that wedding, and naturally I was in Agbada and cap. Before I left for church, I had got a message that he would be arriving that day, that I should inform Nigerians. So I issued a statement. From the church, we went to the reception. I left the reception about 3 o'clock. The president was to land at 4, and I didn't feel I should go back home to change before going to the airport. So I went to the airport. If you still recall the tape of that day, you will see that when he shook me, we were laughing. And what did he say when he shook my hand? He said, Adesina, this is the best I've seen you dressed. So you made it complete today. Agbada, we clapped to him and we laughed. Now the question is, if he was Jubril, will he even recognize me? Will he know I'm Adesina? Will he know how I normally dress? So that just knocked out the story of Jubril for me. Anybody that said it, I mean, was being foolish. How do you think the man that was in the villa was another person and his wife will not know? He says that saw him every day.
How did that story start, and how did it get entrenched to the point that people believed?
And you know it came from Nnamdi Kanu. Yes, he was the one that started it.
That the real worry is there.
Yes, and you know that Nnamdi Kanu has a large following. everything he says to some people is the gospel truth. So they received it, they believed it, but those of us that know. And you know, before the president himself left government, he responded to it.
Yes.
He said it was absolute foolishness, which I believe it is.
Did he laugh about it? I mean, at some point it must have been funny to him.
No, he just dismissed it.
Okay.
He just dismissed it. Just like one time there was this thing in the social media about his daughter getting married on a certain day at a certain venue.
Yes.
It was so widespread. And I went to his office and said, "Oh, so I see that a wedding is coming up in the family." He said, "Where did you get that?" I said, "Social media." He said, "Don't mind those nuisance."
There was no wedding?
No, not at that time. Yet, they had appointed a venue, named one of his daughters, and everything was false.
The other funny one was his purported wedding and people turning up at the Central Mosque on Friday for prayers.
Yes.
And everyone assuming that the wedding was going to hold. And they all turned up.
Yes.
Even though they were not directly told by the president that I will be getting married.
That shows you how fertile the imagination of some mischief makers can be. When the president was ill and was in London, and after he had come round and he was recovering, I remember he placed a call to me one Saturday. And he said, "Additional, thank you for holding out against the mischief makers." He said, "I see everything you do. I watch." He knows that there are plenty of mischief makers in the country. That purported wedding was a product of mischief makers. Recall that the DSS arrested one man whom they paraded, who did a tape purporting that the president was going to marry the finance minister.
Yes, Zainab.
Zainab. So that's just part of it. And then they say that of the humanitarian affairs minister too. Just concoction.
Those were funny times. Did the former president have any regrets?
I have attempted to answer this question before, and the media twisted it. That I said he regrets so many things.
Yes.
And my answer was that there is no human being who does everything right all the time. You can't claim that everything you do 100% all the time. No, there will be some shortcomings with the benefit of hindsight. But regret is a very strong word. What I would say is that President Buhari did what he considered was good for Nigeria at any given time. With the benefit of hindsight, he may feel, oh, maybe this one I should have done this way or this way or this way. But regret would be a very strong word. Why did he apologize for some things? Because maybe he felt it rubbed some people down the wrong way. So, regret would not be the word, but he just felt maybe this could have been done better. His guiding principle was to do the best thing for all Nigerians at all times, to the best of his ability.
One of the things that Nigerians are disappointed about is that they thought in President Buhari coming in as a former general that the issue of insecurity would have been tackled more than we saw. Yes, when he came in, Boko Haram was controlling some areas and some local governments in the northeast and all that, but we subsequently saw many incidents, the Buniyadi incident, we saw the Chibok girls.
Buniyadi was before him. Chibok was not even under him.
It was under Jonathan.
It was under Jonathan, and he recovered a large number of the Chibok girls. Dapchi was under him, and within that week, majority of the girls were recovered except about 3 or 5, including Leah Sharibu.
In terms of that insecurity, could he have done more?
He did his best. What I'd like you to recall is that before Buhari came, every day in this country, bombs went off 5, 6, 7 places. Daily. In fact, we, our friends of Ruben Abati, used to even jest that Ruben already had a template for his statements on bombing. He just would change the time and the date. Because there could be 7 bomb blasts in one day. Yes. It will just fit in the venue and the time to differentiate it from the last one he issued. But by the time Buhari left you, did you still hear bombs? No, you didn't hear bombs. Schools were being bombed, markets were being bombed, motor parks were being bombed, lives were lost in hundreds. He had made tremendous progress on the security front. It was not fully accomplished, yes, but a lot had been achieved. Those who live in the Northeast will say it better. I remember that in his last year in office, February of 2023, we went to Yobe. We were in the palace of the Emir, who told us that previous years nobody could stay in that palace. Everybody had evacuated, including himself, the Emir. He said they put $1 billion in that palace. Nobody born you well to go in there to say you want to take that money, because Boko Haram was sitting there. But by that time, the emirs had returned to their palaces. Orientation camps for NYSC that had been shut down had resumed. Roads that were impassable had resumed. President Buhari did a lot in terms of combating insecurity. It was not fully accomplished, but that is why governance is a continuum. Yes. Wherever one government stops, another one continues.
No government can do everything.
I've never seen that government.
Chapter 21 of your book, you talk about the official trips. Total trips made by President Buhari were 94, 19 trips in 2016, 2023 and 2021, 5 trips each. 2022 trips. I wondered why you only did 2 trips in 2020.
2020? Yes. No, it couldn't have been 2 trips. The only year that the trips were limited was 2017, the year when he had his medical challenge. Yes. And then 2020 was the COVID lockdown, that year too.
Yes, that's why.
Yes.
That's why.
You know, COVID came December 2019, 2020 was the year of lockdown. From January to August, September, there was nothing happening internationally. Even the UN General Assembly that we used to attend every September was done virtually. So the world was locked down.
What do you say to critics who say, well, 94 trips in 8 years, but nothing to show for it?
Well, it's a language they like, the critics. Nothing to show for it. They will see Second Niger Bridge, still nothing to show for it. They will see Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, nothing to show for it. They never see anything. They will see local Oweto Bridge, nothing to show for it. That's their language.
What do you consider to be President Buhari's legacy projects? The projects that will stand him out in years to come?
Infrastructure first. Do you know that Bonny never had a road? The Bodo-Bonny Bridge is on as we speak. In the first time in the history of Nigeria, Bonny will be linked by road, and history will have it that it was under President Buhari. Second Niger Bridge, President Buhari. Local Oweto Bridge that links North Central has cut travel time by about 3 hours. It was under President Buhari. Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, since it was made in 1978, had never been done all over again. Now it is there. I remember reading a tweet by Dele Momodu, who is one of the Buhari critics. Yes. He said he left Osogbo and he was surprised to find himself in Lagos in about 2 hours. That was the same journey that would take you 6 hours before Buhari. Because Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, you can do it in 1 hour. So those are things to remember President Buhari for. And then that's in the area of infrastructure. There are many others. But for me, one very important thing that Nigeria should never forget is that the economy was diversified. Our economy had been mainly monoproduct, oil. All governments before Buhari had paid lip service to diversifying the economy. They never got it done. But under Buhari, oil that used to account for about 90% of GDP began to account for just 9%. Because Agric had taken the large chunk, ICT had taken another large chunk. Oil, there was a year oil accounted for just 9% of the GDP. So, if Buhari hadn't come and placed emphasis on agriculture that way, you know what would have happened? Particularly during the lockdown, the whole world was shut down. If you wanted to import food, nobody would sell to you because they needed the food in their own countries too. And cash was not available.
There was no movement.
No movement. Exactly. From Thailand, how will you move it? If he hadn't placed the emphasis on diversifying the economy through agriculture, how would Nigerians have survived? There would have been riots everywhere. In Venezuela, an oil-producing country like Nigeria, they were crossing the border to look for food because oil was the only thing they had. But because Nigeria had diversified the economy, we had rice, we had beans, we had maize, all the grains we were not importing again. So I think that will stand Buhari's regime in good stead, that really Nigerian economy became diversified and oil was no longer the mainstay of the economy under Buhari.
And what would you say to those who say that he shouldn't claim the second Niger Bridge as his achievement because it wasn't started by him?
Oh, really?
It was started by former President Goodluck Jonathan.
From the ask Minister Fashola, he will tell you how that project began from scratch and how it ended. Buhari is not tussling with anybody. Do you know that a lot of projects that were started by his predecessors, he completed them? That shows you that...
Is there anything wrong with completing projects?
Exactly. You know, PDP was, I don't want to say foolish, unsmart. PDP was unsmart enough to say, it is our project that is completing. Is there anything wrong with that? Is that not why governance is a continuum? The second Niger Bridge from scratch was a Buhari project. Minister Fashola told me, and I recall he told you in a documentary you did, that when he was appointed, President Buhari called him to the office and said, there are 3 or 4 projects I want you to do for me. 1, second Niger Bridge. 2, Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. 3, Enugu-Onitsha Expressway. And 4, Abuja-Zaria-Kaduna-Kano Road. He said, do me those 4 projects and you can do whatever you like after that. That's President Buhari for you.
Well, you talked about Dr. Reuben Abati earlier on, and I remember when his term was over as special advisor, he had written this article when he said, when the phone stops ringing. So I wanted to ask you, now that you've left office as special advisor, has your phone stopped ringing?
There's no difference. No difference between how I received calls when in office and how I receive now. In fact, when my phones begin to ring back to back, my wife will say, don't they know you are no longer in government? There's no difference, really. Because before I went into government, my phones were very busy. In government, very busy. Out of government, still very busy.
All right, so on a final note, I want to take you back to November 2015. You were coming on a trip from Malta.
No, going
to Malta with President Buhari. You talk about wind share. I'm just imagining all of you on that flight. Were you all giving each other the look as if is this the end?
This is how that plane is structured. There are about 3 compartments at the tail of the plane. You had the security people and some media people. They sit there. In the midsection, you had the senior aides there. I usually also will sit there. The president had his own cabin, but to keep the president company, they will invite 1 or 2 senior aides to sit with him. So on that day on the trip to Malta, I was sitting with him in his cabin. It was an uneventful flight. When we were about landing, the pilot announced that we were to land and all that. Suddenly, as the plane was about touching down, it began to go zig-zag, zig-zag. We were looking at one another. When it now touched the tarmac
with force,
it was going to turn around to face where it was coming from. President said, what kind of landing is this? And then the pilot came to us from the cockpit and he said, Mr. President and distinguished passengers on board, what we just experienced is what is called wind shear, when the direction of the wind suddenly changes. And that was what happened. We'll fly according to the direction of the wind. So when that direction changes, it swings the plane. Yes. The plane almost turned back to face where it was coming. It was really a tough one. But we thank God that the pilots were experienced.
That was scary.
It was. But President said to say, what kind of landing is this?
I mean, imagine if you are the pilot or the president, you don't really want anything.
No, that's why it must be the best set of...
Are there Nigerian pilots flying?
They are all Nigerians. Most of them are from the Air Force. We have a sprinkle of some others who are civilians, but most of them are from the Air Force. I want to tell you that it's a big relief that We finished the assignment, we finished it well, we finished it in one piece, we finished it with our names intact. It is good.
And the FCC is not coming out. Not
even you said just yet. It will not happen because it was a media office. Like I said in my book, in the first 5 years, we didn't even have a budget. So what will the FCC come to look at? What will they come to look at? So, and the way I was brought up, my father inculcated it in us. Honesty is the best policy. He got us to recite it as children. Honesty is the best policy. If there had been a budget of billions in my office, everything would be accounted for. That is the way I was brought up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adesina, for speaking with me today. Thank you for watching.
Thank you.
I'm Angela Ajitumobi.
Our agenda speaks to the needs of Lagosians, and our government is working for the people. In the last 5 years, we have driven an economic agenda, the Themes Plus agenda, having all the pillars attend to the yearning and demands of the people of Lagos in critical areas where we believe growth and development can happen. Businesses have equally been given the pathway and opportunity to do well and flourish. This is according to Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. The governor was speaking when he received the British High Commissioner Richard Montgomery at the Lagos House Marina. Sanwo-Olu also told the British High Commissioner that generally his government has created a peaceful, secure and safe environment for everyone to thrive. And this is the Greater Lagos vision. Lagos is truly rising. I'm your host, Love Ikuku Oyedoku. On this episode, Sanwo-Olu pays glowing tribute to his deputy Hamzat on 60th birthday. Lagos State Government reassures business community of enabling environment. Governor Sanwo-Olu and others assure on economic recovery, seek more women inclusion in governance. Details of these and many more when we return. Please stay with us.
This is Lagos, the heartbeat of Nigeria. A city steeped in rich cultural heritage and now poised to become a global financial center.
We're at a Lot Mayor's show, and it's an opportunity for us to just depict what Lagos is all about. And it's only at an event like this, competing with other bigger cities and other nations, that you can get to tell your story. So it's storytelling time for us.
In a historic moment, Lagos made its inaugural appearance at the renowned Lord Mayor's show in London, a testament to its growing economic prominence.
Lagos is a big mega city on its own right now. It's the largest city in Africa. It's the biggest economy that is a subnational in Africa. We want to make it one of the international financial centers in the world. All we're trying to do is to be able to let the world know that Lagos is indeed ready for bigger business.
Lagos isn't just open for business. It's a gateway to the future, embracing innovation and welcoming investors from around the globe. We invite the world to witness Lagos's dynamism, progress, and the myriad of opportunities available for transformative, groundbreaking projects.
Lagos is a bit ready to take over the world in the financial space, in the economic space, and to truly really be able to tell both the Lagos, the Nigerian, and the African story, and be able to let other parts of the world know who we are, understand our culture, understand that we're the center of culture, entertainment, music in the whole of Africa, and to also be able for people to know what we have to give to the world.
So the whole idea, right, is for us to be able to let the world, get them to know what is happening in Lagos. But GDP of Lagos is actually bigger than the GDP of Kenya, it's bigger than Ghana, it's bigger than Rwanda, and it's bigger than Senegal. As a little sub-national, it's very big in how it stands, in how it sits, and it's all of that conversation that we think a lot of people need to know what is happening in Lagos, and how we can use the Lagos story, to sort of like tell the African story.
The Lagos State Governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has declared that the bond between him and his deputy, Dr. Obafemi Hamzat, has transcended the current offices they occupy, describing him as a very hard-working, dependable, and loyal. The governor stated this in his goodwill message at the 60th birthday celebration of Dr. Hamzat, held at the Alausa Central Mosque in Ikeja. It was a gathering of political bigwigs, traditional rulers, frontline clergymen, and members of Lagos State's Executive Council. They are here to celebrate with the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Dr. Obafemi Hamzat, as he clocks 60. The mood of the occasion took off with a session of prayers for the celebrants.
Thank you for the grace of being alive today. Thank you, O Lord, on behalf of our father and our brother, all of us gathered here from around Lagos and world together. We have come to say thank you today because it has pleased you to spare the life of our father and our brother. Be exalted in the name of Jesus Christ.
A rain of tributes rent the air. Leading the park was Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, who spoke glowingly about the cordiality he enjoys with his deputy. Friends and well-wishers took turn to eulogize Dr. Hamzat.
At 60, sir, I am here to challenge you with the word of the Lord. It's not yet time for you to begin to wind down. At 80, Joshua said, and Caleb said, give me another mountain. As I was at 40, so I am right now. You are not 80 yet, sir. You are only 60. So we expect you to refire. We expect you to re-engage and for you to go forward. And like the word says, that you should stretch some more.
The Christian community in Lagos is happy with you. The Muslim community is happy with you. And you are a record breaker.
The deputy governor was overwhelmed by the encomiums as he used the occasion to speak on current reforms the country is undergoing presently. He urged Nigerians to be patient with President Bola Tinubu.
So, Mr. Governor, may God continue to be with you. My darling sister, you are a very good woman. I saw your passion. The way Governor was talking, team, okay? So we thank you. We thank you for your passion, your dedication. God will continue to bless you. And your children will fulfill their destinies. I'm grateful to you. My darling sister, my darling wife also. You know, she's like a shock absorber. Nothing, whatever it is. Anyway, so I thank you very much for being a good wife, for being a good mother, and for the children. May God continue to bless you all.
Highlights of the event was the cutting of the cake by the Deputy Governor.
51, 52, 53, and 60. I think Allah Akbar. Congratulations. Congratulations.
The Lagos State government has declared that the state is open for business and has restated its commitment to create an enabling environment for all businesses to thrive. The State Commissioner for Tourism, Arts and Culture, Toke Benson Awoyinka, stated this while fielding questions from journalists shortly after a tour of some tourist sites in Lagos Island. The Commissioner for Tourism, Arts and Culture, Toke Benson Awoyinka, led a tour of the historic Onikon House. She was accompanied by the Managing Director of Sterling Bank, Abubakar Suleiman, and the Director General of the National Commission of Museums and Monuments, Nigeria, Olugbile Holloway. The group learned about the wealth of culture and history embodied by the Onikon House. Next, the group visited the National Museum, where the commissioner explored Nigeria's historical artifacts and underscored the significance of preserving and showcasing the nation's heritage. During her campaign to promote cultural tourism in the region, Benson Awoyinka toured the historic J.K. Rondo Center on Lagos Island. The architecturally impressive and historically significant center serves as a vital cultural hub for the state of Lagos. Her visit included an in-depth exploration of the center's diverse facilities, such as exhibition halls and event spaces. The tour concluded with a visit to Freedom Park on Lagos Island. This national memorial, historical landmark, cultural site and arts and recreation center has a storied past. It once served as a prison for political activists who fought for Nigeria's independence. Benson Awoyinka, so elated, gave her thoughts on the tour.
Lagos is a huge city that is filled with so much history and so much heritage. The untold story of Lagos, that's the reason why we have come out this morning with the MD of Sterling Bank and the DG of the National Museums to show Lagosians and to show the world the potential of Lagos tourism. The potential of Lagos tourism, the potential of showing off our heritage, the potential of us telling our history the way it should be told and not our history being told by other people. It is also to show our children that there's so much embedded in Lagos, there's so much culture, there's so much heritage, and there's so much to do out here, rather than us going to look for things elsewhere outside of our shores. So the tour mainly this morning is to showcase what you can do on a normal day in Lagos. On a normal day in Lagos, you can visit a lot of places. On a normal day in Lagos, you can relax. Lagos is about live, work, and play.
She highlighted the need for continued collaborations and investment in cultural sites.
Lagos is open to business. Lagos is open to promote tourism. Lagos is open to showcase our art and our heritage, our culture. We're embedded with so much culture, and this is the time to show it. So we're going to create that enabling environment for all the businesses in Lagos to thrive, for collaborations, for people, for our young people to thrive. Because if you look around us, we have a demography of very, very young individuals who are waiting out there, seeking that for us to hold up that hand, and we're ready for them now.
Let's remind ourselves is that tourism is also a business. The way you grow tourism, the way you grow art and culture and the creative industry is to make sure that there's enough resources to invest. It's only when you've invested that you can then raise the standard so that people from all over the world can see and be willing to come here. If you go on this tour and you see the incredible wealth of history that is hidden on the ground, that is just waiting to be put out there, you understand that there is a lot of opportunity for business, opportunity for job creation, opportunity to also project this city and this country in the right light, and that's what we are trying to do.
I think the most important thing in this partnership is for us to, like I always say, begin to retell our stories. The National Museum itself is a national monument, and within that we have artifacts that go as far back as the 15th century. So these artifacts tell not just the Lagos State story, but the story of Nigeria. And by partnering with Lagos State, we can make the National Museum a tourist destination in a wider ecosystem of cultural tourism. Oniko itself is a cultural hub. Today we went to the Oniko House, we went to the National Museum, we went to the Randall Center, but we also have the Muson Center here. So this in itself can be made a tourist hub. And by working with the Lagos State government and incorporating the National Museum, it's obvious that now with this handshake, gone are the days where you say, oh, this is state, this is federal. As far as visitors are concerned, I'm sure they don't have any business knowing which is state or federal. They just want to come and immerse themselves in the people's culture. And with this union, I believe that that definitely will happen.
The Commissioner firmly believes that collaboration between the public and private sectors is crucial for showcasing the region's rich cultural heritage and economic opportunities.
This is Lagos, the heartbeat of Nigeria, a city steeped in rich cultural heritage and now poised to become a global financial center.
We're at a Lord Mayor's show, and it's an opportunity for us to just depict what Lagos is all about. And it's only at an event like this, competing with other bigger cities and other nations, that you can get to tell your story. So it's storytelling time for us.
In a historic moment, Lagos made its inaugural appearance at the renowned Lord Mayor's show in London, a testament to its growing economic prominence.
Lagos is a big mega city on its own right now. It's the largest city in Africa. It's the biggest economy that is a sub-national in Africa. We want to make it one of the international financial centers in the world. All we're trying to do is to be able to let the world know that Lagos is indeed ready for bigger business.
Lagos isn't just open for business. It's a gateway to the future, embracing innovation and welcoming investors from around the globe. We invite the world to witness Lagos's dynamism, progress, and the myriad of opportunities available for transformative, groundbreaking projects.
Lagos is indeed ready to take over the world in the financial space, in the economic space, and to truly really be able to tell both the Lagos, the Nigerian, and the African story, and be able to let other parts of the world know who we are, understand our culture, understand that we're the center of culture, entertainment, music in the whole of Africa, and to also be able for people to know what we have to give to the world.
So the whole idea, right, is for us to be able to let the world, get them to know what is happening in Lagos. But GDP of Lagos is actually bigger than the GDP of Kenya, it's bigger than Ghana, it's bigger than Rwanda, and it's bigger than Senegal. As a little sub-national, it's very big in how it stands, in how it sits, and it's all of that conversation that we think a lot of people need to know what is happening in Lagos, and how we can use the Lagos story, to sort of tell the African story.
Akwa Ibom State Governor Umar Eno says the challenges facing the nation are not strange, but Nigerians are simply going through a temporary phase that will soon become history. Governor Eno said what matters is a determination to forge ahead and encourage people to make their right decisions, even when those decisions may initially seem unpalatable. He said this during the opening ceremony of the 24th National Women's Conference, organized by the Committee of Wives of Lagos State Officials Council. Women from diverse socio-economic backgrounds gathered for the 24th National Women's Conference organized by the Committee of Wives of Lagos State Government Officials, Council. This edition of the conference aimed to address the various challenges facing women, empowering them and support their pursuit of independence and self-actualization. Speaking as a guest of honor at the opening ceremony, Akwa Ibom State Governor Umo Eno, who was represented by his deputy, Senator Akon Eyakeni, called for greater inclusion of women in the governance process to drive quicker, more positive and more visible results.
Considering the array of great minds in this arena, this conference holds great promise for Nigeria. My belief is that with gender equality, we can achieve more for our people, break more glass ceilings, and work towards a more gender-friendly governance.
At the event, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu pledged that his administration will continue to develop programs to empower women and increase their participation across all levels of government. He reiterated his administration's commitment to serving the people of Lagos better by creating more opportunities for women, youth and businesses to reach their full potential, aligning with the government's Themes Plus Development agenda.
This conference, in our view, is not just a gathering of minds, but it's a call to action. It challenges us to break free from the constraints that hold us back, to channel our energy positively. And we believe that when we channel our energy positively, we'll enrich lives, not only our lives, but lives around us. Our communities need you. Our communities deserve you. Our communities would be better if women like you strive to empower others, fully take charge, and take not only the home front, but also the societal front, the workplaces, and show leadership at all of these places.
The wife of the Lagos State Governor and chairwoman of the Committee of Wives of Lagos State Officials Council, Dr. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, encouraged women to be selfless and challenge their limits, highlighting how Council has positively impacted the lives of the vulnerable and continues to drive change and positivity among women across the state.
Backbone of our homes and society, it is essential that we embrace the reality of the present economic situation, not only in Nigeria, but globally. The era of extravagant lifestyle is over. We must adjust, prioritize what truly matters, and lead by example in our homes and communities. Please, let's reduce the affluence. There's a lot of people out there that are feeling the pinch, even you. The scarcity, it affects everyone. The prices of food is affecting everyone. So we need to adjust.
The 24th National Women Conference is themed Soul Beyond Boundaries, Enrich Communities.
This is Lagos, the heartbeat of Nigeria, a city steeped in rich cultural heritage and now poised to become a global financial center.
We're at the Lord Mayor's show, and it's an opportunity for us to just depict what Lagos is all about. And it's only at an event like this, competing with other bigger cities and other nations, that you can get to tell your story. So it's storytelling time for us.
In a historic moment, Lagos made its inaugural appearance at the renowned Lord Mayor's show in London, a testament to its growing economic prominence.
Lagos is a big mega city on its own right now. It's the largest city in Africa. It's the biggest economy that is a subnational in Africa. We want to make it one of the international financial centers in the world. All we're trying to do is to be able to let the world know that Lagos is indeed ready for bigger business.
Lagos isn't just open for business. It's a gateway to the future, embracing innovation and welcoming investors from around the globe. We invite the world to witness Lagos's dynamism, progress, and the myriad of opportunities available for transformative, groundbreaking projects.
Lagos is indeed ready to take over the world in the financial space, in the economic space, and to truly really be able to tell both the Lagos, the Nigerian, and the African story, and be able to let other parts of the world know who we are, understand our culture, understand that we're the center of culture, entertainment, music in the whole of Africa, and to also be able for people to know what we have to give to the world.
So the whole idea, right, is for us to be able to let the world, get them to know what is happening in Lagos. But GDP of Lagos is actually bigger than the GDP of Kenya, it's bigger than Ghana, it's bigger than Rwanda, and it's bigger than Senegal. As a little sub-national, it's very big in how it stands, in how it sits, and it's all of that conversation that we think a lot of people need to know what is happening in Lagos, and how we can use the Lagos story, to sort of like tell the African story.
That's all we have for you on this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision on Plus TV Africa. I'm Love Ikuku Oyedoku. Bye for now. It is not the hope of this feature to blame anyone for the never-ending tension between police and the citizens. However, it is certain that there is always a tension with most people when they approach a police checkpoint. Many factors are responsible for this tension, including not knowing what to expect or do, seeing the police as the enemy, or even being guilty of an infraction. Many issues that go wrong at a police checkpoint can be linked to lack of proper communication and understanding on the side of the police force and also on the side of the citizen. Here are some tips listed by the police force about comporting yourself at a police checkpoint. Endeavor to slow down your vehicle. It shows that you're not reckless. It also douses suspicion that you're a criminal and may want to speed off. Turn down the volume of your car stereo. Courtesy demands this. Besides, you are able to hear each other better. This simple act will help you win the confidence of the security operative. Keep your hands visible to avoid unnecessary suspicion or fear by the officers that you're attempting to bring out a gun or other harmful objects to attack them. Turn on the inner light of your vehicle while approaching the cops if at night. It readily sends an unspoken message that you have nothing to hide.
That's the nature of your job, officer. Don't worry. That's the nature of everything will be fine.
Be friendly and cheerful. Commend the officers, especially when you see them working under very unfriendly weather conditions, such as rains and harsh Harmattan conditions, excessive heat, cold, or sunshine. We know it's their job, but a little kind word from you will do a lot of good. Remember, when you smile at the mirror smiles back at you.
Officer will not come down. Let's see what you do. Don't mind this. We won't come down.
Endeavor to be polite when answering questions put to you by the officers. Don't dare or challenge an armed security man to a duel. Oftentimes, you hear people say things like, "Shoot me if you can." Note that this is a recipe for disaster. It is a very provocative and unnecessary call for war. So please, play safe more so as you do not know the state of mind of the officer concerned. Also, don't go into a physical fight with an armed security officer. He may resort to the use of his weapon to defend himself. Avoid unnecessary arguments with armed security personnel. There are 1,001 ways to seek redress where you feel your rights have been infringed upon. Never try to touch an officer in an unfriendly manner. He may suspect you of trying to disarm him. If you're a regular traveler or road user, make sure you have the police emergency phone numbers of the route you operate. You never can tell when an emergency situation could arise and you need the police to come to your aid. Make sure you have all your relevant car papers and desist from actions or inactions that constitute either a criminal or traffic offense. Such infractions of the law provide a veritable grounds for possible charges and other forms of adversarial contact with the police or other law enforcement agencies, including unnecessary arguments. Don't give the impression that you're unhappy to see the officer on his beat or that he's wasting your time. But if you do have an emergency, politely inform the officer. Don't speed off while still being checked. Take note of the name tags, force or service numbers, personal description of weapon or patrol vehicle of the security officer, especially where the officers begin to conduct themselves in an unprofessional manner. Seek an audience with the most senior officer at the checkpoint if things are not working out smoothly. Politely insist to be taken to the police station if your complaint is not properly addressed.
Welcome. This is The Lounge, where women have conversations. It's my pleasure to welcome you to this all-important show. If you want to know all that's on a woman's mind, this is the place to be. I start by welcoming Rosie. Can I have a dance? I have a motley of women who are going to be having conversations with me right here on set. Rosie, can I have a dance? Rosie, the boys are watching over me. Rosie. Rosie is my friend from Ghana. She'll tell you a little more about herself as we go along. And then, of course, I bring in Ifeoma Idigbe. Hi, sis. We're not quite sure whether we should do sis or Mrs. or whatever. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Right after Ifeoma, I have my alter ego, I call her. She's everything I don't want to be, and I'm everything she doesn't want to be. I will write. Hi, Dion. My baby sister, one and always. She's the one that has the acerbic tongue in this lounge. And then, of course, the lady with the beautiful, sexy eyes. I had to wait for the Saudat. It's nice to have you. Saudat makes it easy for women to work, at least in Lagos, to ensure that our cooking pots are bubbling the right way with Easy Shop. After Saudat, I bring on Anne, the young lawyer that chose to throw away her wig so that she can be communicating and sharing her views. A mother of two at under 30, girl. You've been working hard.
I know.
And then, of course, I bring on, well, I'm going to let you guess who the oldest and the youngest. But trust me, in this lounge, we have women that cut across all nations and all age categories. Chisom. I can't let it catwalk because, hello. It's nice to have you.
Thank you.
Chisom, and then right after Chisom, I have Omoye.
Oh, yes,
I had to do that. She's my personal sister. Have a seat. Omoye is an actress. You know how they are. But anyway, my next guest, they said the first shall be the last. But she's cool, calm, and collected, and she's simply Funmi. Funmi, you're going to sit right opposite me, and we'll be shooting each other barrels. Hi, sis. Nice to have you. Pleasure. Sit down. Wow. Well, the truth is, I've brought them on. It's only when we take a break and come back that you know what we are on about on the lounge. But trust me, in this lounge, anything happens. Am I right, girls?
Yes.
Are we all girls or ladies?
Whatever. We're female.
We'll be right back if you don't go away. Yes, after doing Today's Woman for years on television and then on print and then Seriously Speaking, and I thought it was time for Today's Woman to have conversations on television. So I picked this motley crowd, like I said, different categories. Now, I am Adesuwa Onyenekwe, and sitting right next to me, she's the unlucky one, like all these ladies say, because she got to sit next to me. So she's going to be the first person that's taking this salvo, because we are talking about being behind the mask. You know how it is, guys, ladies. All of us, like now I see this, it doesn't belong to me, but I bought it. You know, you see these, a few lashes and a few of all of those things. And you see me smiling, but you don't know what's in my heart. But first, let's know who Funmi Oyetunji is.
Thank you, Adesuwa. My name is Funmi Oyetunji. I am a chartered accountant by training. And for the first 20 years, I worked in accounting practice and banking.
Counting money.
But in 2002, I decided to go and follow my dream and started managing a company that invests in real estate development and trading.
Money.
And
you hear me say money, money.
And recently, we've started investing actually in small and medium-sized businesses.
Oh.
Because we think that's the way to go. So that's what I've done. But I also serve on boards, either as director or chairman of audit committees.
Can I ask you what your age is?
Is that a fair question?
Yes, it is. I want to know how old you are.
I turned 60 in April.
Wow. Amazing. You have to tell them the secret as we go along.
Yes. I've been sharing with a few of them. Anyway, so I also serve on boards, mostly as director or as chairman of audit committees, because I'm a chartered accountant. They need qualified accountants on this. But apart from that, I chair something that is very dear to my heart. I chair an NGO, a foundation that is dedicated to what I call social mobility.
Now I know why the conversations was easy for you to join, eh? You have a burden.
I do.
For supporting people.
Because I believe that all of us are like 2 or 3 generations away from the village. And in the past, it was easy to go from the village to permanent secretary. And it's becoming more difficult in the Nigeria of today. So the foundation is actually there to help very bright students in tertiary education, but who are indigent.
So this is the Funmi. We have not seen behind the mask yet. But I'm going to go all the way to Rosie. Rosie, how did you end up in Nigeria being a Ghanaian?
Interesting enough, I spent my growing up years in Nigeria.
Whoa.
My father worked in Nigeria those years ago. So we lived in Nigeria for about 4 years, from when I was about age 6. And so when I work with Standard Chartered Bank, and I work there as... Currently as the head of HR for West Africa. So when I was asked to move to Nigeria, because it's the most exciting market, it's the most complex market, my friends just said,
we're the most complex people.
We're the most interesting people. And my friend said, you're going back to your people. Because I always used to speak in the Nigeria broken English and all that, just to, take it off. And they said, you're going back to your people, so guess you're happy. And I've been in Nigeria now, 25th November will be exactly a year that I started living in Nigeria. I'd been to Nigeria various times. And it's been amazing. It remains complex. It's got a pulse.
It remains interesting.
It's got a heartbeat. There's excitement. I have really good friends here, really, really good friends. And for me, that makes the difference.
And Rosie is how old?
I turned 56 in October. I'm a very proud 56.
No shame about it.
And I'm one of those crazy people. I just can't wait.
Look at all these girls.
retire.
They're like, okay.
You said mope. Is that the word?
Yes. I mean, to be 50 and look this gorgeous.
I love life. And when you talk about behind the mask, I do like to misbehave. The African woman is so congenial. The African woman...
define. We have a dictionary here, but I can't get to
I see that. We're so pleasant. We're so likable. We're so self-effacing. We like to just blend and make everybody happy. It's okay. But what's behind the mask?
We need to misbehave more.
There's a lot
We need to
going
misbehave
on.
more. A lot more. Okay.
When you unmask it.
Okay, Dion.
We need to misbehave more. Absolutely, I agree with you. We need to come out there. We need to step up our game. We need to own our space. Nobody's going to give it to you. So all those things behind the mask, the dreams. We have dreams. We have fears. We have anxieties. We have aspirations. We're juggling constantly, trying to be real.
Are you going to be real with them on this show?
Let's bring the two together.
Are you going to be real here?
I want to merge behind the mask with the person in the front.
Okay.
So what's going to set you free?
Saudat.
Me?
Yes, you. You know, I'm a class prefect for today. The class prefect could be any of you. That's the way this show is designed. It could be any of you. But for today, Adeso is the class prefect.
Okay.
Saudat.
All right. I'm Saudat Salami. I'm the founder of Easy Shop, easycook.com. Easy Shop started about...
She swallows.
Easy Shop started about 12 years ago because I found out that women, they want to pursue their career and they also want to be a good mom and a good wife at home. And, you know, that balance, harmony thing was the problem. And I just didn't understand why it should be a problem because the men have figured it out. They figured out that...
They don't go to the kitchen.
They've outsourced to us. Yes. And I didn't understand it.
Outsourced to us.
They've outsourced to us.
Okay.
You know, you're on a panel with men and they never ask the man, how do you balance your office and the home? They never. Because he has successfully outsourced to the woman. So I asked myself, I said, what can I do? That is a challenge. I'm going to get married very soon. And what can I do? And I looked at my skills.
Computing skills.
Yes, I was in the web developer. So I just said, okay, can I, you know, what are the things the working woman will miss at home? And I just thought, okay, shopping and, you know, picking the kids from school and, you know, so many things. I just thought, which one do I have the skills for? Which one can I do? And I just thought of shopping. And I said, okay, can I push shopping online? You know, if I push shopping online, you know, at that time I just thought, okay, with my web skills, just design a website and, you know, get everything done. My idea was the woman must be able to, you have self-fulfillment.
So now in this situation, the woman has outsourced to you.
Yes. You know, it was important for me to, I didn't like, okay, my father is the kind of person that, he didn't understand, you know, caging. In that sense, a woman should be able to aspire to whatever she wants.
So to aspire, you outsource to people like Saudat. Chisom, what are you doing here? Chisom, I will tell you. Okay, Saudat, how old are you?
I'm 42.
I think it's... Omode, how old are you?
100.
She'll be 100 in 80 years' time. So do the math.
Okay. So my name is Obumwa Chisom, and...
What's the Obumwa?
Obumwa.
Okay, do you know what that means?
Yes.
What does it mean?
Killer of spirit.
You are killing bad spirits. But you are killing bad spirits here, Sha. Not good spirits.
Yes, of course. This is a very wonderful show, and I feel like it's one of the reasons why I'm part of. One of the reasons why I'm part of it is what it stands for. Today's Women's Conversations basically holds what I'm about. It holds what I'm about as regards young people like me, because I'm the youngest person here.
Don't take it for granted.
Yes,
I might erase 30-something years on my own now.
It's not possible. So I'm the founder of the Conversation Cafe, and the Conversation Cafe basically it's a platform for me to engage very young people to become what they want to be and not what the society thinks they should be or how they should follow the society to be. As a young person, we're very energetic, we're enthusiastic, we have...
So when you say young, what's the age category of the people you're speaking with?
I'm talking about 16 to probably 30.
Oh,
35.
wow.
No, I'm not.
So I'm still inside.
No, 35. No, you're not. You're
somehow.
You're past. No, you're. Okay, so yeah, so I'm talking about 16 to about 30, but majorly 16 to 25, because I feel like we have so much energy, but then we channel it towards wrong things.
But trust me, you guys don't know anything yet. Ask Ifoma. What's the difference between a 20-year-old and a 60-year-old?
What's the difference?
Yes.
A whole lot. 1 year makes a difference.
Yes.
Makes a significant difference. I remember when I was growing up, my mother sort of thought that there were many things I could do. And so she asked one of my teachers, what did she think I should do? That was a Reverend Sister. And she said, Ifeoma can be anything she wants to be. And I find that when that's the case, it's very confusing, which means you have to divide your life into sections to make sure that you cover the ground. So I started life as a financial analyst in a bank in corporate finance.
There's money
and then got into HR because I was curious as to why some people worked well and some didn't. So I wanted to know what was behind it, the motivations, those sorts of things, to give a name to those things that I noticed. And then after a while, I realized that it wasn't enough. So even as I sit here, I'm wondering what's enough because, you know, I've always written and people said, oh, write a book. And I just thought, no, I'm happy writing the articles. So finally, last year, I just thought, I'm writing a book. And in 2 months, I wrote 200 articles.
Whoa.
I was just writing the idea. In fact, I had to say at some point.
It became Sounds of Silence.
Sounds of Silence Musings is what it's called. And because I felt I needed to express the things in my life, my musings, my thoughts and things. I always think there's a reason for things. So, for example, the first column I ever wrote, I called On the Fringes, because I find myself on the fringes, just looking and you know, thinking about things. And of course, you know, my column in Young Magazine was Serendipity, because I think that there's a reason for everything. There's no coincidence. And I think that was what I wanted to bring out in my book, that we're all linked. Things are all linked. It's not a mistake we're all here together today. It's not, and that's how I look at it. And my next project has to do with something that she talked about. It's a foundation I'm setting up called Boys to Men Foundation.
Oh, nice, for boys.
It is, because I think that really they're falling through the gaps. The men are falling through the gaps.
Let me ask the mommy that now has 1 boy, 1 girl. You know, who are you raising differently? Are you raising them the same way?
Well,
who are you, first of all?
Okay, my name is Anne Ochonogo. I'm originally a lawyer.
What was the Anne who before? You know this kind
of Okon. I'm a Calabar girl.
Anne today, Anne forever.
I know.
But Ochonogo is one that came somewhere along the line.
I know, just a couple of years ago. So yeah, I'm originally Anne Okon. That became Anne Ochonogo. So I'm Efik, I'm Calabar, I'm Efik. That's the way it's pronounced.
Oh, Efik.
It's Efik. It's not Efik. Yeah, so.
Oh, wow.
Yes, that's who I am.
I've learned something.
Okay.
Yes, Efik. That's the real pronunciation.
I guess it's not too nice. Efik. You know.
I know, people make it seem like, but I mean, Yoruba people tell us a lot of very long names and we learn it. So why is it that I cannot even pronounce my language properly? So yeah, that's who I am, and I'm Efik woman.
Efik woman. Okay, go ahead.
So, yeah.
Sorry.
Growing up in that culture, men are usually raised the same. That's why my father can cook. Men are usually raised the same way. They say
really?
Everybody goes into the kitchen, everybody does everything.
But everybody doesn't go to fattening room.
No, everybody doesn't get there. So yes, I grew up, my brothers can cook, my dad cooks, he still does cook. So for me, I'm not going to raise my children and say, my husband is Delta. I'm not going to say because in your culture, wherever you are, you guys, there's no demarcation. When I'm in the kitchen, everybody, let's do what we can do together. At the end of the day, I feel like women, there's too much on girls, and then the men are suffering, and the men are the ones that are supposed to be the leaders eventually. So if we cannot instill enough in the men, what future are we really building?
The thing about this show is that you don't have to come to conclusions. Nobody's right, nobody's wrong. We've learned a new word today, EFAC, but you know, you might be careful in using it. But one person I know that careful is not a word in her dictionary anymore recently is Dion.
That's because I used to be too careful. I spent the first part of my life being extra careful. Mother early, wife early, mother early. We did my work, ran 2 companies, hanging upside down like a bat. And then it just stopped. My marriage ended, so as soon as I became divorced.
She's a divorcee.
Oh, no. I wanted to leave my life. I suddenly realized I had passions about other things. I like politics. I'm a socio-political animal. You mustn't do something bad in front of me. I come down and fight.
Guys, understand the word animal. Underline it.
I have recorded policemen treating people badly in the Danfo bus. Wow. And I dared them not to follow me to Alhausa. And we both go and see Fashola. That's how I am.
The other name for her is thug.
Yes, I'm a bit of a thug as well, you know. And I found that my children actually like the thug me because it's nearer their age. So I'm 46 now, and I chop knuckle and jive with my children well. But I write. So I'm a sponge. This is beautiful for me because these women are amazing. I'm sucking in every little bit, and they're going to turn up in
That's why
scripts.
she's behind the bar. Of course,
watching.
And trying to drink some of these things.
Yes, I'm horrible. We used to drink well. So,
okay, the only lady I've not met today is, for the viewers, is Omoye. This tall hair happens to be my handstool, and this one is my footstool.
Yeah, so I studied law, and one day, well, I always knew I wanted to be a performer. And one day, when I thought I was old enough to not be under daddy's authority anymore,
What is old enough?
Well, at that age, it was... No, I'll tell you what. I was about to make some big decisions in my life, and I realized I wanted to do something that was me, that was entirely my decision.
So maybe you should stand up and talk to us. Stand up.
Oh, yes.
Stop. Go to this side.
What's that?
There. Stand
Okay.
there. Yeah,
Oh,
yes. And then,
yes.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, talk to us.
So I decided I quit my job. I got a place in Lagos. My parents got a family member to accommodate me, and I moved to Lagos.
Before?
I was in Port Harcourt.
Oh, okay.
I grew up in Port Harcourt, even though I was born in Kaduna. So I'm sort of a,
Nigerian.
yes, quintessential
okay,
Nigerian.
Let me just tell you, she's young and she's single, and I'm asking when is Ashaibi coming?
Yes, that's the question everybody asks me. And one day I said to my cousin, do I know when your father is going to die? Am I God? Do I know when this is going to happen? Don't ask me these questions. To be fair, I think I would like to get married. Scratch that. I would like to get married. But there's just so much to do. I'm not going to be waiting at the bus stop. Just keep working. I believe that these things will happen in their own time. Yeah. And worrying about it doesn't change anything. If anything, it cripples you. So,
Anyway, that's nice to know. And I like the way, because you're like a model, so it can still fit. But how old are you?
Hi.
Don't ask me.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. I was born in 1983. So
do the math.
Do the math. Don't do math that easily. Come on.
No, but I mean... 34. Oh, sorry. She's an accountant. That was so quick.
That was fast.
But wait, okay, you can have your seat.
Thank you.
You can have your seat.
That's because I was relating it to the year I had my own child.
Whoa!
She's
calculating. Okay, really, like I said, these conversations are just us having fun, talking to each other, about issues and everything. However, today we said we're talking behind the mask. That's what we're talking about today. I would like us to address that issue very quickly. What are some of the things that you've masked, Rosie?
I think I mask pain very well. And pain as in emotional pain, growing pains, parenting pains, relationship
Did you cry in the labor ward?
No, I was one of those...
Some people don't, too.
Some people don't. No,
Aren't you supposed to cry?
I had an epidural. But
She's
then
the lazy one.
Yeah, and there had to be a decision point. When I was told that, the way your baby's presenting, we have to rush you in. And my partner at the time was like, "You're going to cut her? Are you going to cut her? Is it going to leave a scar?" And I said, and my reaction to him, even from that, was I said, "Am I a belly dancer? What is the problem here? Get the child out of me. I want my child." I said, "What is the problem?" So
you don't mask, you mask pain?
I mask pain perfectly.
What do you mask for me?
I believe I mask vulnerabilities so that a lot of people go away with the impression that Funmi is so strong, she's so tough, she doesn't feel anything. But I have my vulnerabilities just like anybody else.
What are you vulnerable about? Your looks, not your looks, because you look good.
Not at all.
Your brain? Brain.
No, I'm vulnerable about the future of the children, the future of mine and the future of the generation of my children. I worry about that. I worry about the country. I worry that...
on that as well.
Yes, I worry that it is not the country I met, and that's why when I was talking about my foundation, it is because the country I met gave you an opportunity to move social stratas.
What am I vulnerable about? Well, the fact that I do make mistakes sometimes, you know. I make mistakes, and I really would like to be a great mom. People think I'm a great mom, but, you know, I try. So I hide that a little bit because I'm one of those moms that locks the door when the kids are knocking. Please go and play. Leave me alone. I did that, you know. So that's me, because I want to go down as somebody who is a great mom, but I'm so scared that I'm not doing it right. What are you vulnerable about, Mommy? How do you know it was you I'm talking about? Are you the only mommy here? Are you the only mommy here? And she's the newest mommy.
Nigeria has produced and continues to produce great writers who have won great accolades and recognition for their work. When discussing African literature, names like Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Buchi Emecheta. But beyond these writers, exist modern writers redefining the fate of literature in Nigeria, Africa, and globally. 1. Chimamanda Adichie. The recipient of a MacArthur Foundation Fellowship was born on the 15th of September 1977 in Enugu, Nigeria. As a teenager, Chimamanda left for the United States and gained a scholarship to study communication at the Drexel University in Philadelphia, then pursued a degree in communication and political science at Eastern Connecticut State University. Her works have been translated into over 30 languages and has appeared in various publications, including The New Yorker, the O. Henry Price Stories, and the Financial Times. Some of her books, like The Purple Hibiscus, Half of a Yellow Sun, and Americana, have won various awards. Her 2012 talk, We Should All Be Feminists, started a worldwide conversation about feminism and was published as a book in 2014. Tomi Adeyemi. Tomi, the author of Children of Blood and Bone, was born on August 1st, 1993, in the United States to parents who emigrated from Nigeria. After graduating Harvard University with an honors degree in English literature, she received a fellowship to study West African mythology, religion, and culture in Salvador, Brazil. Her debut novel, Children of Blood and Bone, has spent over 2 years on the New York Times bestseller list, and its film adaptation is currently in active development with Disney's Fox and Lucasfilms. She was named one of Time magazine's 100 most influential people. She is a Hugo and Nebula award-winning Nigerian-American writer and storyteller based in Los Angeles, California. In 2020, she was named one of Forbes 30 Under 30 in media, and her website has been named one of the best websites for writers by Writers Digest. Teju Cole. Teju Cole is a novelist, photographer, and curator. He was born in 1975 in the U.S. He is currently the Gore Vidal Professor of the Practice of Creative Writing at Harvard University. His novella, Every Day is for the Thief, was named a Book of the Year by the New York Times, The Globe and Mail, NPR, and The Telegraph, and shortlisted for the PEN Open Book Award. Another one of his books, Open City, also featured on numerous Book of the Year lists and won the PEN Hemingway Award, the New York City Book Award for Fiction, and was shortlisted for the National Book Critics Circle Award and the New York Public Library Young Lions Award. Teju Cole has contributed to New York Times, The New Yorker, Granta, Brick, and many other magazines. Akwaekwe Emezi. Born 1987, Emezi is a National Book Foundation 535 honoree. She was born in Umuahia and raised in Aba, Nigeria. Her adult novel, The Death of Vivek Oji, was a New York Times bestseller, an indie bestseller, and an indie next selection, receiving rave reviews from the New York Times, USA Today, NPR, the LA Times, and the Washington Post. Her debut autobiographical novel, Freshwater, is in early development as a TV series at FX, with Emezi writing and producing with Tamara P. Carter. Translated into 12 languages, Freshwater won the 2019 Otherwise Award, formerly the Tiptree and the Normal Book. It was a New York Times notable book, as well as a finalist for the Center for Fiction's first Nobel Prize, the PEN Hemingway Award, the NYPL Young Lions Fiction Award, the Edmund White Award for Debut Fiction, and a Lambda Literary Award. Beyond these writers are more individuals, old and young, using the power of the pen and ink to change the face and narrative of the country and the continent.
Mixed reactions trail federal government's announcement regarding the new price of natural gas for power generation companies, which indicates a significant hike and has got people talking. Today on the show, we'll take a close look at the pros and cons of this move. I am Bola Oba, and this is Plus Politics. The federal government on Monday announced that the new price of natural gas for power generation companies is now $2.42 per metric million British thermal unit, higher than the previous rate of $2.18 per MMBTU. The Nigeria Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NMDPRA, pegged the cost of commercial gas at $2.92 per MMBTU, up from the previous cost of $2.05 per MMBTU. The announcement was signed by the Chief Executive, NMDPRA, Farouk Ahmed. Recall that the multi-year tariff order released by NEC in January 2024 for the electricity distribution companies was calculated based on the previous price of natural gas. Gas producers, including international and domestic oil and gas companies, have repeatedly called for the upward review in the price of the product, stressing that this would be an incentive to ramp up production. In the announcement on Monday, Ahmed said the Petroleum Industry Act 2021, assented to by the President on August 16, 2021, and gazetted in August 2021, provided a clear regulatory framework for the determination of a market-based pricing regime for the domestic gas market. The NMDPRA boss further stated that the latest action was taken in line with Section 164, the third and fourth schedule of the PIA 2021, which mandated the regulator to determine the domestic-based price and the marketable wholesale price of natural gas supplied to the strategic sectors. He said, quote, the DBP at the marketable gas delivery point under Sector 1671 and other provisions of the PIA shall be determined based on regulations which incorporate, among such other matters, the following principles. The price must be of a level to bring forward sufficient natural gas supplies for the domestic market on a voluntary basis for the upstream producers. On a voluntary basis by the upstream producers. B, the price shall not be higher than the average of similar natural gas prices in major emerging countries that are significant producers of natural gas. C, lowest cost of gas supply on three-tier cost of supply framework. D, market-related prices tied to international benchmark, unquote. The NMDPRA therefore emphasized that it had set the, quote, 2024 domestic base price at $2.42 per MMBTU and wholesale prices for natural gas in strategic sectors, following consultations with stakeholders and in compliance with the PIA and gas pricing regulations, unquote. Joining us is a public affairs analyst, Wisdom Chap Jumbo, and a power systems engineer who is also a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers and fellow of the Nigerian Institution of Power Engineers, Dr. Idowu Oyebanjo. Gentlemen, welcome to Plus Politics.
Thank you, Bola.
Okay, let's start from the studio. How would you want to kickstart this conversation?
Okay.
From the recent development relative to the review of the MMBTU pricing of gas to the reflections that the power distribution companies are now incorporating into their tariff systems across a defined band of their customers. How would you want to kickstart this?
Yeah, thanks, Bola. I think since the announcement by the regulator, I think it has hit everyone with different mixed feelings. Some people have been in shock, if I would say, about the increase. But you must realize that maybe some of us saw this coming. Of course, gas, our power takes, needs more than 75% of it needs gas to work. So we see this coming at the end of the day. But I think the major problem which Nigerians have is, especially those who are willing to pay, who are in the band A. Like the regulator said, this new tariff will reflect only on customers within the band A. So what does that mean? Band A means that if you're in the band A, you receive at least minimum of 20 hours of power in a day. I'm not sure that many people will say, oh, how do I even come into this, because I don't even see the 20 hours of power a day. But we saw this coming, and the only issue or concern we have here is, if we pay this new tariff, are we really going to see the power? That is the main concern.
Dr. Oyebanjo, as controversial as the issue of tariff hike may be, the necessary question is this the silver bullet that will bring about consistent power supply by the Nigerian electricity architecture, factoring in the fact that the power generation entities are different from the transmission entity. The transmission entity is different from the distribution entities. So is this the silver bullet to kill the Leviathan of darkness in Nigeria?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that question. To go straight to answer that question, no. So, of course, increasing tariffs is a short-term situation. Hopefully, we will get to a situation whereby the tariffs will now go down. But the main thing that can help Nigeria now in terms of uninterrupted power supply or increasing quantum of power supply to businesses, homes, to offices, to industries, residential consumers, commercial and industrial consumers, will be the full implementation of the Electricity Act 2023 as amended, which was signed into law last year. And the decentralization of the power system, such that we have states having their electricity markets, regional markets will exist, and then the national market will take care of those states who are unable to start their market. This will bring renewable energy systems. It will bring private sector investments and also investments from the federal government. All of this will work together to give us a silver bullet, as you put it, that will help us to have a consistency or improvement in power supply. Having said that, the discussion you have raised in your introduction, very, very lovely. You talked about increases in price of one of the very important commodity, gas, for the power sector. So as a result, the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission has had to increase tariffs, but for Band A, this has pros and cons as you have mentioned it. So we have to also deliberate on the cons, the disadvantages, and what needs to be done to mitigate them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jock. I'm sitting here as a Nigerian who has seen over the decades I've lived in this country a continual deterioration of the quality of power supply. And like the good doctor just stated now, we may just be dealing with eczema, talking around this price tariff hike, when we may seem to be living the skin cancer yet to be attended to, because it is obvious that this tariff hike will not be the final solution. The doctor made some suggestions consistent with what the Electricity Act 2023 enunciates. But I'm sitting here now that I don't see the sensitization. They still, indeed, even the doctor spoke around state governments galvanizing their local markets in their state for power generation, transmission, and distribution, which has been decentralized. But I am one who believes that with proper sensitization, and this is the question for you, with proper sensitization, You and I can form cooperatives. We can have private concerns. We can have people who live in estates. In the estate that I'm going to be sleeping in today, almost 90% of us function on solar, minimum of 5 kVA solar. And it's even ironic that we may be wasting power, because sometimes we generate more than we need, but because we function in silos, power that could be accumulated, and indeed for us to get some recompense, as is done in some other advanced power markets,
yes,
where you generate independent power, you pass on the national grid, they calculate what you have used, deduct it from what you have supplied, and sometimes give you. So I'm sitting here thinking, are we even going in the right direction? Because I don't see that sensitization from enlightened people like you, from the media, from professionals like Doctor. We are still talking the government, government.
I think that's a good observation, really, and I really must agree with you. But however, yes, we're looking at the government, because I think in this conversation, the government needs to take a lead in this conversation of sensitization. Though there have been many talks everywhere, many programs, many just like this, raising the issue of power and the issues around it. Now, that's why the Electricity Act of 2023 solves this problem a lot, giving the power to states, and like Doctor said, when we begin to decentralize, and begin to implement this act, we start solving this problem, because states will begin to drive a lot of these conversations. That's what the act is empowering them to do. Drive this conversation, drive the policies. So far, so good now. How many states now? Just a few states have been able to create their own markets and create their own policies.
No, they have only domesticated the law.
Yes.
Yes. That's not creating market.
That's one way. They've created the policies to create the market. Maybe Doctor will speak more on that. But what I want to say is this is where the state government will also take lead. And this is where also the regulator, which is NEC, will also take through the government and go take the lead on it. We need to keep talking. The issue of power affects everybody. The issue of power, it's a problem to everybody. It's been more than 60 years. We have been struggling to fix the issue of power. So we keep these conversations going. But yes, we may think we're looking up to government, but government must take the lead on this. We must see them also trying to, take that sensitization down to the home. We have the Nigeria Orientation Agency that is also there. What are they doing? What are the conversations they are having, as regards it? This is my own thinking. But yeah, we need to keep pushing it, and we are making a good progress so far.
That may sound very controversial to some of the people watching you at home. Mr. Jumbo. Dr. Oyebanjo.
Yes, I'm with you.
To the best of my understanding.
You are making very good points. I'm really enjoying both of you.
To the best of my understanding, Doctor, thank you very much. To the best of my understanding, there is another segment of this show that I have rested for a while now. To the best of my understanding, we are building on an infrastructure that was conceptualized and delivered in 1863. A central grid. And I'm sitting here now knowing that people like yourself do not only practice in Nigeria, you literally function across the world. We were once positing that it was the statute that was choking, that was essentially the primary problem of the system. Now we have a statute that allows for organic federalism in power generation, distribution, transmission and distribution. Doctor, using your working knowledge of the industry. If you were talking to the Honorable Minister today, say he's sitting in front of you, what would be your suggestions? Methodically.
Okay, thank you very much. The Honorable Minister of Power is already doing a lot of advocacy and making sure that the import of the Electricity Act filters down through the system. Immediately he resumed office, he has been able to organize a 3-day retreat where he brought together all stakeholders relevant in the power sector and to brainstorm on what needs to be done. So I am aware that a communique will be issued shortly about that. He has also communicated with state governors. He has spoken with all the honorable commissioners for energy or power or related services in every state, trying to galvanize the momentum. You see, just as you have said, as well as the analyst Jumbo, you are correct. There is need for the media, as well as the CSOs and various organizations, professional bodies. They should be at the vanguard of this message of Electricity Act. Like you took us back in history, the Nigerian power sector followed the development in the world when America started, Europe, as well as Britain. However, once they started developing and making progress, we did not make significant progress. In fact, I will say that for a country of 200 million plus, trying to use 3,500 megawatts is absurd.
Utterly ridiculous.
It is in the 1920s situation of the UK or the US, which is not good because they ramped up from those small levels and then moved significantly to about 65,000 megawatt of demand today in the UK and generation capacity of upwards of 70,000. So for Nigeria today, where we need to be, we need to have about 40,000 megawatts of generation, 35,000 megawatts of transmission capacity, wheeling capacity, and then 30,000 megawatts of demand based on the studies that I have done. Now, we are not there. We are even far from there. So the fastest way, I have repeated it 3 times, to make Nigeria get industrialized is through the decentralization. I speak as a professional. So when I speak on power systems, having done it as my BSc, my MSc, and PhD, and having worked for over 25 years, having worked significant period of this inside a UK power system that worked, when I'm saying these things, it is not a fast, it is not as a result of conjectures. You have to decentralize this kind of network. It's not that it is too massive. It is a small network compared to other networks. But because of the factors, Nigerian factors, that have affected us over the last 60 years, the most logical thing for Nigeria and the most correct solution for Nigeria is this decentralization. What we are doing, for example, as part of our advocacy in Aidfund Power Consultants Limited, we are approaching the state government, we are helping them, we are sensitizing them, just as you have said, to at least domesticate the law. We are working them through the steps required to not only domesticate the law, prepare the bill, and pass the bill, and then get the right people in the Electricity Commission for the state, and then develop the market that will make consumers be happy. If a power system does not make consumer happy, if a power system brings apprehension, if a power system brings anger, it is not a power system that is functional.
Thank you very much. We need to move from my take now. We have built a culture of recriminations in the power sector. Everybody finger pointing at the other person. But given contemporary developments in the power industry worldwide, the fact that China has helped to crash the price of, say, solar panels, the fact that there are alternative energy solutions out there beyond even solar, many in the Southwest. I have a friend who just returned from the UK, and at the last count, in the southwest of Nigeria alone, about 200 plus bodies of water that could be used to generate hydro power at the very local community level, to some even as far as state or regional levels. And I'm sitting here. Power is one of the reasons why sometimes some doubt the fact that we negroid species of the Homo sapiens, whether we are really human beings, because we always have the issue of power in all the places that we habitate. Yes. And the irony is that I never knew the man that even once worked in the UK. The irony is that I lived in the UK for more than 2 decades, and I know that in a place in northern England, one of the few places where they are generating more than 12 megawatts of solar energy, the person that coordinated it was a Nigerian engineer. We do it when we are in England, and yet there is something about us that gets us to be moribund when we are at home. Are we?
I will tell you something. In the last 4 years, I mean, I've been within the solar space, energy asset space, and all of that off-grid. And I can tell you, Nigerians are really brilliant. I've seen quite a lot of technologies, a lot of innovation, especially from young people. I spoke to a guy one time. He had created some tiles, some tile-like thing where, I mean, if you step on it, it could generate power. So if you put it in a shopping mall,
as in kinetic energy,
yes,
footfalls,
yes,
footfalls will be generated.
If we have it in our shopping malls, we're very busy.
When people walk around,
it generates power. So the innovations are there, you know, and young people are driving this. So I think one of the issues most times they've suffered is the right kind of funding, you know, to support them. And this again goes back to the Electricity Act. There's a section of that act that was dedicated to renewable energy, you know, where that act has given, for example, NEC the power to promote, you know, renewable energy sources as part of our power mix or energy mix in the country. We need to leverage more on that. So one big issue is funding. You meet a young chap now who has created something very innovative, but the issue is struggling with funding, or maybe so. Some companies are already supporting them, but we need more support in that area to fix our power issue. So what we need to do going forward now, as we plan to solve this problem of power, is to support what we have now with some renewable energy sources or some alternative sources. Like I said, there are a lot of them. And we need to constantly promote that. We want to see from all angles the right kind of funding available for them, you know, to be able to fund some of these projects. You'll be amazed, there's a lot. If I begin to talk about them, I'm not sure we'll go to. There's a lot I have come across. You know, but again, for the sources like solar, we need to even make it more accessible to more people. We need to make some communities, you know, you go there, all you need is a mini grid to power them. And I've been to a lot of those communities, especially down south. You know, I went to a community called Emeke in River State, and they've never had power all their life. But there's a mini grid there which was installed some couple of years back, and that is what the community is leveraging on. You know, and now with the new act, we see that it is promoting and supporting some of these, you know, additional sources. We need to give that. That's why when the state governments begin to drive this themselves, some of these communities, we want to see them use solar or all these other renewable sources to drive them. The innovations are there.
Let me compliment. let me briefly collaborate.
Yes.
Or corroborate what you say.
Yes.
I was once in a hotel in Abuja, and as it is my wont, I always like to do a stretch of my leg, especially after having been airborne.
Yes.
So I decided to walk 5 kilometers. And I was shocked that in Abuja, Wuse Zone 7, there was a body of water. It was not a rainy day. There was a body of gushing water. And I was telling myself that, you know what? The hotel was burning diesel. And look, but you see, in Nigeria, there is one agency that is in charge of bodies of water with some people, some bureaucrats who are still looking at the back of a file that was last signed in the 1960s. It's ironic. And so one is, Dr. Odewo Ebanji, I think it's about time I came to you. You know why I need to come to you at this juncture? Because I can imagine the degree of frustration somebody like you will be feeling sometimes. Having been exposed to best practices is one of the most power generation and distribution developed markets in the world, and yet when you are back in your natal and ancestral home, we are where we are. Sometimes, how do you cope? It sometimes can lead somebody in the direction of seeing going on the psychologist, the chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. So one of the most important things for power systems engineers like myself is that we have been trained to solve complex problems. So whenever we see complex problems, we know how to tackle them. If we are given the right environment, our environment has to be one that is conducive for us to provide the services. That's the way we were trained, to look at problems and solve them. Having said that, from what you two have said this evening, it's clear that the federal government made the good decision, the correct decision to decentralize the system. Because as you have said, there are various sources of energy per state. This will happen once you decentralize. The state is in charge. The people in the state, investors will come in if the environment is made right by the state government. Investors are ready to partner with that kind of young person that Wisdom spoke about a while ago. We have various resources. In the northern part of the country, you have hydro, you have solar, you have even gas, maybe. So you will use this energy to provide electricity. In the southeast, you saw what happened in February, March also. From February 26th, it was launched in Abia State, in an integrated power plant project by Geometric. You saw the IPP at Aba, and this will serve a franchise area in Aba. And look at, people are now moving to Aba. Industries are now relocating to Aba. From outside Nigeria, they are going there. They have started, from what we hear, to enjoy uninterrupted power supply. So many states will do the IPP once you decentralize properly. Once you make sure we decentralize, these things will happen. The solar you talk about, you will sell your solar to the grid. It's already written in the act. If all of you in your estate generate so much of electricity, we call you prosumer. A prosumer is a person that is both producing electricity and consuming it. So you are a prosumer in your estate. If all of you aggregate this electricity, you can even as individuals sell to the grid. This will happen. It will happen when you decentralize. Then when we go and support the government of the states, one after the other, to say, look, this is the implication of the act. This is what you need to do. And once the citizens continue to engage their government, state government, this will happen. On the matter of IPPs, this will spring up in Nigeria once we decentralize. But currently, what the federal government is doing is a Light Up Nigeria program. So if you remember, in October 2023, there was a Light Up Agbara project by the renewed hope agenda of President Tinubu, but this is being anchored under the office of the Vice President. It was launched there, and with NDPAC, FGM Power Company of Nigeria Limited, as well as Enerix One and other private investors, they are going to be involved in providing electricity to industrial clusters. In February, also on the 26th of February this year, the Vice President went to Enugu in what we call the Light Up Southeast project. This one aims to also take the industrial clusters in the Southeast and make them viable and make them to be able to have electricity that can make them have competitive manufacturing capacities. So power is an enabler. Without power, there will be no economic development. Look, there is no country in the world that you see that has developed and we like to go on holidays there, or we make them a reference, that didn't start by building a power system. When we are doing power system 101, the lecture says the first thing a government does is to build a power system. And that stuck with me. The first thing you will do, if you have a piece of land and you want to form a government here, the first thing you should do is a power system.
I don't want to sound as though I'm a cleric, but even one of the great books and one of the good books tells us that the first thing that the Creator did was let there be light. And I wonder why we have decided to live this long in relative darkness. I'll come back to you, Doc, before we wrap up. We are where we are now. We are trading on ideas. Yes. But I'm feeling, sitting down here, I'm feeling that it is incumbent more on people like myself, people like yourself in the, like I say, the Chattarati stratum or class of society. Yeah. People like Doctor who have seen it work in places where, it's been demystified. True. Is now incumbent on us to find a synergy like this program is providing to enlighten an average Nigerian watching that there is nothing mysterious about having consistent light.
I agree, and that's why I like what I see in the last few days all over the media. There has been constant conversation around these issues. I mean, I ran a program for nearly 4 years, trying to let people understand that, okay, this isn't working, you can have this alternative, and it is possible and it will work. Because there are so many misinformation out there. Some people say, oh, for example, solar is expensive, and they have never gone to price one before. You understand? So we need to. That's why the media.
Even if it's, I'm going to where I will sleep tonight. I have no anxiety about power because I know there'll be power.
Yes.
Even if it's expensive up front.
Yes. So we need to constantly, that's why the media plays a key role. We need to constantly talk about these things. We don't know, even as we're having this program now, we may have just, passed a very important information to somebody today. And I noticed this over the last, couple of years. I have been doing this myself. People will call and you let them know. You'll be shocked that, there's just so many misinformation there. And when you are able to inform them properly, you understand, that changes a lot for them. Having power 24 hours is not a mystery. It's a basic amenity, it's a basic thing that should happen. If you go to Ghana, I lived in Ghana for 5 years plus. We never, in fact, if they would take the light, they're going to call you. You're going to see notification. If Ghana can do it, why are we struggling with this? So the media plays a key role in this, and we shouldn't get tired. We need to keep talking and passing that information. That's my take on that.
Dr. Idowu Oyebanji, we need to be coasting home now, and I would want to enjoin you to have a direct conversation with people at home and just let them know that from the micro, in fact, from the nano to the micro to the medium level, there may be a lot, there may be just a lot that people can do, from powering or lighting up their rooms, to lighting up their, say, homestead, to lighting up their, say, neighborhood, if they function in a very collaborative community. You want to be talking to those ones, because our professionals like here almost end up having to talk to governments, you know, ministers, governors. But at the end of the day, the paradox of the past situation in Nigeria, since I've been born and I've been conscious, is that people solve that problem more for themselves than from a central utility. How would you want to wrap it up, sir?
Well, thank you very much. It has been a very important discussion, and I've learned a lot from the contributions that you both have made, Bola as well as Wisdom. I will say that, as enunciated before now, let citizens take interest in the matter of power system. It's not easy. Even in the UK, even the US, citizens don't really have time to understand what is power, what is my bill. Some people don't even know where they are and what band they are and things like that, because it's something that they expect to get, and rightly so. So one thing that we must do is to decentralize. I have said that a number of times. When the electricity markets in the states are set up, meritocracy must be one of the most important things that will function. Without a system of meritocracy, without celebrating meritocracy over mediocrity, you can never have a power system. Having said that, collaboration is important. The state government will create an enable environment for private investors. Private investors will work with the existing discos by doing the franchising model, by building in the integrated power plant project. It can even be 10 megawatt solar. It can even be 5 megawatt. It can be as 20 megawatt. We need all of these pockets of generation, distributed generation we call them. We need them to be able to make power available first in the state. Any excess can be sent to the regional grid. Any excess can be sent to the national grid. And that is how Nigeria can only develop. Nigeria cannot develop with this centralized system of power system function. So, this time, what we should be doing should include metering all customers, making sure all customers are metered, coordinating the implementation of the Electricity Act, doing independent power plants, doing this Light Up Nigerian project, and joining the effort of Siemens project, which FGN PowerCo is actually pioneering by investing in the infrastructure of the Nigerian landscape. There are small things. I remember a feeder in Akute in Lagos, southwest Nigeria. The Akute area has just little things that you need to do to the feeder to make power available. So there are certain things that will be possible when we decentralize. If we don't decentralize, they will not happen. The people in Akute will even go to band A if these minor tweaks or things are done. So this also applies to several places in the country. All we have to do are minor things that will get us there, but knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is power.
It's unfortunate that time is not our best friend on the program, but having said that, you having mentioned Akute, I was actually telling, I am championing a 200-unit estate with some of my friends. I started a cooperative in England, and I told them I'm integrating power into it, and they were initially surprised. And I said, you know what? Ironically, look at Akute, the first major body of water that allowed the white people to enter southwest Nigeria, Ogun River, from the Lagos Lagoon here to Ogun. And that water is still there now, literally being polluted at Kara by cow dung. That is what we do now for even some of the assets with historic value to us. And ironically, Doc, look at the role of Kanji and River Niger, even in the extant power configuration that we have. And yet we have bodies of water littering our neighborhoods, and we just live as though only NEPA, only PHCN, only DISCO, only GENCO. Thank you very much, sir. We look forward to having you on some other time. Thank you for the enlightenment opportunity. I've also learned a lot from you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Wisdom, you need to wrap it up in a way that engages the people you are here for. You are not here for me, the viewers.
I would just thank you so much. I would just
and
add,
this is your camera, I guess.
I would just add to say, I know the recent hike in tariff is tough, but I want to say I think the Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission has shown some way of support by providing required information. I read just this evening, I saw an FAQ that they've published, for more information on everything we need to know about the tariff. I want to urge everyone to go and read those FAQs and imbibe them. And also, they just placed a fine on one of the discos of 200 billion for placing the tariff on all bands instead of just band A. So I see some monitoring happening, which will give us some confidence, which is actually what we need. Equip yourself with more information about this. Also, some numbers have been shared. Let's be able to engage them. So use social media also, and make sure that if we are paying for this, we are getting it. If we are not getting it, we want some sanctions on those discos who may be in any way shortchanging us by not doing the needful. So the citizens need to engage more. And that's what I want to say, because I know everywhere now there's so much concern on this increase in tariff, but let's see how that goes. But let's continue to engage NEC. It's just a message I want to pass to everybody.
Without wanting to sound patronizing, if anybody was in doubt that your name happens to be Wisdom, thank you very much
Thank you so much, Bola.
Really appreciate you.
Thank you.
This is where we call it a wrap. We may soon be doing the historical epilogue segment that we used to do on this program, giving historical perspective to some of the topics that we engage with. I am Bola Oba. Have a good evening.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Hey, what's up? What's going on? It's Dice Ills, aka Mr. Miyagi, and we're just gonna give a few words to every up-and-coming artist or every dream chaser out there trying to be successful. I started off with just a dream and an undying passion to become Dice, Back in the day, a lot of people told me it wouldn't happen. A lot of people told me my dreams were too big. But one thing that I never stopped doing is I never stopped believing, and I never stopped having passion. And that's what you need to do as well. And when you ever hit success, never forget where you're coming from, because that's the only way that you can stay grounded. So believe in yourself, stay prayerful, and be passionate. One love. Bless.
Truth is, I've always wanted to be an actor in a terrain where people thought, oh, you may not fit in, this may not be the thing for you. I've always been desirous of being an actor, and one of my biggest people, mentors, or who I look up to, or the character I want to play, is even playing James Bond sometimes. But it's been a long journey for me. I didn't get here. Last year, 2019, I won Best Actor 2019 for Maya Awards, and I didn't get there all in one day. I've done a lot of things. I've worked in the bank. I worked in the bank for 9 years. I've done real estate. I've sold cars. I've sold lands. I've gone through the highs and lows. And initially, when I told people that I was leaving, I've been doing acting all my life. But when I told people I was going to leave and go full stream and full line into acting, people told me, don't go for this. I don't think that's what you should do. Maybe this is not for you. And it was a tough call to make. It was a tough decision to make, but I eventually decided that I was going to go for it. And I went from audition to audition to audition to audition to audition to audition till I got my first major job, and that led to my second, third, fourth, fifth. And I decided to go and upskill myself and go to film school, in the US. And I came back and I got a fantastic opening, a cinema movie where I played leading man with Omotola Jolade called The Tribunal. So it's been a very, very long journey. But one thing I can say is that whatever path you choose in life, as long as your heart is there, stick with it.
18 years down the lane, I'm still doing my thing as a stand-up comedian and also a master of ceremony. I've been through the vicissitudes of life. It was not like this before. I remember those years when when I was still in Warri, when I would go from show to show, looking for a platform to express myself. Thank God for helps around me, but it wasn't easy. Because I had to convince people that, oh, hey, try me out, I'm funny and all that. I had to trek many times. Even when I moved to Lagos, oh God, I trekked all kinds of distance just to attend shows, just to maximize the opportunities I had. It wasn't funny. I had to squat with squatters. I lived with people that were living with people. It was that bad, but hey, all our stories now. I'm here, and I'm not where I want to be, but I'm not where I used to be. So don't give up on yourself. Don't give up on your dreams. As long as you believe you can do it, yeah, in spite of the pitfalls, of the shortcomings, still move on. Stand up, dust yourself off the feet, off the ground, and move on, all right? There are more to conquer than you have conquered.
There was once upon a time in my life when I was doing this MC work and all these things, hosting gigs, and I did an event. I won't say the name of the organization. But when they say, oh, we'll give you honorarium, I'm like, yeah, okay, great. And it's not a small organization. And when they finished, I got 25K. So I used the money with the love of God, fueled the car, and then kept the change to buy granules, sauce, and got the egg on the road. When it's your time, it's your time. Don't rush it, don't force it. What's yours is yours. What's meant to be yours will be yours. Nobody can take it away from you because you are you in yourself. Know your creator. And that way, you know that your creator did not create a joke. So therefore, just believe in yourself and your time will come. I love you guys. Thank you.
When I was younger, I had just lost my father. And it was at the time when, we had that television that you open and close like cupboard, okay? I know that a very high number of people may not understand this. And I came back. Our TV was not there, but our neighbor had bought a new kind of TV. It was colored, and all the kids in the neighborhood were sitting on the floor watching this TV. And then I came back from lesson, saw everyone sitting down there. It looked a bit different from us, and the pictures looked finer because it was colored. And I stood by the curtain, and this lady just pulled the curtains together and shut me out. I felt bad. But I was also also a big-mouthed young child. So I went to her and I said, because of me, you pulled the curtains together, right? The next time you look at that your TV, you will see me there. It was a joke. I mean, like, okay, it wasn't a joke, but I didn't know how it was going to happen. But I just wanted to tell her that she had no rights to shut me out. And I went to school and I got this, the principal came in and said, Commissioner K is looking for you. You're going to open up ROS TV. And guess what? When she put on her TV at 4 p.m., 2 months after, I was a continuity announcer who opened up that station. So don't be afraid and don't worry about how anyone looks at you right now. Worry more about how you see you. Worry more about what you intend to do with you. Worry more about how convinced you are about anything that you want to do. It doesn't matter. People can close their windows, close their doors, tell you to get out, tell you to sit down, tell you to go to bed. It's okay. They're not God. He has a final say. But guess what? You have the final work. Because if you don't work and work towards it, God is just going to stand there waiting. It is what you give to him that he will enhance. I hope this does somebody some good. We're all stars, I tell you. When you look up, you see a lot of them. I'm sure you're up there and shining, okay? So please, put some glow to your own star. Love ya!
Being online has become a part of our every waking moment. From the moment we wake up in the morning till we hit the pillow at night, we are browsing, scrolling through social media, responding to messages. We live our lives online almost as much as we live it in reality. These anonymous interactions, like any other human interaction, comes with complexity and challenges. People get into civil discussions, debates, banter, and share with one another. With these interactions come disagreements, arguments, conflicts that can soon degenerate into trolling, bullying, and general unpleasantness. The discretion we employ in face-to-face interaction is further decreased online. In fact, according to psychologist Robert Sutton, disrespectful, demeaning, and downright mean-spirited behavior is worse than ever. This behavior is especially true of online discourse, which researchers describe as the online disinhibition effect. Stanford psychology professor John Sula in 2004 said, "The online disinhibition effect can cause people to act out in either a benign manner, wherein they overshare their personal information, or in a toxic manner, wherein they become abusive or threatening." "I am in my house, come and beat me," is a common saying online that alludes to the inaccessibility that emboldens even regular people to behave in less than civil ways online. Another factor responsible for this behavior, apart from anonymity and availability, is solipsistic introduction. A situation, according to Dr. Sula, where you don't have any physical cues associated with the person you're communicating with, and other person becomes just a voice in your head. As such, the people in your online conversations merely become characters in your imagination, formed by your own personal history and expectations. You might also hear his or her voice as your own, which makes you feel more comfortable with the other person and further lowers your inhibitions. As we have rules that guide our interactions in real life, unspoken rules need to be developed for our online interactions. Social media etiquette, or social mannerism simply put, means do's and don'ts for social media interactions. These etiquettes are also referred to as netiquettes. The term netiquette refers to all aspects of online communication, including email, instant messaging, social media, multiplayer gaming, and other forms of online communication. The main goal behind netiquette or mannerisms on social media is to treat others with respect and take care of intellectual property rights and associated implications. Personal information, images, or videos of anyone should not be shared without consent or mentioning credits where due. Except we seek to change such behaviors, it will pervade. Here are some social media netiquettes. When sending a DM, be polite and go straight to the point. When responding to posts, even if you disagree, be careful not to use condescending and insultive words. Take a 5-minute pause before you post any comments. Don't comment on topics that people tend to be passionate about. Don't respond to insults or hateful language. Don't say to people online what you won't have the audacity to say to them in person. Avoid excessive tagging of people. Ask before tagging people. Although it may seem inoffensive, tagging a friend or acquaintance on social media without their permission could in many ways cause problems for that person. Good social media etiquette means you should always request for permission before tagging anyone. Post only flattering pictures of other people. Apply the billboard test. Assume that everyone in the world can and will see everything you post. So if it's not billboard worthy, don't post it. Give credit where it's due. Don't post other people's photos or quotes without clear attribution. This means no screen grabs even if you have the best intentions. Instead, use a repost app to properly credit others for your own content. Think of the future you. Your taste will change as will your sense of humor, but your photos will live on forever. Use caution when posting. Don't take screenshots of other people's private moments that they shared with you in confidence. Censor yourself. You might treat your Facebook or Twitter accounts as diaries. Don't share everything with your readers. Some things are meant to be kept private.
The United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres, in an address in March, called on member states to eradicate sexual exploitation and abuse from the workplace, support victims, and hold perpetrators and their enablers to account. On this week's episode of Our Voices, we focus on sexual harassment by looking at research and analysis by African scholars that looks at sexual harassment from a legal, socioeconomic, and cultural realities. Hello and welcome. I am Oriani Tangishaka, and this is Our Voices. With me is my co-host Seminyesh Yakoye. Ginny Niwa is out today. Before we get into the topic, Seminyesh, and of course our viewers, what do you think are some of the reasons why that sexual harassment behaviors continues to be active, especially in the workspace? Some say it takes two to tango, and especially for women, by the way they dress, by the way they behave. Have there any role in inviting these type of behaviors against themselves?
If you are asking that to me, no is my answer. I don't think women are the victims, are the are to be blamed at all. You know, you don't shoot someone and kill and say, oh, it's his fault, he made me angry. You don't say that. The same way you don't harass sexually or attack sexually and say, she was dressed improperly. If she is, deal with that, in a proper channel through your organizational structure. So for me, the reasons are, display of power. Women traditionally have been holding, supervision positions. They are owners of the businesses. So they have an advantage to get away with whatever they want. They also have this perceived role in society where they think that men can get whatever they want. So they try to come to you because they think they just can't, they are men. But for me, the most important reason is lack of proper procedure or regulation in the workplace. There needs to be a proper channel where such actions can be prohibited, and then when such actions happen, can be punishable. That is the most important thing that an organization needs to have in order to, minimize or completely abolish sexual harassment in a workplace.
Absolutely, I do agree, but there's also those who also argue that maybe the advocacy against sexual harassment sometimes or lately has been taken so far that it actually diminishes the relationship of men and women that they have on a regular basis, that sometimes everything can be sexual harassment, looking at someone or maybe touching someone. Those relationships that used to be normal and sometimes, so we'll see what the experts say.
Definitely, I agree with you.
I'm looking forward to hearing what the experts have to say in terms of what is sexual harassment, so we'll know that this is what it is, this is what it's not, so that,
I agree with you what you said, like how it has been extended, but for me, I think it should be cultural, in the culture context of where it's happening. In some countries, in my country, a man and woman can touch each other, a friendly touch, but in countries like the West, everybody has to keep their space.
Personal space.
Personal space is valued. So wherever things are happening, the policies and the procedures need to be drafted according to the culture of the society.
That's why I'm really glad that the experts that we're going to talk to today have an African perspective in terms of what they've researched and found happening on the continent. So, yeah.
Well, let's first go to Nairobi, Kenya, where Rachel Ombaka, a journalist who returned to the workplace after her maternity leave, experienced sexual harassment by a supervisor. Unfortunately, she's not alone. About 40% of women in Kenya have been sexually harassed in their workplace, according to the Federation of Women Lawyers in Kenya. Saida Salwa shares Rachel's story and offers advice on how to curb such inappropriate behavior.
A few years back, Rachel Ombaka, a digital reporter in Nairobi, Kenya, was sexually harassed at the workplace. The incident undermined her confidence. She was offended and devastated. It took time before she was able to put it all behind her.
I had just come back from maternity leave. You know, when you just give birth, when you go back to work, your clothes are still tight, yeah? So what I was wearing was a bit tight, and we were having a newsroom meeting, and then an editor who's about my father's age sent me a lewd message on my phone commenting on how I was dressed, and it was in a sexual manner. His message had a sexual tone, and I started crying in the middle of the meeting. I felt very offended, and I felt like a commodity, because of the way he had described my body.
Ombaka reported the matter to the Human Resources Department, but HR dismissed the incident as something trivial that happens often at the workplace.
When someone wrongs you, specifically in a professional environment, there needs to be a repercussion. And there was no repercussion, and yet I had reported.
Kenya's Employment and Labour Act prohibits sexual harassment at the workplace, says Tony Odera, a partner at the Barnsbury Associates Advocates in Kenya.
Sexual harassment in the workplace, we would basically define it as advances or actions that have sexual connotation that are not welcomed in the workplace. Section 6 of the Employment and Labour Act prohibits sexual harassment in the workplace.
You are able to see that sexual harassment in the workplace may not only be physical, as is the case with sexual abuse, says Ngini Nasongo, a counseling psychologist. She says it is important to know and understand the difference.
It is a verbal. Then we also have touch. There are people who can even hit you or touch you inappropriately. There are certain messages that are sent. Or someone just comes and slips over something on your desk, something that is out of what your beliefs and values are.
We are also talking about abuse of position of authority, which is also criminalized under the Sexual Offences Act.
There are people who wear hijabs and they still, still get sexually harassed. Children still get sexually harassed. So it's not about dressing, it's not about age.
Many women are fighting back and reporting these incidents. However, seeking recourse through the legal process can be both expensive and exhausting. Many women who complain may end up losing their jobs.
What are the implications? You develop what you call low self-esteem. Your work performance is definitely going to drop because every time you come to work, you develop what you call lethargy. And again, you can develop mental health issues.
According to Odera, it is alarming that 40% of women have reported being sexually harassed in Kenya. However, there are ways of dealing with the situation.
The first thing is make your no to be an emphatic no. If you do not feel confident enough in the procedures that are available in your office, then you can also be able to report to the police. And there's also the avenue that there are many women organizations.
I wonder sometimes if I hadn't gone through sexual harassment, would I be this vocal? Would I be an advocate about sexual harassment? I'm thankful that I was able to turn it around.
Ombaka wants to leave a legacy against sexual harassment for her daughter and the future generations. For VOA, I'm Saida Swale in Nairobi, Kenya.
Thank you so much, Saida Swale, for that report. Well, to dive deep into this topic, we have invited Furaha Joy Sakai Songweme, the author of Sexual Harassment and the Law in Africa and founder of Africa and Sexual Harassment Initiative, as well as Mrs. Samantha Mwisige, sexual harassment survivor and advocate against this crime, who joins us via Skype from Uganda, the city of Kampala. How are you ladies doing?
We're doing very well.
Very welcome
excited
to
be
our
here.
voices.
Thank you.
Thank you so
great
much.
to have you.
Now, Furaha Joy, you have written a very interesting book, and it has amazing reviews.
Right.
But I'm wondering, why is such a topic not so much found when you look at the research or the publications on the continent? Why don't we find so much of that when we look for it?
Yeah, I think that sexual harassment just continues to be kept under the wraps. It is an issue that challenges the patriarchy, and it is an issue that has just not evolved sufficiently in terms of the law. And so as a lawyer and an advocate on issues pertaining to sexual harassment, I've studied the laws, and although we have several countries that have incorporated legislation, there are still too many gaps that allow perpetrators to escape liability.
Before we go to our Skype guest in Kampala, Samantha, let's define what sexual harassment is so that our audience can understand what we are talking about. What is sexual harassment in a workplace?
Of course. Sexual harassment would really be the general terms that you would find across regions would be unwelcome conduct of a sexual nature, and it would be as a form of discrimination and prohibited an unfair labor practice in some regions. The attention is, the devil is in the details when it comes to the definition of sexual harassment. And that is really what then makes it very complicated from country to country, from region to region. If you look, for example, at the example of Kenya and how they define sexual harassment, they have two principal laws that address sexual harassment, and that's a good thing. The Employment Act and as well as the Sexual Offences Act. However, again, the devil is in the details. If you look at the definition of sexual harassment within the Sexual Offences Act, it requires a persistent behavior, persistent sexual conduct, unwelcome sexual conduct. And this definition or requirement of persistent is something that differs in other regions. In South Africa,
it's subjective, and you don't know how persistent you have to be
exactly, you know, because why is a once-off incident not sufficient? South Africa law recognizes that a once-off incident is sufficient, but you know, other laws do not. And yet we know that a once-off incident is sufficient to establish a case of sexual harassment.
Wow, some would say that's pretty harsh. If maybe like an innocent statement was made, you know, you are going to get accountable for that. So, yeah. But, you know, I guess, you know, Samantha, who's with us in Kampala, Mrs. Samantha Mwesige, is that definition clear enough for the perpetrator to understand that their behavior is wrong and illegal? And if so, why do they still do what they do in many cases?
Thank you. I think most countries have belabored the definition of sexual harassment. Where I come from in Uganda, I must say we are very good at lawmaking. Our Employment Act has defined sexual harassment quite well, given examples, broad. I think we shouldn't get lost in that detail. The key thing to note is that it is unwanted. I took issue when you said, you know, and again, these were sentiments that are shared broadly, that it takes two to tango, you know, or you're preventing ordinary sexual relations between human beings. But like we've said, when you preface it with unwanted, as human beings, the reason it escalates is because you've sat down and told someone, look here, stop this. It makes me this way. You're vocal about how you feel and its effect. So the definition is not quite the issue. It's been defined in very many jurisdictions across Africa, in America. I mean, if we look at the Spanish soccer coach who kissed a football player, you know, the discourse that was just around that, you know, some people were saying, oh, that's culture, that's how they greet. Oh, you know, even after she comes out and says, look here, and files a complaint, the discussion is around, you know, how he is excited, that's how he's choosing to celebrate the win. And this is recorded on broadcast worldwide, you know. So I think the definition is not the issue. We all know what sexual harassment is, that it is unwanted, but it is more the gendered norm, cultural norm thing where men are empowered and they are the alpha male and they are entitled in spite of what a woman may want for them to go ahead and further insist or escalate that it becomes sexual harassment.
Right. Well, ladies, I truly appreciate your insight on this, and I want to hear more, but please stay with us. It's time for a short break. When we return, our guests will help us understand how to fearlessly fight sexual harassment out of our society, despite its many facets. What are your thoughts on this topic? We ask you to share this on our social media platforms at VOA Africa. We are on Facebook, Instagram, and X, formerly known as Twitter. Use the hashtag VOA Our Voices. We'll be right back.
In times of change, when the world seems uncertain, and what we hear doesn't reflect what we see, we seek the truth. When we are told only part of the story, we lose trust. In moments of crisis, our dreams, hopes, and wishes for a better tomorrow depends on a free press. At Voice of America, we bring you the stories that people take risks to see. We connect the world and unite it with truth. At Voice of America, we show you the whole picture.
You're watching VOA's Red Carpet. My name is Jackson Vunganyi. Thank you so much for joining us each week right here on Red Carpet. We bring you the latest in
health, wellness, sport, beauty, medical breakthroughs.
Healthy Living cares about your well-being. What are the main health concerns in Africa and around the world? Find out the latest on coronavirus. Connect with our experts and ask them questions.
How long does the virus stay?
Join me, Linoch Mudu, in Washington every week on Healthy Living, right here on VOA.
Welcome back. You are watching Our Voices, and we are discussing sexual harassment, especially in the workplace. Our guests, Furaha Joy Saungume, author and founder of Africa in Sexual Harassment Initiative, and Samantha Mwesi Jane, sexual harassment survivor and advocate, who are here to tell us from their personal experience and expertise on how to combat this behavior. One question I have, maybe it can be for both of you. But before we continue our discussion, our VOA reporter based in Luwenge, Malawi, spoke to Mimori Ngosi, a child and women's rights activist, and Grace Ngomba, a primary school teacher, to share their thoughts on the predatory practice.
Well, it's a big challenge when it comes to sexual harassment in workplaces, because this is an environment where someone is supposed to showcase their talents, their skills, and an environment that is supposed to be abuse-free, harassment-free. But you find that even for women, most of them are being harassed, most of them are being sexually exploited, or in the name of opportunities. You know, it doesn't really come on merit. Those are the challenges that most women are facing in workplaces. Number one, we need to make sure that the safeguarding policies that each and every employee or senior employees sign are those policies that are actually working. We have these policies, the SEA policies, the child protection policies, and all other policies that guide us on these issues. Let's make sure that each and every organization has those policies. Each and everyone coming, let's make sure that they sign and they commit to be someone that will abide by those policies. And also it is good that we can even just create posters where someone is entering the office who say this is an abuse-free area, this is a harassment-free area. It will send a strong message to people. They will know that this area cannot abuse anyone, I cannot exploit anyone, and especially women, because women are the ones that are suffering more when it comes to harassment at work.
This sexual harassment has impacted much in working places because most of the women are not empowered in their working places. They are facing a lot of challenges from men if their men are in upper positions. For example, maybe you want promotion at working place, even if you want a job. It's very difficult to get a job nowadays if men are in position, because first they ask you to do sexual intercourse in order to get a job. Or maybe you want a promotion, they can tell you that if you want to be promoted at this working place, first you have to give us this and this. Maybe they want to sleep with you, they want to do other things that are being harassed to you. It can be stopped maybe if people are educated. We have to do a lot of campaigns. We have to train to teach people how to avoid this sexual harassment. Also, women has to be empowered, so that they can know their rights. They are able to know their rights. They are able to know to make their own decisions. Also, they have to be empowered economically in order for them to stand on their own. If a woman can stand on in their own, they cannot face these challenges.
That's really great. That's really great when our last person said, about education, about, being aware. The awareness, I think, is very important on the actual act itself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. So Samantha also mentioned about culture earlier in our conversation, and I want to pose this question for both of you, but maybe Samantha can start answering. Does cultural norms such as patriarchy or respect for elders or supervisors, do you think that it's a strong enabler for sexual harassment, or is used as an excuse?
Definitely it is a strong enabler. because you'll find with cultural norms, they are prefaced by gender norms. And in these gender roles, you find that the man has been taught to be, you know, the alpha male. They premise their relations with, even amongst themselves, with aggression and disrespect. So you will find that indeed they've been raised that way. In my particular case, I think the challenge that I had is that this person was very powerful, and he took offense to the fact that, you know, I have it all, I'm quite wealthy, as in, how do you reject my advances, you know? So it's an entitlement, definitely premised in patriarchy, because they've been raised and are entitled, but also community facilitates this challenge, you know, bystanders. Usually you'll find the friends of these people know, they've had discussions and he said, oh, you know, I've approached Samantha and she's being difficult. And they will say things like, oh yeah, that one is like that, etc. So community has rallied behind these people, both male and female, to actually protect them, you know, and empower them to continue with this abuse in the workplace.
I think this brings us back to the point you raised earlier, unwanted or unwelcome behavior advances, right? And that should be the focus instead of all the definitions. Even in some cultural instances, the unwanted behavior or conduct should be emphasized.
Of course. That is the basic fundamental understanding of what constitutes sexual harassment. But, you know, we define sexual harassment laws because we understand that laws cannot be vague.
Okay.
Laws cannot be vague. That's a basic principle of law. And if a law is vague, then it's void for, you know, just vagueness.
So in that case, what does it take for a sexual harassment law to be effective?
So you would have to have a comprehensive definition of what is sexual harassment. And I think that we've made progress on the international platform. If you look at the ILO C-190, the Convention C-190 on violence and harassment in the world of work, it has a good definition of violence and harassment and sexual harassment. It tends to broaden who is an employee, right, and who is and what is an employer. And the definitions of what is an employee and employer are obstacles in certain countries that have defined what sexual harassment is. For example, if I'm a volunteer, if I'm a trainee, that specific law may not consider me to be an employee, therefore I'm not protected under a sexual harassment law.
And that's really important. And I liked what you said earlier, that the devil is in the details. We all know that the different parts of the continent, they have different laws and the different, you know, legislation are being passed, that they do acknowledge that sexual harassment is a crime and it should be punished. But I think that what I'm getting is that the focus must stay on the actual act. That's what, you know, people need to educate themselves on how to fight it. But the actual act, we've agreed that it's actually needs to be curbed.
So maybe Samantha can tell us how civil society organizations are working to enhance these existing legislations.
I think civil society organizations are checks and balances for governments. They call them out. Take, for instance, our work at Aishi, Africa End Sexual Harassment Initiative. We are driving or driven towards changing policies, ensuring, like Furaha says, the definition is not ambiguous, being able to hold people accountable, and also to support victims, you know. One thing is the public sector really is there as, you know, the carrot and stick, so they're the stick. Civil society organizations are the carrot. They offer support to victims, mental health support, ensuring they call out governments to have these cases resolved to their logical conclusion, putting in place structures. So without a doubt, civil society organizations are the backbone for which this agenda can be driven.
I agree, absolutely. I think it's great to collaborate because this is a very complex topic, and I wish we had more time to really dive deep. Maybe we'll bring you guys back to really go further into this. I feel empowered today to know that I need to learn more. That is it for today. Thanks to our guest, Mrs. Samantha Mwesige, sexual harassment survivor, and Furaha Joy Sakai Sangweme, founder of Africa and Sexual Harassment Initiative. Be sure to watch Our Voices on the VOA website at voaafrica.com, where you can catch up on the latest episode and the world's top news stories. Also, thanks to our editorial and production teams on Our Voices. On behalf of VOA, thanks for tuning in. Until next time, let's stand up and fight sexual harassment together. Elder care can come as a job that one did not apply for, anticipate, or even desire to do. However, whether a responsibility or an obligation, it is a task that must be done by a family member or a professional to assist the elderly. Today, we examine the challenges as well as resources available to best care for the elderly in our families or communities in their golden years. Hello and welcome. I am Oriani Tangishaka, and this is Our Voices. Here with me are my co-hosts, Ginny Niwa and Simonish Yakoye. Ladies, did you ever experience taking care of an elderly in your family or someone who was ill and just had to step in and do what you had to do?
Personally, not with full responsibility. I remember helping out when my parents and when my aunts were taking care of my grandmother. After all her children were married, she lived with one of my aunts and she was taking full responsibility. But the others did not also live that far away, so they always alternate to help out each other. I was young, maybe like in high school. But now I'm an adult and it's now time for me to take care of my parents, but I don't live close to them. So we have a family member living with them and I oversee things from here. But it feels so different, like it feels different from what I used to see when I was young or from what I was expecting I would do when I get older. And it comes with some kind of guilt as well.
Yeah.
What about you, Niwa?
So I haven't experienced it, but I'm also a second-generation diaspora. So my mother and her sisters, and you know, they all in their 60s. So now there's a question on whether they're gonna live with us, stay with us, or should we, you know, prepare for them to return to the country. But we know that they're not gonna have like the proper care. We don't think so. Right. So, and even that conversation, we don't have that conversation.
It's a scary one.
It's a scary one, and it's not in our culture. You know, culturally, if you talk about somebody's being sick in the future or die, it's not
like
a good look.
A bad wish.
Yes.
It would be considered as
exactly.
That's true. We do avoid it a lot. Well, for me, a personal story is that I had a family member who was very sick. And they were getting older. So it was my father, by the way. So when that happens in a family, we find ourselves like, oh, wait, you know, somebody has to step in. You go through different phases. You go through the phases of being sad that the person is sick or getting older. You go through the phase of frustration of who's going to do it because everybody has a job.
And it was here.
And it was here in the West. And you go through different phases as a family, you know, the arguing, the sadness, the throwing the responsibilities on each other. And then you go through, you know, just, you know what, let's just take care of this family member. But those stages are very rough. If you're not prepared for them, it's really rough. So I think it's something that really should continue to be talked about in families
Definitely.
to anticipate.
Yeah.
Well, while the issue of caring for an elderly in Africa is seen as a natural responsibility of the families or communities, the African Union has also enshrined in the provision of the protection of the rights of older persons as well as people with disabilities in the organization's charter. The protocol to the African Charter on Older Persons also provide guidance on how to make society more respectful of older people's rights. It includes standards to help combat ageism and age-based discrimination. However, according to the African Union's website, only 20 countries have signed on to the charter and only 12 countries have ratified it.
Well, in many African societies, elders are highly regarded as important figures who keep the culture alive and guide the young. However, sometimes that influence on society does not help when it comes to obtaining health care. Juma Majinga reports from Nairobi, Kenya.
In Nairobi's informal settlements of Kibra, we meet Anne Musanga, a 70-year-old widow. She says that all her relatives died and she has no one she can depend on if she gets sick. She says her biggest problem is not being able to get medicine when she needs it.
When you visit a hospital like this one, you get examined, but you're told there's no medicine. That's the challenge we have. We're asking ourselves, is it that we, the elderly, are not supposed to get treatment? Or indeed, there are no medicines? That's what we don't understand.
65-year-old Daniel Ngugi is also a resident of Kibra. He's had a similar experience.
We have a problem with health. Sometimes, if I go see a doctor and tell them my body is aching, you hear them whispering to each other that my problem is just old age. The respect that an elder used to be accorded is no longer there.
Domitila Ogaro, a clinical health services coordinator for Kibra Sub-County, says that despite the global increase in life expectancy and therefore in old age adults, developing countries have not had a corresponding increase in social and healthcare support systems for them.
As we are dealing, we always interact with the elderly, and when they come to our facilities, majority of them mostly present with the non-communicable diseases. When I talk of non-communicable diseases, we have hypertension, which is the commonest. We have diabetes, we have mental health issues, we have cancer issues, we have, then now we have the communicable diseases as well.
Accommodate as many other persons.
To help, Agnes Karaoke founded the Kibera Daycare Center for the Elderly as a way to bring old adults together. The center says that since its inception over 3 decades ago, it has helped over 6,000 people, including 1,200 who are currently enrolled. While it can't help them get the medication or the care they need, Karaoke says it can help in other ways.
They have a shoulder to cry on. They come and interact with their peers. What we do is invite expert speakers like doctors, nutritionists, lawyers, or social workers to speak with them.
Old age comes with different challenges. As for Musanga and Ngugi, they hope their access to care will improve. Juma Majanga, VOA News, Kibra, Kenya.
Well, for a better understanding of the trends of elder care on the continent, we turn to Dr. Okusua Ajemang, Senior Lecturer at the Department of Social Work, Center for Aging at the University of Ghana. Dr. Okusua, thank you so much for being with Our Voices. Can you hear me, Doctor?
Thank you.
Right. Well, as you follow closely elder care in
please,
Africa and in Ghana, as you follow closely elder care on the continent and specifically in Ghana, tell us briefly, historically, how have families viewed the care of elderly? And is it viewed or handled differently today?
Thank you very much for that question. Yes, historically, Ghana, a lot of the family members, shall I say all family members, caregiving for the elderly was the preserve of the family members and the community, such that if siblings or children of these older persons are not in the community members can take care. They prepare food, give it to the older person and handle everything about this older person. And it was based on reciprocity, as I stated in my paper, where in our Ghanaian culture, there's a balance that says that if you take care of me to grow my teeth, then I take care of you to lose yours. Meaning that when the older persons take care of the children to grow up, then the children in turn takes care of the older persons when they are not able to take care of themselves. And so that was the order of the day. And everybody in the family, everybody in the community was involved in this. Today, it is not so 100% because society have changed. And most of these young people that are supposed to be in the communities to take care of these older persons are going to the urban centers, migrating to the urban centers, and even to the west for greener pastures, and being attracted by the cornucopia of Western goods, so they want to go find money and then come. And because of that, these younger ones are not in the communities again. If you look at education, for example, it's also playing a role because ladies or women were supposed to take care, mostly in our African context. Now we are all going to school, so the children are no more around this older person in the communities. And so caregiving for these older persons is not as it's used to. And one of the reasons is also that we used to be an extended family where we have our grandmothers, grandchildren, everybody in one place. Today, we are all going nucleation because society is changing. And so sometimes grandchildren are not even able to even meet with their grandparents. And so caregiving is becoming a problem now because of the cracks or the breakdown of the extended family. So we still have them in piecemeal,
right, Doctor,
in our various communities.
So things, yes, Doctor. So things are changing. We're going from the community being involved to almost one individual sometimes. So what is and what should be the role of local, state, government in the lives of the elderly?
Thank you very much. we always, recommend that government comes in. In our part of the world, here in Ghana, we have what we call the aging policy, which is not even passed into a bill. So we a law, so you cannot even use that. But if governments come in and there's a budget, then something can be done. Currently, we have the NHIS, we have LEAP, we have some small things in piecemeal that help with these older persons. But those who qualify mostly are those who are in the formal sector. But what about those who are in the rural area? So we're advocating that either we come back to where we were in the extended family, or government comes up with a program and a policy like you have in the West, where maybe we have some soup kitchens here, we have nursing homes there that people can go to or send their older persons when they are not able to take care of them. Here we don't have. NGOs are playing a role. Individuals are also playing a role. Center for Aging Studies is also playing a role, but it's just in some piecemeal. It's not government-based or state-based. So sometimes it's very difficult for them to even get funding to run the program that they are supposed to run.
So maybe, maybe let's talk about the Ghana case specifically. You mentioned that the elder care role is evolving. So who is filling the gap? Are NGOs or community centers sufficiently closing this gap in elder care?
In fact, it's the NGOs and individuals that are closing the gap. As I said earlier, government have no institutions yet for older persons to go to. So some NGOs and individuals have come out with some of these institutions that they accept older persons to care for. But it's very expensive, so it's not everybody that can send their older people there. But at least they are trying to close the gap for us. A lot of groups are springing up. Churches are also gathering these older persons, and more or less just for philanthropy, where they can, hand some things over to them and then link them to resources where they can find. But currently, they are the ones that are closing the gap and not the state.
Absolutely.
The state well-established institutions
right.
or something that says that
Dr. Kuswa, we want to thank you.
Especially when their social care is involved.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for bringing, this issue into light. We understand that there's so much more work to do. We truly appreciate your time and insight. It's now time for a short break. When we return, we'll talk with Dr. Aisha Kweno Tefera, registered nurse, and founder of the Ultimate Care LLC for care of Africa's elderly. She said that it is vital to provide the elderly care in the comfort of their home to improve their quality of life. What are your thoughts on this topic? We ask you to share this on our social media platform at VOA Africa. We are on Facebook, Instagram, and X. Use the hashtag VOA Our Voices. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
In times of change, when the world seems uncertain, and what we hear doesn't reflect what we see, we seek the truth. When we are told only part of the story, we lose trust. In moments of crisis, our dreams, hopes, and wishes for a better tomorrow depends on a free press. At Voice of America, we bring you the stories that people take risks to see. We connect the world and unite it with truth. At Voice of America, we show you the whole picture.
On the next Straight Talk Africa, an old virus now has a new strain that has spread worldwide and is now a global health emergency. Mpox, formerly known as monkeypox, spread from the Democratic Republic of Congo in 2022. The virus is changing faster than expected, and many countries across Africa do not have the tools to fight it. Join me, Vincent McCory, for an in-depth conversation on fighting Mpox on the next Straight Talk Africa.
Health, wellness, sport, beauty, medical breakthroughs. Healthy Living cares about your well-being. What are the main health concerns in Africa and around the world? Find out the latest on coronavirus. Connect with our experts and ask them questions.
How long does the virus stay?
Join me, Linor Moudou, in Washington, every week on Healthy Living, right here on VOA.
Welcome back. You are watching Our Voices. We are discussing elder care, ways to improve lives of the elderly in our families, and available resources to help them live a fulfilled life. We have invited in studio with us a registered nurse, Aisha Kwenu, founder of the Ultimate Care LLC for care of Africa's elderly. Ms. Kwenu, thank you so much for accepting our invitation.
Thank you for having me.
Yes. And you advocate a lot about caring for the elderly in the home. And this is key for the diaspora people because we just don't believe in putting someone away from us and just paying the money and then caring for them. What is the biggest benefit you advocate for that being the best way to care for them?
Thank you for that question. So home health is the best similarity to what we used to have in Africa, where we care for the community and the family care. The benefits of these include familiarity. They get care in the comfort of their home, what they know, right? Then it's cost effective compared to nursing home. Very cost effective. And also there is the family bonding, right? The intergenerational bonding where grandparents are able to bond and interact with grandchildren. Grandchildren are able to look up to their grandparents. There's transfer of wisdom. And then also it helps with health because then in their health management, they get a personalized, individualized care. Instead of going to a nursing home where one is a one-on-one in the home, but in the nursing home is probably 1 to 10 or 1 to 20.
I would agree with you 100%. When I had my father sick, my children can play with him and it really gave him a boost. And I think that really is the best care, but it's not always the case for everybody else. What do you ladies think?
I mean, yes. So let me ask you about the cost effectiveness you talked about. Because healthcare is getting very expensive, whether nursing home or having somebody come to your house, it's still expensive. So how do you work around the cost of caring for elders, especially in today's economy?
So there are many resources out there, especially if you earn a certain amount of money on Social Security, right? There is the state-provided care that the state pays for it. And then you have the private home, those in the middle class, and unfortunately, it's like those in the middle class are the ones who get squeezed a lot, right?
Those of us.
Yes. So in our offerings, there should be a tier level of care, right? You can have it all, you can have some part of it, and then for us, we do have that. So yes. So it's more about knowing, planning ahead. It's always about planning ahead, right? You know you're going to be agents. So start planning. There are long-term insurance. There is putting money on the side for yourself for care because care is getting pretty costly.
But in line with that, I want to ask you about what about the guilt? For example, I would prefer to take care of my dad because he raised me and I really want to give that back to my parents. And at the same time, I don't have the time and the resources to disarm myself in, as we say, today's economy. But there is that guilt, like, am I not good enough, like, for my dad? Like, I'm not caring enough.
So the most important thing that you have to look at it is the perception, right? You want to be there for your parents. And the best part of being there for your parents is having them home, right? Yeah. And so you are in combination. That's why the government had this home care, community-based home care for the Medicaid people, where we keep them home, the family gets to see them. So it's a partnership between the family and the government and the state, right? And it's a state level. So they pay hours, certain hours, depending on assessment and what they will need, right? And the acuity level of that person. And then the family is able to go out, you're able to go out, do what you have to do, take care of your kids, go to work, and then when you come back, right, you're able to spend time with your dad.
So it's a win-win.
It's a win-win situation.
So it's a nice setting. Is there any tips on, you know, making their life better?
Oh, yes, there is always tips. It is like, you have to understand that you have to manage your time, right? We all have 168 hours in a week, right? So you have to portion your time accordingly. You know, have the time for your kids, time for your spouse, if you're married, time for your parents, right? And also having that conversation with the elderly, your parents, having them understand, right? Times have changed, right? Yeah. You have to make a living. And as I'm making a living, right, I'm still going to be here to support you, right? So it's a family, and we have to be open up to having them be with us, because I had a privilege to do that with my mom.
Oh, that's very nice.
Yes, and unfortunately I lost her in 2015, but I had the privilege to live with her for some time and even take care of her while she was sick.
Yes, I did too, and I just appreciate the fact that I had him until the end. Now, on a service like yours, what do you come into the home and do? Because we had some care come in. Sometimes it's just to help wash the dishes, do his laundry and things like that. What does a service like yours provide?
So services like us, we have a range of services. We have what we call the home health, where skilled nursing is actually provided to disabled or someone who needs nursing services. And then we have the home care base. So with the home care base, that is where you have the ADLs, which we call activities of daily living, where bathing, dressing, eating, assisted ablation and stuff like that. And then we have the IADLs, which is like cleaning, and so it depends on what they need. So we do go in and do assessment and then customize it according to the client's needs.
Exactly, like some clients they don't have any health challenges. They just need a little help, or sometimes they just need someone to be around.
Yes.
Right? So
it's
really nice to have that customized, as you said. So services like yours, I think, are very golden, especially in the diaspora. Do you see any resistance to services like yours? Is it something that they gravitate towards? Or?
Especially among the African communities.
So the African communities, our challenge, I'll say, is that we don't know the resources out there. Because we have the mentality that when we came where we are coming from, we take care of our own. So then we have this overwhelmingness and burden and stress. And then unfortunately, it really tells on the family. But you have to know the resources that is within your community. We are blessed in the diaspora where we have a government provided, structure where if you make a certain amount of money, you are able to be helped. Even if you are in the middle class, it's okay. They have, when they come to an assessment to see if you qualify, and when you qualify for it, they'll say, okay, you make too much money, so you're gonna pay this copay. I will take that any time than having to pay it all.
So it will bring us back to the issue of breaking the taboo of not communicating early enough and not making plans. And what Jeannie was saying, we have to be ready because it's coming.
Yeah, and I also mentioned that, for the diaspora, when you take care of an elderly who came maybe through an immigration process, they're not, founding it. It comes, from the children.
Yes, the money, yes. And so I think, you're right. So some of them don't have the Social Security, like you said.
But they didn't work here. Always. See, one of the things that I think most people don't know is that America is a land of grace. Always try, go out there, ask, right?
Resources.
And then let them come and do. Yeah, there are resources out there.
Okay.
Don't suffer alone and feel so overstressed. Go out there, ask. And if it's no, you did ask. And if it's not, they will point you to the right place.
I agree. There are some organizations that are literally give free money to people in their specific communities. There's always some resources. But give us a glimpse of how much it will cost per month to have a service like yours, maybe not yours if you don't want to share that, but a service like yours, to have someone come in maybe 3 days a week, how much would that cost approximately?
So the hourly rate nowadays has been starting from ranging from $35 to about $40 an hour, right? So it depends on the hours that you need. So if you need somebody for 3 hours, 4 hours, and mostly most agencies will do 4 hours minimum, right? Because there's a travel time and all that costs associated. So if you are looking at that, you're looking at about maybe $500 a week, right? But if it's 8 hours, you're looking about,
a little bit
for
more.
a month, you're looking about $4,000 to $5,000. It is costly.
But you know, you have to weigh your options.
Yes, yes. That's why you
and
need
preparing ahead of time and planning for it ahead of time.
Planning ahead of time.
And having the conversation that's not comfortable.
No,
Yes, exactly.
Do you help the families get that conversation?
Yes, we
Okay.
are always there to help them to have that conversation, and
Okay.
it's okay.
Okay, great. Well, this is our show for today. I'm so thankful you made it to be with us on set. Thanks to all of our guests, Dr. Okosua Ajemang, Senior Lecturer at the University of Ghana, and Aisha Kwenu, founder of the Ultimate Care LLC for the care of Africa's elderly. Also, thanks to our editorial and production team on Our Voices. On behalf of VOA, thanks for watching. Until next time, cheers.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Hello. You're welcome to this edition of
Timeless Conversations. My guest today is a pioneer of hip-hop music in Nigeria, a gentleman who made such marks that his songs became trademark for entertainment, for fun and enjoyment. He branded himself with a torchlight, and also he included his cultural insignia of having the Benue type, the black and white coloring on his hat.
Nigerian music star, performer, songwriter, music producer, and executive producer Zaki Aze is recognized as one of the pioneers of hip-hop music in Nigeria. He was born in 1975 to the family of Thomas Ateva Fete in Kaduna, where he was also brought up. He is from Benue State. He shot into the limelight after the release of his first album titled Loaded in 1994. Zaki is also the CEO of True Nigerian TV, a TV program that celebrates Nigerians across the country and people who should be emulated as role models. Zaki Aze is currently the Vice President of Performing Musicians Association of Nigeria, PMAN, a Human Rights Ambassador with the National Human Rights Commission, NHRC, Special Marshal with the Federal Road Safety Commission.
Please welcome with me Zaki Aze. Zaki?
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. One of my legs is already shaking.
Why is it shaking?
When you sit with
veterans
like
look at us. You be man, I be man. No wahala.
Okay.
Now let's look at something. You were born in Kaduna.
Yes.
And you're from Benue State.
Yes.
What impact did that have on your music?
A lot. Not from me, from my great-grandfather,
okay.
Even on both parents' side, both my mother's side and father's side.
Yeah.
We're all born and brought up in Kaduna State.
In Kaduna.
I was now born and brought up also in Kaduna State.
Yeah.
That gave me an advantage of a wider scope, which is the Hausa language.
Yes.
Because growing up, that was the only language we knew. As we speak, I still don't know how to speak my tribe like 100%. I'm careful.
Yep.
That's Tiv.
You're Tiv. Okay.
Yeah, I'm Tiv.
Okay.
I'm careful when I'm speaking amongst our people.
Okay.
So I'll put English, I'll speak a bit, put English because they would criticize me. You understand? But Hausa give me an edge, being the second widest language in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
So it gave me an edge. It gave me a more broader fan base.
Yes.
Starting up as an artist.
Okay, and then
so I think that is the
one of your songs that really struck a very strong chord with someone like me is Namigo Mariam.
Namigo Mariam from the very start.
Yeah.
I wanna marry you.
Exactly.
But then I feel ashamed. Do the chorus now. Namigo Maria. I'm supposed to marry her.
It's very simple, easy to follow, and it's relatable. What inspired you to do it?
Well, years back when I was in Borno State, I fell in love with a Kanuri girl who happens to be the daughter of the Emir of Borno State.
You know even stay near.
Well,
the
it's
daughter
just,
of the Emir.
No, I didn't even know she was his daughter before falling. So I really loved her, and if you understand Hausa, the rap in Hausa is saying, your father refuses, I will not marry you, but even if they refuse, I will go to any extent to marry you, etc. I think is that love affair that, you know, and it wasn't a love relationship that was, there was no, you know, in those days, relationships don't have sexual until after marriage and all that. Sure. So it was that kind of relationship. You cuddle each other. We love everybody in the area knows. Okay, this is my babe. She's for me.
So you people were already an item.
Yes, and we're really looking forward to getting married when we grow up and all that. But I think a lot of issues came in, you know, and then I made that song out of it.
Are you still friends?
Well, yes, but you know, she's
settled down. And all
she's
that?
settled down. She's not even in Nigeria now.
Okay.
She works with a big NGO somewhere abroad.
Okay.
And all that. So, well, we're in touch, but we're not in touch. Let me just see. I just see her on Instagram.
Okay. Thank God for Instagram.
Thank God for Instagram. You know.
But then, you know, let's talk about love. There's this thing. They say that there's not much love amongst the African people, especially from the male side. Do you think so?
There's not much love, especially from the male side.
That the men are not romantic.
Yeah, I agree.
How?
Yeah, that's true. I think our tradition costs most of. We have some certain, you know, not everything about our tradition as African men is good.
Like
especially,
what?
Man, the one I hate most, it is after when you die and your family comes to take over everything from your wife. In some cases, they say one of the brother would marry. I mean, so how is the woman supposed to take care of your? What did you work for? How is she now supposed to take care of your kids when you are not there? So, you know, some tradition, I really don't, that's the one I hate most.
But then we've also heard of very good romantic stories, love stories within the African setting.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and even within the polygamous setting.
That most of the time has to do with personalities. Yeah. Some personalities break even from tradition. Some personalities know tradition. Such personalities in Africa, they call them woman rapper.
Yes.
Yeah, once they see you like that, they call you woman rapper. But it's not really woman, it's just pure love. I believe in love. I've always believed in love, no matter what the trend of the world is saying. Love is...
You see, as much as you believe in love, right, it's been alleged that you don't show that much love at home. Your former wife accused you of not showing that much love.
Well, I'm sure my former wife, well, I'm not in her mind, but I know she would definitely be regretting now.
No,
I think, well, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I think there were a lot of negative influence, especially for a girl who has not been to Lagos before. Understand? So I think there were a lot of influence, you know, negative influence, and she was carried away by so many things. That's what I think.
That's
and
you
then,
talking.
And then that's me talking, yeah? I also think that the way it happened, understand, the way she did it, I had no chance.
You are taking yourself out of it.
No. I'm just, but
yeah,
it was all in the media.
So
it was in court. Police came to my house. It was in the media. Every channel that I would have used, you know, no matter what. I'm not saying I am guilty of anything.
That you are not guilty.
No, I'm not. I know that I'm innocent of everything.
Everything.
Yeah,
like
even
when she accused you of beating her.
I'm innocent. We went to court. And in court, I remember one of the main marks. I remember clearly. You know, it's always good to say these things so that people also will learn. One of the main things she was using against me, which was a a birthmark she had on her chest and claimed it's from the beating.
Yeah.
So I remember in court, they now brought that issue of beating and how she has that on her chest. So I said, okay, there's no way I can prove this because the only people that lived with me is her brother and her mom. And there's no way they will testify against their own daughter. But I thank God for technology now. I would pay any amount, let them go and verify where that thing, that mark came from. It's a small swelling. Yeah. So let them go and verify where it came from. If they can prove it, I accept everything she says I'm guilty. And they could not.
Okay,
You
so
understand?
the court records show that.
Yeah, it's there. I mean, it's there. You know, so, but you know, such things like divorce is something that I would not advise because, I mean, there are children in between.
Yeah,
so divorce is something that I will not, in fact, I did everything to try to stop that. You know, one of the things I did was to chase her around, you know, and beg, even though I know, I just think that something happened in between. I don't, you know, I travel a lot. I'm not always around. Even now, even in this marriage,
That's
I'm
the
always
new marriage,
traveling.
your current marriage.
Well, my current marriage is still new. It's almost 10 years now.
Well,
so
compared to that one, is
yeah, compared to that one.
Yeah.
No, compared to that one, this one is older. That one did not last up to this one.
Yeah, well, that one is first.
That one,
so is the
that
old
one is
marriage.
first. It's the old marriage.
Yeah, so
but this one has lasted longer.
This is the new, longer lasting marriage.
You understand? You know, to prove their innocence.
Can we say some people, not just women?
Okay, some people.
So we're not sexist.
Women don't share. Men don't share tears.
Men do.
Men
That's
share tears.
Oh yes, men do.
Cry like tears.
Oh yes, sure, they do. Haven't you seen a man cry before?
I don't. Well.
I do.
But I think the way men cry is even more emotional than women. It's just that they don't show it. Understand? You don't have to see a man's tears to know that a man is crying, if you ask me.
That's part of why they say that men are not emotional, and that's wrong. Africa. But complete that statement you were making about the...
No, yeah, because most of the places we go, you know, the woman talks faster. You know, she would talk, she would shed tears, and then she would... The shocking one is she would swear. Do you understand? For me, that's strange. I can never swear for something that is not true. And then, so if you are the one trying to judge, what would you do? So everybody just looked at me as a monster. But also, one thing I also would say from my experience is that no matter what you do in life, the truth will always come out.
Very true.
And this is very important for everybody out there in that situation. It's one situation I wish I can reverse. It's something I never want to happen to even my enemy.
Yeah.
If you remember, go and read my articles before that scandal.
Yes.
I have always been saying marriage is the most important thing in the world. If you get it wrong, it's better for you to die than marry a wrong woman. I've been saying that before, even my first marriage. Now, what is most important in all this is there is no remedy. Do not ever think that you have dated 1 million women, so you know women.
Yeah.
The only way you can assess a good woman and a good wife is by prayer, period.
Prayer.
It's by prayer. If you pray and God's approve for you to
proceed.
But if you think that with your expertise, you are an expert, you are a big joker. That's one of the things I've learned from this.
So now, that's in the past now. But what about the children? How are they doing?
They're fine. They're fine. 2 of them are in the university now.
That's
and,
good.
In fact, I just spoke to one while I was waiting for you.
For
understand? One is still in the secondary school, but you know we are not salary earners, so
I know.
I try to do things in long term.
That's true.
So I try not to pay school fees small. You just pay for 1 year or pay for 2 years.
Yes, that's wisdom.
That's wisdom.
That's wisdom.
Even house rent, I try to do like 3 years, 5 years.
Yes. So you have some peace.
So you have some peace of mind.
Yeah. Okay. So now the home base. That's your home base now. Everything is settled. Your current marriage is.
Yeah, I'm happy. I thank God. I learnt my lessons the bitter way. When this happened, I didn't see it coming. I never expected for someone. But I'm not trying to play Mr. Good, but I always ask God, particularly one question. That's, well, I'm married now, so don't think I'm campaigning for myself. I've always been, as a young man, that guy who believes in one woman at a time, love one woman. And then I have friends who, they have 3, they have 6, they just treat them anyhow. And these people eventually got married and are living peacefully and happily with their wives.
Yeah.
No consequences of their past. I, who is an innocent boy who didn't do all that, why do I have to face this? That's my question, that maybe when I get in heaven,
well, life happens to all of us. That's just the truth.
No, but I think that kind of thing should happen to people as consequences of the life that they live. Well, don't you think?
No, I don't think so. I think life happens. Many things in life happen without us being able to determine how they should flow. That's just the truth. Like you get out of your house and then somebody hits your car.
That's material. You can't compare that to
marriage. No. I'm talking about things happening that you don't have control over.
Okay, that's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
It's you're a very careful driver, but somebody hits your car. What are you going to do? You can't stop driving,
especially Kobe.
So it happens. Now let's move away from that and get a little bit back to that thing about romance of the African. And I'm asking you because many of your songs tend to look towards love, romance, and all that. And what's going on? Why is it alleged that the African man is unromantic or non-romantic or not romantic?
Yeah, the African man always feel he's a macho man, and then tradition. The African man always thinks of what family or society or friends will say. Like I was trying to, instead of being yourself, especially if the woman is someone who loves you and is honest to you. What I can't stand is dishonesty. Once you're honest to me, I'm fine. Understand? So I think that the reason why, and then there's also the, I don't want to use monetary, but these days now, especially around here, I don't know whether it's because of culture or tradition, I think it all starts from parents celebrating their children that are more successful against the ones that are not too successful.
That happens everywhere in the world.
Yeah, but I think that is where the materialism or the quest for everybody wanting somebody who can, what can you do for me? Can you take care of me? I think that's most of the basis now for love or romantic,
But I think that most times these things go back in history. Traditionally, historically, men have been burdened with the responsibility of taking care of their women.
Yes.
Right, and by inference, their households.
I agree, but it's just the way the African man takes care of his woman, it's not even romantic. Everything is like, look at, I'm not saying we should be like the white man, but women are emotional, I can bet you there are some marriages and some husbands who have not said I love you in the last 7 years.
That's deep.
Understand? I can bet you, especially around here. After all, I give her everything she wants. She has a good car. She has a good house. I give her all the money she needs. That's hell. I mean, that's not the end of it. There should be some.
So you believe that we should be as expressive as possible?
You should be friendly. You should never ever see your wife as your wife.
How do you want to see her?
As your girlfriend. You know how you treat your girlfriend when you are dating, when you are just...
You're going to have to explain that to me.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, do the things you used to do before the kids. You know, the same, take her out, you play, you do things like... let me make a confession. I think it rained like 3 or 4 days ago. But all of us were in the rain. The kids, my wife, and I were running around the house and playing in the rain. Those are things I used to do when I was a kid. And we're still doing it. Or get pipe water and start chasing each other.
You're just saying like creating a quality time
you have to.
For yourself and your wife as against just for the children alone.
Yes.
But that
apart from children, you are not getting... What I'm trying to say here is that the African man believes that once he can provide money for you, that's it. That's love. That's
not
romance.
All men. It's not all Africans. So it's just that there is some classification that says that's the way they all behave.
You know, sometimes some women, or let me not say what women, don't help it. They are also money. So the man feels, okay, she doesn't even care about me. You know, it's money. Okay, take money. Let me just be my own.
Okay,
you understand?
Okay, now I'll challenge you about something. You said the men don't cry, right? Or you said they don't cry. And I said, oh, men cry. I've seen men cry. I cry when it's necessary, you understand? And it doesn't stop me from being a man. Now, would you say that concept of the man in Africa not crying is not also part of the culture that forbids us from expressing how we truly feel, and it is reflecting on our romance and romantic life?
You see, we when we were talking about cry, we spoke about tears. Have you ever heard when an African man is wailing in pain?
Yeah, still crying.
But there's no tears.
He doesn't shed.
But you feel his pain.
He may not be shedding some tears.
That's what I mean. Okay, a man is supposed to be a shoulder that you can cry to or lean on. So you as a man, you are crying. What would the woman do? Where will she lean to? Where will she fall to? Who is going to console the children or the woman or the other people? You are the man. That's what it takes to be a man. So be a man. You can't be me. Well,
that is something that I think I will look for a day that I bring you back in the studio and get other people who would express their own positions too. Because really, I believe that it is easier.
Even if you have to cry, nobody should see you crying.
Why can't you be
seen? Because you are what they look up to.
Yeah.
It is you that should stop them from crying.
But you also have needs.
Then you go and take it with God.
And
take that with God.
And the people in your house.
Go to your room and cry, and then tell God what you want to. Then wipe your tears and come and be strong for them.
And the people in your house don't know how you truly feel, and they will keep thinking that you are a very strong man.
But you tell them by crying.
No, I mean, if your emotions break out, let it be free. You have to explain what your life means now.
I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with me. All right. I think we should take a break now. When we come back, we'll continue our conversations with Zaki Aze. Please stay tuned.
Maybe you cry for me a bit.
Yes, you're welcome back to Timeless Conversations. And I still have Zaki Aze in the studio with me. Zaki, it's really nice to have you here. Now, let's go back to the things we have said so we can move on to the things we're about to say. And that's specifically the fact that a man cannot cry or should not cry or should cry. But, well, in the interceding period, you've had a little bit of a change of mind.
Well,
Or a little bit of a rethink.
Yes, yes. You know, you can't know it all. You know, sometimes. So, at the angle that you are coming from, or the way you are looking at it, I think there may be some sense in it, because sometimes it's. I just feel, that if you want to express yourself, you should. You can do that, quietly on your own, where nobody is seeing, because you represent the head of the family and all that. But it's also good sometimes for people to know that even the head can break down, so that people are also, so that you get some attention that could probably save your life or.
Oh, exactly. Somebody within
but I'm giving you only 20%. Not as if I agree totally. I'm just considering.
It's not the percentage, it's the fact that there's space for growth. All right.
There's space for growth.
There's space for growth.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
now let's look at something. About in 1993, you came on the scene, right? And you were pivotal in the change of the music types and the listening choices of the Nigerian audience. It's almost 30 years now. Are you feeling old?
Not really. I'm not feeling anything yet. But it's the grace of God.
Yeah.
I'm not feeling anything yet, both physically, musically, spiritually.
Okay. Now, spiritually, you've had a very interesting encounter
with God.
With God, yes.
Man. Sometimes I feel as if I'm the only one that exists. Because he's mindful of even things that I did not expect him to put his mouth. He put his mouth.
Okay, tell me about that one where you were planning on acquiring some vehicle and then.
Oh yes, we were Glo ambassadors at that time, and Glo took me, Lagbaja, D'banj, I think even Paul Play at that time, to South Africa to do some stuffs, and we came back. I was still single, you understand? Then
Pikin never enter.
Pikin never enter. I was just there, So when we came back, they paid us some good money.
Yeah.
At that time, you could buy anything.
Yes.
So my colleagues already bought some Jeeps. I remember Paul Play bought X5 then. A BMW Jeep.
X5. Yeah.
So I was now swearing, okay, me too, I'll go and buy. But the kind of relationship I've had with God before that time, even up till now, that I'm still enjoying, is that I get directions and he speaks to me, he guides me. So whatever he says, I dare not disobey, although I've always been the type that sees God as he's with me. He's not in heaven. I can talk to him like father to son. So when 2 days before the time when I was supposed to go and buy a car, he came and he directed me. I don't want to go into how he came and everything, but he directed me to go and buy properties, like plots of land somewhere in the island. He even mentioned the area, in the island. Then I was in the mainland. So when I woke up in the morning, because there are several issues where every time I get some money, he will intervene and tell me how to spend it. And it's becoming I want to flex, as a young man. I was even a teenager.
Yes.
Understand? I wanted to flex. I wanted to do things that other people are doing. Let me enjoy life. But, So he came this time and said that So I was angry. I now took a chair. I remember. I was very angry. I was sweating. Carried chair and kept it like this. I said, look,
one
Jesus,
chair for him,
one chair for me and him. I said, look, Jesus, sit down. If not because you are God, I will blow you. I will not only blow you, I will tell you. So I started talking. I was quarreling. Look at all these people. They are buying things. They are doing you brought me to show business. You are the one who put me in show business. And show business is all about show.
Show, God.
So if I don't show, how would I do the business? I was very angry. I ranted for like 3 hours until I got tired.
Oh, you got tired?
Yeah, I got tired. And he didn't even say, he didn't even answer me, you understand? So the next day I called my lawyer and said, look, go and help me look. He's Barrister Issa, yes, Victor Issa.
Yes.
He was also a member of Fountain of Life Church then. He's now abroad. I now called him and said, go to the island, please. Help me look for properties. I want
You
to
followed
buy
the
plots."
instructions?
I followed the instructions.
Any
he
regrets?
went. No regrets. No regrets.
So he went.
So he went. To cut the long story short, he came back, he said nothing. I said, no, I know what I had, go back.
Yes.
He went the third time and said, Kai, there must be something I'm doing. I said, no, I'm sure of what I'm saying. He now told me that they are asking for 1.4 million naira or so at that time.
Yeah.
And then I would do something, everything 1.6 million for about 6 plots of land, you know. So I was like, wow, okay, take the money. He said, he's a lawyer. I said, no, now, wait, now, let me go and do. I said, look, God has shown me this thing, just take. He said, no, I said, take. So I wrote the check and gave him, and he bought it eventually. And
it's your gold mine today.
I'm sure you know how much a lot of
That's what I'm saying. It's your gold mine today. It pays to listen.
It pays to listen. It's
and
good
to
to be
obey.
obedient, yes. But you see, it's more important to first have that relationship.
That's true.
That's the key thing. Once you have that relationship, for you to even get that relationship, you will know that you must obey.
Yes.
You must have gotten to a level where he knows that you will obey.
Yes.
So you are like, so now, anything I'm doing, I just ask. If he says cool, I cool. If he say go, I go. I'm not worried about anything. I'm not saying it's all rosy for me. There are hard times, but at the end, we all know that I will always win because it's not me. It's by his grace.
Very good. We'll take a break now. And when we're back, we'll talk more about Zacky's.
And then I'll collect some offering money.
We'll talk about your music career these days.
Okay.
Stay tuned, please. Welcome back. We're still with Zacky in the studio. So Zacky, your music career started about 30 years ago, and in those 30 years, you've dropped different hits and albums and all that. How do you fit into today's music types in
First
Nigeria?
of all, before I answer that question, you can see that I'm smiling. I'm just so happy.
Yeah.
I'm so happy with what is going on now. I least expect that I will still be alive. Everything happened so fast.
Yeah.
Understand? I think the point where the foundation and what gave us that strong edge, it's, I don't know, eventually. I can explain this thing, but it's a long story. But I think it's the fact that Nigerians eventually embrace Nigerian music.
That's very true.
That's the major thing that caused all this boom that because when we started, we were struggling. The airwaves, we played 95% Western music. The Nigerian music is like you have to, they just put you once because the in thing for everybody then, even our dressing, everything is American music, foreign music and all that. But somehow we kept trying, and plus the contribution of, we must not forget, the Nigerians in diaspora. While we were like 60% going with the struggle, they came in with their knowledge and expertise, what they have learned abroad. I can mention names, the No Hits group that came in. They boosted all these things. They increased the love for Nigerian music. Tiwa Savage, Banky W, a lot of, Nigerians who were abroad, when they now saw that, okay, the Nigerian music industry is growing, they came in and they did it in a different way that even we that are in Nigeria learned and changed our game too. So Nigerians quickly now 100% accepted Nigerian music. That is the boom. That is the turning point for Nigerian music. So for me, I am first very happy, and I am also enjoying one fact that my kind of music is different. So I'm still enjoying it. There's no competition for me. And what I have always said before is Mercedes-Benz is still Mercedes-Benz. Coca-Cola is still Coca-Cola. They rebrand.
Yes.
What is in their rebrand? They just change the shape of the bottle. But it's the same content.
Yeah.
So that is how you need to upgrade yourself.
Yes.
I was listening to, I can't remember who I was listening to. He said that the difference between old and young is when you refuse to evolve with time, develop yourself. You are still in the analog age. Understand? It has to do with your brain.
Yes.
If you decide to follow the trend and follow at your age, maybe you are age 90, you are age 80, you can still do Twitter, you can do Instagram, you are on TikTok, you know everything that is going, you are following the technology, you read a book every month or two, you keep learning, you just remain young.
Young, yes.
And relevant.
Yeah.
For me, that's what I've been doing, just to keep upgrading myself. And I also try to, I owned a studio for a long time.
Yes.
Most of my colleagues used to come and record in my studio, music studio. I produced some of my songs. But one of the key things I also did immediately I saw that change was to stop producing.
Okay.
And start using other producers. So I now go to different producers, different fields, but maintained my style of traditional hip-hop and Gida music.
Okay.
Which has a lot to do with Hausa, mixed up
and northern
and all that.
Nigerian influence.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So you see, most of these producers, and I don't work with producers that are my set.
Yeah.
I always make sure I work with producers that are of the Gen Zs.
Oh, the younger
producers.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
No.
What
So-
informed that?
Yeah. So you are. There's always a clash between me and them.
Okay.
So that clash is what now produces something very unique.
Okay.
I know a lot of things they don't know. They know a lot of things I don't know.
Yes.
So by the time we work together, it brings out a unique sound.
Okay.
Understand? I always contribute a lot. I'm also a producer and a singer. But I don't influence what they say. I give them free hand to do whatever they want. When they have finished with doing whatever they want, I now put in one or two things, that is different from what they know.
Okay.
So they learn from me, I learn from them, and we produce something
And the
very
sound is
unique.
different.
And then I continue to evolve with time, using them.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
All right.
how
So
I've done it.
now, do you write all of your songs, or you have songs written by other people?
Well, I would say that I write all my songs. Yeah,
Okay.
There's only one song that was not written by me.
Which one was that?
Mata.
Oh, that one.
Yeah, that. Mata. Yes. One of my friends, I can't even remember his name now.
Wow.
He's
The
back.
guy will fight you if you can't remember his name.
Jesus, I can't remember his name now. It's long.
Okay.
And he just came to me like a joke that I should do this song now. I said, leave me alone.
I love that song
Understand?
too.
Yeah,
love
today
it
is
too.
an evergreen. In fact, to shock you, I just did a remix of that song that is featuring Dija. You remember Dija from Marvin?
You should put it on YouTube then.
Yeah,
I listen to Mata on YouTube.
Ah.
Yeah. I watch it on.
I just
there's a
collected
video.
it from Chucky, the producer.
Okay.
So those are the kind of producers I'm talking about.
Okay.
Chucky is not. Chucky should be like 25.
But then he's got the talent.
Yeah, he's good.
Yes.
In fact, the other song, Notice, the guy is 22, Trent.
Wow.
He's 22 years old. As of the time we did Notice. Maybe now he's 23 or so.
Okay. So it's like you don't have any problem mingling with the sound and music of the Gen Z generation.
If you have any problem with that sound, something must be wrong with you. That's what I think.
That's heavy.
Yeah, that's heavy, yeah. You know why you cannot have anything wrong with the sound? It's because it's so versatile. It's so much. It's so different. They have different feels. If you say, okay, you don't want Afrobeat, what would you say about Chike?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the
It's
Chike, that's
sentimental.
That's something
so,
different.
But you must not. I don't think anybody in his right senses will say he has problem with the sounds of now because there are too many. They are different. If you don't like Burna Boy, you will like Wizkid or Wande Cole.
Yes.
Or there are just too many for you to choose from.
Wande Cole is also very strong.
Yeah.
Very, very
Very
strong.
talented and
Yes,
strong.
Yes. And he's also very proud of his background.
Yes.
Just like
Mushin
you.
boy.
Yes, now. The last time we were talking, you said something about the influence of Kaduna on your music.
Yeah.
And so to
Kaduna
you,
is
Kaduna
home.
is really home.
Yeah, that's home. That's home for me. That's home. I started going to Benue State at
an older age.
Older age, yeah. But Kaduna, sometimes I feel very bad with what's going on there.
Yeah.
Even now with the several kidnappings, the original indigenes of the Kaduna state are being dominated and flushed out systematically. It's painful. But that is one of the most peaceful.
One of the most peaceful places that you grew
Before.
up in.
Yeah. Everybody was like sister and brother. Different tribes, Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa. There's no segregation, Muslim, Christian. There's nothing like that. It was really a good place. That's why I did this song, Wayo Kaduna, Wayo Kaduna, but you may not know it because...
No, I may not understand the language, but I can flow with the music.
Yeah, that's true.
I flow with the passion that's coming from you in the
true.
song, and I wish there could be something that could be done. What would you like done to Kaduna?
I want them to live in peace and unity. And to also try and also give the position of leadership to the original indigenes of Kaduna State.
Who are the original?
The Gwaris.
Yes.
They are the Gwari people, understand? The majority of the Kaduna indigenes are Gwari people.
Okay.
They are the original owners of Kaduna, understand? I'm not saying the other minority tribes should not be in position of power, but it's good to always balance it. When you have a lot of the leadership position coming from one side, it's also good for the other side to
be included.
Have a fair share, so that there would be peace, there will be balance, and everybody will feel not cheated. And sometimes when you are from a certain area, you feel their pain, you know their needs more. Because one of the major problems we have in leadership is that there's always a bridge in communication between the people that are being led and the leaders.
And those leading them.
The people leading them just think that, okay, they need this. You just come and do it, not knowing and finding out from the people what is your pain, what is your actual need, what is your wish, how can we improve your lives, how can we lead you and and make progress.
Okay, let's talk about your role as second vice president of PMAN. What do you think PMAN ought to be doing or should be doing or is doing in the Nigerian entertainment sector?
Well, one of the main thing I think PMAN should be doing, which we are doing, is try to unite us. That is why us, I mean everybody in the entertainment industry, including you, sir. I think one of the major issues that we've always had in PMAN for years is the fact that most entertainers don't believe in PMAN because of the differences, different fractions in the past that we've been having, fighting each other, and not doing much for the entertainers themselves. So people don't have faith. Just like the way Nigerian politics used to be. It's now that everybody's attention is in leadership and Nigerian politics. Before, these politicians are liars. Nobody cares about politicians, but now. So it's the same thing with P-Man. You know, it was just ups and downs. If you remember, I've been vice president of P-Man longer. I've been with P-Man longer than even the president now, because I was the vice president for Femi Lasode, if you remember, years back.
Femi Lasode, yes.
Okay, so there's a reason why I have always been particular and voluntary, because there's a lot of P-Man takes a lot of your time and your money. We've worked so hard to bring P-Man where it is. 9 years, putting our own money. Sometimes we fight over money. Every time I'm the one bringing 100, 200,000, what about, there's always that. But we're putting in our money just because we also have children now that are growing up. We don't want it to be continuous. Most of them want to come into music. They will now come and suffer what we suffered.
Yeah.
And then if you travel, whilst I told you how we went to record for Glow, is it the keyboardist or the producer came with a 7 Series BMW?
In South Africa?
In South Africa. In Nigeria, is the A-list star that we call a producer, or not. You see, but now producers drive those kind of cars.
Yes.
You can see that we're growing now. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I meant, that if anybody in his right senses, we know that we have arrived now. So you see, the major, what we are trying to do now is to clean the image of P-Man.
Okay.
Now we're having A-list artists coming to P-Man. The Gen Zs are now coming. The new generation artists. Before, P-Man is where you go and see both smoking, retired people who are just, there going from one governor to source for funds. We have members of P-Man, they collect, all that. They are not really doing what P-Man stands for.
So you're saying that P-Man now, right, is all about making the music pay for the musician.
Yeah, it's the major aim of P-Man is the welfare of the entertainers. Understand? So, like now we've created what is called biometric cards.
Yeah.
Where, as a member of P-Man, you just register with 6,000 naira. You have health insurance. Your intellectual properties are protected. We even give loans, some soft loans, you understand? You have health insurance. No more like, okay, contribute money, and this person is sick. All that is history. If you are a member of P-Man.
If you are a registered.
If you are a registered member of P-Man. Okay. That's why we have a lot of people coming to register now.
Okay.
So we're trying to clean our house first, and then put the right structures in the. We just. The bill that was just passed with the presidency, that was our work. That was our effort.
Okay.
Understand? So a lot of things are changing, and the NCC is really working with us hand to hand. We've been able to achieve a lot already. But before, nobody's gonna give the government in the center will not give that kind of attention to P-Man. But now they are giving us attention. Plus, look at the P-Man has never ever had an office of his own before.
Okay.
Now we bought a building in Chevy View, which is P-Man headquarters. So we are making progress out of just this little.
So it's like P-Man has also been able to leverage on the improvement in the boom, as you called it, in the Nigerian music industry.
No. I wouldn't say that, because all these things were already in place. We had already, well, I don't know how to put it. Maybe.
Okay,
I'm trying to
say you said those things were in place.
Yeah.
Right. So it's like preparation meeting opportunity.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say. They were already in place. Understand? So we are just. Opportuned that the boom is coming now that we are ready.
Yes.
We are putting our house in order. And the key factor, that is why the major problem of Nigeria has always been leadership. We will never make any progress in this country if we don't sort our leadership issues. We must get good leaders to achieve anything. It's the same thing that has happened to PMAN. This progress we are making is because we have a leader who has a vision, who is not a corner person.
Pranking.
Yes. Who have seen his passion on the entertainment industry and how to provide good welfare for the entertainers themselves, especially musicians.
Yes.
You know, so seeing that, I keyed in. I'm a very busy person. I can't be wasting my time in PMAN if the leadership is not right. It's because I saw that the leadership was right that I went in. That is why I worked with Femi Lasode. He also was a good leader, but the people around him. But this particular leader is wise to surround himself with people like us. Understand, who will not mislead him or will not go and betray him or do something wrong that we spoil his works.
So on a larger plane now, where do you see PMAN going?
PMAN would eventually arrive as the biggest union, in the entertainment industry, eventually, in the whole of Africa, because only Nigeria is leading. Nigeria is leading the world now, musically, anywhere you go to in the world. The fact that we have this population and we are leading, we are on top musically, it also means that eventually PMAN will be recognized and accepted. There's no way you would want to attract what is going on now, because music has changed. The musicians themselves have changed. Before, producers are not superstars. Today, producers are superstars. Models are superstars. Keyboardists are celebrities. Everybody is being celebrated now. The industry has fully blown now. So this is even the best time for what is happening to happen. So I think, like you said, it's an opportunity meet
preparation meeting opportunity.
Preparation meet opportunity. That's exactly what's happening in PMAN.
Okay. So it's been nice having you, Zaki. I have enjoyed my chat with you.
Yes, thank you for having me.
Believe that soon we will get together again.
Okay.
Maybe we'll just allow some months to go by. And we'll come back. Thank you so much, Zaki.
I'm looking forward to the tears.
Yeah, to the tears.
You promised me.
No, if
you promised me to cry me a tear. Cry me a river.
Even you said you tear up when you watch movies.
Yeah.
So if you can cry then, so please, there's nothing wrong in crying.
That means
nice
I cried
having you
before.
here, man. Nice having you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yes,
thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
It's been Timeless Conversations with Zaki Aze as my guest. Next time, we'll bring you another guest and some more conversation. Thank you for watching. Take care.
Mata iyayen mu ne su, dole ne mu zange mama su, dole wata guda so dole daidai, ku dubi yunkurin haifa ya'ya, kun ga su suke haifa ya'ya, suke wanke ya'ya, suke runguma ya'ya, suke goya ya'ya, har yara su girma. Ba shakka. Yan uwa ku bare na mata, yan uwa ku bare na mata, mata iyayen mu ne su, mata iyayen mu ne su, yan uwa ku bare na mata, yan uwa ku bare na mata, mata iyayen mu ne su, mata iyayen mu ne su, ko a ko ina sai da mata, aiki daban-daban gare su mata, mata suna nan da aure, su je dawa.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 when they pay.
Hello and welcome to the Literary Bar. How are you? October is still Nigeria's birthday month and we're still in a celebratory mood. May we continue to have reasons to celebrate. My guest today is an extraordinary being. She's an artist. And if a picture is worth 1,000 words, she has several thousands of words embedded in her art piece that she'll share with us today at the Literary Bar. So grab a drink and let's get lit. World Mental Health Day is on the 10th of October, and the theme for this year is it's time to prioritize mental health in the workplace. In the past, we did not have words to capture the feelings of anxiety and dejection that people felt when going to their workplaces. Such work environments are called toxic, and it leads to a state of depression, which adversely affects the mental health of workers. Let us promote civility in the workplace. Workers deserve to be treated with respect and dignity because happy work environment promotes staff productivity. But I also encourage the workers to be proactive in protecting their mental health. So this brings me to a heartwarming story of the beautiful 81-year-old beauty contestant from South Korea, Miss Choi Sun-hwa. When the Miss Universe organization lifted the restriction on contestants, she said, why not? And her resolve dissolved my initial skepticism. She's an example of a fearless human being who is not afraid to restart at any age. Miss Choi was scammed of her life savings in her 50s, worked as a nurse, pastor, teacher, became a model at 72, and a history-making contestant for Miss Universe at 80. She may not have won Miss Universe, but she has certainly won the hearts of people in the universe. She's a clear example of a worker who didn't just stop when she retired, but still continued and is still making waves today. So, after the break, you will meet my beautiful, charming, and very creative guest. So join me after the break and you'll meet her. Welcome back. Exciting moment for me. My guest today is a 33-year-old seeker who remembers being a seeker at 11 and will remain a seeker even at 99. She calls herself a messenger, then an artist. She's also a musician. She's talented in so many ways. Ada feels at one with the cosmos. The sun, the moon, and the stars are her family. She sees glimpses of the unseen, hidden world in plain sight, where waves, particles, forces, and atoms are in constant motion. A world that she defines as the spirit world. Her very esoteric work of art is called Ekedum, or the serpent within. I'll compare her work with Kundalini, a yoga practice that is quite popular, and the concept of caduceus and the rod of Asclepius. So Ada, you were welcome. Well, first of all, thank you. Ada brought gifts, so thank you. Thank you so much for this very lovely gift.
You're welcome.
Ada Soul, nice to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
So, before we go into it, how have you been?
I'm good.
Are you enjoying our Independence Day?
Sure.
Yeah, you're a happy Nigerian.
Yes, actually, I feel like I'm a surviving Nigerian.
Yes, surviving Nigerian.
Happy is a strong word, but
okay.
Surviving is
okay.
Yeah,
so this brings me to the theme of your work, Ekedum, or the serpent within. And I said I was going to compare it with Kundalini, which is an art form that is from Asia.
India. Yeah.
India. So it's a yoga practice that talks about the curl at the base. And so they said there's a serpent that is at the base of our spine. When it unwinds, if it goes up to our spine, I don't even understand what I'm talking about anymore. But I just want to point out that since it's there in Asia and it's also here in your village in Nigeria, so what does Ekedum mean to you?
Well, actually, it was my mother's maiden name. It was the name that was her father had and her father's father had. But then I didn't even realize until much later, because they changed it to Chukudum, which means, I guess, God within. But the original name was Ekedum. So I was a bit curious. I mean, I think after sort of seeing, or experiencing my own version of this sort of serpent within, I was curious as to, what the family history was. And so then she said to me...
Okay, let's back up a bit. How did you experience? Yes.
I mean, Africa and how we're always going to demonize things, but I always like to look at things from the perspective of light. So there's the dark perspective, which I think is a bit overdone and frankly quite boring. But I think the light perspective for me is more interesting.
The dark perspective of the snake.
Of everything, right? Even the serpent, yes. And so then...
when you say serpent, it sounds cool. Snake. I really am scared of snakes.
Okay, yeah, I mean, we all are, but they're harmless. Like I held one time, and it just took a shit at me. Like it took a shit. It's like an animal.
You don't have anyone here?
No, I've tried. I hope not.
Okay, so how did you interact with this?
Honestly, the first time was actually when I held one, a cobra, a long time ago, because I was afraid of them. And this snake charmer. I was on the water on the beach side, and then the snake charmer was like, offering this thing to me. I was like, no, but he's like, just hold the neck, and you'll be fine. And so I held the neck, and I was fine, and it sort of just, I guess, did its thing and was moving around me, and then took a shit, and then I was like, can you have your snake back? But
you
then
were how old this time?
Maybe like in my 20s.
Okay.
And then fast forward a few years, I have this dream. where I'm floating on the water, and there's.
I think we have that picture where you're floating.
Yeah, right. So that's why I do that actually in real life. But then I was floating in the dream, and then the serpent was, well, there was something crawling up my leg, right? I'm like, this is definitely a snake. So then I start to sink, right? Because I'm terrified, right? Like in fear. So because fear is what sinks us, but naturally I float. What sinks me around. Fear sinks me.
Yeah,
but when I'm not afraid, I'm afloat. I'm like at rest, like as if I'm asleep. And so then I started to sink, but then I remembered the serpent that I held in real life at its neck, right? And so I was like, okay, so if I just get to the neck of the thing, right, I'll be fine. And so I started to rise again and started floating again, and then waited for the serpent to sort of crawl and climb and do its, I guess, rise and do its thing, and got to a point where I could see it. And so I held the neck and was sort of staring at the thing, and it was staring back at me, and then I wake up. Right, and then
my face.
but I mean, I was terrified. But then I think at the point in which I was able to almost like maybe tame the thing, or kind of, communicate in a way with the thing, it also was harmless, right? It didn't wasn't tight or anything, so it was just more. Anyway, that was my first encounter, or second encounter in the dream, and then fast forward a few more. Then of course I bound it and cast it, as a real Nigerian would, you know what I mean? Like you just gotta bind and cast it, And so I left it there. And then fast forward again, I because I'm actually a designer and just going through my phases, and then I had a period of like a dark night of a soul is what I like to call it. I mean, the other word for it is depression, but the definition I like to use is this dark night of the soul, because apparently it's sort of like a period of like a transition thing when you're kind of, you have to go through this dark night to get to the other side. And so I was going through my dark nights, and then I guess in the period of me transitioning to the other side, I started to draw, I guess, what I was feeling and experiencing. Not so much saying, I wasn't dreaming so much, like I'd abandoned and casted the thing, right? So I wasn't dreaming anymore.
After you abandoned and casting, did the snake disappear?
Yeah, of course. I wasn't seeing it anymore in my dream. I wasn't really even dreaming anymore. And then I started drawing, and then it came back in the dream. Actually, it was actually more of like a winding curve thing. And then I was like, what is this thing? And then I remembered that, like, oh right, there's probably the serpent thing. But I still didn't like take it seriously until I was having a conversation with my mother, and I was like, oh, this kind of had this dream one time about this serpent, like the snake, right? And then she's like, oh right, like, okay, well, so let me just confess and be like, oh right, our family name was once Ekedu, right, which means the serpent within, but she has binded and casted the whole thing. It's not in the family anymore. They changed their name, so like everyone's good.
Igbo is snake.
Yeah. Yes. So they changed their name to Chukudrum, and so everything's gone now. But I was like, not really, because like I'm having these dreams.
What village is this?
Amici. I'm not sure.
Amici Okunano in Anambra State.
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, I'm not gonna call out any names, but like the thing is, because I still don't even know what it's about there, right? Like I'm not, and I have a feeling that maybe it wasn't all light. You know what I mean? But no, I mean, because I'm not really sure. Oh, who knows? Maybe I will go back and actually investigate.
So the snake inspired this artwork.
I mean, I guess, yeah, like, but more like the essence of it, like the cosmos, because so I was going to say that, because I couldn't get so much information from, because she just told me was that there was this thing that they binded and casted, and that was the end of that. So I then have to sort of take it upon myself to figure it out. But I can't really speak to my grandfather, my great-grandfather, so like, I've got to just go to the internet.
But there are communities in Igbo land that I know for sure that the snake is worshipped, the python is worshipped. You can't kill it. It's sacred.
Right.
It comes with blessing. You find that in families where the snake inhabits their ancestral worship, when a child is born, a cobra comes in.
Right.
It just goes around the child and it goes away. Perchance, if you have an accident, you kill it, you give it a full burial like a human being.
Right, yeah.
So there is that reverence for snakes in particular places. And even in India, where Kundalini emanated from, the snake is revered. You can't just go around killing it. But the fact that you're talking about binding and casting, so it's easy to guess that you're a nice Christian child.
I mean, I was,
so,
but not anymore.
Ada?
But no, I think that the idea, first of all, of worshiping anything is not my like vibe. You know, I don't really. I explore all things and I absorb all things into my being, and I allow for it to manifest through me the way it chooses to. And so in this serpent version, like, you know, my understanding of it is the cosmic energy, the entire universe sort of compressed into this like thing, right? And it's inside me, essentially. Like, so the energy is more like an energy that was trapped, you know, in my being. And what I was just sort of researching, trying to figure out what's this thing that is in me that is yet to be released and is yet to be, you know, just like, it was more of a mystery. And so I kind of did a bunch of research. I searched the Indians, which is more what I'm leaning towards. I've done a lot, but then I think I like their version of what the serpent means to them, because it's essentially this cosmic being, with this energy rather, that's trapped in our beings, that's coiled in our spine, and rises through our chakras, is what they call it, and at the point in which it reaches the
there
last
are 5 or
one,
7 chakras.
Apparently there's 7. Who knows?
Okay.
There's like 12 different versions, right? But I'm like, okay, but I recognize the heart chakra, which is like one. At least I recognize 1 out of 7. You, but no. Apparently the idea is that once it completes its like motion in your being, you sort of awaken as Buddha, their Buddha, as Christ, which is our version, as Muhammad, like a bunch of these cosmic consciousness beings that have walked the earth. And so, which is my goal, my secret goal, is to awaken.
So how long will this Ekedum awakening be? Because
I don't know. But I was telling someone that I'm not even sure. Maybe it's on my last day, right? I'm like, my eyes are open, and then they close forever, you know. And then there's 3 phases, as was what I've recognized so far.
In your art, yes,
and so I'm trying to go through them. So there's the initiation phase, there's the transition phase, and the transformation phase. And so I'm just sort of gradually going through all. And so the beginning is the initiation, which is this one that's here, one of the pieces from them. And there's 33 of them, so 11 per
so the initiation,
chapter.
What happens after the initiation?
The
when you're initiated, what happens?
It's more like suffering. You know, it's more like just the dark night of the soul, going through the darkness, like depression, all the pain.
When you say dark night of the soul, it sounds like a movie title.
I know, right? No, but apparently it's like, you know, apparently it was with St. John, one of the Christian mercenaries, that written about this thing called the dark night of the soul, where he's expressing his anguish in this journey of just, you know, because I guess it's a Christian version. So in his journey to Christ, he's expressing this anguish of going through the darkness and going through all his, you know, all his like hidden things. Like even, that's his version. It also manifests in me as well. All the things that I guess I've hidden from myself and from the world.
Because now, you know, a lot of people bandy around the word depression, even at the slightest bit of unhappiness. People say they are depressed. And then we also recognize that depression becomes so severe in some people. I mean, we're talking about World Mental Health Day. And for workers, like, I know there was a time in Asia, maybe Hong Kong, can't remember, maybe France, somewhere, where people were jumping off building because the pressure of work was so much. So now, when you link the serpents being curled at the base, that unused energy or that wound up energy, how do people tend to release it? Because depression is real, and it happens to people differently. A lot of us say snap out of it, or they say pray about it, or God will do it and stuff like that. And I know that someone who's severely depressed does not want to hear that.
I know.
They do not. So is it that the depression leads to this initiation or the awakening? How do you realize where you are?
Well, it started with depression for me. I was like, something is wrong, and I need to figure it out. And so I kind of left everything and went to the water. So then, because I wanted to heal, right? Like I wasn't gonna sit there and.
Did you try medical help?
I was gonna try my help first, the one that I knew that I can. Also, it's expensive. I didn't have the money at the time for therapy, and so I was like, I'm gonna just go to nature and see what the universe can do for me. And so I went to the water, and for like 2-3 weeks, I was just crying, like, because I guess I didn't get to cry for a long time. And so just everything that I hadn't come out, I guess, came out. And then afterwards,
but you have family, friends.
Oh no,
Why,
at the time
why
I was
wasn't it?
individual.
Why was it not important to you to reach out to family and friends?
I think at the darkest points, that's probably, at least for me, in my darkest moments, I'm more like inward. And so I think I reach out maybe just before, and then as soon as it gets to the point, I just kind of reach inward, because that's all I guess I've got
of
left.
Initiation.
Yeah,
into
this
the
was
dark
like the
night,
beginning
to
of
the dark
the
night of the
process.
soul. Before we go on our break, I want to point this out, that you find that when people get into depression, they turn to drugs, recreational, and all of that. And at the end of the day, it really does not help. I know that in certain yogi practices, there's a particular drug right now that they use, the shamans introduce, it's somewhere in Brazil, but they're selling it all over the place
It's
now.
what, ayahuasca, right?
Ayahuasca, yes.
I mean,
So-
honestly, funny thing is, I don't really know that much about like the yoga. I really don't do that much yoga. I stretch, but like it's not that deep. But I think it's interesting. Ayahuasca is an interesting.
Ayahuasca is one, and here we
interesting
have
drug.
our own cannabis.
I mean, the depression was like there for a long time, but then there's the denial of the thing, right? Like, and the running from the thing. So in my running from it, I was smoking a lot of cannabis, like weed, just to numb the feeling of like the darkness, or just to not enter it, So like anything to just not enter, you know what I mean? And so and it helped, because it really does like relieve but it doesn't solve the problem. It just relieves the symptom of the problem, but it just doesn't solve it. And so at some point I was like, this is actually not working. And so then I went to the water and was in silence, and then.
But that's such a cool place to be smoking weed.
No, I said then I went to so it was before. I wasn't at the water.
Okay.
I was inland working, so after I work, I go back and get my weed. Like, it's just a survival mechanism. But then at the water, there was nothing to run from. There was no need to run even. I think I was able to be vulnerable and just rest there. And like every day I would go in and come out lighter. I was always lighter, and so I noticed that this is working. And so after a period of being there, and then I was dreaming again, and then I was dreaming about music. Like, there was soundtrack in my dreams, and so I was like, I kind of want to make. No, this was before the snake thing.
Okay.
And so I listened and heard music in my dream, and then I made the music.
Okay. Ada, we'll take a short break.
Okay.
When we come back, what's the next step after initiation?
Transition.
So.
Nobody go ask if you don't chop. Nobody go send you free money. If you not get now, you sabi. Adulthood na scam.
Adulthood na Scam is a popular song depicting the travails of being an adult and the responsibility that comes with it. There is no time the enormity of the responsibility dawns more than after graduation. After graduation is the time to make use of and put into practice the knowledge gained by students. However, the current higher education system is still struggling to bridge the gap between school and the workplace for students. The needs of the workplace differ, and something as simple as writing a CV is not taught in the classroom. How to apply what you have learned in school in the workplace is usually a knowledge gap that most graduates struggle with after graduation. Studying a particular course and deeply understanding the career paths available the jobs available, the way companies and organizations operate, how to get hired, getting the relevant experience needed to get hired, knowing how to sell your skills are all parts of the puzzles that needs to be figured out by the young graduate. Abiola Ogunleye is a final year student of the University of Lagos, and he shares that he expected being in the university to be much more immersive.
I was expecting to, be in a department where, aside theory that I would learn in class, I expected to learn theory, history, and all of that, and how to go about things. But I expected university to be like how I saw it in the movies, where you'd have real life projects to undo. You do practicals, you do carry out. So for someone that was going to mass comm, I went into mass comm with the mindset of possibly being on radio or TV and also journalism. So with the mindset of, okay, being part of the press club, producing newspapers, covering stories in school, producing shows and hosting them in school.
Even in terms of as simple as terms, media terms, like we didn't learn media terms like even courts. We don't know what courts means. You understand? We don't know what, there are some terms. I'm just talking about terminologies here, like the most basic thing. So when I'm on set for a movie shoot, or because I did some radio listening, there were some terms that I did not understand. And when you check the terms, like there's some, even workshop, they make use of workshops. So sometimes I was like, what's that? And then like, people are like, you don't know something as simple as your workshop or the studio or, headshots. Terminologies, just terminologies.
With a constantly evolving workforce and without a corresponding update in the school curriculum, the young people who win are those who go out of their way to learn skills required to be employable in the marketplace.
For example, in my school, we have we have the newspaper, we have the radio and TV, but for most of it, you have to be the one that will take the extra effort to be intentionally involved in them. You can just decide to do your coursework away from all of this and just factor it. Except in a few cases, like with the newspaper, where it's actually a course and you have to take it, but it's not compulsory if you don't want to take it. So, and mostly for folks in the print, in the public relations and other departments, there really isn't much of a way for them to practice in school. For now, it's just the newspaper, the print segment, and the broadcast segment that is in school.
TechCabal reported in 2020 that 58.9% of HND graduates are unemployed, 49.55% of OND graduates are unemployed, and 39.75% of BSc holders are unemployed. With the current Nigerian curriculum, there is an even lesser emphasis on soft skills that have gained prominence lately in the workplace. According to Rohan Rajiv, Director of Product Management at LinkedIn, in a Forbes article said, foundational soft skills have become even more important given the rise of remote and autonomous work and are growing in importance across industries, levels, and work environments. Abiola explains that there is no room for soft skills in the classroom during his university education.
I don't think the curriculum or the course itself prepares you for all of that for soft skills. It's just mostly, what happens is that they mostly focus on the course itself and not the soft skills. Yeah, they try to implement it in terms of maybe when you are doing group projects, you have to collaborate with others. That's teaching you teamwork. You have to do research on your own. You have to do a couple of other things on your own. To learn all of that, it's going to be more of personal development on your own. And I think that's what, little associations here, like student associations, will now take up all of that and introduce other aspects that the school is not entirely focusing on. But when it comes to the core academic content is what schools are majorly focusing on delivering.
As many universities strive to update their curriculum and arm students with the skills they require to compete in today's labor force, the onus lies on students to take the extra effort to research, learn, and put themselves out there to get the required knowledge to survive. Some of the ways to prepare for life after school are extra research. Apart from the required coursework, developing an actual interest in what you are studying and researching the career opportunities are important. Having the right knowledge of what is required of you is the first step. This knowledge can help you make informed decisions about the right opportunities to look out for. Consider internship while in school. Even if your coursework doesn't require it, meet professionals in your industry to give you internship opportunities so you can have an experience that will help you both in your academics and when you graduate. Volunteer. Part of exposing yourself to experiences that can expand your network is to volunteer. There are many organizations, bodies that need people to volunteer. When you do, you can meet people, learn skills that will help you in the next step. Bridge your knowledge gap. There are many avenues, centers, online resources available to learn both hard and soft skills to make you more employable in the labor market. Apply for jobs while in school. Even if you don't get them, the experience would challenge you to write CVs and have an understanding of what is required in the job market when you are finally ready. Besides, who knows, you might land one and that would be the start of your career.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 I dey pay.
Today, on the Justice Court, the plaintiff is disputing the paternity of his lover's baby.
All rise. Court in session. Honorable Judge Bumi Asaudu presiding. Your Honor, this case is between Honorable Ashake and Ijoma. That is one.
Thank you, Akin.
You're welcome.
Honorable, right? You are the one that brought Ijoma to court.
Yes, Your Honor.
How long have you known her?
I've known Ijoma for a year and say 7 months now, or 6 months now.
Okay, so why are you here?
We're here because I want to know if the child we have together is mine, first of all, and secondly, because I'm being told that by tradition, if she gets married to somebody else, the child becomes that person's child. And I'm not saying I don't want to get married, but there's like things in the way that needs to be sorted out before that happens, because marriage is not a joke, and we have a child we're talking about in question here, and I really take children seriously, so that's basically why we're here.
Do you have anything to say to that? Nothing. So, how old is the baby now?
She is 6 months.
6 months now.
Yes.
So the paternity test has been conducted, and can we have the results?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. DNA, this from Liz DNA Laboratory, DNA Diagnosis Center, DDC test results, certificate of analysis. This is to certify that the result of DNA test conducted for Onorudi E. Ashaka, Chiaka Ijoma Achodo, and the minor child, Alexis Akachi Ashaka, has been perfectly analyzed as concisely summarized below. The combined paternity index is 0. Probability of paternity is 0%. The alleged father is excluded as the biological father of the tested child. The probability of paternity is 0%. There is nothing to show that that baby is yours. Do you understand? No link, 0%. So, Alexis Akachi Ashaka is not your baby. That is it. So why did you lie to him? I think it's about time we start educating the female. It's not good.
I did not lie to him on purpose.
You didn't lie to him on purpose. So what made you lie to him?
I didn't even know he's not the father. Because I had, as of the time I was dating him, I had another guy that I was dating, because our relationship has been on and off. You break up, you make up, break up, or make
With him?
Yes.
Okay.
So as of that time, I was dating somebody else. So, and I know that I was ovulating when I met him. But I didn't know whether he's going to be the one or the other guy is going to be the one.
Have you discussed with the other guy at all?
I don't even know his whereabouts. I thought he's the one.
I think you should do paternity test with that guy. You know why? When he sees this, he will want to conduct a test as well. Do you understand me? And it's always good. It's better for you to know the father now than for the child to start asking for it later in life. Do you understand what I'm saying? Let the right person raise the child. Let the child bond with the dad growing up. Do you understand? And when you are not sure, you let the man know that you are not sure. Who paid for the medical bill?
Him.
Do you understand? It's not fair. It's not fair at all. Because there are a lot of people out there, they won't even have the wisdom of doing this. And they are there raising other people's children. It could be traumatic to the child and to the father later in life.
I don't know what's gonna happen to me, because I got funding for Tony Elumelu Foundation.
What did you say?
I got funding for Tony Elumelu Foundation.
Okay.
Right, and that's just what I went to that house to do. And I have a lot of other things. A whole host of other. I think I know who the person is that is the father of this child, and I've been singing it all along. Right from when she conceived, that this is not my child. I have been saying this we even have it on police record. I reported to the police station because they threatened my life pretty much.
Who are they?
She sent me an email telling me that I will beg and she would not listen. You know, and this was just around the time she conceived. Before then, when we were dating, she destroyed things in my house. Destroyed fan, you know, just my laptops, just violent. What happens?
True? Is that true?
Man, first of all, the so-called guy in question that is telling me I'm pregnant for is nowhere near the father of the, if at all, the real father of the child. I can get him. The guy is nowhere near the child's father.
I think I know who the person is she's talking
Stop
about.
guessing. Just leave that matter. Because if you the first one you guess from one sentence from her, you are guessing about somebody else entirely. That means you probably don't have an idea. Do you understand me? Just take it. The baby is not yours. It's not yours.
Ma, they need to
But
pay for my stuff.
my issue is, who are the they? That's what I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to.
Eh?
I'm trying to make
Okay.
something because this was. How did I even guess that this wasn't my child in the first place? It's because of the maliciousness of the situation. And yes, I might have missed the first shot that this stuff, but there are people, like, it's a circle. You know, when things happen around you that are malicious, as a smart person, you're bound to pick it up that this movement, these patterns don't feel right. That's how we got here in the first place. Like, why are you destroying my stuff in the house? Because you're saying I don't get it. If I'm the truth.
Why? What led to that?
Yes.
So,
Let
man,
her narrate.
when
I
was
want to know
pregnant-
why.
When I was pregnant, first, even when I was pregnant, when I need to tell him about the pregnancy, first of all, it was his neighbor that had to drag him from the stairs. I even tore his shirt that I was around when I was pregnant. Then we had an
Drag him for what?